For a time the gilded youth had gone mad over flying. I called the rich youngsters and sport lovers in the principal towns clear back to Tijuana, where I had started months before. But as on each previous occasion, the local enthusiasm had suddenly evaporated, a racial trait. So after a week or two of poor business, I was ready to continue my flight after pesos, down farther into the Latin Americas. Where I would end I didn't know, but Belize, I had decided, over in British Honduras, would be my next port of call, 90 miles across the vegetable ocean of Yucatan. There was only one small sierra to go over, and I'd make the journey in a couple of easy hops. If it hadn't been for this situation, I might not have fallen in so quickly with the little valet's mad scheme. But then again, I'd always been curious about the buried temples of the country, but had never visited any, and the prospect of seeing a ruin unknown to the world at large was irresistible, discounting the other features of his tale. All in all, I guess I'd have taken him up anyway. He appeared on a fine afternoon for flying, but one entirely lacking in patrons. I saw staggering toward me over my flying field the only disreputable Indian I had ever observed in those parts, where they're an amazingly clean lot, unlike most of the beggars west and north. He wore a wrecked serape and a shredded sombrero and some tattered rags and wasn't much bigger than a gnome. When he drew nearer, I saw he wasn't an Indian at all, but what was left of a white man suffering from a complicated and lamentable sunburn. Of course, when you're in odd corners of the world, you can't be entirely upstage with another white man down on his luck. But as I waited and watched this visitor's erratic gait, I resolved he should get only 1 peso from me, together with short shrift. He tottered up, sagged against a wing, and made bleating noises. "I've come," was my interpretation, "about 1,000,000 miles of the worst traveling in the whole world to find you and take you back with me." Just that instead of the expected touch. Me, I laughed off my surprise. "You must think I like bad traveling too." Feebly he flapped a hand against the wing. "It won't be bad going in this. It'll be the prettiest sight you'd want from above. It was on foot I come, but will you hear me out?" "Sure," I humored him, for though his voice was getting stronger, he looked ready to break. "But first take this, go get yourself a flock of frijoles or tamales. Not pulques," I added as an afterthought. "I never drinks," he surprised me again, "and I've just had tiffin, but I've come a long ways and I'd like to sit down." So I boosted him into the passenger seat, hopped into the pilot's and told him to shoot. "My name's Cleaver," he started off, "and though you mightn't think it from these here, I'm a valet. And I've been gentleman to some queer birds in my time too, but nothing to what I've been valeting last. A magician he is." "Magician?" I echoed politely. "What's his name? Maybe I've seen him perform somewhere." "Impossible, if you'll excuse me. My gent's no musical bloke. He's in private life a real magician." "You mean he's a rich amateur, does tricks as a hobby?" "Now tricks, I'm telling you, is the kind of magician Moses was, as turned walking sticks to snakes. Only my gent's no saint. He's a black magician, a bad un." "Well, get on," I snapped at him. "Oh, I know you think I'm balmy, but wait." And on he went to tell me how, for some vague reason out of valeting, he had drifted about as a ship's steward, finally taking a berth on a fruit boat from which his last master had rescued him, restoring him to the practice of his profession. The new employer's name was odd enough, Sarazon, and Cleaver couldn't place him racially. He was some sort of foreigner but spoke perfect English. The little cockney had quit the boat with his new gentleman at Belize, from which city they immediately made their way north and west to take up residence at an inland plantation located on the River Hondo. Here the mysterious Sarazon outfitted for a protracted stay in the interior and hired a half-dozen Indians as guides and boatmen. Cleaver was hazy as to their wanderings after leaving the pleasant hacienda, of which he spoke with great regret. But I gathered that after much river travel northward, They had followed small streams to the west, till they had won to a region where the Indians began showing great unwillingness to proceed. Eventually they were dismissed by Sarazan, who seemed to know where he was by means of an old chart he kept very much to himself. The spot where the two white men were thus left alone with their supplies was marked, he told me, by a sudden widening of the previously almost unnavigable stream, and by a huge bare black sandbar, which he described as a perfect landing field for a plane. Their stuff had been put off on the bar, which was separated from the nearer bank only by a shallow ford. Their first camp was on the bar, but Sarazan had plunged directly into the jungle with his map, and after some search picked up a faintly defined trail that he told Cleaver had once been a stone causeway. This they cleared with machetes during several days, pushing always farther into the brush. At this point in his narrative, the little man asked for a fag and lighted it with suppressed excitement. That Sarazan would never say a word about what he was after. He hurried on. So it fair gave me a turn when we comes bingo on the first of the rooms. A big low barracks it was, with a wide stair going nowhere, all hidden under weeds, and having the steepest, narrowest steps I ever see. And all about us was more of them, fine houses and palaces they'd been in their day. Right off he found us a regular suite of rooms, up on a terrace like, and one of my cleaned out, where with what was left of a roof we had quite a place. We spent several days packing our luggage up from a sandbar, and then settled down for what seemed keeps, though the old boy told me the Indians would come back for us before the rains. I wished I had never come, I did, what with bats and all. It was only too apparent that his memories were painful, as he described how day after day they had hacked their way about the ruins, Sarazan apparently in search of some certain temple. I knew when we found the house with the snakes it was the one he was after. He was that pleased. And right off we must begin hacking our way inside between a couple of big columns carved with scales, with snake heads on the ground and the tails straight up. All one morning we cut through that door, which was chocked with little roots no bigger than pencils, and full of scorpions that swarmed at us with their tails straight up like the snakes beside the door. We finally got through, and there was a big hall, fairish clean, with a closed stone door right opposite us. Sarazan runs to it and turns round laughing, which I had never seen him do before. "This is the temple of the Bawas," he shouts to me, "and behind this door." He taps on it, all carved it was, and looked away a ton. He taps on it with his big knife and then stops. "Go on outside," he says, "and make tea. It's too dusty in here to eat lunch. I'll look around. You won't need to call me." I went out glad enough, for I'd already a headache, and makes up our tea on the terrace, for as usual we come up a stair to a sort of second floor. He comes out just as I'm ready for him, and can't eat quick enough. Then back we both go into that hole, and blast me if he hadn't got the door open all by himself. There it swings a foot thick, and the opening full of a yellow tangle like a lot of sponges, more roots of course, and more scorpions. We cuts away again, and as the mess clears I know where my headache had come from, for an awful gas comes out gradual, worse than the stink of the bats when we cleaned our first rooms. I had to stop, and he made me go out and have more tea, and when I come back he was inside with his big lantern, and after a bit I see what's there. The dusty floor with some broken pots lying about, and a litter of bones in the corner. Some big green beads were scattered in the dust. He was stooped down by his lamp, looking at a big bright plate with a silly round face in the middle of it, and whatnots around the edge. Well, sir, I've lived in some great houses in my time, and I knows a gold dinner service when I sees it, and solid gold it was, as anyone could have seen. My head was still going round, and when I see that it fair spun off. I had been that simple, what with the bats and bags and living like a bloomin' gypsy and all. I'd given up guessing what we was after. Now I realized it was loot, and that we'd found it. But I didn't see any more plates, and at first I didn't see what else there was. Then I made out that what I'd taken to be a back wall of largish bricks was really stacked bullion. big yellow ingot, sir. If I drops dead, off to the ceiling and all raw gold, as I could see with one eye, I goes over to them, and after standing like a stick for a bit, I reaches up to get one off the top when old Saracen looks up. "Don't touch them," he yells. "I just wanted to have a closer look," I says, a bit stiff, for I thought as we found the stuff together he'd have to do the right thing by me, even though I was only his man. "If you touch that gold, you die," he says, cold as ice. "This is what I'm after, this only," and he taps the big plate. "What you mean with your dying?" I asks, for I didn't need no threats to know my place if he was going to be nasty. "Oh, I won't kill you for it," he says, "but there's death in the stuff itself, make no mistake. Those who put it there had a way to protect it." "How about that then?" I asks, pointing to the plate in his hands. His face changed till I went cold all over. "This," he says, "is the breastplate of a high priest, and I've a certain right to it. It is all that we shall touch." Benny waves me out and tells me to go back to camp and start supper, and I leaves him there. That night I finally asked him if he really don't mean to take that gold, and he tells me he's already forgotten it, and for me to do the same. Meant it too? Well, I couldn't forget it, as you wouldn't neither, and after a few days I put it to him straight, that since he have no use for the gold, how about me having a bit of it? Not all perhaps, but enough to give me a little something for my age. It was no use, and that's why I'm here. There's a cool million or more in English pounds waiting there to be taken away. It belongs to me as well as anybody. I was one of the two what found it, and since he won't have it, it's mine. But it's got to be taken out, and the air route is the only safe way. We can sail down there, take a load, bring it up north and hide it somewhere safe, till we've moved it all. Then sell a bit for a capital to ship the lot out of this bleeding country to the States, where we can have protection. It sounds like a large order all round, I remarked after a breathless silence. Strangely enough, I never doubted his fantastic yarn for a moment, or questioned the fact of the gold. I was already addressed heart and soul to the adventure. But how did you get here, and why pick on me? I wanted to know. Once I'd made up my mind to have the loot in spite of Saracen, and after thinking up 100 plans, I suddenly got the idea of flying it out. It's the only way it could be done without the natives knowing. Our Saracen had got the habit of disappearing for days at a time, and I decided to start off soon as he left again. That'd give me several days, and after he'd get back he'd be expecting me to turn up for several more. Then if he starts down the river again by himself, thinking something has happened to me, so much the better. He'll never guess I'm coming back to the temple. He'll think the secret's safe, and so it will be with us. We can take our sweet time. There might be more gold about the place even. If what you saw is only still there, it'll be enough, I grinned. But what will Saracen do if he's still there? Or rather, what do we do? We holds him out with a pistol. He's got a gun, the only one we had between us, but it's only a light rifle for game. He don't like it about, though he'd always hide it from me, but he gets the drop on him. Oh, I do I? We gets the drop on him if he tries to stop us, and goes on with our plans. But I tell you, he don't give a rap for the gold. If he sees we're set to take it, he won't say a word. How long since you left the camp? He groaned. How an eternity, maybe 10 days. I lost count, thought I was done for a score of times. I had to go north since to show myself on these cars without him would have looked queer. I figured there must be a government flyer somewhere north that I could get the confidence of and take a chance. I had nothing to lose and we'd both have all to gain. I never hoped to have the lack of finding the white man with a machine. I just kept going somewhere till I struck the railroad at a place called Taxi Camp. Soon as I hit Merida, I heard of you and legged it out here. Now, what do you say? That was his wild story, his crazy plan, but somehow it all seemed plausible, and he was so eager that he trembled. I put him out of his misery at once. I'm with you, Cleaver, I assured him. Your temple can't be more than 50 miles south, if that. Judging by your hitting the Yucatan line at Zuckercap, it must be somewhere along the border of Campeche and Quintón True. We'll get a map, figure it out, and hop off pronto. Tomorrow at dawn. We'll hardly pick up your sandbar the first shot, but we ought to find it eventually. Come along to my hotel. I vaulted to the ground, but he remained seated. His trembling had ceased. Slowly a smile cracked through the appalling sunburn of his face. "A million pounds," he cackled happily. "Oh my eye." And standing up, he fell out into my astonished arms. 2. The city that forgot time. Cleaver was almost jerking himself out of his safety straps, jabbing the air with one hand and punching out his eyes with my binoculars held in the other. I knew what it meant. At last he had spotted his sandbar. A sandbar in an unmapped river in the unknown interior of Yucatan. Like finding a needle in a haystack, but we had flown to it that last day, as if drawn by a magnet. I was almost as excited as the little Cockney blighter himself. I shoved the stick smartly in, though we had then about 5,000 feet. In order to command the vast territory we had been combing, we lost a lot of it in the next few seconds. Then, moderating my transports, I leveled out a trifle and we swooped down on the strangest landing I ever made. Well, I made it nicely, and nothing to complain of in the field either. Hard and firm and smooth as glass, and the right dimensions with enough to spare. But when we stopped rolling, neither of us moved for a while. It was all strange to me and a little queer, what with the story that had brought me there, and the odd feeling I now had of having sailed that old boat of mine not only into the most mysterious jungle on earth, but into a dim past time as well. Our course had lain over a terrain just saved from being flat, a veritable sea of softly rolling billows of foliage in greens and blues. Now dropped into it was a different matter. The near bank was overhung with large trees covered with orchids that, I reflected, would make a fortune in New York. Then I laughed. Piker thinking of peddling orchids. Acrid odors welled round us in a soft hot haze, and the chill of the upper air was so quickly dissipated that suddenly we both started shedding our straps and heavy togs. Parrots screamed and flung their bright wings obliquely across the bar, and against the brilliant green of leaves I saw the dead black nest of an oriole made of Spanish moss, and the gold coat of its owner. Gold, a good omen. I leapt out. "Can we make it today, Cleaver?" He hops down like a sparrow. "Why not? We should be there by sundown, and we'll take everything along." In 5 minutes I was snapping my tarpaulins over the cockpits, and with the one full and one flat pack apiece, and the one automatic strapped on my thigh, we dived into the brush. We followed first a smooth-worn but faint jaguar trail, through vegetation not high but most confoundedly prolific. Little Cleaver knew his way well, for he brought us without a pause to the more obvious clue of a ruined causeway, where a narrow path had been sliced through the overgrowth, following the hummocky grass-grown traces of hewn stone. Just as the emerald dusk was blotting out the last faint blue haze of the afternoon, we came to the first of the ruins. We ascended to the terrace, dropped our packs, and Cleaver sent out a raucous halloo, which fell dead against the walls of darkening green, and remained unanswered, leaving a throbbing silence. From a big tree near which I stood that thrust itself half through a crumbling cyclopean wall, the cloying scent of 100 parasite flowers floated about me, and the petals of some unknown blossom, shattered by a frightened thing above, sifted slowly down through the gloom. Little dark red lizards still darted over the loose-held bark, from which I fancied they took their coloring, for I noted that on a second nearby tree, silver-gray in turn frisked others ashen-hued like their background. I could see nothing of the buildings I knew lay all about us, but I felt the oppression of the doom that had come upon them and upon their dwellers. This had been a fabulous city, a city of temples and palaces and necropolises, a fantastic city of treasure, a tithe of which we were there to claim. Then I attempted to visualize the figure of the enigmatic Sarrazin, who had no desire for the riches he had yet known how to find, and I wondered what it was he sought in that inaccessible place, and whether he still prowled about those rotting piles, and what was to happen if we met. Vague as my evocation of him was, for Cleaver could say only that he was old and tall, it was still sinister, and I was not eager for that meeting. There was something terrifyingly inhuman about a man who had no use for a room full of gold. I found myself shivering, but it was from a chill of the incontinent tropic night, which was smothering us in black velvet. Looking up with a start, I saw points of silver winking in the filigree of leaves overhead, and turning at Cleaver's hail, I stumbled toward the ruddy glow of the fire he had built far down the terrace against the ruined wall. He was frying bacon in the doorway of the great chamber in which his master had established their camp, and as I entered he looked up with a crestfallen air. "He's still here, I take it," he observed morosely. "His things is all about. He must have been hard put to it to get along without me." This last he added with glum professional satisfaction. "Where do you suppose he is?" "How can I tell? He was always coming and going, quite like a spook." He peered uneasily into the outer night. "He might show up any minute. We'll just have to be on our guard." He turned the bacon expertly, and I sat down against the wide lintel, rich in the flickering light with ornate carvings in deep relief. In the dim interior I could discern upon the walls the faded remnants of painters' decorations. The outer hall had been well cleaned, but after coffee, when I made a sketchy inspection of the inner suite in company with my pipe, I was glad I had lit my rank tobacco first. The air was foul with the droppings of bats, and the shaft of my flashlight glinted in myriad evil eyes and rows of teeth. The brutes milled about in swarms, and one of them flapped into my face with a furious chittering and a puff of rotten breath. Hastily I returned to Cleaver, who was suspending 2 hammocks in the outermost chamber. Immediately we turned in, and an occasional cockney snore told me my companion had gone at once to sleep. That though I was dead tired, I remained awake some little time. The cooking fire smoldered dully just outside the doorway, but gave no light. A moon had risen, and its shafts pierced the fronds that mantled our terrace. Soft and fragrant little gusts wandered in now and then, happily bringing no mosquitoes, but the traffic of the bats was incessant, and rarely there was a flapping of large pinions that made me think uncomfortably of vampires. The melancholy pipes of nightjar sounded at intervals, and once I heard the far scream of a jaguar. I felt for my automatic and fell asleep. "Your coffee's ready, sir." It was morning, and the sun was pouring into the door. We made a hasty breakfast, both of us eager to be about our business. Outside the mists were rising, and already all was green and shimmering with heat. Cleaver fairly scurried ahead of me down the steep narrow stair into the jungle. Slashed branches and trodden grass showed the paths Sarazan and he had made about the hidden city, and we skirted ruin after ruin till at length we stood before the serpent doorway he had described to me in Merida. "Here we are," the little man quavered, obviously very nervous, but entering the somewhat awesome portal without more ado. The long, low, narrow apartment was surprisingly light, the sun flooding into the great door and striking upward from the floor of huge cut stones. A sculptured frieze of serpents undulated about the wall. At one side stood a stone table made of a 6-inch slab resting on dwarfish yard-high figures with upturned supporting palms. I jumped a little, for on this table was a sculpture, large as life, of a male human form in a contorted attitude. It reclined on its back and elbows, the knees bent, the heels at the buttocks. It stared at me with a great stupid flat face, and despite the growing heat of the morning and the sweat I was in from our hasty journey, a chill bit into me. The dull malignancy of the thing was disquieting. I made some exclamation, for Cleaver, who had gone directly to the great closed door opposite the entrance, turned quickly and followed my gaze. Then he dropped the crowbars he carried with a clang, and darted to the side of a figure. He bent over it a moment and then showed me a troubled face. "Come here," he whispered. "This is a puzzler, or don't like it neither. Look at that." He pointed to the image's middle, where the navel was hollowed into a saucer-like depression. I saw nothing but the grime of centuries and said so. How about this? He flicked a pinch of dust and sniffed his fingers at sashes, copal ashes, as they used for incense. This here is Chak Mule, and they burned it on him as a way of worship. Marvelous, I said, to think those ashes have lain there for 1,000 years. That's just what I don't like. Once or twice before when I've come here, thinking about the gold, I've smelt these strong, and they looked fresh somehow. I've never caught 'em hot, but you might say they was a bit warm. Now, for instance, see for yourself. I sifted a little of the silt through my fingers. It was certainly not cool. Don't you smell something? I did, and the faint scent was giving me a headache. Sarazan told me, Cleaver went on uneasily, that the Indians used to believe Chuck Mooley came alive at night. That's all right, but I don't like him having fresh incense on his belly. It looks like something else was alive around here besides him. His slurred speech as usual betrayed his excitement. How about Sarazan himself? Maybe he burns it to the old gods. You say he believes in all that sort of thing. Perhaps, but there were times he wasn't out of my sight and after I come here, and there'd be this smell in the air. I spoke of it to him, and he said it was the old copal getting stirred up by the winds. Well, it's odd enough, but how about tackling that door? I suggested impatiently. Right-o, he agreed instantly, and we started to work. We started, and we worked, and we both got headaches, the sort I used to get from dynamite fumes, and we drank quarts of coffee to fight the headaches, and then we fought that door again, but that was all except that we broke most of our tools. I wished I had brought dynamite and reproached Cleaver for giving me a wrong impression. You say that Sarazan opened this damn safe while you were making tea outside. So he did and never turned an air. And I'm thinking that only he can open it now. Rats, I snorted, for my temper was frayed. What's he got that we haven't, except maybe brains? He's got magic, the Cockney solemnly averred. Then we went outside and collapsed on the terrace and drank more coffee and cursed. But I had ideas due to that mention of magic, and we wasted the afternoon testing those ideas. We went over the walls and floor, inch by inch, looking for some clue to the mechanics of that door. I jumped and bounced on every separate slab of the floor, and hammered every illogical boss of the sculptured reliefs, hoping to start believer that I am still sure existed somewhere. Sarazan had opened the door, and quickly, there must be a way, and we never found it. The violet dusk crept into the chamber and finally drove us forth. As we went out through the debris of roots still clinging to the door, a lot of big, flat, crab-like spiders were beginning to waken for the night, and their bright pinpoint eyes glittered in the gloom. I felt that Chakmul was sneering behind me, but I didn't look back. I felt hellishly frustrated and tired, and a ticket established itself in my left calf. I didn't enjoy our evening meal, and we simply couldn't go any more coffee. So to our hammocks with splitting heads. This gold might take some getting, was my last thought. The next morning I went alone, the river trail being well defined, to see if the airplane was safe. It was, snug in its tarps but looking weirdly incongruous on that sandbar. Cleaver was making a round of the various ruins to seek traces of Sarazan. We had agreed he was probably necessary to open that door. If he failed to appear or couldn't be made to oblige us, we'd have to fly out and come back with dynamite. I didn't want to risk any flights not actually resultful of golden cargo, so we packed away at the treasury now and then in a desultory fashion, and waited for Sarazan. There was a natural well or cenote against one ruined temple, similar to smaller ones I'd seen in Merida, and I bathed with delight in its crystal-clear cold waters. They looked stagnant and roiled, but it was only the perfumed pollen from the thousands of orchids and lilies that smothered the large trees overhanging the pool. Cleaver refused to join me in these revels, insisting that horrible monsters lurked in the dark depths. I never saw anything worse than a snake with large mottles of green and yellow and chocolate. The real monsters, it seemed to me, were all outside the water. For there were the big armored ants whose sting could produce fever and death, the giant red scorpions, the hideous spiders, and more formidable than all, a ghastly unclassified beetle 2 inches long at his worst, were the poisonous proboscis. The first one that punctured me I slew, and as there was no irritation I forgot my wound for 24 hours. Then it began to separate and I was glad of our medicine kit. Fortunately, these creatures prefaced their attack with a booming noise and could thus be detected in time. I saw in them a horrible resemblance to a certain long-nosed god sculptured everywhere about the ruins, whose nose was like an elephant's trunk. His appalling visage was set on every side, with its grinning, jagged teeth and eyes of rounded stones tenoned in, but often fallen from their hollow sockets. The beaked beetles seemed made in his very image, loosed upon us to drive us from his dusty houses, and under that bright sun I had often to shake off a thrill of superstitious dread. So it was I preferred the pool, which I reached by a steep grassy slope that had once been a stair. I came to suspect in that pool not monsters but catfish, and having brought tackle I set about catching some one afternoon. The depths were filled with snags and I detached several rotted branches. This began to bore me and I dozed for a while, to awake at the boom of a warrior beetle. I killed him and found my hook engaged. At length I landed a mass of decayed twigs and leaves, tangled about a small, thin-walled skull, unmistakably a girl's. The delicate sutures were almost separate, and the tiny perfect teeth showed she had died somewhere in her teens. I lost myself in pity and conjecture over that frail tenement of secrets, before restoring it gently to the waters, but I fished no more. Days passed and I grew to feel at home in that bright-colored world of showy flowers and vines and brilliant-hued birds. We wandered about almost always together, for Cleaver didn't want to meet Sarazan alone. Anyway, I had the automatic and we had determined to get the drop on our man at the moment of encounter. And thus it finally befell. 3. Sarazan. We had supped the fateful night and were in our hammocks sleepily chatting. Cleaver grew silent and I lay listening to the insect choir and waiting for a jaguar's howl to break the monotony. Suddenly there was a dull and heavy detonation somewhere in the bowels of the ruin. I tumbled out in my impeding blankets and to my feet. Cleaver ran to my side, draped I saw by my flash in his bedding. A falling wall? I whispered. Maybe, but put out that light, white. In darkness we shivered. I kept my straining eyes on the faintly discernible purple square of the entrance. Minutes passed and I looked round for the cockney, but saw nothing. Puzzled, I reached out, for I knew he had not moved away from me, and touched him. He jerked and the pale mask of his face veered to mine. He had been turned toward the inner door, and in that moment I turned too, and so remained, for something was moving in the inner chambers, moving on feet. Of course we inspected those noisome lairs each night, had done so that evening as usual, and knew there was nothing there but the bats. Yet thence proceeded beyond a doubt the noise, and, a little later, the light. It flickered palely agleam against one polished jamb of the far door of the room beyond ours, and waxed jerkily brighter. Cleaver clutched at me, but I shook him aside. To be candid, I was relieved. This light had a human origin anyhow. The noise therefore didn't mean that Chakmul was walking about. "It's Sarazan," hissed Cleaver. "It can't be nothing else." The light was suddenly brighter. It flooded that far door, becoming a dazzling disk, and over it swam a face. "It's him." There were relief and apprehension in Cleaver's whisper, but I tapped him for silence and dropping my blanket stole quickly to the inner door. This was Sarazan's surprising homecoming, but it must be he who was most to be surprised. Hidden behind the doorjamb, my automatic waiting, I tried to see what manner of man was approaching. He was inordinately tall, it seemed, and cadaverous. The little light reflected on his face was from below, and threw gaunt shadows on jowl and cheeks and into the eye sockets. Indeed, if his light hadn't obviously been an electric lantern, I'd have thought him a walking spectre, as slowly, deliberately he shuffled nearer. bats wheeling about his head. I drew back and waited, breathless. The light began to brighten our chamber. Cleaver scuffled out of sight. A minute later, Sarazan entered and stopped, towering above me. "Hands up, Sarazan," I called out at once. With another man I should have stayed where I was, but from all I'd heard I rather expected the reputed wizard to vanish, so I sprang to him and poked my weapon into his side. My free hand I fixed firmly into a rough tweed coat. Over my shoulder I barked, "Come and take this light." From his great height the man looked down at my 5'10", his spare frame tensely braced against my grip, but when Cleaver ran forward, he relaxed. "So, you've come back," he said casually as he handed the lantern to the little cockney, who stood embarrassed before him. "Well, Cleaver, it would have been better for you had you died in the jungle. I'm really sorry you didn't." "We don't mean you no harm, sir," Cleaver said humbly. "All we want is the gold, and you don't want that. You were told enough to forget that. If you were to take it, we should all of us leave our bonds here." "Sit down, Sarazan," I put in. "We may as well be pleasant about this little affair." "How pleasant depends on you. I've yet to see the gold, and there it seems you must help me. But naturally you must be obliging." I stepped back and waved the grey barrel suggestively. Cleaver had placed the lamp in a corner, and now he deferentially fetched a folding stool, part of their original equipment. Sarazan seated himself and gave his entire attention to me. I returned the stare. Cadaverous to a degree, he was yet a figure of patent power, and the movements of his emaciated body was a curious youthfulness, though his shock of white hair and wasted features gave an effect of immense age. The cold, faded eyes, set very far apart, gleamed over me in a frozen contempt. Here was plainly no charlatan, but a mystic, perhaps a fanatic. He spoke judicially. I should have given more thought to Cleaver's disappearance, but I was occupied with other matters. Had I considered it sufficiently, you wouldn't have me at this disadvantage, but I never expected to be confronted with firearms or to be disturbed at all. For the moment your modern methods must prevail, but Cleaver might better have died in the jungle. I'm sorry he didn't." "That are ye?" sneered the cockney, beginning to take heart as he saw Sarazan accepting the situation. "Yes, idiot," snapped his former master, "for it is now quite plain just what form your death will take, and the jungle would have been better." He spoke with so much conviction that I myself was chilled. Glancing at the valet, I saw he was horribly shaken. "Putting a curse on me, eh?" he snarled. "Well, watch out, my pal here won't see me done in." This last was, I felt, with a sense of pity, an abject appeal to me. "Cleaver must come to no harm," I told the cold grey eyes. "As he says, we mean you none, and if you'll open that door for us, we'll leave you in peace. But open the door you shall. You must understand we're utterly determined on that." "Oh, I'll open it. I realize you can't be persuaded. I shan't waste a word. But it's a stupid business and will probably be fatal to all of us. Cleaver is already as good as dead." This was gruesome talk. It affected me almost as badly as its victim. "Make coffee," I directed. "We'll be awake all night by turns. I'll take first watch and then nap till morning. Naturally, our host, who is now our guest, is entitled to one hammock and there are only two." So it was arranged. Sarazan silently accepted his own blankets and disposed himself in one of the canvas slings without comment or delay. I believe he was instantly asleep. Where he had been, on what errand, and what the manner of his return were questions never to be put. I drank the coffee, made Cleaver stow himself away, and with a fire to combat the chill and afford light, mounted guard. After some hours I roused Cleaver from his troubled dreams and took my turn at sleep. Morning and coffee odors awoke me. The perfumed mists were slowly rising under the sun. Sarazan went on sleeping as we discussed him, but our plans were simple and all for immediate action, so the three of us breakfasted together and set out at once for the temple of Aboas. He was impassively taciturn. When we started, he doffed his tweed coat, and it was evident that he wore under his flannel shirt a large disc, no doubt the gold priest's breastplate of which Cleaver had spoken. A very queer business all round, I reflected as we made our way in single file through the still damp foliage. I brought up the rear and kept a most wary eye on Sarazon, but we arrived at the portal of the giant serpents without incident. Silently we passed within. I stopped at the door, but Cleaver danced over to the treasury in mad excitement. "Open it, sir, open it," he begged and commanded. "You will both have to leave me alone," Sarazon replied quietly. "A matter of minutes only." I moved as if to go out, but Cleaver was shrilly indignant. "Now you don't. We don't leave you out of our sight. Go ahead and open her. Make him do it." To me, Sarazon glared at the little man, but I slapped the weapon on my thigh. "We must insist," I smiled. The gaunt man glared at us, then slowly strolled down the room. I'll admit I was never so curious in my life. I watched his every move, so did Cleaver. We had put in a lot of heartbreaking work on the puzzle of that door, and aside from getting at the gold, were keen to learn its secret. Sarazon turned, paced slowly back, and thus went to and fro. Our silly heads wagged after him. After a little of this, he raised his arms and began chanting, but so softly that I could scarcely hear. Very slowly, pausing often in his stride, but always chanting, he approached Chakmul. Then suddenly he stopped before the figure and cried out with startling loudness. Our eyes glued to his broad back, we waited breathless. Straightening up, he turned to us, and his long right arm shot out. We swung round, gasped. The great door stood open, and beyond the shadows waited. From a litter of hacked roots adhering to the frame, a few distracted scorpions scuttled, tails in air. "How did you do it?" shrilled Cleaver. "You've got to tell." "The door is open. I'll tell you nothing," Sarazon cut in. I was piqued at the ease with which he solved what had so baffled us, and at his cleverness in fixing our attention on his abracadabra so that we shouldn't see just when the door opened. But what did it matter? The door gaped, and striding over, I sent my flash boring into the semi-gloom. The headachy fumes we had previously suffered were overpoweringly pungent. "There they are!" screamed Cleaver at my elbow, and darted inside. I saw the gold was actually there, a solid wall of it. How deep there was no telling. In the beam of my flash, Cleaver clawed at the aperture, but I gave him only half an eye, and waited. Sarazon I watched like a hawk, my hand at my holster. I wasn't going to have that door close as quickly as it had opened, and trap one or both of us. But the tall mystic leant against Chakmul's couch, and made no move. So a couple of minutes passed, and then Cleaver, very red-faced, came staggering out with 2 huge ingots, which he thudded down at my feet. A glance showed me that, save for the dusty faces which had been exposed, they were bright as though fresh from the mint. And a glance was all they got, for the next moment Cleaver sagged heavily against me and crumpled to the floor. I didn't even question if he were dead. It was already awfully evident. If you've ever seen a photographic print blackened from too much exposure, you'll know what I mean. "What?" I began, silly from the shock, but Sarazon came forward. "You see," he said unemotionally, "he had better have died in the jungle. And now you'll leave the rest alone? We'll replace these and go." Dazed, I watched him bend down and pick up the heavy bars. I was sick, but I was sicker with hate of this man who had let another go straight to his death. "Why did you let him kill himself?" I demanded. He rose, holding the ingots. "Could I have convinced him?" he asked with simple justness. He was right there. He would have wasted his words. "But how dare you handle them? They killed him fast enough. If you can do it safely, you could have told him." "I was under no obligation to him," he said harshly. "Now, I am under none to you." You specified I had only to open the door and nothing but Cleaver's death could convince you the gold were best left alone. My headache was maddening me. I remembered the gold plate Sarazon had taken from Betrove, and which he still apparently wore. You took what you wanted, I rasped, pointing to his midriff where the disc was plainly outlined. Now I'm taking mine. But since you know so much, you'll show me the trick of handling these, or you'll go to join Cleaver. I lugged at my automatic. He saw I could not be opposed. They're harmless, he said, once they're taken out. But he who moves them first, any of them, well, look at Cleaver. I had looked once at Cleaver. That was enough. Sarazon went on. This city, this gold, was known to a Spanish explorer 200 years ago. I possess his map. He learned these things, thus I know them. Are you convinced? Why didn't the Spaniard take the gold? He sought other things as I do, Sarazon replied. Besides, there were still priests of the old cults about the ruins in those days. Well, I told him, since these 2 bars you have are denatured, I'll trouble you for them. As for the rest, I'm convinced, and I'll leave you to your ruins. I seized one of the bars not without qualms, for I couldn't tell how much of truth Sarazon had uttered. He surrendered it without a word. It was amazingly heavy, and I was wondering how I was to manage 2 of them and my gun, when Sarazon stepped back from me with a cry, his gaze going past me. I spun round, but kept him covered, for this might be the old dodge of look out behind. There in the doorway with the sun behind him, around him, radiating from him in 1,000 prismatic rays stood an Indian, but such an Indian. He was superb and awesome. A headdress tier over tier of jeweled feathers filled the upper doorway. Under it was a face of wrinkles and blazing ancient eyes, and foot-long gold mustachios. There were gold plaques over his ears, and he wore a great gold bracelet, on which I saw a round and grinning face. His withered arms were weighted with wide gold bracelets, and he held a great gold baton with an owl's head. He moved, and there was a soft tinkle of gold about his ankles. He raised his arm, and there was a dull rattle and clink. He gestured slowly, and there was no mistaking his meaning. Sarazon deliberately turned, and swinging his bar of gold twice, loosed it to fall with a crash inside the door of the vault. Then he spread out his hands, empty, and bowed his head. I clutched my gold and my gun and waited for the vision to turn to me. But of me it took no notice. It pointed to Sarazon's breast and made again that gesture of throwing away. Again Sarazon spread out his empty hands. Then somehow the gleaming figure was upon him and tapped him upon the chest with the baton, and there was a dulled clang like a cracked gong. Then Sarazon the imperturbable went mad. "No!" he cried, with a terrible voice, and sprang past the figure to the door. My impression as I followed him was that the Indian had got between him and me. I know I fired at it as I leapt, but whether my bullet went through it as I myself seemed to go through it, I don't know. Those gorgeous feathers filled the door, but I was through them and safely outside with my bar of gold. Ahead of me, Sarazon was running obliquely down the steep steps of a terrace. I dropped after him, and we crashed almost together into the home trail. "Keep going," I panted at his back, "but stop at the camp, I'll fly you out." He pounded on. We made the far ruin after a brisk trot. That Sarazon had seen fit to run shook my nerve. All I had seen was one mummied old Indian, and he might well be dead by now. True, I had looked back hastily at the edge of the terrace, and whether he really stood between the giant serpents or it was the glitter of the sun on the carvings I wasn't sure. But I suppose where there was one Indian there must be more, and there were only 2 of us now. I had to halt Sarazon at our camp terrace, or he would have kept going. "Have to get our flying togs," I gasped and took the lead. He followed me up the steep, narrow rises without a word. I dashed ahead, grabbed the outfits, and flung a set to him. We helped each other into the coats and scrambled down the stairs again. We had crammed on the helmets, but I couldn't adjust mine, hampered as I was with gold and gun. Fatigue and the irregular path of a causeway before slowed us down, but with the plane only one lap away I began to feel safer. "These make fine armor," I wheezed, "against the Indians' arrows." Sarazan answered me seriously. "There are no Indians, no arrows, only the priest of Apuch." I stopped short and clutching Sarazan halted him. "If it's only the priest, why are we running? I think I got him anyway." I shifted the ingot to my other shoulder, for it was getting intolerably weighty. "We cannot stay, and we had best hurry," he answered with such convincingness that I waved him on. I meant to have it all out with him later. He'd have to tell me what it was all about. "Your bullet," added Sarazan over his shoulder, "was wasted." I gave it up and we scrambled on, till at last we were on the Jaguar trail, and then, in a final spurt at the sandbar, we splashed through the ford and I drew in a great lungful of relief as I saw the plane was undisturbed. I ripped off the tarps and carefully lowered the ingot into the cockpit. Sarazan I had to heave into the passenger seat, for he was far spent. Then, making my adjustments, I dashed to the bow and spun the prop. With a miss or so, she began singing as I ducked under the wing and jumped up to my seat. Gaily we taxied down the hard-packed bar. I pulled back on the stick and lifted the plane off the ground, and up we went. Not in a clean climbing turn, but in a series of zooms, with a sharp bank now and then. I had to hop the trees of a far bank the first time round. Then I gave her the full gun and made ragged circles around the bar with only a few 100 feet of altitude instead of a decent 1,000 or so. She hadn't her usual pep, that was plain, and I grabbed the oil can and made a few adjustments, analyzing the distinct components of her deep roar. My eyes on Sarazan ahead of me, I screamed at him to fix his safety belt, but he was hugging the gunwale and peering over so fixedly that I snatched a glance too. There below us at the edge of the Jaguar trail stood the priest of Apuch, dazzling in the sun against the dark greenery. He was looking up at us with arms outstretched. I grinned down at the tiny helpless creature leveled off, and then flew level. Fairly level, you might say, for at once she began missing, and my grin was wiped off. She bucked along, losing headway, and it was then that Sarazan sprang to his feet and threw out his arms in a wild gesture back toward the figure far down behind us. I swear it was a full minute before the motor ceased its thunder that he toppled out, and I'll swear that before he fell he was dead, for a ghastly blue tint seemed suddenly to suffuse his face, and then he slumped. We were over the jungle as it happened, and he vanished into the green like a diver into the sea. Then, as I gaped down, the motor went dead. Frantically though I worked before she lost headway, there was nothing for it but to get back to the bar if I was lucky enough not to lose control entirely. So I dived like a vulture on its prey, till the wires howled in a mad crescendo. Then I checked sharply, took one dizzy bank round toward the bar, and swooped along with only a foot or two of altitude to try for a landing. Just clearing the big trees again, I made it, a little bumpy, and lurched down along the bar to a full stop right before the priest of Apuch. His arms were lowered now, and somehow I was glad of it. I had the oddest fear that he would point that owl-headed baton at me. Idiotically, I felt it had something to do with the blue blight that had stricken Sarazan, but as the high priest stepped softly into the riffles of the ford and approached the plane, I remembered my automatic and grasped it stealthily. Then I remembered too that I had already shot this creature and that it hadn't seemed to take. I waited. He came up to the plane and stood below me and simply held out his hands together, palms up. It was the attitude of the squat figures that held up Chuck Moll's table, a posture to sustain a heavy weight. I looked for a long moment at his gold mustachios, and then I bent down, got the gold bar at my feet, heaved it over the side, and gently lowered it into his hands. Then suddenly I felt beaten and lost and lonely, and I thought of Cleaver and Sarazan, who had bought that gold from me with their lives, but whose lives that gold could not buy back. My head fell for a second. When I looked up, the priest of Apuch had gone back into the jungle. Then, incredibly, came the deep-throated, normal roar of my motor, and the old crate was sizzling down the bar. Faster and faster she sped, till I had a bare second to lift her off the sands. She leaped into the air like a kid's kite in a sudden squall, and I thundered away toward Belize, for that might as well be my next port of call. End of section 1. Had been spending a few days local leave on Tingling Estate, for Walkley, the manager, and he were great friends. The night before his departure, the two men had sat together in the latter's mosquito room, fitted up like a den, and with pipes well lit had roamed in desultory manner over many fields of conversation. For the last 10 minutes or so there had been silence between them, the silence of friends in complete accord. Dennis broke it. "Throw me a match, Wally," he said. Walkley moved as though to comply, then stopped as his boy entered, carrying a tray containing whiskey and soda which he placed on a table near his master. He was about to depart when Walkley spoke. "Latoine is leaving tomorrow before breakfast, Amot. Tell Cookie to make some sandwiches, and see the thermos flask is filled with hot tea. Tuan?" "And hand these to the Tuan." Walkley pointed to the matches. Amat obeyed and went out. Walkley rose from his long chair, mixed the drinks, and held out a glass to Dennis. "To our next meeting," he said, and raised his glass. Dennis followed suit. Then, yawning, Dennis rose and, stretching his arms well above his head, looked sleepily in the direction of his bedroom. Walkley nodded assent and held open the mosquito door. A few minutes later the house was in darkness, save for the lights that shone through the open windows of the two bedrooms. The rooms were on either side of a large dining room, which in turn opened out from the main veranda, off on one side of which was built the mosquito room. At the far end of the dining room were two folding doors that led to a passage and pantry, and thence down some steps to the kitchen and boys' quarters at the rear of the house. As Dennis undressed, he sleepily hummed the latest foxtrot record received from England. Then, dimming the light, he got into bed. From where he lay he could hear Walkley moving about his room, and could see the reflection his light cast on the exposed atop, dried sago leaves roof of the house. As he idly watched, speculating dreamily on Wally's success as a manager, Walkley's lamp in turn was lowered. Followed the creaking noise of a body turning on a spring mattress, then silence. Dennis rolled from his left to right side preparatory to sleep. "Nighty-night, old thing," he grunted. "No, Arch," came back the sleepy reply. Then all was quiet save for the gentle rustling of the rubber trees and the occasional hoot of an owl. Presently Dennis awoke to full alertness. He was not strung up. No sound, nor fear, nor nightmare had aroused him. He was simply and quietly awake. Turning on his side, he looked at his watch. The hands pointed to 2 a.m. He closed his eyes, but sleep would not be wooed. For a long time Dennis lay in the nearly darkened room, watching the waving branch of a rubber tree outside the window that moved gently to the sighing of the breeze. Suddenly he heard the sound of feet ascending the steps that led from garden to veranda doors. But half awake he listened. Slowly the footsteps mounted the stairs. Then came the lifting of the latch that fastened the low wooden gates and the creaking of moving hinges. The footsteps entered, continued the full length of the veranda, to pass into the dining room beyond. Here for a moment they halted. Then they moved again, shuffling uncertainly, forward, backward, sideways, as those of a person trying to locate something in the dark. Again they moved with steady tread and reached the intervening doors that shut off the passage. Dennis listened and waited. What the devil was old Wally doing, he sleepily wondered. A sudden rush of cool air struck on him over the top of the bedroom wall, billowing out his mosquito net. Creak, creak, creak. The doors were opening. The footsteps went along the passage and came to a standstill at the end. "Why?" The call was clear and decisive, but Dennis failed to quite recognize the voice, though he realized it was a European's. There came no answer. "Boy!" This time the call was sharper, and impatience was in its tone. Still no reply. In the silence, Dennis, wondering greatly, waited, for he was still uncertain whether the voice was Walkley's or another's. The footsteps sounded again as they descended the stairs that led to the servants' quarters. On the bottom step they halted. "Boy!" The call was long, loud, and angry. yet still no answer came. Up the stairs the footsteps returned. They strode along the passage, paused as the doors were closed and the latch clicked, then swiftly moved through the dining room out onto the wide veranda. Here for a moment they rested. Sounded the fumbling for a latch, the squeak of a faulty hinge, and from the sharp banging of a door, Dennis knew the footsteps had entered the mosquito room. He sprang out of bed and, sitting on its edge, hurriedly pushed his feet into slippers. Then, as he was about to move, the lamp in the room went out. "Damn," he muttered and fumbled for his matches, but before he found them, he was listening to the opening and shutting of drawers. He struck a match, and by its light crossed to the lamp, the wick of which, however, refused to burn, though he wasted many matches upon it. In the gathering darkness, for the moon was setting, he moved toward the door, but with his hand upon the knob stood still, for the footsteps were shuffling again, and the sharp banging to of the mosquito door made him jump. Through the veranda the footsteps went, gaining sureness with every stride. The gates creaked and the latch fell to. Down the stairs the footsteps clumped, the sound growing fainter till it became lost in the night. 3 deep-toned notes from the office gong boomed on the air. Dennis shivered, kicked off his slippers and returned to bed. The air was cold, so he drew his blanket well around him. Old Wally's walking in his sleep, or else indulging in a midnight prowl, he muttered. Half a minute later he was sound asleep. As Dennis's eyes opened to the beauties of a tropic dawn, the clink of silver spoons against china reached his ears, and the scent of a cigarette crept into the room. He plunged his head into a basin of cold water, brushed his hair, and still in his sarong and kabaya, sleeping garments, went out onto the veranda, where Walkley paused in the act of conveying a cup to his mouth. "More donuts," he grumbled and continued drinking his tea. He was never very talkative the first thing in the morning. Dennis answered and busied himself with the teapot. Then, under cover of meticulously choosing a piece of toast, he studied Walkley, who showed no signs of having spent a sleepless night. Suddenly Walkley looked up and caught Dennis's eye upon him. "Well?" he asked. "What is it?" "Nothing," Dennis curtly replied. "Then why look at me like that?" "Sorry, old thing," Dennis stammered. "I was only wondering. Gauss, what the devil were you up to last night, walking all over the house and shouting for your boy?" "Then you've heard it too." Walkley asked the question with relief. "It? What's it?" Dennis retorted. "Didn't I hear you coming up the veranda steps, open the gates, and walk to the back? You called 'boy' 3 times but got no answer. Then you walked back through the house and down the steps. What was wrong, Wally?" Walkley looked Dennis full in the eyes as he slowly answered. "Nothing. Nothing was wrong, and I never moved from my room till this morning." "But then who the—" "I never moved," Walkley repeated. "What you heard was Glister." "Glister? What on earth do you mean? Who's Glister?" "You know, the chap who was manager here before Bellamy. He shot himself, died in your room, on your bed. He's buried in the garden at the foot of the hill below your window. Great pity, but drinking the native woman. Nice chap, too." Walkley ceased as the light of recollection shone on Dennis's face. "Yes, I remember." He spoke almost to himself. "I met him once at the Jesselton race meeting. A tall, good-looking fellow." Walkley nodded and Dennis continued. "He was awfully keen on a beautiful native woman, a Dunson named J.B. Yes, she was lured away from Glister by another man. It was a dirty thing to do." "A swine. I only hope—" "Oh, you needn't worry," Walkley interrupted. "He rules the day all right, I'll bet, but she's got him body and soul, doped to the eyes, and her temper is that of a fiend incarnate. She is priestess, too, of the goosey, and he daren't call his soul his own. So poor old Glister's loss was really his gain, if only he had known." Dennis's words were gently spoken. "Yes, but he felt her absence, and in the loneliness that followed the drink got him again." For nearly a minute there was silence between the two. It was as if their memories had recalled Glister's spirit to his old home, almost as if he were sitting at the table with them, while the tinkling of J.B.'s anklets sounded from an adjoining room. Dennis broke the silence. "And you mean that was he last night?" he asked. "Yes." The words seemed drawn reluctantly from Walkley's lips. But, good Lord, man, you don't mean... You can't. It's preposterous. I know. Walkley spoke slowly. That sounds absurd, doesn't it? But old Bellamy went through it, saw him, and spoke to him, and once even shot at him. Bellamy shot him. Yes, there isn't much mysticism about him. He's as much imagination as a turnip. But all the buts in the world won't alter matters. Bellamy's seen him, I've seen him, and you've heard him. He's there, and it happens, and it's always the same. Only... What? The word was wrung from Dennis. He's never entered the mosquito room before. You think... I don't know. How can I? I'm only wondering why he went there, what he was searching for. Drink, perhaps. Walkley shook his head. No, he said. The room wasn't built in his days. No, there's something worrying him, something that's caused this variation of his usual walk. His eyes met Dennis's, and he gave a short, half-ashamed laugh. Then, get on with your tea. When you've finished, we'll go and look at his grave. I always inspect it twice a month, and put a coolie on cleaning it up and looking after the flowers. We'll have a look today. As Dennis dressed with unusual slowness, his mind was full of the tragedy so strangely recalled. Poor old Callista, he muttered. What an end! An impatient call roused Dennis from his reverie, and he hastened to the veranda to find Walkley already on the garden steps conversing with Gaga, the head mandor, overseer, of many years' standing. The three at once set off, down well-laid cement steps along a broad path that wound among a profusion of brightly colored flowers they went. Overhead a flaming sun rode in an azure sky, and a faint breeze fanned their faces with its cooling breath, perfumed with the scent of dew and the fragrant elusive blossoms of the rubber trees. At the foot of the hill they turned and went in single file along a narrow path that followed the winding contour of the hill. The three walked in silence, for speech was difficult along that narrow track. Suddenly the path, dipping down, turned sharply, and Walkley, who was leading, became for an instant lost to view. Dennis, humming a Dusun love song, followed closely behind, but as he reached the turn, the tune died abruptly on his lips and he stood stone still. Good Lord, what can it mean? The words were gasped by Walkley, who stood transfixed, staring with horror-struck eyes straight before him. Instinctively, Walkley turned to Dennis, who, like himself, stood with gaze fixed and staring eyes. What can it mean? He gasped a second time, for they had reached the grave, and it was open. Heaped under the railings surrounding it, which were intact, were piles of fresh-dug earth, and all around lay the scattered flowers, withered and trampled into twisted shapes. The eyes of Dennis and Walkley met, and each there lurked a question, but neither dared to ask. Each heard again the shuffling footsteps of the previous night, and the opening and shutting of the drawers in the mosquito rim. A shadow fell across them as they stood. There came a startled cry, the quick pattering of bare feet, and Gaga flung himself upon his knees, burying his hands in the earth. Gaga! The word was a sharp command of outraged wrath, but the man did not heed, and his hands continued fumbling, fingering, searching. Walkley stooped down to seize the kneeling mandor by the shoulder, then straightened up as the latter rose and, turning, showed a face pallid under the yellow of his skin, from which stark horror shone. "The Pandang, Buckle, Tuan," he gasped. "The Pandang, it has gone?" Walkley looked at him in stupefaction. "Gaga," he began, but got no further, for the man, heedless of Walkley's upraised hand, broke in. "The Pandang, Tuan, the silver Pandang, the Jebi used to wear as token of her priesthood of the Gusi, has gone. The silver Pandang is no more." He ceased, and for a moment there was silence among the three. On Walkley's face there showed a blank amazement, but Dennis's brows had gathered in a frown, and his lips had closed in a deep straight line. He was the first to speak. "Wally," he said, "may I ask Gaga questions?" Walkley nodded his assent, and Dennis turned to Gaga. "Gaga, tell me, what makes you say the silver Pandang is no more?" "Because," Gaga stammered in his emotion, "because when Tuan Glista was buried, The Pandane was buried too, and now his gaze sought for the coffin for a moment, and he fingered a charm of monkey's teeth that hung around his neck. "Tell me, Gaga," Dennis's voice was very gentle, "all you know. Begin at the beginning." Gaga looked relieved, for a native resents questioning and loves to tell a story his own way. "The Tuans know," he began, "that Tuan Glister had a Nyai, a native housekeeper named Jebi. She came to him when she was very young, but vowed by the oaths of her parents to the priesthood of the Gusi, the sacred jars we Dusans worship, which only our womenkind may tend. But she was young and beautiful and full of life. Her beauty was unmatched in all this land of Sabah, Borneo. Her form was lithe, her footsteps light, her waist was small, yet she was vowed in wifehood to a jar, the sacred Gusi. Her lips and eyes, though warring with her blood, were innocent of love, till Tuan Glister visited the village in the search of coolies for the estate. Then Gaga paused, seeming for a moment at a loss to find his words. Then the Tuan was tall and handsome, and possessed golden hair. He had a laughing, winning way, and eyes that darted here and there, and made the warm blood race within your veins when once his glance had rested on you. His eyes discovered Jebi, and Gaga looked nervously from Dennis and Walkley as he shuffled his feet, frightened of saying too much concerning a white man before others of his race. Dennis read the meaning of his glance. "Yes, Gaga, you may speak," he said, "for the Tuan Besar, manager, and I are friends, and we would give Tuan Glister's wandering spirit peace. Say all that is in your heart. We understand." "Tuan," Gaga's tone conveyed a depth of grateful meaning. "That night there was dancing and feasting in the village, and pitcher after pitcher of tapai, fermented liquor, was consumed. The Tuan drank too, but none could stand against him, and one by one they sank into a heavy sleep. Only the Tuan remained. He left the hetman's house, and going through the village, reached Jebi's home. It was the darkest hour before dawn when the chill wind blows, yet she was seated on the topmost step. The light of the dying moon seemed focused on the silver buckle that she wore hung from a rotund girdle round her waist. The eyes met. No word was said. The Tuan stretched out his arms, and Jebi went to him, and the Tuan's arms enfolded her. Gaga ceased. The silence lengthened till the office gong, booming 8 deep notes, shattered the spell. "How do you know all this, Gaga?" Walkley asked at length. "You never mentioned it before." A look of surprise flitted over the Mandor's face. Then he quietly replied, The Tuan never asked me my story before, nor is it customary for the white man to discuss others of his race with natives. How do I know? Why, Tuan Besar, was I not present on that night? And is it not Jebi, my sister, though of a different mother? The Tuan had saved my life, and Jebi was young. The warm blood danced in her veins, and her heart cried out for a mate, and so the river, Tuan, flowed far from the village. The Tuan's boat was there. All in the village slept. The Tuan led her to the boat, while I stole up the steps, entered the house, and made a bundle of her clothes. Then to the waiting boat I followed. The Tuan had covered Jebi with his coat, and she was sleeping, but the silver buckle hung round his neck, and from that day it never left him. We 3 were alone in the boat. The Tuan and I picked up the paddles, and as their blades in silence touched the water, the moon slipped beneath the earth, and the Barong Hantu, owl, hooted thrice, an evil omen, which the Tuan heeded not, and Jebi did not hear. Till the sun was high we paddled, and by noon were far beyond pursuit, for the river flowed very swiftly, and one does not wake early from such a sleep as those in the village were sleeping. Gaga paused, then he added, "The rest of the story the Tuans know. For a little while the Tuan and Jebi were happy, but the omen of the Barong Hantu and the dying moon would not be denied, and the shadow of the Gusi lay between them. So though the Tuan loved her, he drank too deeply, and she found favor in another sight and went away. But the Tuans know the rest. I buried him. There was no white man on the estate, and as he died, he made me promise to bury the buckle with him, hanging round his neck. It was the only thing of Jabi's that he kept. And now, Dennis put the question sharply, and his eyes held Gaga's gaze. I am afraid, Tuan, so afraid. Of what? I do not know, and the silver pundang has been stolen, though its hiding place was unknown. To none has it value, save to my people, and for years now they have let it rest. But to one they never forget, and the goosey is most sacred. In the great blue jar that Jabi used to tend, and should have wedded, Mabago, the bat spirit, dwells. Of late evil has befallen my people. The buffaloes spring forth no young, and the crops refuse to ripen. So, Tuan, I am afraid. Gaga ceased, and once again the silence fell upon the three. Suddenly it was broken by the hurrying footsteps and labored breathing of a man who ran, and round the bend appeared an opus. All three looked up at his approach and saw stark fear upon his face. Tuan, Tuan, he gasped. Tuan Glister cannot be found. His house is empty, and his bedroom disarranged, and on the floor is a pool of blood. His eyes caught sight of the open grave. The words faltered on his tongue, then ceased, and he stood silent, trembling like a leaf. At the mention of that name, Dennis started, but before he could speak, Walkley answered the question hovering on his lips. Your Glister is my new assistant, Dennis. He spoke in a queer, strained voice. We came only last month, but you haven't met him yet. But he's a younger brother of... Walkley looked toward the grave. It's horrible, he muttered. In a flash the meaning of the rifled grave and Glister's disappearance grew plain, and the frown on Dennis's face grew deeper and his lips grew more compressed. Heedless of Walkley's questionings of the gibbering opus, he turned to Gaga. Gaga, he said, I see the hand of Maboga stretching out, seeking revenge for the insult of years ago. His arm is long. It stretches from the Tuan's grave to a village in the hills. Is it not so? Tuan, Gaga answered. It stretches, Dennis continued, from the village to the new Tuan's house as well. For what the white man took must be repaid with interest. What think you, Gaga? That the Tuan is wise, and reads the Dusun as a book. Gurus, Walkley had dismissed the opus, and putting out his hand grasped Dennis's arm. Gurus, he cried, what do you mean? Glister's disappeared. There's blood upon his floor, and we stand here while heaven knows what devil work is being done. What do you mean, with interest? Listen, Wally. Dennis weighed his words and spoke with slow conviction. I'm in the dark almost as much as you. But I know the Dusuns and the fetish of their goosey worship. When Glister took Jabi from her people, she broke their vows and outraged the sacred jars. But while the years were plentiful and their calves were strong, they did not worry. When, as now, the inevitable lean year comes, they seek a reason for their troubles. You mean? Asked Walkley, still perplexed. That reason is Maboga. They think he will not be appeased unless... Dennis did not finish, but his glance wandered to the open grave and back to Walkley's strained white face, on which the dawning light of comprehension showed. Good heavens, he muttered. You really think... Dennis nodded, then turned to Gaga. Gaga, he said, tell me exactly what happens at the feast. The silver buckles of the priestesses, Tuan, are hung upon the goosey's lips. Then, when the dying moon is halfway set, the mateless wives say prayers and wash the sacred jars and call upon the spirits to come forth and give their judgment on the village for the year. This year, I think Maboga's jar will once again be decked, but who will cleanse the sacred lips I cannot think, for while Jabi lives, the pundang may be worn by no one else. Tuan Glister dead and paid the price. And Maboga... Dennis's voice was low, almost a whisper. For a moment Gaga hesitated, then he replied, "The Tuan himself has said, what the white man took must be repaid with interest." He paused, then he added, "A white man's head has never yet hung in a Dusun house, but 3 days hence Maboga will decide." The eyes of Dennis and Walkley met. Both seemed to hear again the shufflings in the night, the opening and the shutting of the drawers. Both understood the object of that search. "I'll borrow Glista's revolver, Wally, but we'll go alone with only Gaga as our guide and attend this feast," said Dennis. For hours the booming of gongs had been borne upon the breeze, yet though the three had been steadily ascending, the deep-toned notes still sounded far away. On the crest of a hill, Dennis and his companions halted for a brief rest, then onward and upward the trio climbed, while the track grew narrower and stonier, and the jungle pressed closer on every side, and long trailing thorn-edged creepers hanging from the trees whipped their faces and tore their clothes. The leading beast stopped, and Gaga raised his hand. Without a word the two white men drew level, for the path had widened out and they stood upon the border of a glade, dissecting by a muddy stream whose banks were scored with a myriad hoof-marks. Gaga slipped from his animal and softly spoke. "We are nearly there, Tuan. This is their grazing ground, but all the animals are at the village, for all have ridden to the feast." Dennis nodded and proceeded like the others to tether his beast. Then on foot the three moved forward, but with a quicker pace, for the gongs were loudly booming with a beat that would not be denied. Even as they crossed the muddy stream, the swaying rhythmic time, rising and falling with the cadence of a dance, gave place to an insistent note that rose and rose, till only one intense vibration, one single throbbing note, beat on the heavy air with a malignant strength, sapping all kindly thoughts and fanning to flame the primal lusts of hate and vengeance. A little farther and the path rose with a sudden precipitousness that forced them to mount the well-worn stones as though they climbed a stair. They reached the top, to stand upon a tiny plain on which the shadows of the encircling trees were slowly lengthening. Even as they rested to regain their breath, that one insistent note ceased, and for an instant silence reigned. Then from the glade's farther end arose a cry, faint at first, then slowly louder, harsher, stronger, swelling to a mighty paean, to a tumultuous cry. "Maboga, Maboga, Aki, Father, Maboga." And stillness once again, save for the hurried padding of running feet as the three raced across the shadow-flecked glade. Panting, they reached a wall of jungle, pierced by a sunken path that twined its short length through the heart of a moss-clad hill, whose riven sides were lit with weird, fantastic lights, thrown from countless torches that burned upon a plateau at its end. In the shadow of a belt of trees they paused to take stock of their surroundings. The plateau formed a horseshoe, and at its apex stood a native house built 8 feet off the ground, whose length stretched 300 feet. At either end, leading to the only doors, were rough-hewn steps carved from solid logs of timber, and from these steps arose 2 poles, 6 feet in height, between which was stretched a length of knotted rattan. From this, like a gruesome necklace, hung 2 rows of ghastly human heads, blackened and dried from the smoke of years, save at each end. And there hung 2 heads with staring sightless eyes and bared lips exposing white teeth. From them the red blood dripped. Upon the ground, placed in a semicircle, stood the jars, the sacred Gusi, ranged in accordance with their height and rank. From either end they tapered up toward the central spot, where side by side rose 2 of flaming blue that reached the height of a man's shoulder. The rim, or lip, of each was of a different hue, one black, one white, while the neck of those whose lip was black grew 4 large ears, and in the lobes of each was placed a human skull. Behind each jar, save one, a woman stood, her thick black hair piled high upon her head, framing her lime-washed face from which her dark eyes shone, her figure swathed from chin to toe in shrouded black, girt at the waist with a girdle of mice and monkeys' teeth. A silver pandang hung under the lip of every jar but one, and resting on its swelling shoulders shimmered and winked in the torch's fantastic light. Facing the jars, the Dusuns sat in the rows, immobile and intent. There shone upon the face of everyone a strained expectancy, showing in the taut muscles of the back and the restless twining fingers of the hands. Thus they waited, in that strange, uncanny silence, for the answer to their cry, Maboga, Maboga, Aki, Maboga. Almost forgetful of the purpose of their errand, Dennis and Walkley watched, fascinated by the scene before them, lit by the waning moon and the lurid flickering torches. Something of its primeval instincts and the tension of the squatting natives crept into their veins and held them spellbound as they gazed upon the colored jars with their glittering, shining buckles, each with its dumb attendant, white-faced woman, backed by the long, unbroken shadow of the palm-roofed house. While the moon sank slowly in the west until its lower rim began to kiss the topmost ridge of the roof, the silence lengthened till it seemed as if nature slept and those rows of squatting natives were graven images devoid of breath. But all at once there came a creaking sound and the tension snapped. A long rippling murmur, half sigh, half gasp, filled the air, and Gaga's hand gripped Demis's arm. "Look, Tuan, look," he whispered, and pointed to a hut which stood alone and almost hidden in the shade of a mighty billion tree. The two men obeyed, following the line of Gaga's pointing finger. The hut door opened slowly as the noise increased, but though no light burned within, a shadowy form was faintly visible moving toward the glade. Slowly, silently, though still half hidden by the shade, the form drew near. Then, as all eyes were turned upon it, a glinting speck of light winked in the gloom, and as the figure moved, the winking light moved too. Slowly, steadily, from the shade into the flickering fringe of torches. From the fringe into the full, lurid glare moved the figure and the light. A quick intake of many breaths, a long, loud gasp of terrified surprise, then silence, and a woman with a silver buckle hanging from a girdle round her waist stood before the great blue sacred jar, from under whose deep black lip no silver buckle hung. Over the silence that, like a living spirit, lay upon the glade, Gaga's excited whisper just reached Dennis's and Walkley's ears. "Tuan, it is Jebi, and she wears the silver pendant that I buried in Tuan Glister's grave. Tuan, Tuan, I am afraid." Even as he spoke, the woman raised her rounded arms on which no gleaming bangles shone, and with a single gesture unloosed the coils of her high-wound hair. The long, thick tresses fell around her like a black cloak. Again she raised her arms, this time in supplication, and her low, clear voice went chanting through the glade. "Aki, Maboga of the sacred Gusi, spirit of evil who dwelleth in the great blue jar, hear now thy erring daughter, thy forsworn priestess, and forgive. Here is my shame. I stand before thee and the assembled people, bearing the silver pandang, symbol of thy might and power, which in my youth and wilful love I disgraced. Thou who for long has been neglected, till thy just wrath burst into flame, so that the crops no longer ripen, and the herds cease to bring forth young, lift, I beseech thee, Aki Maboga, the shadow of thy anger from off my race. Through me, and for my sin, my people have been punished. Through me, O Aki, pronounce the penance thou dost claim." She ceased, and as a wailing cry rose from the assembled natives, slipped slowly to her knees, and flinging her arms round the great jar's neck, rested her lips upon its blackened rim. Walkley stirred, but Dennis's warning hand bade him keep still. Gaga, speechless and with bulging eyes, stared at the kneeling figure. A wind was stirring in the trees, the moon had sunk completely out of sight, and here and there a flickering torch gutted and burnt out. Thus in the creeping darkness they waited, while the moments grew to minutes burdened with suspense, waited for Maboga's answer that his deep black lips would whisper in Jebi's listening ear. At length, with infinite grace, she rose and stood clothed in her long black hair behind the great blue jar. For on its swelling shoulders, glinting against its deep black lip, the silver pandang lay. The wind was sighing in the trees. The rustling leaves made soft accompaniment to her voice, which trembled with emotion. "My lips have kissed the sacred Gusi, my tears have washed its deep black lip. The silver pandang has returned to deck the shrine of the Great Spirit, who has spoken, for my ears have caught his whispering breath." A murmur rose, then faded, and she continued. Rejoice, O people, for I see the crops on all the hillsides ripening, and herds with their young. But for his clemency, Maboga asks a price." She paused, then stretching out her arms cried in a ringing voice, "What will you give my people to allay your desperate plight?" Quick as the summer lightning, swift as an adder's tongue, came the answer from those rows of waiting natives. "What the white man took, let him repay with interest. The hair of the white man's brother we will give as a make-peace to Maboga, and as thy wedding gift." She raised her hand, and there was silence. "Thy words are good, thy offering acceptable unto." Her words were drowned in a great shout of fear as a lighted torch fell from its bamboo socket onto the palm-roofed house. Like running water fanned by the rising breeze, the flames spread rapidly, till in the twinkling of an eye the wooden house was nothing but 300 feet of sheeted flame. Then pandemonium reigned, and terror stalked the glade. But to the watching three the fire was providential, for the burning house lit up the hut, till now hidden in the gloom, and at its single window they beheld young Lister's blood-stained face. Under the shadow of the trees, skirting the edge of the tiny plain, they raced. A few more yards and they would reach the door. Another second. Out of the shadows by the hut, a naked figure sprang, her long black hair streaming in the breeze, a glittering sharp-edged sword in her hand. With an oath, Walkley forged ahead, but missing his footing on a twisted root, stumbled and fell. Then suddenly, instinctive tightening of his fingers, a flare and a sharp report, a cry of pain, a sagging, drooping form, and Jabi lay a crumpled figure across the threshold of the hut. A year of plenty had elapsed since the feast of the goosey, and Dennis was going on leave. Lolling over the taffrail of the steamer which would take him to Singapore, he talked to Walkley, who had come to see him off. For a few minutes the two smoked in friendly silence. Then Walkley spoke. "By the way, old thing," he said, "I mustn't forget to give you Garal's greetings, and young Glisser's best salams." Dennis grunted thanks. Then his hand fell on Walkley's arm. "And you, Wally?" he asked. "Fit as a fiddle," came the irrelevant reply, "for the flowers are growing again on Blister's grave, and he no longer haunts the house." End of section 2. Play important parts in Jungle Death. The very atmosphere seemed supercharged with mystery, danger, death. Even the clear blue sky above seemed to shrink away from the tropical gem plantation as from a thing accursed. Out of the muddy waters of the Ula, apparently as lifeless as a water-soaked log, a sleepy-eyed crocodile waited as if he, too, sensed impending calamity for the creatures on shore, and intended being at hand to assert his rights should the threatened catastrophe bring food for his kind. All this impressed Bart Condon, standing in the protecting shade of the softly rustling banana jungle, eyes focused on the busy scene across the river, brain busy with disquieting events of the past few weeks. Bart Condon was troubled. Here was something he knew not how to fight, because it was something he could not see. Until recently he had thought himself fairly familiar with Honduras and the trials of a plantation manager there, but this was something new, something which hid in the shadows and struck when one was not looking. First there had been the matter of the cistern water in the laborers' quarters. Someone had poisoned it, not in a manner to cause death, but illness. Condon had been mystified by the epidemic which descended upon the place until the plantation physician made an examination of the water. Then he was the more at sea. Who could have done this, and why? Close upon this trouble came whispers, rumors, that the place was bewitched. More than a dozen of the more superstitious blacks and half-blacks slipped away, and their places had been hard to fill. Then had come the fires, starting no one knew when or how. Once a Manica shack in which a sick man lived burned, and he was brought out half-stifled, scorched, and raving about the devils that infested the place. Other things occurred, and there was more whispering, more dissatisfaction, and then had come death. A partially devoured body had been found lodged aside a mud bar in the river, the work of crocodiles. Condon had thought until examination disclosed the fact that there was a bullet in the man's brain, and then he knew that the crocodiles had profited from the work of a murderer. And now all the plantation laborers threatened to leave. Somehow Condon felt that he could not blame them, though he knew that their desertion meant his ruin. The activity along the riverbank increased. The crocodiles moved slowly downstream, simultaneously with the arrival of a noisy fruit train on Condon's side of the river. Another chugged into view on the opposite shore. As soon as the trains came to a stop, natives commenced transferring bananas from the cars to the fruit racks at the water's edge. Here they would later be picked up by the river boat of the big fruit company, which purchased the output of many Ula River plantations, afterwards shipping the bananas to the States on its own steamers. Condon saw George Armstrong standing to the right of the train across the river, and for some unknown reason, he disliked the man more than ever. There was no real reason why he should dislike and distrust Armstrong, and yet he did distrust him, and never, from the first moment his eyes rested upon the man, had he trusted him. For 2 years now, Condon had known the manager of the Royal Palm Plantation Company, and for that length of time, some instinct had whispered that the other would be a dangerous foe. True, Armstrong had always evinced the greatest friendliness, frequently coming across the river which separated the plantations to visit Condon, and occasionally, when common courtesy demanded, Condon had returned the visits. Bart Condon had been in Honduras 1 year longer than Armstrong, and this year's experience as a manager of a plantation of which he was majority stockholder had taught him many things of value which he had passed on to the newcomer. But Armstrong's company was stronger financially than Condon's and was desirous of expanding. So for 3 months now, Armstrong had been trying to buy the tropical gem, and for nearly that length of time the tropical gem had been having trouble. But it was only this morning that Condon had first commenced wondering what the connection, if any, there might be between Armstrong's desire for the tropical gem and the trouble which had come to that plantation. Of course, such thoughts were silly, unworthy. He should be ashamed of himself. And yet, standing where he was in the shelter of the tall banana plants, which in a distance resembled a forest of green trees, Condon knew Armstrong had not seen him, and for some reason which he himself did not understand, he did not want the other man to see him this morning. Bart Condon turned and slowly made his way from the river to a trail about 200 yards away. There he paused to watch some men cutting fruit which would be carried by mule cart to the river, the railroad being employed only for the longer hauls. Finally he turned to his pony, fastened to a young avocado tree, mounted, and rode away. 20 minutes later he was at plantation headquarters. An hour after reaching headquarters, Condon was sitting in his office desk, a slender young native opposite him. This man, Juan Hernandez, one of Condon's foremen, possessed intelligence above the average. He was one of the very few natives of that section of Honduras who boasted pure Spanish blood, but at the same time he understood thoroughly the mixed breeds in those veins. There flowed the blood of African, Indian, Chinese, and others, to say nothing of the full-blood Negroes from Jamaica, Barbados, and elsewhere. Once facing Hernandez, Condon lost no time in getting to the subject. "The men, they are very upset," Hernandez nodded. They are, Mr. Condon. He replied in perfect English, thanks to a state's education. They are whispering that there is a curse upon the plantation, that you are the cause of it, that the spirits are displeased with you, and I don't know what else they... Hernandez hesitated. Then, why, they are even beginning to blame you for the death of that man found in the river, although they don't know, as we do, that someone shot him. Condon frowned. Somehow I suspected as much. But you are sure your information, what you tell me, is correct? Hernandez nodded. I am positive of it. Further than I feel that I have discovered what is behind it all. You know who told me a week ago to look into it? Yes? It is voodooism. A witch doctor who lives in the jungle is behind the trouble here, and a white man is behind the witch doctor. Condon started. You mean? For a moment Hernandez said nothing, staring at the desk before him. Then, Armstrong. Condon's hands twitched nervously. How do you know or suspect this, Hernandez? I am positive, Mr. Condon. I have a man working under me whom I trust implicitly. He is an Indian, one of those commonly known as a Mosquito Indian. They live down on the Mosquito Coast, you know. Yes, go on. What about him? Well, he is a very intelligent fellow, not a drop of black blood in his veins. Of course, many of the Indians in this country have their own superstitious beliefs, but not so this man. For years he has worked around foreigners. Those ideas, if he had ever had them, have been supplanted by those of civilization. This man told me that the witch doctor, an old dried-up black fellow, no telling how old he is, has been coming to the plantation. He was here the night before the water was poisoned. He has been here since, and lately the laborers have been going to see him, holding ceremonies and that sort of thing. And tonight, Hernandez lowered his voice, they go again. They are to be there at 10 o'clock. The witch doctor is going to tell them that their lives are not safe on this plantation as long as you have anything to do with it. Tomorrow they will leave, and no other laborers will come here. Then Armstrong thinks he can buy you out. You see, with Armstrong in charge, the curse will be removed. Condon secured a box of cigars from his desk, handed it to Hernandez, donned a box of matches, lighted a cigar himself. Pretty clever scheme. But, oh hang it, Hernandez, do you suppose this can be correct? Hernandez regarded his cigar thoughtfully. I know it is. Well, just a moment please, Mr. Condon. There is one chance for us and only one, that is to discredit the witch doctor. Once the superstitious mixed breeds and blacks find out that he is not infallible, and that there is something more powerful than he, they will lose confidence in him. They will believe nothing he has told them. But until you have done, the case is hopeless. You see, many of the men working here were raised on superstition, on voodooism. The blacks brought it from Africa, and their descendants in this and other nearby countries cling to it. And as I have said, we have them here from many places. How are we to discredit the witch doctor? Hernandez smiled. Armstrong visits him at 8 o'clock this evening to pay him half the price for running the laborers away from here. He is to pay the other half when they are gone. Of course, he has paid something all along for this various little jobs, but this is the big one, the big money job. What on earth would that old fellow want with money? Hernandez laughed, square-faced grin. He says soaked all the time, but I have a plan. But how, interrupted Condon, did your man learn all of this? By pretending to believe in voodooism and by watching. He has attended the ceremonies with the others, and he has followed Armstrong there when the witch doctor was alone. This is how he learned of the poisoned water. He has heard nothing about the murder of the native, but I am sure there is a connection there somewhere if we can find it." Hernandez made a significant gesture. "You don't know the confidence those people have in that old fellow. He has a pond there in front of his cave, a natural sort of pond, been there for centuries, I suppose, and it is full of crocodiles. Sacrifices to those crocodiles have been hinted at, but of course I couldn't swear to that. I do know, however, that the laborers here are blind enough in their belief of him to do anything he might tell them." Condon's face was wrinkled in thought. "But your plan," Hernandez leaned nearer. "Listen." 7:30 o'clock that evening found Bart Condon, Juan Hernandez, and the Indian of whom Condon had been told, concealed on the side of the little jungle hill above the witch doctor's cave. Almost at his doorway was the pond in which Hernandez had spoken. An occasional swish of the water told of life in it. Just in front of the cave, squatted on the ground beside a faint brush fire, was the witch doctor, an old shriveled, dried-up, gray-haired black. "We can hear from this place," Condon whispered. "Yes," replied Hernandez, "but be quiet, he might hear you." Back in the jungle, monkeys chattered, baboons howled nearby, a macaw set up a shrill shrieking. Once Condon heard the helpless, hopeless cry of some small animal as it met its death in the jungle. Some beast of the tropics slipped past them. Bart Condon gripped his revolver. And then they heard somebody approaching. Down a little trail, the same trail which Condon had traveled part of the way, a man was coming. A few moments later, Armstrong was standing before the witch doctor's fire. With every nerve on edge, Condon watched. Armstrong and the witch doctor, both now seated before the blaze, wasted no time on inconsequential talk. Armstrong was speaking in Spanish. "You understand exactly what you are to tell the people when they come here tonight." "I do." "Very well. Here is half of the money. You will receive as much more provided you get Condon's laborers away tomorrow and keep them and all others away." The witch doctor nodded. "They will be away before tomorrow. When they leave here, they will be afraid to return to the man Condon's plantation. They won't even return for their things." The old man laughed shrilly. "They will believe everything on that plantation accursed when I have finished with them, and they will never desire to see their things again. I intend telling them that they must leave tomorrow. Now I have decided to have them leave tonight. It is better so." Again the witch doctor laughed. "But," and now there was something in his voice Condon had not detected there before, "there is more money to come to me, senor." Armstrong's tone was impatient. "You get that when the laborers have quit the plantation." The old man chuckled. "But I mean other money." "What other money?" "The money for keeping your secret about the man you shot." George Armstrong jumped to his feet. "You're crazy. I shot no man." The witch doctor also was on his feet. "But you did, senor. I saw you. I don't blame you for what you did. The fellow saw you coming from here, and he might have been suspicious. I also would have killed him, but you did the job for me, and now you will pay me for keeping the secret." The witch doctor's words seemed to madden the manager of the Royal Palm Plantation. Straight at the old man's throat he sprang. They fought like wild animals. The witch doctor, for all his frailness, possessed enormous strength. Suddenly Hernandez caught Condon's arm. "Look, down the trail," he whispered. Condon looked. Then he gasped in amazement. The trail was filled, as far as he could see, with men. Suddenly Condon's attention was brought back to the struggle by a scream of terror which burst from Armstrong's lips. And then, locked in embrace, the plantation manager and the witch doctor disappeared in the crocodile pool. There was a sudden rush, horrid grunts, and crushing of bones, and Condon imagined he could see the water redden. Armstrong and the witch doctor were no more. Then from Condon's laborers in the trail came cries of denunciation. "He's no witch doctor. He fought with a white man and was eaten by crocodiles. He who would tell us that he could destroy white men by pointing his finger at them. He told us that the crocodiles could not harm him. Unafraid of that which was now no longer a mystery, some of the bolder ones advanced to the fire. One picked up some gold pieces which the witch doctor had dropped. Another found Armstrong's purse. They turned and rejoined their companions. 5 minutes later, the entire party had passed out of hearing. Hernandez touched Condom on the shoulder. "We can go now, and our troubles are over. The men will remain on the plantation perfectly satisfied." "But I don't understand," said Condon slowly, rising to his feet and rubbing his cramped legs. "Why that they came so early? I thought they were to be here at 10 o'clock. "So Armstrong and the witch doctor thought," laughed Hernandez. "But the message was carried by our friend here, and he asked my advice before delivering it, and he made the hour earlier so that they would find Armstrong here. That alone would have destroyed their confidence in the witch doctor, for he is supposed to have nothing to do with white men." Hernandez smiled. They were told, although this man professed not to believe it, that there was a report to the effect that Armstrong had bought the witch doctor, had paid him to betray them. That is why they understood everything so readily when they saw the end of the fight. "Voodooism," said Condon thoughtfully, "loses its strength when it mixes up with white men." End of section 3. Read by Sam Cantrell, Leo, Indiana, November 20th, 2024. Said Norton in his impulsive way, rising and crossing to the window. The fine rain, which had been swishing intermittently against the panes with each gust of wind, had ceased for some time, and as Norton lifted the blind and peered forth, he got the first glimpse of the wan moon struggling through an uneven copper-edged break in the swift-moving clouds. "I was to have gone over there this evening," he said, "but phoned the engagement off on account of the storm. However, it's not too late." It did not take much persuasion to induce Meldrum to consent, for although a year or two Norton Sr. and inclined in consequence to give him paternal advice now and again, he generally indulged his whims. "You can't break a teacher of the lecturing habit," was the way Norton expressed it. He himself was an architect, and both were single men, although Norton was striving hard to build up a connection that would enable him to marry one of the prettiest girls in town, with whom he was then keeping company. Meldrum locked the door of his apartment behind him, and the pair sallied forth into the fresh damp air of a night in early spring. "After all you have told me, I'm rather curious to see your South African friend again," said Meldrum, setting his pace with his friends. "While no doubt an interest in animals is wholesome enough, his particular taste seems to run unpleasantly to apes and monkeys. Some of those experiments of his, of which you spoke, seem rather purposeless, making baboons drunk, for instance." "If you could have seen him when he was telling me about the baboon business, you would have taken a dislike to him too," said Norton, making a gesture of displeasure with his hand. "Although I will admit I had an aversion towards him from the first. I don't quite know why. He had a trick of laying his hot, heavy hand on my shoulder that used to irritate me dreadfully when we were in the inspection department in Washington." "What was he doing there?" asked Meldrum. "He had been inspecting aeroplane spruce in British Columbia," replied Norton, "and he had a desk in our office. I was there for about 3 months after being invalided home, before I was sent to New York." After a few moments' silence, Norton added, "He's more than queer, he's a throwback." "A what?" said Meldrum, puzzled. A throwback. "An atavistic specimen," said Norton firmly. "A mixture of old and new, and a bad one at that." "That's a pretty nasty accusation, Harry," said Meldrum. "You may think so," said Norton obstinately, "but I tell you I'm not simply guessing. Apart from his peculiar build, with his monstrous length of arm and leg, the short body and small head, and his perpetual and unnatural theories and experiments with apes and things, there's still further evidence that I saw with my own eyes when we went to New York together one weekend and visited the zoo. It was not my fancy, I can assure you, Meldrum, that made me imagine the very brutes who entered my companion. I tell you, there is scarcely one of those creatures that did not show excitement of some kind, some of rage, others of fear, but generally of anger. One big chimpanzee went simply wild for a time, so much so that an attendant came along to see what the trouble was. It capered furiously, thundered at the bars of its cage, and then executed a hideous kind of cluttering dance, beating his hands and feet on the floor with extraordinary rapidity. Yet all Needham had done was to make a peculiar kind of clucking noise in his throat and smile his sinister smile. I'll bet the brutes recognized him as one of their kind. Some of them looked as if they expected him to open the cage doors. "What is he doing here in Burlington now?" asked Meldrum. "Something in connection with lumber, I believe," said Norton as they entered North Avenue and turned in the direction of the park. "He has rented a small house out here on the street and lives there alone. He seems to prefer being alone, always." They walked on for some little distance, and then Norton said, "This is the place," and indicated a small two-story residence standing alone in a neat garden some 20 yards from the thoroughfare. It was quite dark, save for one lighted window upstairs. The pair went up the path to the front door, and Norton, after a little fumbling, found and pressed an electric button, without, however, producing any effect as far as could be observed. "The bell doesn't seem to ring," said Norton, pressing again and again. "Perhaps it's out of order." He knocked at the door and listened. Everything was quiet inside. Heavy drops of water splashed down from the roof, intensifying the silence. A trolley car hummed on the street, throwing a brilliant light on the trees and shrubs of the garden, and then leaving them darker than ever. Again Norton knocked loudly, but without result. "That's not his bedroom, I know," he said, nodding up at the lighted room, "for he told me he hated the noise of cars passing under his window. He must have fallen asleep over a book or something. I might throw a stone at the window." "No, I wouldn't do that," said Meldrum, walking back a few paces and staring up. "Perhaps we had better just go away. I can meet him again." "But I would like you to see him now that you've come," said Norton. "Wait a minute." He tried the door and found it unlocked. Entering the hall, he called, "Needham. Hello, Needham." Again they listened, and again nothing happened. As he groped in the darkness, Norton's hand encountered the electric switch, and he turned on the light. A narrow stairway was revealed leading overhead. "Just wait a minute," he said to Meldrum, "and I'll run upstairs. I'm sure he's there." He disappeared swiftly and, after an interval of some moments, came quietly down again. "Come up," he said, beckoning to his friend. "He's sound asleep in his chair. Come and look." 2. Together they crept up. The room door was ajar, and they noiselessly entered what was evidently a sitting room. Needham sat in a large armchair with his back to the window, sleeping quietly. A reading lamp on the table was the sole source of illumination, and since it was fitted with a heavy red shade, the upper portion of the chamber was in comparative darkness. The full light of the lamp, however, fell upon the form of the sleeping man, who had sunk low in his chair and was indeed in an extraordinary attitude. His book had fallen to the floor, and his long arms hung over the sides of the chair, the hands resting palm upwards on the rug. His huge thighs sloped upwards from the depths of the chair to the point made by his knees, and his long shins disappeared below the table. Norton glanced at Meldrum, who was looking at the sleeper curiously. "Oh, Needham," said Norton loudly, "wake up." The slumber was roused at last, but in a startling manner. With a lightning movement, he sat bolt upright and clutched the arms of the chair, his features working convulsively, while a stream of horrible gibberish, delivered in a high piercing tone, burst from his lips. Norton went pale as death, while Meldrum remained rooted to the spot where he stood. Ben, recovering himself, Norton ran forward and, seizing Needham by the arm, shook him violently, exclaiming, "It's all right, Needham. It's only Norton come to see you." The man in the chair regained his composure as quickly as he had lost it, and, as if unaware that anything unusual had happened, got to his feet and said, "Hello, Norton, old chap. Take a seat. I must have fallen asleep and had some beastly dream or something. Sit down." He crossed to the wall near the fireplace and switched on some lights that illuminated the whole room. Then, seeing Meldrum for the first time, he advanced towards him and shook hands. "It's not quite the right thing to steal into a man's house in this way, I know," said Meldrum. "I'm sorry if we startled you. We rang and raised a rumpus down below, but without effect. I was taking a walk with Norton after the storm, and it occurred to him to come up and see you and apologize for his absence this evening, so we came together." "It's quite all right," said Needham, in his peculiar, nasal tones. "I'm glad you came. I sleep pretty heavily in a beastly dream just when you came in. I was back in Africa." He was moving about as he spoke, placing a box of cigars, a bottle of whiskey, some glasses, and a siphon of soda water on the table, and Meldrum observed him carefully. His peculiar build was not so noticeable when he was on his feet, the design of his loose tweed suit seeming to make him appear better proportioned. Times he looked almost handsome, but at other times, with a different perspective, the extraordinary length of his arms and legs was very apparent, while still another view made him appear almost grotesque. The singular shape of his small head with his closely cropped black hair, offending the sense of just proportions. His eyes were brown with muddy whites, and the sinister effect of his high cackling laugh, which was very frequent, accompanied as if it was by a downward movement of his large hooked nose and an upward twist of his little black mustache, was not lost upon the observant teacher. The room itself was dirty and untidy in the extreme. Stale tobacco fumes filled the air, and articles of wearing apparel were scattered around. Some unwashed dishes stood on a small table near the fireplace, and remnants of food lay on the floor. Books, papers, and magazines were flung about in disorder, and Needham's huge muddy boots lay there where he had thrown them below the chair on which Norton sat. "What were you doing back in Africa?" asked Meldrum pleasantly, helping himself to a cigar. "Back amongst those beastly baboons," said Needham with his unpleasant laugh, and at the same time proceeding to fill the glasses. "You know, I once ran into a bunch of them when I was out alone on a hunting trip, and I saw a curious sight. There was a big fight on among them. There would be about 20 of them, I should think. I saw the whole business, and it was some fight, I can tell you. Rocks and chunks of wood were flying in all directions, and they were clubbing one another in great shape. As far as I could judge, they were roughly divided into 2 lots, but it was pretty much of a mix-up. But there was one old gray fellow that took my fancy rather. He seemed to be the chief eggeron. Whenever things looked like calming down a bit, he stirred them up again by means of a number of curious calls. I could not quite make out what part he was playing, or what side he favored, for he seemed to keep pretty well outside of the fight, only concerned himself with those that went down. He finished them up in the most methodical manner as they lay, and if 2 were attacking one, he would throw himself in on the side of the 2 to help finish the odd fellow, and then he seemed to set the remaining 2 fighting one another. I think he gave false signals at times. At any rate, he was the freshest of the 3 or 4 survivors when it was all over, and then they sat down and had a kind of a powwow. Norton glanced again at Meldrum, who smiled at him slightly, then said to Needham, "Really? How very extraordinary that you should witness all this. Didn't they not attempt to molest you?" "No," said Needham, with his evil smile. "They didn't attempt to interfere with us, didn't seem to mind me at all, which is rather unusual for them, for they are shy of humans as a rule. I sit on a big boulder and watch the whole business. The old chap had his eye on me. But either he understood firearms, I had my rifle and revolver of course, or else I was lucky when I imitated some of his peculiar noises. He seemed quite scared when I came away with one of his favorite calls, and when they finally cleared out, after covering up the dead with branches and leaves, he gave me a most significant look, seeming to beg that I would not give him away. At least that's how it appeared to me. And strangely enough, I was instrumental in capturing the very same animal later on, together with some others during the hunt. I lured them to a certain spot by that very noise." He had thrown himself down in his easy chair again, and as he laughed afresh, his crooked yellow teeth uncovered, and his little eyes glittered unpleasantly. Meldrum was filled with a strong sense of repulsion. "What was that particular noise like?" Norton struck in for the first time. Needham put down his glass and, laying his head back slightly, made a peculiar kind of clucking gurgle in his throat. In an instant, from the corner behind Norton's chair came a shrill chatter of terror, and a little red figure hurried across the floor and dived below the table. Norton almost dropped his glass, and Meldrum gave a startled exclamation. Needham alone was calm. "Ha, Fifi, you rascal," he said. "Did I scare you again? That's too bad. Come here." A small, long-tailed monkey clad in a little red jacket came slowly from below the table and advanced timidly towards Needham, who spoke coaxingly to it, and finally made a kind of rippling noise with his tongue that seemed to reassure it, for it jumped on the arm of the chair and sat quietly blinking at the visitors. Needham tickled its head with his large forefinger. "I bought Fifi from Italian," he said, noting his guest's look of astonishment. "She is good company, catches flies, switches the lights on and off, and does other useful things, eh, Fifi?" The little animal looked up at him intelligently, and with a sudden movement Needham wound his great fingers around its throat. With a plaintive cry, the little creature made futile efforts to tear away the strong hand about his neck, plucking frantically with its small paws. "Don't," said Norton in a sharp voice. "I can't bear to see animals tormented." "I'm not hurting her," said Needham, removing his hand. "She's a nervous little thing and must be taught not to be so frightened. I think the Italian must have ill-used her, but she is clever for all that," continued Needham, laughing. "She's learning to play the piano." Lifting the little monkey, he crossed the room with long strides to the corner where a small cottage piano stood, and seated himself on the stool. "Now play, Fifi," he said. The intelligent creature leant forward and commenced striking sharply here and there among the notes, producing a curious kind of tinkling resemblance to certain bars from Old Black Joe. Meldrum was conscious of a strange prickling sensation. He did not quite know why. After a few minutes, Needham rose again, and, putting the monkey in a box in the corner of the room, returned again to his chair. 3. It was late before the friends took their departure, Needham holding their interest with stories of his adventures in different parts of the world. Indeed, it was only when Meldrum became aware, by the restless movements of his friend, that Norton was not enjoying himself, that he recollected the lateness of the hour and suggested it was time they took their leave. "You fellows mustn't be too critical of my quarters, you know," said Needham, laughing as they descended the stairs together. "I confess I am not a tidy person. I have led the rough bachelor life too long, but you fellows should understand something about that." He accompanied them to the sidewalk, and after some desultory remarks about the weather, the visitors set off towards Norton's home. The moon was shining brightly, and after the heavy rain and wind, the air smelt fresh and moist. Meldrum inhaled it with evident pleasure. "Now that I've seen your friend at close quarters," he said, "I must confess that I do not feel so strongly inclined in his favor. The state of that room was disgraceful even for a bachelor, and there's no excuse for anyone at all shutting out the fresh air. But although his tastes seem to run unpleasantly to monkeys, I hardly think he deserves the appellation you bestowed on him." "Perhaps not," said Norton. He seemed in better spirits, now that he was in the free, fresh air again. "As far as the atmosphere of his house is concerned, he once explained that to me by saying that since he had been in Africa, he had to keep the temperature up. I think he said he had rheumatism, but I don't like him." There was silence for several minutes, and then he burst out, "And of course he pays attention to Elsie." "Ah," said Meldrum significantly, "perhaps a lover's jealousy has something to do with the case." "We met him one day on Church Street," said Norton, "and of course I had to introduce him. He made himself very agreeable, and yet it seemed to my fancy that he was not so much taken up with the girl as anxious to do me an ill turn. Other fellows pay attention to her too, of course, but that's because they admire her. It was not so in his case, I am convinced. After we left, Elsie said, 'What a fine-looking man,' and then she added, 'No, he isn't, he's a horror.'" "Well," said Meldrum heartily, "apparently you do not need to fear of falling in love with him, however it may be in this case. I really am afraid it's a case of 'I do not like thee, Dr. Fell.'" Meldrum laughed. "But I hardly think," he wound up, "you have any solid grounds for quarreling with him. The world is wide enough to hold both of you." Often in the days that followed, Meldrum, moved by a curiosity he could not quite account for, took his evening walk out on North Avenue past Needham's house. Of Needham himself he saw nothing. Once he heard the weird tinkling of the piano, but generally the form of the little monkey in his red jacket could be seen sitting motionless at the upper front window looking out on the street. It struck Meldrum as strange that the creature should sit so quietly. In the course of his progress past the house, he did not observe it stir or alter its position. Its gaze seemed fixed on the point of the road where Meldrum fancied its master would first come to sight on his way home from town. "Never knew they were such devoted things," Meldrum ruminated. "What a queer kind of a pet to keep, and what a queer life to live anyway, alone in that house. He doesn't even get anyone to clean it up apparently. Some strange people in this old world." With this philosophical reflection, Meldrum passed on in the direction of the park. Term examinations kept Meldrum busily occupied during the days that followed, and the friends did not have occasion to see one another for nearly 2 weeks. Then, when they did meet, it was again through the instrumentality of Needham, after the evening of a party at the Minor home. The Minors were neighbors of Norton's sweetheart, and lived out some distance beyond Ethan Allen Park. Thus it came about that after seeing his young lady to her home, Norton found himself, sometime after midnight, at a point perhaps a couple of miles from his room, and with the area of the park lying almost directly between himself and his objective. He determined to cut across it, a thing he did quite frequently. The night was cool and cloudy, with fitful bursts of moonlight, which tended rather to accentuate the blackness of the intervening spells of darkness. Had Norton not been thoroughly familiar with the topography of the land, he might have had some difficulty in keeping his direction. But he kept going forward confidently, noting certain well-known landmarks. He skirted the base of the hill on which the tower was situated, and was just on the point of plunging into a thick grove of trees leading down to the main gateway, when he chanced to look behind. And there he saw rather a disquieting sight. The moon had just struggled through again, and its pale light revealed to the apprehensive Norton the gigantic form of Needham perched on the top of the large boulder in a crouching position, as if about to spring down. It might have been perhaps 50 yards from the spot where Norton stood. Even as he gazed, Needham leapt down from a height of some 10 feet and disappeared. Norton stood waiting, but there was no further sound. He walked on again, wondering uneasily what Needham might be doing in the park at such an hour, unless perhaps he too was taking a short-cut. But Norton felt uneasy, nevertheless. Entering the grove, he pushed forward briskly. It was very dark now, the moon being hidden once more, and the gloom and whispering of the trees made his flesh creep. Several times he looked behind him, but could see nothing. Then a crackling of branches, this time much nearer, brought him to a dead halt, and facing about he called loudly, "Hello, Needham, is that you?" There was no response, and Norton stood with straining ears and eyes, his heart thumping in alarm. Even as he stood, the horrible thing happened. He was almost directly under a huge gnarled oak tree, and as he laid a hand on the trunk for a moment to steady himself, he happened to glance up, and the hair bristled on his scalp to find a pair of luminous yellow eyes gazing down upon him. Ere he could recover, a form seemed to detach itself from the shadows, and a pair of great hands reached down and clutched his throat, while a chuckling voice said, "Aha, you would give me away, would you?" 4. In his terror, Norton did what was possibly the best thing in the circumstances. Fell to the ground. For this action seemed to upset the equilibrium of the figure of the tree, which seemed to be suspended by the lower limbs, and caused it to relax its hold and draw up its arms for an instant. And in that instant, Norton had recovered and was off, running as he had never run before, slipping, dashing, plunging, colliding, but never stopping and never looking back. How he ever found his way out to the street was always a mystery to him, but he became aware presently that he was on North Avenue once more, and in the light of the first arc lamp he slowed down and finally stopped to recover. There was no sign of Needham, although Norton had heard him crashing along in pursuit. Everything was still, and not a soul was in sight. Fear overcoming him again, Norton hurried on and did not stop until he was safe in his room and had locked the door, but he enjoyed little sleep during the remainder of that night. Next evening, Norton hastened to Meldrum's apartment and poured the whole story into his friend's sympathetic ear. "You see," he said excitedly, "I was right about him after all. He is a throwback. He came at me from the trees, his instincts drove him there, talking too about my giving him away. He knows I know what he is." "He possibly played a practical joke on you," said Meldrum cheerily. "He tried to give you a fright and succeeded. You called him, and he came, although not quite in the manner you expected, eh?" "Well, I'm not such a nervous person as all that either," said Norton. "I admit, however, that in sober daylight it does not look quite so bad. It did not seem like a joke at the time, though I'm convinced he meant me harm." "I do not think you are justified in that belief, Harry," said Meldrum decisively. "The man is trying to be friendly to you, and you keep rebuffing him. And as for giving him away, that's nonsense, and you know it. What have you to give away? Simply that you don't like him and have strange ideas about him. That won't hold water, you know. You had better forget your fancies and come along with me and see this new circus that has just struck the town. I noticed by the placards they have some baboons, and I'm rather curious about the creatures since hearing Needham's stories. Come along. You need something to take you out of yourself. And if I were you, I would not mention that business the next time you see Needham unless he broaches the subject." Tasker's, the greatest show on earth, had pitched its camp some distance from the town or towards Winooski, and after a brisk walk the friends found themselves in the enclosure in which the curious were beginning to gather. There were the usual games of hazard, coconut shies, roundabouts, candy stalls, and side shows of all kinds clustered round the main tents where the grand performance was held later in the evening. Presently they discovered the whereabouts of the baboons, which did not, when viewed, present quite the appearance of the monstrous creatures portrayed in vivid colors on the outside of the tents. Meldrum and Norton stood observing the animals in silence for some moments when Norton, happening to glance in the direction of the tent opening, saw the tall form of Needham in the act of paying his admission fee. Norton's heart beat faster with the recollection of his experience in the previous evening, but Needham smiled and waved a greeting as if nothing unusual had happened. Norton turned again to the cage to discover that there were others interested in the arrival of the newcomer. There were 3 baboons in all, 2 apparently not yet full grown, and an old fellow of hoary aspect, who sat by himself for the most part near the front of the cage, watching the passers-by. He was treated with great respect by the 2 younger ones, and was evidently still strong enough to be reckoned with. The old baboon had risen to its feet and was gazing intently at the perching figure. For some moments it stood thus, then, seizing the bars of the cage in its hands, it rattled the framework with tremendous force, at the same time giving vent to a peculiar sound. At its cry, the other 2 ran forward, and the extraordinary spectacle was seen of all 3 creatures staring fixedly at Needham as he made his way towards them. There were not many people in the tent, the hour being early, but the few who were there turned towards the spot. Needham laughed and shook hands with Meldrum, at the same time waving one of his hands playfully in the direction of the old baboon. Like lightning, a long hairy arm shot forth towards him, but the distance was too great for the creature. Again it thundered on the bars. "Nay, Kruger, what's the matter now?" shouted an attendant approaching. "Quit that. Do you want to bring the house down?" He struck with the pole at the hands of the animal on the bars, making it shift them from place to place, but it was not to be driven back, and it still continued to stare at Needham. The attendant drew away, saying in a sulky tone, "Don't meddle with the animals, please." "This all right, old chap," said Needham pleasantly. You wanted to shake hands with me, but I declined with thanks. Don't do nothing to annoy him, please, said the man in surly tone, preparing to depart. God knows what might happen if he got loose. He did once, and we had a hell of a time. He nearly killed a man. Ah, did he? Said Needham with interest. He's pretty strong, I take it. You can bet your sweet life he is, the man called back over his shoulder. We take no chances with him. By Jove, said Needham, gazing at the baboon. He's mighty like the old fellow in the fight I told you about now that I look at him closely. The three walked away from the spot at Meldrum's suggestion, but looking back every now and then, the teacher noted, with some uneasiness, that the creature still retained its position and still followed Needham's figure with attentive eyes. There were a few other cages in the tent containing smaller monkeys and other animals, and, having strolled past these, they soon found themselves once more opposite the baboons. The place was now clearer than before, and Needham, glancing around to see that he was not observed, made a swift crosswise motion with his hand and emitted the peculiar noise that Meldrum had heard him make on the night of their visit. Its effect was electrical. The two younger baboons, who had seated themselves near their older companion, ran at once to the back of the cage, where they cowered, whimpering and accepting every indication of alarm. But the old baboon acted differently. The tension, which had up to this point kept its figure severely rigid, now relaxed. It squatted down on the floor of the cage and commenced nodding its head briskly up and down, its features distorted by what, to Meldrum's fancy, looked extraordinarily like a grin. Needham smiled too, and glancing from one to the other, Meldrum felt his flesh creep slightly. Let us go, he said hastily. We have seen enough of these brutes. Needham acquiesced, and they made their way to the exit. 5. Beastly clever things, though, said Needham, as they passed out into the clear night air, and strong as the very devil. I think myself there is something in the old idea of the African natives that apes pretend not to understand speech, for fear they should be made to work. He laughed his unpleasant laugh, and again Meldrum felt squeamish. You seem to have given them some study, said Meldrum, as they made their way towards the main tent. I have seen a good deal of them one way and another, said Needham carelessly, and read a little too. A curious thing I discovered was that when under the influence of liquor, and it's some sight to see, believe me, they are peculiarly receptive to autosuggestion. I believe a fortune could be made by putting them through tricks this way if the authorities allowed it. As for thieving, they would steal the milk out of your tea, as the old song says. In the excitement of the extensive and elaborate circus performance provided by taskers, Needham and Meldrum soon forgot about the baboons, and it was late in the evening when the three made their way back to Burlington. Emerging from Church Street, Norton and Meldrum turned up towards the university, while Needham strode off in the direction of the lake. Better lay aside your prejudice and think the best of the man, said Meldrum to Norton as they parted. He is a mighty interesting fellow, and has a fund of knowledge that is remarkable. 2 days later found all Burlington in a state of excitement. Through a piece of carelessness, the door to a baboon's cage had been left unlocked, and the old gray baboon had made a successful dash for liberty and got clear away. It happened in the evening, and the feeding light hampered pursuit. When last seen, the brute was heading away from Winooski towards the lake shore. Search was kept up throughout the night without result, and then, next day, word came that the creature had been seen in a tree near the entrance to Ethan Allen Park. As soon as possible, the entire park was surrounded, and a contracting circle of hunters and curious people scoured the woods and shrubbery. But apparently the animal had moved on again to fresh quarters. Word was sent all over the surrounding countryside, and no effort was spared to locate the missing animal. But several days passed without result. Numerous stories got into circulation regarding supposed escapades on the part of the missing baboon, and there were no end of rumors as to its being seen. At one time on the railway near the freight yard, at another waving from the tower in the park, and again, far along the lake shore. Nervous persons kept to busy thoroughfares after dark, but the actual whereabouts of the creature remained a mystery. Fresh stories went around of stealthy prowlings around houses and mysterious rattling of doors in the small hours of the morning. Chancing to see some of this in one of the evening papers, Meldrum's attention was again drawn to the subject, and there returned to his mind his encounter with Needham of the circus. Obeying a sudden impulse, he set off in the direction of Needham's dwelling in North Avenue. He had not been near it for some time, but he found himself possessed of a curious desire to see whether the little monkey still sat looking out of the front window. Walking sharply, Meldrum soon came in view of the quaint wooden house with its trees and grass plots. The sun had not yet set, and in the clear evening light Meldrum could see the small crouching figure sitting in its accustomed place. He stopped as he reached the house and stood watching a moment, and then suddenly became petrified with astonishment. For there came all at once into view, Over and beyond the head of the small monkey, the great gray face of the old baboon with its long lips curled back and its dog-like tusk displayed. It gazed forth for an instant, seeming to hold back with one hand the lace curtain that overhung the window, and then disappeared as suddenly as it had come. Meldrum rubbed his eyes, then continued staring stupidly. The little monkey made no sign. Thinking that perhaps the baboon had found its way into the house through an open window during Needham's absence, Meldrum felt that he ought to warn the South African without delay of his unpleasant visitor. He went up the path to the house and rang the bell. He thought that at the sound he detected a far-off scampering, but no one came in answer to his summons. He tried the door and found it locked. In some perplexity, Meldrum came down the garden path to the sidewalk, wondering exactly what course to pursue. He looked again at the window. The little monkey still sat gazing intently at the street. Of the baboon, there was no sign. It may have been imagination, mused Meldrum, but it looked uncommonly real. He had turned his steps back in the direction of the town, and was meditating whether or not to communicate his fears to the authorities, when to his relief he saw the tall figure of Needham striding towards him. They stopped to greet one another, and Meldrum hastened to tell the other what he had seen. "Oh, nonsense," said Needham, his mustache twitching. "They don't come around houses like that, not in the daytime anyway. And the place is all right at midday and has been locked up tight ever since. No, you must have imagined it." He laughed lightly, and in a subconscious kind of way Meldrum seemed to get the impression that the tall man was more anxious to laugh the story off than to continue to discuss it. However, he offered to accompany Needham home and to help search the house. "Just wait there for a moment if you don't mind," said Needham. Again with nervous haste, it seemed to Meldrum, "and I'll walk around and have a look at the windows. If they are all right, I'll give you a wave." He hastened off, and after a short interval again made his appearance in the front of the house and waved his hand. Meldrum waved back. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Quite okay," called Needham. "So long, old man, see you later." Somewhat puzzled, Meldrum set off in direction of the town. On the evening of the next day, the telephone in Meldrum's sitting room tinkled briskly, and Norton's voice came over the line. "Needham has just phoned down," he said, "and has asked me to go around his place tonight to get some old African stamps he has hunted out for me. I once asked him if he had any, and he promised to give me some. I wish now that I hadn't asked him." He laughed rather nervously, and then added, "I wish I'd just said no, for I don't much want to go. However, I promised to look in for a few minutes. Would you care to come along if I come round for you?" "Too busy with examination papers just at the moment," said Meldrum, "and it would bring you out of your way to come over here. It's after 8 o'clock now. I might be free about 10 and pick you out when I take my usual stroll. How would that do?" Norton said, "All right," and Meldrum hung up the receiver. As he did so, the strange sense of foreboding came upon him, and the vision of the baboon rushed back to his mind. He shook himself in annoyance and resumed his work. But he could not regain his ease of mind, and after spending nearly an hour in a vain attempt to concentrate on some problems in algebra, he closed up his books impatiently and sought his hat and coat. He stood irresolutely in the hallway for some moments, and then with a laugh, opened a drawer and drew forth a revolver, which he slipped into his overcoat pocket, after seeing that all his chambers were filled. He laughed again as he descended to the street, but drew some comfort, nevertheless, from the touch of the cold steel upon his hand. 6. The night was dark, but the air was clear and invigorating. Meldrum walked smartly in a direction away from Needham's residence, since he was earlier than usual and had but plenty of time to meet Norton. Finding that he could not free his mind from an unaccountable anxiety, he swung round presently and made his way to North Avenue. It did not take him long to reach the house, and as he drew near he observed, with a slight feeling of surprise, that one of the downstairs rooms was illuminated, a room he had never yet seen lighted. It lay towards the rear of the house, its windows facing a broad gallery. Obeying the sudden impulse, Meldrum, instead of going to the front door, walked quietly along the gallery and peeped through a corner of the blind into the room. What he saw there made his blood run cold. The room was about 15 feet square, with blue paper on the walls and plain oak furniture. The square table stood in the center, at which several figures were seated. Needham sat with his back to the window, and in the chair on his left sat Norton, a pile of postage stamps on the table before him, and over opposite Needham, directly facing the window, sat, or rather sprawled, the figure of the gray baboon. On the table was a decanter of whiskey, and all three had tumblers. Norton's glass was half empty, standing beside the postage stamp, but Needham and the creature were both drinking, the animal seemingly following the movements of the man, lifting the tumbler to its lips and setting it down again as Needham did, as far as Meldrum could judge by the movements of his right arm, which was visible. The brute's eyes were fixed upon the man across the table, and from its appearance and the limpness of its figure, Meldrum decided it was in an advanced state of intoxication. Norton seemed to be spellbound, staring fixedly at the scene before him. Occasionally he passed his hand in a bewildered way over his forehead or looked stupidly at the half-empty tumbler before him, but he seemed incapable of either speech or action. In horror and indignation, Meldrum continued to gaze. As fast as the baboon's whiskey was gulped down, Needham filled its glass again. From the fact that he did not fill his own very frequently, Meldrum concluded that he did not drink every time he pretended to do so, apparently deceiving the befuddled creature. Like a flash, Meldrum remembered Needham's remark about the intoxicated baboon and auto-suggestion. With a fast-beating heart, he gripped his revolver and waited. From being limp and sluggish, the ape now began to show signs of animation. It sat more erect, its eyes began to glitter, and occasionally it turned its head and gazed at Norton, who still sat in apparent stupefaction. Every time it did this, it seemed to grin at Needham with frightful suggestiveness, nodding his head as it had done when in the cage at the menagerie. Fearing he knew not what mischief, Meldrum went quietly and hurriedly to the front door, opened it with extreme caution, and managed to make his way undetected to the door of the room in which the trio sat. Through the half-open doorway he could now get a view of Needham's face. His diabolical contortions were dreadful to behold. It was apparent that he was working the animal up to something, but what that something was, the creature apparently did not quite seem to grasp. Presently Needham made the strange clicking noise in his throat, at the same time stretching out his arms toward Norton. That gave the brute its clue. It rose unsteadily to its feet and turning its evil eyes towards the recumbent figure of Norton, seemed about to spring in his throat. With a crash, Meldrum kicked open the door and entered the room, covering Needham with his revolver. The baboon, his attention distracted by the noise of Meldrum's entry and apparently finding Needham's influence withdrawn, now appeared to feel the full effect of the whiskey fumes once more and sank back into the armchair more fuddled than ever. Norton had by this time fallen back in his seat, his head tilted towards the ceiling. Needham, however, had his wits about him. In his ghastly yellow face, convulsive fury attempted to force a sickly smile. "Needham," said Meldrum sternly, "I don't know what abominable deviltry you are up to, but it must stop here and now. If you can write things here, go ahead. If not, I shoot. Either you or the brute. I'm not particular which." Although outwardly calm, Meldrum's heart was beating furiously, and he was hunting desperately in his mind for the proper way to handle the situation. It was not clear to him as yet. "Why, Meldrum," said Needham in a thick voice, cunningly feigning drunkenness, although he was perfectly sober. "What's all this? Revolvers? We are all friends. Norton had a drop too much. Old man Baboon dropped in and joined the party. I was going to get him to do some tricks." "That's quite enough," said Meldrum sharply. "You are no more drunk than I am. Open that window and let Norton have some air. Loosen his collar." A sudden chattering caused him to pause and drew his attention for a moment to the mantel over the fireplace, onto which the little monkey had suddenly jumped from some nearby corner. "Ah, Fifi," said Needham quickly. "Lights." The switch was within easy reach of the creature's hand, and in an instant the room was plunged in darkness. The hallway being also without illumination, the blackness was profound. Utterly unable to tell what might happen, and fearing the baboon to be the principal danger point, Meldrum came to a swift decision and fired in the direction of the creature's chair. A frightful scream broke the silence, followed by a wild gibbering, punctuated at times by what appeared to be Needham's voice shouting commands. Then there came a loud crash of glass, as the table was overturned, followed by snarling, cursing, and pandemonium. Stumbling blindly in the darkness, Meldrum endeavored without success to locate the switch in the hallway, but finally a faint glimmer showed him the outline of the front door, and he dashed forth into the street. Several people had collected on hearing the shot, and aid was quickly forthcoming. Together with several neighbors and others, Meldrum again entered the house, and the light in the hall was turned on. The door of the occupied room had been swung shut, and the dreadful snarling din still continued. "The baboon must have broken in and attacked my friends," was Meldrum's hurried explanation, as they forced open the room door and finally got the lights turned on. A hideous litter of broken furniture, pieces of glass, liquor, and bloodstains were everywhere revealed. Needham and the baboon, locked in a death grapple, were rolling among the ruins. By curious chance, Norton's chair had been left standing, and he still sat there, limp and motionless, unaffected by all the noise. With difficulty, the baboon was overpowered and secured. It was still bleeding copiously from the bolt wound in its shoulder, but it gnashed and tore at its captors with undiminished fury. Needham was bleeding from many wounds and presented a dreadful spectacle, much of his clothing being torn to shreds. In addition to receiving many cuts, he had been badly mauled by the infuriated animal, whose wrath, by some strange combination of circumstances, had been turned against himself. He sat breathing heavily, too exhausted to talk to those around him. The removal of the animal drew off most of the curious, and some sort of order was restored. Realizing that Norton had apparently been drugged, but not wishing just then to say anything of what he had seen, Meldrum made the plea that his friend had evidently been overcome as a result of the terrible scene he had just witnessed, and, procuring a cab, took him first to his own chambers and then to his home, where he was prostrated for some weeks as a result of the shock. Needham disappeared almost immediately, and Norton's relatives did not deem it expedient to search for him. He was never heard of again in that city, and later it transpired that he had returned to Africa. The baboon lived for some years after its strange adventure, but on dying it made no confession, and such mysteries as to how long it had been the guest of the South African, whether or not it was the same creature that he had once betrayed into captivity, to what extent the two understood one another, and whether or not it was incited to murder on that dreadful evening, were never solved. And indeed, nobody had any great desire that they should be. End of section 4. Fear, the explorer repeated, pushing back his sherbet glass with a quick, nervous hand. Oh, I suppose I've hung back as often as the next man, but in time, one gets callous to fear, I imagine. Several of the dinner guests expressed polite interest, but Grace Deming, debutant daughter of the hostess, looked at the guest of honor with an expression in her wide-set gray eyes like one regarding a super creature. Haven't you ever been afraid, Mr. Winslow? Her rich contralto voice was very lovely. If you mean fear, as those fiction writers describe it, when a man's soul is turned to water, I can't say I've ever experienced it, nor come in contact with it, except perhaps... He paused awkwardly, glanced at the ladies around the table, then finished hurriedly, no, never. Mrs. Mason, the dowager next to him, caught him up quickly as though scenting a choice bit of gossip. Was it something terrible? She inquired. You needn't be afraid to tell us. It couldn't be nearly so unprintable as many things we read every day in the papers. Well, the explorer began, it isn't scandalous. I didn't mean to give that impression. In fact, to tell the truth, it's something I've been trying to drive out of my mind, but it persists in coming back without bringing an explanation with it. Miss Deming's gray eyes seemed to plead with him too. He had been especially conscious all evening of the way they held him, seeming to draw him out. And now, there was a strange aloofness in that girl, as though she were curtained off from the world. His explorer instinct made him want to know more about her. He had gone to Afghanistan once, just because he had read that a certain temple in Mongfu had a certain screening of a mystery which not more than 2 people then alive had seen. He wanted to pierce the veil. I'm afraid you won't be satisfied, Winslow began. I don't know what caused the fear. I can't tell you any of the details, but the thing that scared my soul was a look of fright in the eyes of another man. He made a gesture as though to repel the host of memories crowding in upon him. It's not a pretty story. After all, I believe I'd better not tell it. If that were meant for a refusal, its only effect was to make the guests more interested. All of them urged him to continue. All but Miss Deming, yet her half-parted lips and an inscrutable something in her eyes made him go on. It was in Bolivia that it happened. Bolivia, that unexplored country where anything might be true. It was in La Paz, concluding some Inca investigation. Strange rumors had been filtering in about some queer beast that the Indians of the Beni region had seen. The scientists of the capital were trying to convince us that the description fitted a diplodocus, or some other prehistoric creature like it. From the looks of interrogation, he knew that he was talking beyond most of them. The diplodocus, he hastened to explain, was a huge creature from 10 to 15 feet high and perhaps 40 feet long that lived ages ago during the Pleistocene period before the Tyrannosaurus came along and killed them off. You've probably seen reconstructions of them in museums, looking like a kangaroo with a long tapering tail. At any rate, the jungle Indians were claiming to have seen a creature that has been extinct for at least 25,000 years. Frankly, I didn't believe a word of this story. I thought that some of those coca-crazed savages had gone on a spree. It was good newspaper stuff, however, like the creature that was reported in Argentina later. The upshot was that my committee at home read about it and cabled me to investigate. I didn't object. I love Bolivia. There's not a country I know of that is richer in interest for foreigners, and here was a chance to visit a part I had never seen. I needed a few more pungos, those Indians that can carry anything up to a trunk on their shoulders, and while I was looking for them, I ran across Mannion, or rather, he ran across me. Nobody knew Mannion. He was a silent chap who did nothing in the daytime but sun himself in front of the Congressional building on the plaza, and when the cold evening of the Altiplano descended, he would disappear into the pension where he boarded. People said he was cracked. He had drifted into La Paz a few months before, no one knew from where. Where so many foreigners are fugitives, it doesn't do to make too many inquiries, but I half suspected he didn't know any too much about himself. He had a lot of uncomfortable habits. One was to tap incessantly at a silver plate embedded in his skull when he was pondering. It reminded me of the old-fashioned wireless deco era, where a hammer jars apart the fillings. Perhaps he was trying to clarify his thoughts in the same way. But he would never tell us how he acquired the plate or the limp. Once, later when I had taken him with me, I saw scars on his body, and he explained that he thought he had had an argument, and after it, they had given him some false ribs, which wasn't any explanation at all. Since he was a likable chap and could take the place of my secretary who was down with dysentery, I gave him a job. He wrote a copper plate hand, could handle the porters, and was a big help. The day we left La Paz, he appeared in a faded and worn flying suit with double wings on the breast. He apologized for it by saying he had no other roughing costume and had not wanted to bother me about an advance on his wages. Later, he let it drop that he had been in the Lafayette Escadrille, but that was a lie. I've looked over their records and no Mannion or named like it appears in their roster. If I had been superstitious or gifted with prophecy, we never should have left La Paz. But unfortunately, men can't see what lies ahead. I won't describe that trip day after weary day. All the colors of an artist's palette could never reproduce its splendor. But all the tortures of the Inquisition are puny beside the sufferings it laid upon us. Sometimes we would toil for hours through knee-deep grasses with rain so heavy that it was like a curtain to push against. Then the torrid sun would transform the jungle in a twinkling into a vapor bath where we could scarcely breathe. But through all the hardships, Mannion was always ready with a song. He seemed to know only one, but when we were dog-tired and needed to push on farther, his singing helped. He had evidently never been in the jungle before, and everything was wonderful. when all I could see was the next 3 feet of the trail. He would want to stop to be told about a new bird he had seen in one of the snakewood trees. But where he excelled was as a revolver shot. I never saw anyone so quick on the draw and so sure in aim. Once, when slow-shuttered, a boa constrictor twined about a branch above the trail, swung down its head like a battering ram, and with a single blow dislocated the neck of one of our Indian bearers. I was next in line, but before I could get out my revolver or that battering head could swing back, Mannion put 3 shots into it. Then, with hands absolutely steady, he stopped to reload his revolver. Out of curiosity, I felt his pulse, as slow as a child's. When not a single tremor betrayed his excitement, I thought he must be a man without nerves. That's what makes the rest of it so horrible. Again the explorer stopped and took a sip of water. His own hand shook slightly as he set down the glass. After a moment, he went on. Mannion had shot a 28-foot boa without disturbing his calm. You can see the skin in the museum, for I brought it back. He wanted to take the hat too, with the 3 bullet holes below the frontal bone so close together that a quarter would have covered them. We were rather short of carriers, however, so he had to give up the idea. It was a long journey to the place where the guides told us the animal had been seen, and far from any beaten path. No white people had penetrated that far before, so Mannion, Jenkins, the botanist and geologist, and I, the only white people of the party, were a constant source of interest and fear to the few Indians we met. When we reached the tribe whose members had seen the animal, I found that neither my Aymara or Quechua, nor any of the Beni dialects Jenkins thought he knew, were any use. Even the guide had difficulty making himself understood, but he did make out that they had recently seen that prehistoric animal. We were soon led to the place. If, mark I say, if there's a place in this world where creatures of the Miocene or Pleistocene ages might be expected to survive down to our own day, the valley we reached is the one. It was a sunken plain about 20 or 30 miles square, and full of the riot of vegetation which must have covered the earth when the diplodocus roamed it, for they ate only grass. You know how La Paz is situated, a sheer drop of 1,000 feet below the surrounding plain. Well, this region was something like it, except that it had no exit, no river winding out of it, no path up the slope, only straight, sheer cliffs. Without elaborate tackle, nothing down there could get out, and nothing outside falling by accident over the edge would live to want to get out. We went 3/4 of the way around before we found the place where the walls were lowest and least steep. There we made camp. We intended to make a permanent camp in the valley itself, but when we ordered the carriers to go down the 300-foot wine ladder that they had constructed, there was a mutiny. Don't tell me sign language doesn't exist. Not one of our carriers had been told by us the reason for our coming, and yet all of them, without understanding a word of the jargon of that region, knew all about the beast supposed to be hidden by the tangle of foliage below. They were afraid even of staying near the place, and I'm sure that if we had carried out our plan and had us 3 white men make our camp below, they would have deserted, leaving us helpless in the jungle. It was Mannion's idea to have 2 of us explore the lower valley by daylight, the other one staying with the carriers. Jenkins, who had been ill for a large part of the trip, suddenly took a turn for the worse. He was useless. He could do nothing but lie in the smaller of the lean-tos, leaving Mangan and me to set in place the ladder which the Indians had woven. It was almost dark before we completed the work, and we were so excited that we could not wait till morning. We descended to the lower level, not knowing what we should find, perhaps some footprints in the soft ground. But in our brief survey, we found nothing, so as it was growing dark, I suggested we had better return to camp. Mangan wouldn't leave. He wanted to spend the night there in the valley, hoping to hear something. With Jenkins sick, I could not very well accompany him, especially as the Indians had been nervous and jumpy all day. Yet I hesitated to leave Mangan. He laughed at my fears. He had 2 revolvers and was not at all afraid. Finally, I gave in after he promised to sleep close to the ladder to which he could retreat in case of danger. As I climbed the wine ladder, I looked back. I shall never forget the sight. Already the valley foliage was deepening in color where it lay closest to the western ledge. It would not have been difficult to imagine anything in that tangle of green. I called down a warning as I saw Mangan brushing the ground where he was going to sleep, and as I went up the ladder, I heard him singing to himself that song which was so continually on his lips. It suddenly had a haunting strain. I have never heard anybody else sing it. Bonnie Eloise, I think it's called. It goes... A cry like that of a stricken bird broke into his story. Grace Deming, her face suddenly dead white, leaned forward, clutching the table for support. Her glass of water overturned, and the water spread slowly across the tablecloth, but no one moved. "Jimmy," she moaned. "Then he didn't die in France." Instant confusion reigned. Several of the company protested that she must be mistaken, that he could not possibly have reached South America. In the babble of sound, Miss Beardsley told Winslow that Miss Deming had been engaged to an aviator who had been reported killed in battle. Could that wound in the head have played pranks with his memory? The whole thing sounded preposterous, but Miss Deming was convinced. "It was Jimmy," she insisted. "Something you said made me begin to suspect. Then you mentioned his writing, and now the only song he ever sang." "Wait!" She burst out of the room, her mother following. In an instant she had returned with a photograph of a man in a flying suit. There was no doubt about it then. Mangan and the Jimmy Kent to whom Miss Deming had been engaged were the same. The explorer recognized him at once. "Where is he?" she cried. "Tell me, where is he?" Winslow looked at her sadly. "I am sorry, Miss Deming," he said gently. "He's dead." It seemed as though a whisper echoed his words. The girl clutched at her throat, pale as the lace that etched her color. Her gray eyes appealed for more details. "Yes, there's no doubt of it. Mangan, Kent, came back the next day, convinced that we had been hoaxed and that no animal existed except in some Indian's delirious imagination. We started back towards La Paz, but somewhere in the lowlands, perhaps the night he roamed the sunken valley, he had contracted jungle fever. We did all we could to make him comfortable, but in spite of all, he died, conscious to the end and entirely without pain. I wish you could see the paradise where we buried him, under a beautiful chanta palm, and we scattered orchids over the place before we left." There was a scattered volley of questions. Didn't you see the animal?" The explorer shook his head. "How could one see a beast that has been extinct for centuries?" Then the bald old man beside Miss Deming spoke up. "But I don't see what your story proves, Mr. Winslow. Where was the fear you spoke of?" "Didn't I say it was in the faces of the Indians when they talked about the valley. The superstitious terror in their countenances when we told them we were going to camp in the valley was enough to make strong men shiver. But I don't blame them exactly. It was the fear of the unknown that gripped them, so that I was glad enough to leave them and return to civilization. But I wonder whether there aren't almost as many superstitious terrors among the civilized." The conversation switched, and soon the guests left the table and went to the porch where coffee was served. The explorer, wishing to escape from the others, had slipped into the house and was standing alone, watching the light on an automobile on the mountain road above him, when he sensed a presence. He had withdrawn from the group, but Mr. Deming had found him. Perhaps the others believed their story, perhaps not. But Kent was engaged to my daughter. He fell behind the German lines, and we never had definite proof of his death. Grace has never been herself since, always hoping that he would someday return. Now, I want the truth." The explorer nodded warily. "It is your right," he acknowledged dully. "I should never have begun the story in the first place. Again and again I have tried to efface its horror from my mind, but it leaps out as it did tonight. Then part of it is true. I beg of you, be careful." "I know, Mr. Deming. Unfortunately, it is true. True to the point where the boy and I parted. The rest of it I have never told a soul. Sometimes at night it fairly screams for utterance. I said he came up in the morning. He didn't. Shortly after I reached the camp, I threw down a blanket for him and some food. Then he made a fire, and I went into the lean-to. Suddenly I heard a scream, his voice. It was too dark to see or do anything. Again and again I called his name. Only the echoes and the scream of the vampire bats answered me. All night I shuddered, waiting. When the first streak of light came, I took a gun and went down after him. At first, I found nothing. Then I picked up his footprints, far apart, slipping and dodging as though he had been running. The reason for his haste was not apparent until I saw in the mark of a gigantic foot. About 10 feet further on was another, and in between, the trail of a heavy tail. Further on was a trodden space, about a thick, bushy growth. The tracks were mute evidence of the story. A mad chase and flight, dodging about the bush with the huge creature finally breaking down the vegetation. Then I noticed other footprints, smaller, coming from another direction, from where the ladder hung. And finally, under the trampled bushes, I found Mannion, dead. His face. Deadly terror had grave and unforgettable lines on it. Such horror and loathing as I never saw before. Please God I'll never have to see it again. And his body, not a sign of a bruise or hurt upon it. The only mark, a messy green slime on one hand, as though an animal had slobbered over it. As I caught the significance, the world began making dizzying circles about me, and when I next knew anything, it was almost evening. Mannion was lying in the same place, her sightless eyes staring as though seeing into hell. Hastily I buried him, as I said, at the foot of a palm and dropped orchids over his grave. Jenkins, when I found him, was in a fever of excitement. The carriers had deserted with most of our provisions. It was imperative to start back at once to save the lives of both of us. My nerves were in terrible shape and Jenkins was about helpless, but we eventually reached La Paz. And you left Mannion's body for that horrible animal to dig up and eat. The explorer shook his head. No, that's the thing that makes me believe an unbelievable fact. Mannion, who, as I knew, was a cool, accurate shot, had died of fright, paralyzed by the sight of some monster, and the beast had the chance to eat him any time during the night. His hand bore evidence that the creature had sniffed him, but there was no sign of a bite. Do you know any modern South American animal of any size that would not have eaten him? I don't. I know, however, that the Diplodocus is herbivorous. Grass forms his diet, so I think he may have seen such a prehistoric animal as the Indians mentioned. I don't know. People would call me crazy if I told them I believed it. But someday, I'm going back to Bolivia. The nights when I think about Mannion, I cannot sleep. I must go back to see what it was that shocked him lifeless with that horror that I saw painted indelibly on his features. Perhaps. Who knows? End of section 5. By Roy Wallace Davis. I had been on the island of Corda less than 3 days when there came to me the ominous feeling that all was not well. Being thousands of miles from home in the jungled hills of the remotest of the South Sea Islands was in no wise an inviting predicament for youths of 17. Only 4 white men inhabited the place, myself, my elder brother, Luis, who had worked here for years in the service of a forestry company, and 2 young scientists who had spent months on the island endeavoring to obtain from the natives the formula for a great healing medicine which contained a certain sap substance from a rare plant found no other place in the world. By chance, these men had heard of the medical feat of the brown-skinned Cordons, and they sought every possible means of getting a sample of the medicine or of learning its ingredients, that they might startle the medical world by contributing the medicine to the surgical profession. Yet, despite every inducement of brilliant and colorful jewelry and unreasonable promises, the little men of the semi-savage tribes had demurred, looking on the pale-faced men with suspicion, and concealing their great discovery for their own use. But my interest was in none of these projects. Another problem confronted every human being on the island, myself more than anyone else, I thought, for it loomed before me as an incomprehensible and horrible mystery, suggesting itself to me only through the exotic actions of the island's populace. Conversations of the white men in low tones that increased day by day and ceased when I came near, combined with the furtive actions of the natives, filled me with suspicion and brought over my life an inauspicious fear. Then, on a dull and gloomy September afternoon, it was that the reason for the surreptitious performances of all was revealed to me. My brother called me to his side, and in a concise story related to me the situation before us, that which had kept him in the constant state of uneasiness since my arrival on the island. In this story, he divulged the facts that haunted my soul. His words were the turning point of my life as I sat there listening, spellbound. Some months before, the story ran, my brother had encountered a family of beings, man-like in form, yet larger than man ever grew, covered with a thin, ugly growth of dark brown hair and having teeth resembling fangs rather than those of men. On being attacked by the monsters, he had killed the entire group except the father. Then his ammunition was gone, and he escaped from the island in his boat only to be followed by the angered thing to Korda. Once here, he had replenished a supply of shots and wounded the beast, he thought fatally. Several weeks later, it was found out he had not rid the island of the Great Terror. Lingering in the dense jungles of the island between life and death for some time, it had again come forth with a revenge in his heart and with a determination to rule or ruin. Now the mind of the sturdy young forester was confronted with a problem that terrorized his very soul day and night. One of the two must die. Not only did he consider the loss of himself, provided he must yield to the great giant, but the young scientists and I would become the victims of its wrath. We could all leave. They could abandon the long work project. But Lewis was born of a spirit unlike this. He had brought on the enmity, and he would fight the battle against the appeal of all of us. The appearance of the brute on the island had apparently affected the lives of the natives, even more than those of the white men. They regarded the huge creature as a forest devil possessing divine power and believed that it had been sent among them to destroy all life on the island, to atone for the wrong done its kind. In their crude signs, they predicted evil of the most diabolical nature to Lewis's life for killing the monsters. Though they dreaded the beast, they dared not take any action towards killing it, because of their religious belief that when the last of a group is wiped out, its spirit will come back to keep alive the memory of the group and thus torment them. Again and again, they had cautioned Lewis, telling him the significance the death of the beast would have, but their predictions were in vain. It had come to his hut many nights in his attempted attacks, and he would not delay the battle a night longer. The next time, he would accept the challenge. Tonight, Lewis told me in a hesitating but determined voice, "I may die. You may die too then, and if so, the same fate will likely befall the scientists. If you are spared, go back home, and remembered, I died like a man." The dreadful reality that I had heard of the hideous being on the island brought over me a horripilation that tormented my mind incessantly, until I even wished the end would not be prolonged. The afternoon had worn away quietly, and night was closing over us, bringing with it the feeling that it would be my last. A clear full moon lighted Korda as the tower lamp illuminates the city square, but like the shadows of the great skyscrapers, the tall pines of the little island threw a gloom here and there over the stunted underbrush that clothed the rocky hills around our cabin. It was in these shadows that a huge figure lurked, now and then zigzagging its way from one clump to the next, evidently believing itself to be unobserved. There was no alternative. Our hut was its destination, and the hour of its long-planned stroke of vengeance was at hand. My mind was suddenly obsessed with a feeling of terror I had never known before, and my sensations became indescribably horrible as that huge, giant-like beast man came undaunted, fearlessly on, nearer and nearer to the hut. I was unnerved, weak, for my brother's life, and my own were in his hands, and I realized that I was helpless. The wretched silence of waiting for death, which seemed hours rather than minutes, was broken by Lewis. I turned my eyes, which had been fixed to and following the beast, to my brother. There was no time to pity him, and moreover neither of us owed pity to the other, for this brute that came with vengeance in his heart came not with any human scruples. We should both die alike, falling in the clutches of that powerful figure, to be paralyzed, torn to pieces, and devoured. I had only time to breathe a short, hurried prayer, and I believed I asked for strength for my brother against this mighty man-like animal that came to crush him. Lewis's hand intuitively gripped the revolver that had hung to his side since the presence of the giant on the island. His conclusion had been to meet the brute in the open, for there he would have more chance in battle than in the small space of the hut. He reached for the dirk knife in the wall and felt its razor-like edge, which he had recently whetted for the purpose it was to serve tonight. He would not wait the attack, but would meet his assailant halfway. As Louis stepped from the shadow of the cabin into the bright rays of the moon, the awful realization of my plight came over me like a new discovery, and rendered me even more helpless than before. Suddenly, as if rising out of the earth, a grotesque, human-like figure emerged from a clump of pines not 50 feet from where I stood pinned to the ground, and crouching low, rushed on the man it meant to destroy. Like a flash, the most gruesome picture I had ever seen filled my gaze for a second, and then all became blank. I remember the incident as a haunting nightmare. A huge figure like a man and yet like a beast moved swiftly past me, rising as it came to its full height of some 7 feet. The flashing eyes and hairy face and body stamped indelibly in my memory, the picture I can never forget. With the long, claw-like fingers of its enormous hairy hands clenched tight, and a hideous, unshapely face that expressed vengeance, the mighty being sprang towards its intended victim. 2 shots rang out in the stillness of the night, followed by an unearthly scream that chilled the blood in my veins. In the light of the moon, I saw that awful being cringe in pain, clench his jaws in a fit of agony, and grasp the man in his powerful arms. I thought I could hear every bone in his body being crushed under the grip of the brute, and felt that I should leap up onto it to die with him. But I could not move from the spot where I stood cringing and trying, but in vain, to turn my eyes away. Agonizing screams of pain now come from a familiar yet different voice. Louis was dying the most horrible death imaginable before my eyes, while I stood helpless. I was rooted to the ground, and cold drops of sweat exuded from and stood on my forehead. Then came a furious scramble in which the interlocked forms clutched and rolled over and over on the ground. The man of the woods had not given way to the mighty strength of the beast, and the forceful, yet comparatively weak, struggle that he made to hold off death as long as possible was tearing my heart. Once he freed himself from the clutches of those huge, ugly arms, and leaped away only to be overpowered again and borne to the ground. A bright steel object flashed in the moonlight, and shrieks of pain filled the still night air. The mighty figure whirled frantically in every direction now, with his foe clinging about his shoulders. The tide of battle had evidently turned. The strength of the beast was being matched by the skill of man. Horrifying cries now came incessantly from both. The suspense, which at last was filled with hope, was brain-racking. Suddenly, a heavy object fell at my feet. The mighty beast man lunged forward with a force that sent Louis in a heap several yards away. A bloody stub of an arm waved in the air as the great form reeled with a deafening groan and dropped at my feet, dead. The battle was over. Hirando, the motionless body of my brother, leaned over him and listened. His body was covered with blood that spurted from his right arm. I attempted turning him over to make a closer examination, but the sight that met my eyes made my heart sink. His arm below the elbow clung to his body only by a small piece of skin. Deathly sick at heart, I fairly flew over the hills and the little island spurred on by one desperate purpose. Then the little village of the natives, not far from our hut, came into view. The natives and their healing medicine had been my first thought. I, having remembered what the sciences had told me of the almost magic power of the sap properties in the medicine, I dashed into the midst of the grass-covered huts, made a desperate effort to speak, and fell in a dead faint. 3 days later I opened my eyes to find myself lying on a small bed in the rear of our hut. This was the awaking from a long, unconscious sleep that had begun when I fell exhausted in the village of the natives. One of the natives of the island stood beside the bed, half naked and grinning broadly. In his own tongue, he chattered something that was incomprehensible to me, and opening the door to the adjoining room, beckoned me to enter. In my weakened condition, I raised myself from the bed and walked unsteadily to where he stood, still grinning and chattering. Then the sight met my eyes that recalled all the horrible memories of the dreadful struggle and drove me almost to distraction. Louis was on the bed in the corner of the room, and beside him lay the huge hairy arm that had fallen near me during the fight. It was now a part of my brother. I could see it all now. The great healing power of the medicine had not been exaggerated. The evidence of that was before me. Also, I now clearly understood the smile on the natives that stood about the room. The spirit of the mighty forest devil could not come back to hover over them and pour out its wrath upon them, for there yet remained life in the arm of the beast that had been grafted by their skill in medicine on the stub of my brother's arm. In their minds, they had appeased the wrath of the beast-man by preserving some of its life. Now, they thought, if there was any resentment of the beast remaining, it would be directed towards the man that had taken this life. Thus, by the operation they had preserved some of the life of the forest devil, and at the same time made friends, they thought, with this divine monster by torturing its slayer forever with the presence of the ham that would be a horror to his life. Louis was convalescing rapidly under the special care of the natives, who knew that his death would mean the cessation of life in the arm of the divine devil and bring back the spirit of the beast to torment them. In less than 5 weeks after the killing of his dreaded foe, he was up and walking about the hut. The medical men were now striving more than ever in their efforts to produce the correct formula for the wonderful medicine which the natives continually refused to give out. The little brown-skinned islanders had retired again to their own village, happy over the success of the operation. To me, they were a group of arrogant and insidious beings to be despised. As a result of their actions, I had to turn in horror from the person that meant everything to my happiness. In the days that followed, the odious organ became more and more obnoxious to my brother. It was inimical to his rest and peace, and it refused to function at his command. At night, the arm jerked wildly, until within 2 months after the grafting, his brain seemed to have no power over it. One night I was awakened by a quick movement, as if someone had attempted shoving me from the bed. I turned to look at Louis, who slept with me now, and then with a scream that deafened me, I landed with a single leap in the corner of the room. Collecting my senses, I lighted the lantern. Lying on his back, Louis was struggling with his clenched knee and left arm to loose the giant hand that clutched his throat. Beating down a fear that held me back, I sprang on him, and with all my strength, loosed the hold. The arm moved slowly down to his side as if subdued. My brain felt paralyzed. The most unearthly problem that ever faced man was before me now. The spirit of revenge, instilled in the bodily organ other than the brain, was impossible, I thought, if there was the evidence. One solution came to my mind, and I set myself to immediate action. With a strong rope, I tied the arm at the wrist to the heavy long bed frame. The pale and livid form of my brother was sickening to see as he lay there terror-stricken and exhausted. On the morrow, I would have the repulsive organ amputated and hurled into the sea to its master, while in the meantime I was asleep in the adjoining room. I had touched that thing my last time. Weary and tired from fear and restlessness, I soon fell into a troubled sleep once more. How long I slept I cannot remember, but the awakening shortly after midnight remains yet stamped into my mind as the most horrible feeling I have ever known. In the silence of the dark night, I strained my ears for the sound which I prayed had been only imaginary. Then the terrible realization that I had not been mistaken came over me, and bound me in weakness to the bed. Again and again I heard it, plainer now than ever. My auditory faculties became more and more sentient until to me it roared like thunder. The straining of the powerful arm against the rope that bound it grated louder and louder. Then came the whining of the man and his struggles against the calamity that was inevitable. The whines rose to cries as minutes lengthened to hours. The rope could not stand the strain much longer. It was parting now, strand by strand. The break was like the explosion of a cannon to me. Screams of terror rang in my ears, followed by a hurried bustle, then a gasping for breath. The gasps became longer and less audible, weakening until they could scarcely be heard. For a moment, I had become insensible. Then I remembered my brother and listened, but the stillness of the night had closed over the hut once more, and the struggle that had broken the peace and quiet of the little island of Korda had ceased forever. My brother had been strangled by the avenging hand of the man-beast. End of section 6. Read by Frank Cook. Denver, November 27th, 2024. It was early in the evening, a hot and sticky night of the kind of which abounds on the African East Coast. There was Cranton, a young subaltern, only 6 months out from Canada. Klutz, the consul, down from Bomporo, lean as a cheetah and tanned to the color of yellow bronze. Bearing, the fat government clerk of the Mombasa office, and little Watts, an ivory trader from the interior. Young Cranton had just broken the after-dinner silence with an ejaculation over the month-old follow story of the strange death of General Carver, the eminent British ethnologist, which filled almost the entire front page of a Liverpool paper that had come in that afternoon. "You mean to say that all this is true?" he demanded, turning an awestruck face towards Klutz. It was generally known that Klutz had been an intimate of Carver's for several months before the general's death, which occurred in the Bomporo district. The consul nodded through the cloud of smoke that hung over the balcony. "Yes, it's true, what there is of it." Klutz jabbed a thumb at the paper in Cranton's hand, and for once there isn't a thing exaggerated. Even the journalistic mind isn't capable, I think, of outdoing the reality where British East Africa is concerned. Klutz elevated his feet to the railing wearily and exhaled a cloud of cigarette smoke. Down below them, Mombasa, city of strange delights and moral obliquities, teemed with nightlife, streets full of queer hotels, queerer shops, strange faces and tongues. Overhead, the punkahs creaked softly and the talk along the gallery ebbed and flowed. There were all manner of people from back home, youngsters like Cranston just starting out, with all of health and life to squander. The old East Coasters, many of them going home with the final goal either won or lost. A few officers' wives wilting in the humid heat. Klutz paid no heed to the life about him. His eyes were lost for a space on the deeper blackness that was the palm-fringed shores of the mainland, less than 100 yards from the promenade that loomed below them. Young Cranton read the last part of the follow story aloud and emitted a long-drawn whistle. General Carver was known at least by sight or hearsay to each of the four. The manner of his death was in violent contrast to his staid and bigoted life. The general had sacrificed himself on the altar of knowledge, so the paper had it. His decease following a slow mental breakdown caused by overwork and a touch of tropical sunstroke. This, however, was hardly compatible with the queer rumors that had leaked out. Of course, Bering let out, turning to Klutz, "It wasn't sunstroke, was it? You know the whole story, I suppose. If you don't mind, old man, we're all deuced curious." "Oh, I'll tell you," Klutz said a bit savagely. "Thought I do want to forget the whole thing. It won't hurt me to speak, once. Perhaps it will help me forget, relieve me of some of the responsibility." Watts and Cranton drew in a bit closer, expectantly. The consul lay back in his chair a few moments, puffing reflectively, as if he would gather in the trailing strands of memory. "I've always thought it was fate that first brought old Carver to British East," he began. "I felt it from the first, and I was in a position to feel it, being part of the web of circumstance into which he was flung. If it wasn't fate, why should he have chosen Bomporo of all places to write a scientific treatise in? What else, too, could have possessed him to bring that beautiful daughter of his out here to the bush, to run the risk of sleeping sickness, black water fever, and the bite of 1,001 flying and crawling things, to say nothing of the black sorcery of the coast? Of course you all know what brought Carver down here originally. Government sent him out to study the primitive savage in his native environment, to investigate his rights and habits, photograph him, study his talk, and measure his skull and toes. In a word, to give the jogging British public some ethnological data on their benighted jungle children. 4 books in all he made of what could have been done in one small volume, and of all the drivel ever concocted about the Dark Continent. Such genius for blundering into the very arcana of the romantic and the esoteric and failing to read any but the superficial into them has perhaps never been known before. I think if Carver had come upon the center of all mystery, he would have tried to analyze it in terms of science. The world is full of Carvers. All your prying little investigators are off the same block. Back home he occupied somewhat of a pedestal, as you know, was rigid, irreproachably orthodox, and given to public philanthropy and the like. His main trouble was that he could never see Africa as anything but an extension of Chatham or Kensington. He should have been protected for his daughter's sake at least, but Carver's kind develops barriers, integuments of the brain that repel all friendly intercession. So all-sufficient they imagine themselves, these little intellectualists, and yet so puny in their aloneness. But it's not for me to hack up his memory now. Peace be to his bones. Klutz paused to light another cigarette as a mosquito guard. Let me give you a picture of Bumporo, where I've been stationed for the last 2 years, he went on after a moment. It's up on Tortuga Bay, 100 miles north of here. It really isn't a bay, just an overgrown cove, so that the town is a sizzling little tuffet, shut off from the real sea sweep, hemmed in on 3 sides by the bush, endless and smothering. It affects the settlement, barring all the finer things. You know what I mean. A white man there is engulfed as a polyp engulfs its food by the predominance of the blacks. Everything on the reverse, the touch of Europeanism only adding decadence and complication to the otherwise simple animalism of the native. I said that Carver's death was fate, and I say that Bumporo's throwback is also fate, dating back to the days of the Portuguese slave trade. There are remnants of the old slave barracoons there still, all along the rotting beach, and the feel of them is terrible. You get it by night especially, and the niggers won't go near them after dark. They have tall tales of cries that are heard there in the dark hours. God knows what manner of bloody work was enacted there in the old days. Try to imagine this barbaric backwater as the stopping place for a beautiful English girl like Jane Carver, fresh from the glowing limelight of half a dozen London seasons. Carver must have been mad or drunk with his idea of all the all-powerfulness of British suzerainty. I was the only white there at the time. I had a dozen or so hussars to keep up a semblance of order, and a couple of nigger clerks, that was all. The nearest white woman was 100 miles away, the nearest white man perhaps 80. Plenty of half-whites, but they are worse than the blacks. I was down to meet Carver and his daughter when they came ashore. They were just up from Zanzibar. I remember vividly our walk up on Poro's only street that day. It took 4 carriers to manage Carver's boxes and paraphernalia. Carver was about 50, partly bald, bulky and choleric, a fine product of the generation that is passing. His very presence associated itself in the mind with English beef and plum pudding. His manner was bombastic, and he apparently radiated health and vigor, but it was the sort you can buy from a masseur, as any man of the open could have seen. His kind of constitution usually spells dropsy or quick-wasting sickness for the tropics. The daughter was of a different stamp, but no woman was ever meant for the East Coast. The 2 of them treated their coming as an outing. I remember the glint of eyes peering out from behind lattices, the throaty chuckle of African women as we passed along, and Miss Carver's shudders at the looks turned upon her. I reassured her as best I could, telling her not to blame the yellow boys. They hadn't seen a white woman for years. Of course they had to put up at my bungalow. Carver spread himself proprietarily over about 2/3 of the place the first day in his characteristic way. The whole of that evening we talked, or rather I listened to him talk. I had exactly the feeling a clerk in a small branch might have on receiving a visit from headquarters. A voice raised in continuous and unvarying hortation. That is my lasting impression of him. He talked of ivory and rubber and other mammoth projects in the interior, of empire and our colonial possessions, leaning back in his chair, head cocked to one side with a heavy, judicial calm that was astounding, appalling. But mostly he talked of his work, his treatises. He was not to be shaken off, but I could stand it. for I had spoken with no one from the outside for a year. But the daughter... Klutz paused a moment. A softer note crept into his voice, and his eyes were lost in the shoreward blackness. The fat bearing noted the tone and was about to make a jesting remark, but refrained at the new look in Klutz's face. The daughter was a true thoroughbred. I shall never cease to marvel at her. From the first I did not look upon her as kith or kin of Carver's. She was 25, tall and rather cold. As to approach, I thought, but there was a lot of sheer caliber to her, and I was not long in finding it out. She had a cameo-like beauty of the sorts that hurts a maverick like me deep down the first glance. It's so perfect. Tranquil was the word for her. Eyes of a fighting blue, deep and level of gaze. I suspected she was like her mother. I did not take to Jane Carver at first. I doubt if anybody would have. But later, the father having dwindled about as far as he could for me, I began to see the depths in her. I read steadiness in her distant manner, endless surpassing in her non-committal silences. You couldn't remain blind to the handicap that 25 years of life under Carver's wing would entail upon one, and it didn't take me long to see that the seeming sullenness of hers was caused by knowing too much about the particular layers and penates of her father's house. After the general had settled down to gargantuan labor on his final treatise, the greatest of the lot, each new one was to be greater than all the others. Miss Carver and I became very well acquainted. It came by slow degrees, an impersonal, comradely relation. Before, I had had little chance to speak with her, for when Carver was present, no one else conversed except in stilted and unnatural phrases. But out from under his wing, I found her unexpectedly human and companionable. She was a person of really splendid and vital emotions and strong personality, all of her suppressed through a delayed youth. Naturally, as she opened up, she began to have a most potent charm for me. The first few days she told me how Africa had always called to her, how she had known for years that she would come here, how she loved it. The old mother, she called it. She didn't seem to see the squalor and nigger litter of Bomporo. Her imagination was away, compassing the country in all its untamable vastness, its ruthless savagery. She had a little dream about Africa's being the original cradle of us all, the font of races, and believed that civilization had its first beginnings here, and dashed if there wasn't something to it. Look at Egypt, Carthage, Lemuria. Wasn't it Pliny who said, "All things have come out of Africa"? She knew our history better than any East Coaster I ever brushed up against. When she talked, it wasn't of little wars and incidents. She was steeped in the ancient lore of the land. She dreamed of the days of Arab kings and black-skinned Timors, of the ancient walled towns of the desert, full of savage luxury, falling under the Mohammedan tide from the north. She made me see that there were other Africas than this steaming coast of ours, and that they were all a romantic and composite whole. She had an intense yearning to penetrate the interior. She wanted to know, to see all this for herself. There was something almost shocking about her fierce intensity on those things. As I have said, she had delved into a lot of ancient writing, had heard, most of it exaggerated, of the great secret societies of the desert, of the esoteric rites of the Dahomeyans and the Sensui, and of the mysteries of bush fetish. She was full of the dreams, and she wanted the tangible proof, and I guess you know the danger of that sort of things to a neophyte in the country. Watson Baring emitted knowing murmurs of corroboration, and young Cranton tried to look wise. There was little I could do, Klutz went on, except to warn her. I could only hope that old Carver would get his fill and leave before the virus got too far under her skin. There are ways and ways in which Africa claims her tide of the hated invaders. Drink, women, black smoke, these are only the lesser devils. It's the deeper, subtler ways that are deadly. They begin invariably with that craving to penetrate her esoteric side. Your average Britisher, with his armor of smug complacency and his ideas running in fixed grooves, is generally safe. But let a man be too psychic, too open on the imaginative side, then look out. I had been on the inside of too many cases like that, so in the first week, much as I hated to, I went to her and begged her to go out, to get back to Zanzibar or Mombasa. I don't care what you say, I argued with her. This is no place for you, Miss Carver. Your father had no right to bring you. And I don't care what you say, she would answer. I'm going to remain. I don't see how you can dictate to me. You men preempt all the adventures. There's just this, I would counter. I've been down along this coast for 10 years, and I know that no white woman or child should stay in Africa a moment longer than they can help it, especially when they feel as you do, Miss Carver. There really wasn't anything more to be done. No use trying to make the General see it. The days drifted by, and while old Carver ground out his canned knowledge, the girl and I progressed most famously. We did the town after her inhibition had worn away, and the detachment with which she braved the scornful looks and the poisonous emanations of hatred from the black women was a thing good to see. There was a native boat moored down at the end of the beach, and in it we penetrated for miles up a jungle estuary that crawled down to the sea. Sometimes we had the evenings together, too, when Carver didn't victimize us with his latest dredgings on the craniology of the crew. You fellows will appreciate just what it all meant to me, a chain of uninterrupted days with a young woman of proper age and attainments, after 2 years of life and death down here. Right-o, said Bering with emphasis. Klutz paused for several moments, and when he resumed it was with a sort of biting terseness. Everything might have been all right had not trouble turned up one day in the shape of a crew medicine man from the interior. The first I knew of his presence in the vicinity was when Wafa, my personal boy, came back from town one night with a new charm done up in a little skin bag and fastened to the hole in the lobe of one ear. He was grinning all over and explained to me that the charm was to ward off devils and to bring about his speedy marriage with the high-priced and much-coveted daughter of the village headman. He had paid a month's hard-earned wages for it to Chana, the big juju of the Seta crews, who was encamped in the jungle just outside the town. I knew what that would mean, for I knew Chana. I had seen him before. The man was dangerous, an adept in the original and primitive black art of which Africa is the home. His reputation extended even to Korabed on the edge of the desert. Chana was and still is what might be called the big political boss of British East. He wielded more power than a chief or a governor. I had an idea of what would happen if Carver got wind of the beggar's presence. I knew he'd never rest until he had witnessed a bit of black man's magic firsthand. I had a better power with Chana and determined to find him at once and keep him off by threats, force, or money. Halfway down the street I was called back to sit court in a tribal squabble which kept me palavering the rest of that morning. Before I could get away again, things had taken the turn I had feared. You know how it is up along the coast when delegates come in from the hinterland for a few days. The jungle wireless gets busy. The tribes for 50 miles around talk to each other in an unknown code with loud boomings of telegraph logs, and there is a tension felt even among the old coasters. I had heard some of this during the morning, and when I hurried back to headquarters, I found Miss Carver all breathless with excitement. She informed me that her father had just left for the camp of Chana, that he was going to get some real first-hand information on West African voodooism and juju, and that he would possibly take her to see the witch doctor later, or try and persuade Chana to make an appearance in town for her benefit. "Good Lord!" exclaimed Bering. "I begin to see it now." There was a depth of understanding behind his words. "Exactly," said Klutz. "You begin to see what Carver was butting up against, something that represents Mother Africa herself. The formidable side of her that teems with a deadly, veiled antagonism against all whites and will continue to do so to the end of time. I saw it all in one evil flash. Carver was the very epitome of the thing that all Africa hates, and Chana was the embodiment of that hatred, its cunning and cruelty. They would clash as antipodal atoms clash. And the girl? I am so deeply interested in all this. You could never understand just the way I feel," she was saying. "It's what I've been waiting for, I think. I've seen so much of the surface of things here all the way down the coast, and nothing of what lies beneath. And all the time the part that's hidden, that means Africa to me, something ancient and pantheistic has been calling. Do you understand? I can't be satisfied as a tourist is with just the surface of things. Oh, there is something very deep, like a blood memory between Africa and me. When I feel her secret atmosphere, so mysterious and antagonistic, and sense her immense empty distances, there's a lump in my throat and I feel a yearning that is wordless. Yes, the magic name of Africa had spun a spell about her. She was brave and romantic and adventurous, and the whole of her craved a departure from the commonplace as a drowning man craves air. I didn't try to explain to her. I saw that it was useless. I watched for Carver all the rest of the morning, but it was past midday before he returned, and with him was Channa, the witch doctor. I saw the two of them coming up the street from the jungle and hurried down to meet them, full of vague misgivings. Can you imagine them coming along between the rows of grass huts, the pompous and beefy Britisher side by side with the gaunt and sinister figure of the medicine man, the one strutting and immaculate, the other half nude and gliding easily with the sensitive footing of the jungle man? Channa was a full-blooded crew from the Uganda country, with the high cheekbones and narrow, villainous face of his kind. Unknown to the consort with a white man before, mistrusted by Europeans and feared by the blacks, his seeming intimacy with Carver gave me a qualm. Channa halted. Carver came forward, bawling out a greeting full of exuberance, yet dignified. He explained to me that there was to be a genuine juju show out in the jungle that night, and that he was going out to see it. He must have that at all costs for his chapters on voodoo mysteries. Hitherto the subject had not received proper attention. He was going to take a camera with him on the chance of getting some choice flashlight pictures, he said. There would in all probability be ghost dances and blood sacrifices. The infernal ass, cried Watts. At that moment I became aware most keenly of the witch doctor's eyes. They were leveled at a point just back of my shoulder, and turning I saw that Jane Carver had come up behind us. She was flushed and radiant and had just started to say something to her father, but her words had fallen flat as she stood now as one transfixed, returning the medicine man's stare across the intervening space, which was perhaps 20 or 30 feet. For 4 or 5 seconds they stood thus, an occult combat of eyes and wills. I felt the force of the thing. Channa's gaze bridged the distance like a physical touch. I felt his damnable magnetism rolling out in waves. I imagined I could see it. It rose and rushed down upon her in a solid wall. I saw her shaken from head to foot. Then she seemed to rally deep down and struck through the thing, coming out, as I thought, victorious, as I leapt to her side. The incident was over. Channa stalked past us and on up the street. He did not turn his head again. Miss Carver was taking short, quick breaths, and her eyes were very bright. I ordered the two of them gruffly to come up to the house at once. Then I took Carver aside. Call it nerves, but I tell you I knew too much about Africa that afternoon, and a weight of dread was upon me as I looked out at the jungle and thought of all that lay concealed beneath it. The two of us had it out, hot and heavy, as I expected. I told him of men who had gone out into the jungle as he was planning to do and never came back. I threatened to lock him up, threatened him with expulsion by the first steamer if he persisted in meddling with juju. A smile slowly spread over his face as I talked. It broke into a snort of contempt that was the hardest of all the things I had tolerated in him. You're a very decent sort, my man, he said, and you've helped us a great deal, but I don't believe it for a minute when you say these things can't be done. I think, sir, that you've been sitting at your desk in this god-forsaken hole so long that you've lost the knack of tackling a live thing. I'm going out there tonight, sir, with a flashlight, camera, and a couple of pistols in spite of all the consoles on the coast. It's a chance in a million. They've promised to let me witness an initiation. In fact, I've already paid over a bally £10 for the privilege. Some of these black boys will go along with me. With us, father, said a voice at my elbow. I'm going to go with you. Jane Carver had come in, and she stood erect and determined, her eyes glowing with that trance-like fascination that those months of thinking and dreaming mystery had bred in her. There she was, defying me, backed by her father in all the force of his bull-headed confidence and ostrich-like complacency. Can't you see it? The unseen finger of Channa was already laid on Culver's pulse. I could imagine him finally allowing himself to be won over, seemingly by the general's impressive words after a long and dignified palaver. Right then was the time for me to act if ever, yet something withheld me, and I say again that what followed must have been meant before I could influence them. The girl, too, had turned the thing into something like an issue of courage. I saw that no power of mine short of physical force could stop her, and that would never cure that craving of hers. A swarm of unexpected and unbidden pictures swept through my mind, and with them came a new and poignant pang in my breast. I discovered at that moment just how much that succession of magic days had meant to me. I realized that I'd actually been dreaming of a future in which Jane Carver figured, forgetting my 40 years, half of which had been spent mavericking about the world's odd corners. What a fool a man is. Anyway, everything in me wanted to serve her then, and right there I decided to see the thing through, to cure her for all the time of that lure of Africa thing. Miss Carver was delighted when I volunteered to go along that night with 2 of my crew boys, but the general still maintained his self-sufficient calm. I knew it was going to be a fight. I wasn't kidding myself on that point, but it was the girl I feared for. Carver, I figured, would merely slide over the surface of it all. There followed the most damnable hour of preparation. They would have strolled out there as they were, as if for a lawn party, I think, but after a lot of persistency, I got them into cholera belts and made them down a double dose of quinine each. Not the least part of my discomfort were my houseboys. I knew that they knew, and that the whole town knew, and I could imagine the yapping and nigger gossip. While we got started last night, it was one of those still, sultry nights. There was only a thin sickle of a moon, like a paring of a yellow fingernail. As I urged on the crew boys who were in the lead, the ticklishness of the thing I had undertaken bore down on me, heavier with each yard we progressed. First we crossed the lagoon, which was merely a broadening out of the Jungle River. This was at my order, for I wanted to come upon the camp of Channa from an unexpected angle. Part of my plan depended on that, for I had a good idea of what we should find. There's a grisly sort of earthshine that hovers over the bush on a night like that. You've seen it yourself, no doubt. It's partly vegetal, I think, as if everything were rotting in phosphorescence. Our natives took the lead as we plunged into the jungle. I remember the yellow-white gleam of their eyes as we passed through an occasional patch where the queer shine seemed to sift down through the trees. We came to an interminable stretch that was black as a pocket, where we slid and scrambled through rank growths and over fallen logs. I kept close to Miss Carver. In all that journey she did not utter a sound or protest, but gradually I saw, or rather felt, a nameless terror stealing over her. She showed nothing on the outside, but I was keyed to a hair to register her every tremor. I got her sensation of smothering as the vegetation became denser about us. It always takes one's breath away at first, seeming to make the very air thick. Carver cursed occasionally as he stumbled on uneven ground. We neared the niggers' camp at last, going mainly by the sounds which we could now plainly hear, thumping of skinned drums and high-pitched cries. Then we came within sight of glowing fires. I directed the 2 natives quietly, in their own dialect, as we crept cautiously nearer. The sounds grew more distinct. "No noise now, understand, Mr. Carver," I whispered. "Are you all right?" I asked the girl. "Feeling game?" She nodded, biting her lip. Then we crept forward again, almost on all fours. The scene in front grew clearer. We reached a last growth of underbrush and parted the foliage. It was as raw and barbaric a thing as I had ever seen. It was the girl's first touch of Africa, with the lid off. No need of going into detail to you about what we saw. There was the usual circle of yapping blacks, over 100 of them, fine, stalwart fellows from the warlike tribes inland, galas, most of them. They sat on their hams on the ground in an open glade, while their women squatted just outside the circle, partly in shadow. 2 great fires burned in the center, and all about torches were blazing. On a bamboo pole stuck in the center of the circle was a dried human head, and about this a ghost dance was in progress. The jumping light struck oily gleams from the bodies of the dancers and from the broad blades of spears and assegais. The dancers kept time to the rhythmic throb of skin drums and the low chant of the scant-clad women. A few wrinkled old crones crouched about the fires, roasting a body on a rude spit, a long body with paws and a tail still intact, a tail that curled from the heat, curled tighter and tighter until I saw it snap and fall off. It was plucked instantly from the coals and eaten by a mummified old wench. "What the devil are we standing here for like a lot of fools?" It was Carver's voice, and there was a bit of a quaver in it. "Come on." "Wait," I commanded sharply. I was not through with them yet. Now I saw that a weakness and nausea was coming over Miss Carver, the inevitable Anglo-Saxon disgust. There was a light in her eye, a light of fascinated horror, and I put out a hand to steady her. "Keep cool," I whispered, but she did not seem to notice me. The drummers in the circle beat faster now. The women began joining the men in the mad revel about the pole with its grinning trophy. A veritable claimant nightmare ensued of leaping fanatical figures silhouetted against the screen of writhing branches. Even Carver was stilled. Very slowly we pressed closer until we stood on the very edge of the clearing. Such was the fanatical intensity of the blacks that they had not yet sensed our presence. It was just as I had hoped. I knew we had already seen a whole lot more than Channa had intended. Suddenly, above the cries and yapping of the orgy, there came a clear, shrill cry, prolonged, like the lip ululations of the North American Indian. Instantly, the dance ceased. The drumming died to a hoarse rubbing, and into the circle stepped the figure of Channa, the witch doctor. He was the most hideous spectacle I have ever seen. I felt Jane Carver reach out involuntarily and took her hand. Channa was naked except for some strings of human teeth that encircled his neck and ankles. The head and horns of some animal were fitted tightly over his skull. His face, with its ghastly coating of gray-green, made him look like the traditional figure of pestilence, and he had put plates in his mouth so that the lips were frightfully stretched apart, showing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Above them, the eyes shone horribly. He addressed the assembly in high-pitched gala. "No need of my repeating the rigmarole to you, fellows. It was the regular lineup of juju mummeries, most of it senseless and only designed to instill the assembly with fear. Of course there was to be a sacrifice, for he, Channa, had divined through his sorcery that one of the Gala tribe had broken the taboo of the Black Lodge. The fellow was an accomplished actor as well as a skilled hypnotist, as are all your genuine priests of fetish. It was uncanny to see the effect of his stuff on the assembly. I saw the circle of blacks swayed as a field of grass under a wind by his primitive galvanisms. Channa cried out with sudden sharpness that he sensed the guilty one was among the assembly, that this was the night for the punishment. The great Juju himself called for blood, and until the sacrifice was made, the tribe would be harassed, their numbers decimated by war and sleeping sickness, their women stolen. He was drawing on the core of that unclean thing from which the spiritism of all ages has sprung. Call it fancy, but to me there's always been a malignant entity that hovers over the lands under the equator. It has its source in the jungle's choking fecundity, and the fear and death it hides in its smothering heart. I think it is the thing that the first fakir of all time played upon to mold primitive minds to his will. There followed the usual sorcerer's dance of divination, a rigmarole of sheer, calculated cruelty. Round and round the lighted circle, Channa cavorted in a sort of hellish gamble, his eyes glowing with a fiendish satisfaction as they searched the ashen faces of the Negroes turned up to him. Suddenly, he stopped dead. You know how the thing always ends. The chosen sacrifice was a woman, a huge, sooty creature crouched down among the back ranks. I remember her throaty cry of horror as his fingers sought her out and how she tried to jerk herself away into the bushes. The niggers were upon her in a black wave. It was then that I heard a cry from Jane Carver and I saw her face, a glory of anguish. She had been a psychic sponge for all that damnable tableau. For all her strength of mind and purpose, she was the absolute feminine, negative and psychic to the core. I could have shot myself then for allowing her to come at all. Carver's voice broke the silence, bringing out all the stored-up hell left in my system. "The camera boy, quick," he bawled, "I must have this." Already he held a match, ready to light the flash. "Stop," I yelled with all the threat I could put into it. "Back, I tell you, back." I staggered over to him with the girl a deadweight in my arms, intending to stamp out his infernal fuse. The blacks had jerked that gibbering wretch to her feet now. I saw the flash of upraised knives, and what followed was like a picture out of hell. I never reached that fuse before I got to Carver's side. It flashed out a blinding white flare. "Good God," groaned Carver at the same instant. "Good God." His eyes were popping and the camera he held clattered to the ground. I think he had imagined it was all a bit of realistic mummery up to that point. "You're not in Shropshire now," I cackled at him. "This is one of the habits of the primitive black at close range. Come here and give me a hand with your daughter." He saw her condition then for the first time and emitted a sort of choking sob. It was flooding into him now that there was devilry in this thing. Devilry in everything he had been seeing for weeks and that he had never suspected it. "My girl," he faltered, "my girl." The Negroes stood paralyzed for a moment after that flash of powder, the yellow whites of their eyes rolling with fear. Above all else, I was conscious of the gaze of Channa in that moment, picking us out where we stood. Dead silence had fallen. Then a mass of blacks suddenly surged upon us with mad yells. A sharp swish of an assegai, and one of my black boys fell with a gurgling moan and didn't get up. Carver's automatic as well as my own were in action now, and that held them in check until we gained the denser jungle. Then behind us, as I had expected, I heard the shrill, imperative voice of Channa calling them back. He had recognized us and saw that his game with the general was up. He had too much sense to buck up against the administration. We heard the yelling gradually die away behind us. I don't know how we ever reached the boat again. Miss Carver seemed to be dying. Her face was deathly white, and we half carried, half dragged her along in our flight. She fell into something like a sleep, but at intervals of a few minutes would revive and stare about her with an expression of horror that I have never seen equaled. Old Carver was lumberingly useless. He limited himself to delivering a characteristic admonition as we crashed along. "Be brave, my girl, be brave." It was not until we were entering the town that she regained her bodily control. A remarkable change came over her on the instant. Her soft, willowy body became tense and vibrant. The dull luster dropped from her eyes, leaving them gleaming with that shivery, clairvoyant glare I had seen in them before. Then I noted the effect of her attitude on our black carrier. A moment he stood frozen in position, studying her face with an expression of peculiar intensity mixed with dread. He fell behind after that, showing the whites of his eyes and seeming ready to bolt. The girl's lips were very red and moist and parted slightly. Her big eyes became eloquent with an inexpressible expression of fear, longing, and expectancy. The whole of her seemed strained and listening into the silence of the bush from which we had come. Between us, the general and I spurred her on again, speaking quietly and soothingly to her. Something premonitory was breaking in my brain, an insidious canvassing that I could not shake off. I had heard tales of the evil eye and of the various spells cast by fetish priests. Again she stopped dead. She was looking down with horror at her body, at her hands as if they were foreign to her. She tried to lift them. They came up slowly, falteringly to her breast, and then dropped leadenly to her sides again. I had to turn away. I was growing cold all over, yet I feared to do anything lest it loose some dark force that seemed hovering over her, ready to shoot down a groove and annihilate her. My skin prickled. "What is it? What is it?" she was saying in the dazed sort of way I've heard fever patients talk. "Hurry," I urged. "It's all right, we're almost there." I felt her shivering all over and heard the small chatter of her teeth. Suddenly she screamed, "My God, what is the matter with me? What is the matter with me?" With a frightened yell, the black boy who had been coming along behind turned and bolted with a gasping admonition. "Brinitaku, Brinitaku. Chief, look out." What followed shook any beliefs I have ever had about life, down here being charted for us. As we rushed the girl between us up the path to the consulates, there came a wild, mad laugh from the jungle, like that of a crazed man, or one in the last stages of a hashish breakdown. It made the skin creep along my spine. I thought instantly of a hyena, but knew as quickly that it was not that. Then, to my horror, the sound was repeated. It rose, shivering to a high crescendo, and burst in a hysterical gasp almost at my side. So inhuman was the cry that it was a moment before I could realize that it came from the lips of Miss Carver herself. But suddenly she had broken from the general's grasp and sped away with the fleetness of a wild thing. We flung ourselves after her, the general and I, but she seemed suddenly possessed of a strength and agility that was superhuman. Straight through the town we pursued her. All the niggers were up and stirring. They fled away on all sides with cries of terror and vituperation, as if we had loosed some loathsome thing in their midst. "Mother of God!" I heard old Carver moan as he ran, and my heart went out to him in that moment. Something of the genuine man in him was coming out at last. We overtook Miss Carver at the jungle fringe. She struggled like a panther in our grasp, and it took the strength of the two of us to hold her. I saw that she was utterly possessed, in mind and to body, by that vile force that had its source in the jungle glade. She scratched and panted, giving vent to horrible cutting cries. Her great eyes blazed at us without cognizance. Her nostrils flared and contracted, and I saw that face of beauty becoming utterly demoniac before my eyes. She used her nails and teeth on us, and twice she almost wrenched herself free. Even as we struggled, I was acutely aware of someone or something skulking in the nearby bush, and it was that something which she was struggling to reach, some damnable undercurrent that flowed between them. I shall never forget the agony of that situation as I strained with all my power to hold that soft body I had come to love. A body suddenly became charged with a strength that was unbelievable. Her every muscle jerked and twitched as if possessed by a separate and perverse life of its own. My heart was torn between compassion and a sick horror. It was like a battle for a soul. I tell you, I saw her true spirit departing from her body. No living thing could have kept up those violent convulsions for long. She sank back at last, utterly still in our arms, but it was the stillness of a wild thing, waiting for a moment's laxness to spring away. Carrying her between us, we got her back to the consulate. I looked at old Carver's face under the lamplight, and what I saw erased a good deal of the contempt I had been harboring for him. He was gray as death. "What in God's name is it?" he asked. His voice broke. "It's Channa," I snapped at him. "Perhaps after tonight you will let matters of juju worship alone." An old black mammy who had helped keep order about me entered at my call, her eyes popping from her head. I knew she had seen many things in her years. "She is mad," I said in the woman's ear. "She is possessed of a devil in Kus," said the woman with a queer, fatalistic gesture of evocation. The words seemed to take me back 1,000 years to the days of necromancy and black art. I saw ancient Africa as she had simmered for centuries, full of sinister dreams under the dread shadow of her fanatical and misunderstood religions. I called for alcohol and had her body vigorously rubbed and her head and throat bathed with it. I was clinging to the hope that it might be no more than an extreme nervous breakdown. We tried holding ammonia under her nose. It had no more effect on her than water. "It is no use, Inkus," the negress repeated. "It is a very powerful devil. Soon he will either kill her or abandon her." My sense of utter helplessness angered me. My eyes met those of Carver, who was kneeling beside the girl. I think he was being reborn at that moment. Veins stood out on his temples and his mouth had narrowed to a thin, tight line. I knew nothing but an exorcism would avail. I clapped my hands. Wafa appeared on the threshold. "Wafa, go get Channa the witch doctor," I commanded through clenched teeth. "Bring him to me." I was playing one last card. The boy stood shifting from one foot to the other. His eyes rolled with fear, and his face had turned gray under its black. "Inkus, I dare not," he chattered. "There is much medicine in the jungle tonight. Channa make much magic. It would be a death." I heard a stifled curse from Carver. I advanced on Wafa with a clenched fist. I was trembling, and I remember I swore horribly. "Go find Channa." I cried again. "Tell him Klutz wants him. Understand? Klutz wants him quick. Quick. And if he doesn't come, I'll have the whole government down here to blow him and his devil tribe off the earth. Savvy? Scoot now." I turned back to the cot, and it was not until a minute or two later that I saw that Carver had disappeared. I guessed then where he had gone, and I knew that I should never have allowed him out of my sight again that night. You can imagine the horror of the next hour as I sat there waiting, damning myself for all that had come of the night's work. I held myself responsible for everything, and the self-crucifixion I underwent would have atoned for a sin against the soul. I heard a stealthy shuffle of feet on the veranda at last, and quietly reached up to the shelf above the cot where my automatic lay. The door opened and Channa stood on the threshold. Some of his hideous paint had been removed, and his lean body was wrapped in a robe. Jane Carter sat up suddenly with a terrified shriek. "There's nothing to fear," I soothed, placing my hand on her shoulder. "You'll be all right in a minute." I had Channa covered now when I began speaking. I had to keep a strong grip on myself, or I should have annihilated the beggar at once, for I have never felt such abomination for a living thing. "Come here," I said to him. "This is your work." I pointed to Miss Carver. He grinned sardonically, keeping his calm exterior. I brought the pistol slowly down until it was directly in line with the fellow's solar plexus. It's a queer fact that man can usually look down a leveled gun barrel more or less calmly, but let the barrel be lowered to the region of the abdomen and there'll be results, and quickly. Channa made a nasty grimace of fear and tried to sidestep. "I'll give you exactly half a minute," my voice broke a bit, "to bring her out of that." "Why call me Inkoos?" he asked, opening his palms to signify that his mind was blank on the matter. "What can Channa know of this madness?" "Channa knows overmuch of it," I snapped, and my finger fairly trembled as it curled about the trigger. "Come, I am in no mood for fooling. I'll give you to 20. And I began to count. Channa was thinking quickly. "Leave us, Inkoos," he clicked, but I saw cunning in his eyes. "Nothing doing," I said. "Get busy now, or by heaven I'll spatter you all over the room." He threw off his robe and stood before the girl. She screamed again, horribly, and it was all I could do to hold her. "Listen, it's all right, we're going to fix you up," I cried. But my words beat vainly against her dimming consciousness. She clung to me in a frenzy. Channa thrust his narrow head forward to within a foot of her face, his eyes glittering with a concentration that seemed to beat down and overcome her fear, her will, her power of movement. The glare began to leave her eyes, and she emitted little choking sobs like a child in fear of punishment. Suddenly, in a shrill voice, Channa poured forth a torrent of livid words in dialect I had never heard. Then he ceased as abruptly as he had begun and cried out in English, "Who are you?" "I am Lajara," she answered, "and why or whence the name came, I have never been able to make out." "Thou liest," shrieked the witch doctor. "Thou art a devil and a beast. From whence do you come?" I saw the girl's eyes protrude, her fingers opening and closing in her tremendous effort to break away from the relentless will back of those eyes. Channa stamped with rage. "Whence comest thou?" he repeated. I had to turn away as she screamed and gritted her teeth together, that wild thing again gleaming in her eyes. She struggled with incredible energy. The witch doctor howled in his pantomime and his eyes darted fire. "I am burning up," I heard her moan at last. A drink, and I will tell all." Her head sank back as from exhaustion. The whole thing was apparently the sheerest nonsense, but I had heard much of the strange practices of these sorcerers and held my patience. Channa became calm now. He seemed to reflect a moment quietly, and his mood molded the girl's mental processes into the channel he wished. He was gradually superinducing his own sanity into her. There was the devil's own subtlety in it. "Very well, devil," he said presently, "you shall have a drink. A very fine drinky, ya." He made a loud smacking with his lips. The girl was now showing every sign of extreme thirst. Her lips were parched and dry, and her skin had a feverish burn. "A bowl, Inkoos, and some water," said Channa, in a low voice that seemed to escape her altogether. I hurriedly brought in a bowl brimful. Channa snatched it from me and took it to a corner of the room where he squatted over it, sucking in his breath and giving vent to uncouth ejaculations of greed, the while going through an outlandish pantomime of secrecy. I saw him reach surreptitiously into the skin bag he carried at his side and drop something into the bowl. It looked like some sort of dried herbs, and I remember the fear that leapt into my mind of poison or worse. But he had us there. There was nothing to do but trust him, though I held my automatic ready to squeeze at the first proof of trickery. Presently, I had a queer-looking concoction stirred up and set the bowl down upon the floor. "Drink, devil," he leered at the girl. She strained forward eagerly in our arms, and at a sign from Channa we promptly released her. She sprang forward like a wild thing and, stooping, drained the contents of the bowl with the avidity of one dying of thirst. When it was empty, she straightened up queerly and let it fall. It shattered to pieces at her feet, and there she stood for a moment staring piteously about her, bewilderment taking the place of veracity in her eyes. I put up my automatic on the instant and sprang forward. She collapsed into my arms with a tired sigh that caught in her throat, and her eyes closed. I lifted her and carried her back to the cot. She opened her eyes once and murmured in a plaintive voice, Dear God, I am so weary, let me sleep. I do not pretend to understand the thing, Klutz finished abruptly, though I have pondered it ever since that night. The girl had been worse than a maniac. In an instant she was cured. When I looked around for Channa, he was gone. I have never seen him since. Young Cranton poured a drink and pushed it toward Klutz across the small table. And old Carver, someone asked after a minute. I did all I could, Klutz answered wearily. When he didn't come in toward dawn, I went out with a search party, but we found nothing. The niggers had gone, moved on in the night. We had a hard time to find even the glade again, for they'd covered all trace. It was nearly a week before we heard anything of him. A story that came from away up in the Batu district about a lost white man who had staggered into a native village over 80 miles upstream. They took him in, but he died before the party I sent out ever reached him. God alone knows how he ever got up there, but his end must have been horrible by the look of his face when they brought him down. I have always laid it to Channa. The investigators put it down as sunstroke, and I let it pass at that. There was nothing to prove otherwise. And the girl? I suppose she went back. Klutz nodded. Of course. We had a long talk after she was herself again and she saw things right. She made no protest at all, but I arranged for her passage north the following week. I think she was cured. He flicked the glowing stub of his cigarette over the railing and watched it descry a long red arc to the black water below. What a fool a man is, he laughed shortly. I remember our last words at the steamer. I remember how my every nerve tingled when she asked me if I was coming back. I told her I would as soon as I'd finished a certain little fight I had here with myself, and of course we promised to get together back there. For days I belted each hour toward that meeting. Of course it was only dream stuff. But you will go back sometime, said Cranston. Back, repeated Klutz wearily. I don't know. 15 years out here. I wonder if a chap ever goes back after 15 years. End of section 7. Guinea log, alternately shaking with chills and wiping the sweat from his face as he watched his native boys finish the fag end of his planting. One more year, and he knew his plantations would be well started, and he could leave a half-caste overseer in charge and go home for a year. His thoughts always stopped right at this point, going home, and he got up from his log. He had promised himself a few hours of uninterrupted thought, as he had some problems to settle with himself before he went back to the home plantation. But this was not the time for it. There were 100 things to do before night, and he was short-handed. The night before, the Tuaregs had come down out of the bush and had caught his boys at the worst hour possible, when they were tired out after a killing day under the tropic sun, and were nodding over their cook fires. Their short spears were always at their backs, of course, and they had made a game fight. Bollinger still thrilled when he thought of it. He had fought side by side with them, the shining black bodies glistening in the glow of the fires, the blood streaming from a slash in his leg. At the last of every madness of killing had seemed to possess him, and he had thrust and slashed like the black beasts themselves, he thought, rather shamefacedly. They had finally driven the Tuaregs back, but not without the loss of 14 of his men. They're probably roasting before the Tuareg cook fires right now, he said to himself grimly. In the islands, one does not like to think of the fate of prisoners. The Tuaregs are headhunters. It would have been a much worse disaster if it had happened a few weeks earlier, but now the planting was almost finished, and only about 100 remained of the nuts, sprouted for the planting, and by night it would be finished. He would leave Daku, his native overseer, in charge, while he went to meet Carl, who would be back from New Guinea by now with the new field hands. How lucky it was, he thought, that he had sent Carl for the men. Always they needed new hands, of course, as the blacks never do well at plantation labor, but they would need them worse than ever now. It was after dark as he gave his last directions to Daku, and heavy tropic rain was falling in lines straight as lances as he was rowed out to his little tramp steamer, which was to take him to the home plantation, as he called his larger place over on Vatu. At the turn of the tide, the little steamer slipped over the reef and headed out to sea, leaving behind it the quick tropic storm and the wails of his black boys who, with the coming of night, had begun their weird songs of lamentation for their slain. As they cleared the lagoon and began to feel the heave of the long Pacific rollers, although the lightning still played in the west, the moon rose, a magic green lantern, the shimmering silver pathway leading to the little steamer, a dark speck in this remote world of moving water. Bollinger always liked to sit where he could see the forefoot of his little steamer throwing back a double line of gleaming phosphorus, and tonight, as he sat on a coil of rope, feeling the surge of the waves that seemed to come from the far rim of the world, a fragment of verse that he had heard a girl in Naumea sing drifted through his mind. When the phosphor stars are thrown from the shroud, and the far heat lightning plays, on the rim of the west where the cloud bank rests, on a darker bank of haze, I know that the years of our life are few, and fain as a bird to flee, that time is as brief as a drop of dew, but you are eternity. He was like his mother in that, he thought, fragments of verse always coming unbidden to remind him, as she had so often told him, that with all its striving, all its unsatisfied longings, life was beautiful. What had gone wrong with his life anyway? A year ago, all this, the ocean, the night, the singing of the trade wind through the rigging, would have been a sheer delight, and now he felt only a vague, restless unhappiness. What was it all about? He put his head in his hands and deliberately went over the last year of his life, which by all rights should have been his happiest, as he had Nadine. He thought of his first meeting with her. He had been walking up from the wharf at Suva late one night, just in from his plantation for supplies, and he had heard the sound of a harsh, masculine voice, and of a woman sobbing. The sound had seemed to come from a narrow side street, and when he reached the spot, a man's figure disappeared through a hedge, but a girlish form in white had been crumpled on the ground. As he raised her, a pair of soft black eyes were lifted to his, and from that moment something in his steadfast English heart had gone out to her, never to return. It had been a mad infatuation on his part from the first, and in a month they were man and wife. Even now, after they had been married a year, he could not think of her without a beating of blood in his temples. She was beautiful and winsome, with the soft, sensuous beauty of the South, but there was an air of subtlety, almost of mystery about her, which he had tried in vain to penetrate. He realized suddenly how very little he really knew her. She had no people, and she'd been raised in the islands. That was about the sum of it. He had never even been able to get a very clear understanding of what had happened that time when he had found her late at night crying. She was given to long periods of stillness, not sullen or sulky, but rather as though she had withdrawn to some inner retreat where he could not follow. He remembered with pain the many little deceits she had practiced upon him. Nothing harmful or really wrong, but why should she hide anything from him, her husband? He had the normal Englishman's horror of intrigue or mystery. There was that morning when Captain Stain had come up on their veranda when they were at breakfast, and Bollinger had caught a look that passed between him and Nadine. He could have sworn that it spoke astonishment on his part and entreaty on hers, but it was gone almost as soon as seen. He had introduced him to Nadine, and she had been her usual sweet self in a moment, and afterward, as he had walked down to the wharves with the captain, he had deliberately mentioned Nadine, but without eliciting a response of any kind from him. In fact, the good old trader had seemed constrained, and had shaken hands with Ballinger at parting without meeting his eyes. He'd of course asked Nadine about it, but she had laughed and pulled his ears, and told him that he had imagined it, and he had said no more, knowing how useless it was to question her. There was no harm in her having known good old Stain. Why hide the fact? Then there was his partner, Carl Newman. He'd picked Carl up one night out of O'Halloran's place, the lowest sailor dive in Suva, and had nursed him over a broken head. Afterwards, being badly in need of help, and Carl seemingly having sloughed his drinking, Ballinger had taken him on. He had rested more and more responsibility in him, and for this last year they had been, in a way, partners. Carl was a blond giant of undoubted Teutonic origin, and handsome in his own rather obvious physical way. He was absolutely without fear, and a hard, steady worker, and Ballinger had found him a wonderful help. But he couldn't like him, try as he would. There was a streak of cold-blooded brutality about him that was always cropping out in various ways, and which had kept Ballinger from ever having the feeling of friendship for him that would have been natural between two white men in a world of blacks. He had had to stand constantly between Carl and the field hands. He thought of the time he had come upon him whipping one of the blacks with his rhinoceros hide whip. The man was unconscious and covered with blood, and there was a look on Carl's face that had been the definite beginning of his dislike and aversion for his partner, and it had grown steadily worse. From the very first moment of their acquaintance, however, Carl and Nadine had been congenial, and they spent much of their time together. There seemed to be a bond of friendship between them that, to Ballinger, knowing Carl as he did, seemed incomprehensible. The little vessel struck across sea, and a wave slapped across Ballinger's face. He got up wearily. "I am just where I started in," he said to himself. "And I guess I am more or less of a fool. I have a lovely wife, a partner who is honest and hardworking, and 2 plantations that in a few years will make me a rich man, and I sit here glooming like a sick calf." He shook himself and went into his little cabin. The 3 of them sat that night in the twilight of a tropic day, the scent of hibiscus and eratons heavy in the air, and the great black-winged bats slanting here and there through the garden. The moon had not yet risen, and they were bathed in that magic blue light that lies between sun and moon, and which in these latitudes is as evanescent as a dream. "There is my man Friday," said Nadine, idly, nodding towards the path down the clearing. Ever since they had lived at the plantation, they had seen with increasing frequency about the clearing one of the huge gray apes that live in the inner fastness of the islands, but which are seldom seen at the plantations. He had evidently become more and more accustomed to their presence, and would stand at the edge of the clearing, his back to the jungle wall, staring unblinkingly at them. He must have stood nearly 7 feet tall, with great hanging arms. There was something about him tremendously repellent to Ballinger. He often declared that he would shoot him, although not without a little secret feeling of blood guiltiness, because in spite of this brutishness, the ape was, in many ways, so like a man. But Nadine declared she liked him, and was going to tame him for a servant. However, the ape had never allowed them to approach any nearer, and if they attempted it, he would slip into the bush. It was one of the mysteries of the country to Ballinger that into a wall of jungle absolutely impenetrable to a human, the ape would slip as soundlessly as if it had been water. Tonight he stood as usual at the edge of the clearing, watching them. "I'd give a good deal to know what goes on in his mind, if he has a mind," said Carl lazily. "I never saw an ape take so much interest in humans before." "I'm going to dance for him," said Nadine suddenly, "and see what he thinks of that." She took a step or 2 down the terrace and began the Opanahura, the singing dance of love as it is called by the Marquesans. Words cannot portray this dance, filled as it is with all the magic of the tropics. She sang as she danced, In her hushed, throaty voice, a little native refrain. All the passion of love, all the striving, the inarticulate longing, the elemental pain of life itself were in the notes, and woven with it the wailing melancholy which is in the very fiber of all native music. The ape stood motionless, watching. No one could listen to the haunting refrain and not feel its spell. Carl thought of the glistening liquid folds of a python he had seen coiled under a usarina one day. Duane, with a profound sadness, felt how a part of the very soil was Nadine. She seemed to breathe the spirit of the night itself. A wave of nostalgia swept over him, a longing for the cool green fields of his own English countryside. In one more year, he would take her away from all this, from the islands to England, home. He reached a hand impulsively and drew her back. There was something in the whole scene, the impalpable blue twilight, the slender waving figure, the watching animal, that seemed to him suddenly grotesque, unreal. "I don't want you to dance the native dances, Nadine," he said shortly. She rubbed her head against his arm like a kitten and laughed up into his face. "Let's walk a little," she said. "I feel restless." "You and Carl walk," said Duane. "I have some figuring to do." He walked toward the house, his spirit weighted by a nameless depression. He stopped a moment at the veranda rail, his eyes resting on a great red star hanging low over the ocean. "Antares," he said. "Antares, heart of blood, how stir thy wings above the sea's mysterious murmurings. The road of death leads outward to thy light." "What is the rest of that?" he murmured. "The road of death leads outward to thy light." He stood for a moment with bent head. "I need some quinine, I guess," he said sedately. "I'll go in and take it." Nadine and Carl walked down the clearings and stopped under a breadfruit tree, watching the silver lace of fireflies against the jungle wall. "Oh, Carl," she cried, pressing against his side. "If it weren't for you, what would I do in this dead, dead place?" His arm drew her roughly to him. The touch of brutality in Carl always thrilled her more than Duane's gentle chivalry had ever done. He bent his head toward her upraised lips. When there was a swish of branches overhead, the green coconut struck with crushing force on his head, and he sank to the ground without a murmur. Nadine stood petrified. She felt that she wanted to scream, to run, but her voice was gone. Her limbs seemed paralyzed. Before she could speak or move, a hairy arm swung her from the ground as lightly as a fallen leaf, and with one bound the great ape was across the path. For an instant he paused with working brows. The limp white figure slid across his arm. Then the undergrowth parted, and soundlessly he was gone. The green wall closed softly behind him. End of section 8. But for sheer horror, none of the famous tragedies of history can equal the warped affection which forms the basis of the incident I am about to narrate. It happened in the heart of that vast uninhabited country drained by the Upper Congo, some 200 miles from civilization's nearest outpost. As a member of the Denkla geographic expedition, I had spent nearly a year in the wild interior, collecting a massive scientific data for the society we represented. While the task at hand had been a fascinating one, I could feel myself growing dull and sluggish, mentally as well as physically, under the devitalizing rays of the African sun. My notebook recalls the date as June 14, 1890, when we emerged from the swamp-infested inland, and again set eyes on the sullen waters of the dominating Congo. The sight was a welcome one. To us it meant but a 5 days' journey to the comfort and contentment of a white man's home. We pitched our tents on the angle of land formed by a tiny rivulet and the growing expanse of the master stream. The sun had dipped far down behind the towering trees to the west by the time our camp chores were completed, and the comparative coolness of early evening had sprung up. Wearied by the arduous tasks of the day, I indulged in a leisurely pipe and prepared to retire immediately. Upon entering my tent, I discovered with wondering eyes a long gaping rent in the canvas opposite, clean cut and new. From outside there sounded the soft thud of flying feet. I plunged through the opening in time to see a dim figure disappear into the tangled undergrowth of the darkening jungle. Investigation developed that her rifle, several boxes of cartridges, and 2 scientific books, which we carried for reference, were missing. Apparently nothing else had been tampered with. A guard was mounted on the encampment that night, but the mysterious marauder never returned. Stretched out on my cot, I pondered over the puzzling occurrence for some time. That theft had been perpetrated by a white man I knew. The form which had scurried into the leafy cover of the jungle was not that of a dark-skinned native. This was a riddle in itself, for the men who penetrate any distance into the wilds of the world are men of purpose, who find no time for petty thievery. But the nature of the loot was as much of a wonder as the race of the man. Apparently no food had been sought. And why the books? Why the books? I could frame no satisfactory answer and fell asleep presently with that query weaving monotonously through my brain. High noon of our 3rd day in that locality found me some distance inland on a little hunting excursion of my own. I had about decided to retrace my steps back to camp when I brought up suddenly in astonishment. That this section of the Dark Continent should harbor any civilized inhabitants was beyond belief. But away to my left, cunningly hidden behind the dense foliage of the matted trees, stood a cabin. There was no sign of human life about the place, not even the semblance of a pathway, but the very existence of a permanent, man-made shack so far removed from any settlement was mystery enough to stir the blood of any adventurous soul. I started forward slowly with the vague idea of unearthing some strange jungle secret, and emerged presently upon a little clearing, from where I surveyed the place with doubtful eyes. Few tools and very little skill had been utilized in the erection of that cabin. There were no windows. The wall logs were undaubed and irregular, some of them jutting far out at the corners, while the ill-fitting door sagged pathetically upon rope hinges gave to the whole a grotesque appearance. But it was not so much the appearance of the place as the intangible atmosphere of horror enveloping it which held me. Instinctively I distrusted that abandoned silence which seemed to beckon so innocently. Some brooding evil lay hidden there waiting with cunning patience for the springing of a trap. But like the venturesome fool I was, I approached and laid my weight cautiously against the door. To my surprise it resisted, and for a moment I speculated as to the wisdom of indulging my curiosity any further. That barred door indicated the presence of someone. Even as I hesitated, a man's soft, drawling voice sounded from within, holding me rigid with amazement. "I'll paddle down to the settlement next week, honey, and see if I can't pick up some new books for you. Reckon daughter can attend you satisfactorily until I return. Now try to sleep," soothingly. "You'll feel better in a little while." Women, living in this godforsaken spot, and a man of breeding if I were any judge. The whole thing was preposterous, but such was the evidence my ears had gathered. Thinking that I could possibly be of some service in case of illness, I raised the butt end of my rifle and rapped. A deep silence followed. For a moment I experienced that unpleasant sensation of being passed upon by hidden eyes, and then the door was slowly opened. Involuntarily I recoiled a step, scarcely knowing what to expect. A tall, broad-shouldered man appeared. There was in his carriage a certain flash of dignity which could not be concealed by the tattered garments he wore. His hair was gray and fell in wild disorder to his shoulders, framing a countenance seamed by years of suffering. For a moment he regarded me with deep-set, weary eyes. Then, "You are welcome, sir," he said quietly in the same soft-toned drawl, and stood aside for me to enter. I did so, feeling vaguely that the whole occurrence was a fragment of some senseless dream. The interior was fitfully illumined by the daylight which filtered in between the undaubed logs, revealing a picture of strange barrenness. Except for a few sawed-off logs evidently serving as chairs and a large upturned box in the center, the room was bare of furnishings. Across one end of the structure was draped a long black cloth which no doubt concealed the women. My strange host closed the door without barring it, and when I turned I found his eyes searching me with an unfathomable expression which was decidedly unpleasant. "You'll pardon my intrusion," I said a bit awkwardly. I spied your cabin on my way back to camp and thought I could be of some service. My name is Brent." "Glad to meet you, sir," he answered. "Visitors are a rare luxury with us. My name is Warner, Colonel Warner of Kentucky." There was a surprising power in his hand clasp. Unfortunately, the women are somewhat indisposed at present, but I'll tell them you called, Mr. Brent. Won't you be seated, sir? I sank down upon the nearest log, a highly perplexed man. The formality of it all would have been laughable were it not for the serious dignity of this surprising colonel. So far as he was concerned, we might have met in the drawing room of some southern mansion. As for myself, I could not throw off the sense of tragedy which seemed to lurk beneath the surface. Visibly there was nothing to fear, but the events of the last few minutes were too unnatural to put me at ease. Of a sudden my roving eye settled on the familiar outlines of a pair of shabby-looking books resting on the box close by. I stared, and the colonel, evidently noticing my gaze, took up one of the volumes. "An excellent discourse, sir," said he, proffering me the volume, "but highly technical. Have you ever read it?" I thumbed the well-known cover. On the flyleaf in my own handwriting appeared my scrawly signature, James W. Brent. "One of the best treatises on the subject in existence," I declared. "Decidedly. I got it only a few days ago from Mrs. Warner. She loves books, but finds reading a hardship. Her sight is dim, so I read things aloud to her. We found that very interesting, sir." With a sigh which was half moan, he subsided upon a log near the opposite wall, and I returned the book to its companion. Undoubtedly it was my own, but I found it difficult to believe that this well-bred gentleman, however peculiar, had committed the theft. I gazed at him curiously and found him staring vacantly into space with sagging jaw. Finally he spoke in a queer, detached manner. "Colonel Warner. It seems like ages since I heard that name. The Mad Colonel, that's what they called me." Then suddenly, "Have you ever heard them tell of the Mad Colonel?" I had not. "No matter," and he waved his hand in dismission of the thought. "You would not feel so secure in my presence with their wild tales running through your brain. I am not mad," and his tone was a shade of wonder, "only the victim of a terrible vengeance. Do you see those pictures, Mr. Brent?" I had overlooked them before, two small photographs framed in black hanging on the wall behind me, one of an elderly lady, beautiful beyond a doubt, the other of a captivating youngster. "My family, Mr. Brent." His eyes fairly glowed with the pleasure of the telling, but promptly recovered their weary expression. "We were happy once, back in Kentucky, a rich family and well known, but disaster overtook us in the shape of a hopeless maniac, Andrew Lang." For a moment he was silent, staring down at the floor with bent head, his gray hair falling about his face. I glanced around, trying to conjure up some excuse for leaving. I had no desire to probe into his family's secrets. Besides, that tense atmosphere of horror that overhung the place was anything but reassuring. I wanted to be gone, rather the wild things of the jungle than to be cooped up with what? I did not know, but I could sense some hidden terror, and involuntarily my eyes wandered to that crepe-like drapery which divided the cabin. I started to speak, but his soft voice interrupted, ignoring me completely. "I was telling you of Andrew Lang, the madman. I trusted him like a brother, and thought he was grateful until I discovered his perfidy. Lies and soft-tongued entreaties were his stock in trade. It was Mrs. Warner he wanted, sir. Cunning indeed were his methods. I killed him." I could scarcely repress a shudder. The whole thing was beginning to get on my nerves, but I could not stay his soft-toned drawl. "Insanity had been the family blight of Andrew Lang. All 4 of his sons were afflicted. For years they hounded me from place to place, vowing to avenge their father's death with cruel torture. But I felt justified. The honor of the Warner name, my wife's happiness, my little Helen." His voice trembled, tears started to his eyes. Then he drew himself erect with military dignity. "Legally, I was a murderer, sir, and the law would not protect me from those 4 warped brains. I fled the country with my little family and took refuge here in the heart of the jungle, where I thought I would be safe. But those cunning brains found me, at last." His shoulders drooped and his form relaxed into the very picture of despair. When he again spoke, his voice was dull, expressionless. "First one came, and then another, disguised. But I knew them, and in self-defense, I killed them. For a moment I thought the man was mad. His tale was fantastic enough, but one look at his forlorn figure seemed to reassure me. Sorrow and suffering were all that the picture held. I was about to utter some words of sympathy when the door of the shack flew open, and a harsh voice intruded. I started erect with quickened pulse. Framed in the doorway was a man clad in the khaki of the border rangers. One hand was poised lightly on the automatic in his belt. His eyes burned with triumph as they rested on the bent figure of the colonel, who had scarcely moved. "So we've got you at last." Grimly. "I laughed," echoed the colonel dully, "and a hell of a chase it was. 2 others were not so successful. You have no idea what happened to them?" It was more of an accusation than a question. "I killed them, as I will you," was the colonel's toneless reply. "Why, damn your mad hide," exploded the stranger wrathfully. Mad? Mad?" The colonel was on his feet with wildly glaring eyes, his hands working spasmodically. "You call me mad?" Suddenly he leaped forward and one powerful arm shot out. Recoiling a step, the stranger whipped out his automatic. Simultaneously, I brought the butt of my rifle down on his arm. Something cracked, a low moan escaped his lips, and his weapon clattered to the floor. Then the colonel was upon him, his powerful hands clutched in a death grip on the stranger's throat. I tried to pull him off. It was useless. The stranger's face turned purple and his body sagged. Then the colonel's rage subsided, and with a hissing intake of breath, he let his victim slip through his hands into a lifeless heap on the floor. A sickening nausea swept me at the hideous sight. I shuddered and turned away. The colonel seized my hand in his, and I could feel him tremble. "Thank you, sir," he whispered. "God knows what would have become of my family. He was the third." His voice faltered, and my heart went out to him in pity, in spite of the murder just committed. Then with a sudden movement he turned and bent over the dead body of his enemy. Grasping the limp form beneath the armpits, he started to drag it across the rough boards of the cabin and presently disappeared behind that mysterious barrier, black, without a backward glance. A gruesome object to lay before the eyes of that unseen family of his. I studied that swaying curtain with puzzled eyes, trying to penetrate its secret, and gradually grew conscious of a thin stream of red slowly oozing from beneath its low-hanging folds. I stared motionless, my brain beset with wild imaginings. Surely that slowly creeping line of red was blood. What thing of evil had I stumbled upon? What horror did that sable cloth conceal? I tiptoed across the floor and gently pulled back the curtain at one side. A weird sight met my eyes. The colonel was kneeling before an upturned box, his body bent like a worshipper before a shrine. Beside him, where he'd knelt, rested 3 shaggy human heads, one still wet with blood, while a decapitated form in blood-stained khaki lay huddled in a far corner. I heard the colonel speak, a horribly elated whisper. "You're safe, honey. He'll never get you. He can't. We'll fool them all. And he laughed. I stared with something akin to fascination at the repulsive sight. Suddenly he turned, sensing my presence. "Come in, sir," he cried. "Come in and meet my family, Mrs. Warner and little Helen." I saw that his eyes were bulging and his face working in a frenzy of maniacal emotion. With a cat-like movement he sprang to his feet, disclosing the idols of his worship, his family, resting sphinx-like on the box before him. 2 empty, grinning skulls. A terrible weakness assailed me as I staggered away from that place of madness into the sanity of broad daylight. 5 days later, on arriving at the settlement downstream, I learned that 3 rangers had been sent out after the mad colonel somewhere up the river, and that none had returned. I held my peace. End of section 9. Well, up from his lonely bush station in northern Nigeria, that his tour had been the latter. "Not even a damned uprising. Natives all as peaceful as lambs," he grumbled. "So I thought I'd get in a little shooting before I went home and trekked down here. I've heard so many of your wonderful yarns about this being the finest hunting ground in the world. He grinned over at his host, who was noted for his yearning. "Have any luck?" Hudgens asked. Chisholm puffed away at his cigarette for a moment and stared moodily out into the depths of the African night, but did not answer for some time. "I had a rather exciting trip," he began at length with a wry little smile, "but I didn't get a shot. To tell the truth, I had an idea I was being hunted myself." "What do you mean?" Hutchins pulled himself up sharply from the depths of his camp chair and looked curiously over at his guest. "Well, as I told you, I started down country with the intention of doing some hunting. I had the usual string of carriers and my boy Adamo. You remember him, don't you? But say, we had no sooner crossed the French border into the Cameroons than the fun commenced. The first night, we camped at Nsanakan in an old native hut just along the Tai Bridge. You know, the old spot where we met the Huns in 1916. Just as I was turning in for the night, a native suddenly came slinking in out of the darkness, naked as the day he was born and carrying a note wedged in a cleft stick, proper native style. He squatted down on the floor while I took and read it. It was a warning, telling me to turn back and not attempt to cross the Cameroons, and was signed with, what do you think? The leopard's claw, roughly sketched in blood. Hudgens whistled in dismay. "Got the leopard society on your trail, eh?" Chisholm nodded. "So I concluded." The note was written in good English, native cleric style, but when I demanded to know from the carrier who had sent him, he pretended not to know English, Hausa or Yoruba. But I know the native too well. My 10 years here haven't left me altogether a fool, Haji. I'd seen at the first glance that my friend was no bushman. He had the dark ridge around his neck, showing he had been used to wearing a collar, and the soles of his feet were pink and torn. He was used to boots, and when he whined I saw gold filling in his tooth, so I threatened to thrash him, and that soon brought the English out of him. However, he insisted he did not know who had sent him. He said he had met a man on the bush trail who had paid him to deliver the note, and when I asked him why he was posing as a bushman, he excused himself by saying the man asked him to deliver the note that way. Well, I couldn't get anything out of him, so I had the carriers come in and tie the chap up, intending to hand him over to the police at the next station along with the note. But the next morning he was gone, and the carriers of course knew nothing. Poor old Adamo was terribly concerned and begged me to turn back, but I was out for the adventure of the thing, so I went on. You know that country through there between Nsanakan and Asadinge, bush so dense that we didn't see sunlight all day, and steaming like an oven. We heard several herds of elephant trumpeting but didn't see any, and arrived at Osadinge that next night. I put up with Dupre, the agent of the factory there. He was mighty pleased to see me too, and opened a case of Plymouth gin in honor of the occasion. We had quite a merry evening. I told him about the note, and he seemed to get quite upset over it. He said that the whole country was a hotbed of leopards, natives disappearing every night, mangled bodies being found in the morning, and the government too damned frightened to tackle it. There are too many influential men in it. The only man who had courage enough to tackle it or start ferreting was poor old Chevenu of the place. It seems he got a long list of native members, including a number of his own officials, his clerk and houseboy. But before we had a chance to act, he was found mauled himself one morning. Since then, the police have steered clear of the thing. Dupre asked me if I had any enemies, but for the life of me I couldn't think of a soul who had any grudge against me. Dupre warned me not to go on through the bush, but I said I was so far in then that there wasn't much use telling back. Well, we talked late on into the night. I guess it was about 2 when we turned in. I was dead tired and asleep within 5 minutes. His bungalow was one of those modern corrugated iron roofed ones with grass mats hung inside our ceilings and hot as the blazes. Perhaps it was the heat. I don't know what it was. But suddenly I found myself wide awake listening to something rustling along overhead on the mount ceiling. I thought it might be a black mamba at first. You know how they often creep in there. So I slid noiselessly out from under the mosquito net with my revolver in my hand and turned up the hurricane lamp, and just in time to see a streak of silver flash through the air. Then the mats bulged violently and suddenly, and I knew it was no snake up there. I got off 3 rounds, but evidently I missed. For the next moment I heard someone jump on the lower roof next door and heard bare feet padding away. Then Dupree and the boys rushed in. We both had rather a shock when we saw that a broad, flat-bladed knife was buried into the hilt right in the pillow where a moment before my head had been, and so accurately had the weapon been thrown that the rent in the mosquito net was barely perceptible. "Good Lord!" Hutchins exclaimed. "Yes, and when we examined the thing, we found the leopard's claw scratched on it. Dupree was in an awful funk about it, and I confess that I felt a bit the same way myself. I knew then that the beggars meant business, and I knew more so the next morning. Dupree and I spent the rest of the night over whiskeys and sodas. But just at sunrise, his houseboys came rushing in to say that Paul Olderdomo's body had just been found outside the compound, mauled by some ferocious beast, covered with blood and bits of yellow fur, and the entrails missing. Chisholm's voice broke for a moment. Paul Olderdomo. He had been a faithful old scout. I felt wild about it, and Dupree was wilder. He insisted that I seek police protection, but my fighting blood was up. The leopards were on my trail, but why? I racked my brain to think of anyone I had ever offended, but even yet I can think of nobody, unless it was something that happened in the war that I had forgotten. Anyhow, I made up my mind to see the thing through, so I started off again the same day with a new boy that Dupree hunted out for me. Then, Hudgens demanded eagerly as Chisholm ceased abruptly. Nothing, that was all there was to it. Evidently I had just struck the belt. They made it hot for me, but I came on the rest of the way and no one molested me, though I confessed I didn't sleep much and I didn't delay to do any hunting. For the next hour or so, the two men sat discussing this strange adventure, till Hudgens suddenly leaned nearer and said in a low tone, "I suppose you're not looking for any more excitement." In an instant Chisholm was all attention, but before his host proceeded, he rose silently and stepped outside. The next moment there was an oath, then a cry. "What are you doing out here?" Hudgens shouted irritably and lugged his houseboy to where the ray of light lit up his black face. "I was here to see if the master called for more drinks." The boy whined. "You lie, you were listening. Now get off. If I want you, I'll call you," Hudgens said as he shoved him off into the darkness. I knew someone was hanging around listening. He went on with a grin as he came back to his chair. "But I guess he was interested in you. Naya always remembers you since the war. He was quite excited when your letter said you were coming. Well," he settled himself close to Chisholm and went on with his story. "I've struck a bit of luck," he remarked with a mysterious undertone. Yes, his friend's tone was cautious. 10 years on the coast leaves a man rather cautious with luck stories. "What is it this time? A gold mine?" "No." Hudgens quite ignored the irony. "Not a mine, but something better. Gold species, that stuff itself. I know where there is a pile of it. Native yarn, Haji. Yes, native yarn to be like, but perfectly sound this time," Hudgens answered stoutly. "You went all through the Cameroon campaign, didn't you? And you were here in Douala when it was captured and the Huns evacuated. Now, didn't it ever strike you queer that although Douala was the headquarters of the German treasury, there was never any gold species found there? Yet it is a known fact that they could not have taken it away with them." Chisholm did remember, for it had been a much discussed subject at the time, but now he said wearily, "Yes, but wasn't it assumed the Germans managed to smuggle it up country somehow?" "They didn't, though," Hudgens said with a grin. "They didn't?" "No. You remember when the Huns knew they would have to evacuate, they thought there might be a chance that they're escaping out to sea on some of the old cargo boats that were lying there in the harbor. They actually started out in them too, then got caught like rats in a trap with the HMS Cumberland and came in and shelled them all as they were trying to steam out. Now I happen to know that the Huns had piled all their gold specie, 500,000 gold marks, in boxes and had put them aboard the old cargo Belongo. When the Cumberland began firing, they immediately put the boxes back into a surf boat and sent it ashore again in charge of 3 Hun officers. It was never seen again, nor those men." Chisholm was more than interested now. "But I happen to know what became of it," Hudgens went on eagerly. "I've got an old native here who knows all about it and knows where those officers hid it. Mika Duhara is his name. He's been a trader here for years and he had quite a business before the war. He was one of the first to be taken prisoner when the Huns came in here because he was a British subject. Originally, he came from Nigeria. He was a clever old chap, speaks good English, and I suppose they thought he was a spy. Anyhow, they commandeered all his goods and made him do carrier work. When the fun began, he was detailed off to help load the Belongo. He was on her when the shelling began, and by a stroke of luck, he was the one native sent along to help those 3 Hun officers hide the gold. They went in the surf boat up one of the creeks here, landed the gold and buried it. Then the 4 of them waited till dark and put off again, intending to sail down the creek, slip past the Cumberland out to open sea, and try to escape down to Fernando Po. They planned to keep old Mika alone with them till nearing the island, and then throw him overboard so he could tell no tales about the gold. But fortunately, Mika speaks German as well as English, and he knew all they were saying. However, as they were stealing down the creek, a shell suddenly came whizzing along. The Huns' white caps had given them away. Mika didn't wait for the next. He threw himself overboard and swam ashore just in time, for the second shell cut the canoe right in two and the others were lost. He found he had landed in dense bush. He was afraid to go back to Douala, not knowing who were in possession there, so he wandered around, and the next day he fell in with a party of German runners going up country. He was at once commandeered for service again, and before long found himself away up in Nigeria. He didn't get back here till after the armistice. Then of course all his trade was gone, but he still keeps a secret. Yes, but since his terrible adventures, he has naturally steered clear of anything that might get him mixed up with the government. The old chap likes me and owes me a little. I advanced him enough to open up a new agency. Of course, it will be to my own benefit too, for he is a shrewd trader. But out of gratitude, he has let me in on the secret. You don't mean? Yes. The old chap told me the whole yarn today, and he has offered to sell the secret. He wants 500 peltums. Chisholm looked rather dubious. Are you sure the man's straight? I'd stake my life on him. Of course, he expects to make his pile out of it too, but he's too old to attempt the thing himself. And besides, he doesn't trust his old people. 1/3 the loot and £500, that is what he asks. Now what do you say? Climb on, said Chisholm promptly, if only for the fun of the thing. Early the next morning they started off to clinch the bargain with the old native. Mika Douala had already established a flourishing business on the money lent him by Hodgins. Chisholm noted this and commented on it as they made their way down the marine to where a large new sign, Mika Douala, General Negotiant, was displayed over a pretentious whitewashed building. Evidently prospering, Hodgins remarked. Come on, we'll go right in. Mika's store was a typical coast one. Perfume, soaps, cotton goods, sardines, silks, cheap fancy biscuits, hurricane lamps, all cluttered up in a heterogeneous mass. Mika himself was in behind the counter. He was a little, thin, shrewd-faced man, not too dark, and with Semitic features. His manners were markedly French, bordering on the suave. He wore English clothes and the usual dirty collar and cuffs. He bowed low as they entered, evidently taking them for customers. But the next instant a look of pleased bewilderment crossed his face. He slid out from behind the counter and came toward them, hand outstretched. It's not you, Mr. Hodgins, surely, he cried in the most perfect English Chisholm had ever heard a native use. He learned later that the old man had been educated in England and spoke French and German just as fluently. God is merciful, he went on, his voice trembling with eagerness. I have waited long for this day. See how by your goodness I have prospered. The money you lent me has already increased 100-fold. But come. He led the way into a little back room and ordered the native clerk who had been sitting in there to go forward and tend the shop. Then he made haste with his own hands to pour them out a whiskey and soda. Oh, I did not know you were coming. I had almost given up hope, he said. Then glancing at Chisholm significantly, he added, though that little matter of which I spoke to you yesterday still remains hidden within my bosom. My friend here knows all about it. Hodgins put in hastily. I could not raise the 500 by myself, and as you suggested, asked my friend to come in with us on it. Of course. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. But I presume our original agreement still holds good? Yes, Hodgins said a little impatiently. You get 1/3 the loot and another £500 down. Cash down, he put in eagerly. They had already anticipated this and had the cash ready. Hodgins took off his wet belt and counted out a roll of crisp notes. The old man watched with glistening eyes. He clutched at them with trembling fingers when they were passed to him and shoved them far down into his breast pocket. And the receipt? Asked Chisholm carelessly. Oh, said the old man in surprise. You understand the necessity of caution, sir. With the French government here, it would be so easy to arouse suspicion, and if any writing should fall into their hands, they would ferret it out to the end. That's all right, Chisholm said easily. The French government won't get hold of any of my papers. I want the receipt, otherwise I back out. What if there should be no loot? I want my money refunded. Of course, Mika said soothingly, and at once turned and wrote out a receipt for the money, adding at Chisholm's dictation, to be refunded in the event of the failure of the venture. He was smiling as he handed the paper over, then said in a businesslike tone, Now, when can you gentlemen start? Today, they both said promptly. Good. Old Mika came closer to them and went on in a whisper. I will send my boy to lead you to the canoe at noon. The spot lies 3 hours' journey up the creek, and you will know it thus. You will pass 3 villages on the right, hidden back in the mangroves, and 4 miles beyond the last village, you will come to a great swamp 3 miles in length and bare of trees or shrubs. Beyond that lies a dense bush where you will see, rising high above all others, a great white cottonwood tree. You cannot mistake it. I dare not go along with you, as I know an old man does not go shooting with the white men. Take your guns, and the officials will think you go but for a day's sport. Wait for me under the cottonwood tree, and I will come when darkness falls with tools and trusty canoemen. The 2 men readily agreed to the plan and were relieved to know everything was in readiness for them. Accordingly, they returned to their bungalow, changed into bush kit, and started out after old Mika's boy when he arrived an hour or so later. "You no take me long to shoot," Naya said in deep chagrin as he saw the 2 men start off. There was a peculiar gleam in his dark eyes as he spoke, or rather challenging one at the strange boy who was usurping his place. "Not this time," Hutchins said. "You no go for Dead Creek. Him be bad place for white men go shoot," he called out anxiously. "No be good bird there and plenty fever." But the 2 men went on without heeding. "How did the beggar know we were going up Dead Creek?" "I didn't know myself," Hutchins said suddenly, but perhaps this boy was talking to him, and he promptly forgot the incident. An hour later, in bush kit again, they found themselves sailing down the creek, well supplied with food and drinks provided from Mikaduwara's store. The creek was one of those isolated backwaters that surround Douala, one of the least attractive to, a veritable cesspool for odors, a gray, stinking stretch of ugliness infested with crocodiles. Dense, low, impenetrable mangroves lined either bank. Beyond the 3 villages, no signs of habitation were visible, although so near the sea. Long before they reached the great, sinister-looking swamp, they saw the cottonwood tree standing like a gaunt, bare skeleton, arms outstretched against the sky. The bush ended abruptly again some little distance beyond, running off into the swamp. It was, as the men then surmised, in reality a small island, surrounded on 3 sides by snake-infested swamp, and on the 4th by a swiftly rushing river. Certainly a choice spot on which to hide treasure. They alighted and sent the canoe off as Mika had directed, then proceeded inland along a fairly well-worn but well-concealed path till they were under the cottonwood tree. The rest of the day they dozed and smoked, amused themselves watching the little gray-faced monkeys mocking them from the trees, and the egrets flashing like streaks of silver in through the green, and listening to the myriads of parrots screaming at each other. The day was long, but they were both suffering from the excitement that precedes the fulfillment of a great quest. It did not get dark till 8 o'clock, and by that time they were both chilled to the bone. Heavy, foul mists were creeping up from the swamps, and a chill breeze was sweeping in from the sea. "Hope will come soon," Hutchins said as a blood-curdling roar of a leopard rolled through the bush. "That's too near to be pleasant. And we dare not even light up fire," Chisholm shivered. The next moment they were relieved to hear the soft dip of paddles, the abrupt grating of a canoe running up on the sand, then low, hushed voices. They hurried out to the water's edge. "That you, Mika?" Hutchins called out. "Yes, sir." In the gloom they could just discern the old man's figure standing on the bank. Another dark and naked one was removing tools from the canoe and placing them upon the ground. Mika gave hurried orders in some native tongue, and the canoemen paddled off silently into the darkness. Mika turned, handed them each a spade, and led the way off through the bush, remarking, "We must hurry. We have a good night's work ahead of us." He led on past the cottonwood tree into dense bush. There was no path now. They were pushing through bushes and thorns that under ordinary circumstances would have brought forth more than one oath, but in their excitement they felt nothing. Suddenly the cry of a leopard rolled again through the bush, this time even closer than before. "I hope you brought your guns," Mika said rather nervously. "This bush, being uninhabited, is the choice haunt of many beasts of prey." "We're all right," Hutchins said confidently. "Ah, here we are," Mika exclaimed. He lit a match and held it up to the trunk of a palm. The 2 men just barely caught a glimpse of some rough mark on it when the light flickered out. "Yes, here we are," Mika said in a voice trembling with eagerness. "Now after 4 long years I am about to see the fulfillment of my desire. Beneath you gentlemen, some 4 feet down, lies the treasure." They commenced digging at once. It was a strange sight, the velvety blackness of the tropical night, the still denser gloom of the great forest around them. The 3 dark figures bent low over their spades. They spoke little, but old Mika stopped often to rest. They had made a pit some 3 feet deep when Chisholm suddenly heard a muffled cry. He looked up in alarm, but for the moment could discern nothing distinctly. Then gradually he made out the outline of a monstrous, ferocious-looking animal, standing erect, pawing in the air. He saw Hutchins pitch forward heavily into the pit, saw old Mikas scrambling away on all fours toward the bush. Instinctively, he felt for his revolver. Then he was conscious of a terrific blow on the back of his head. He knew no more. When he awoke, he could remember nothing at first. He felt faint and weak. His eyes smarted. His head swam and felt too big for his body. He was conscious of a strangely repressed feeling. The air seemed filled with great yellow and black spots. Then things began to clear. He discovered that he was bound tightly to a pillar. Thick strands of fiber were wound around his body, pinioning his arms close to his sides. Another lot bound his legs and ankles. He looked dazedly around him. He was in a huge circular building, the like of which he had never before seen in all his wanderings in Africa. It was evidently a temple of some kind. Massive leopard skins covered the entire walls and ceiling, which was tent-shaped and held up by two highly polished mahogany tree trunks. The floor was also covered with skins. Great ivory tusks, perfect in form and color, ribbed the walls at intervals, and at the base of each flickered small oil lights, casting strange shadows around the room. On one side a great leopard skin swayed softly in the wind, and Chisholm surmised that this was the door, but there appeared to be no other opening. Opposite him was a clay fireplace on which smoked and sputtered a small flame. Beside this, on a pile of skins, a grotesque black naked figure squatted. He might have been a statue, so inhumanely ugly and immovable he sat. The whites of his eyes gleamed out startlingly, diabolically. As he saw Chisholm staring, his mouth leered open, revealing two long, hideous white fangs in an otherwise toothless cavern. He leaned forward and monotonously, rhythmically, began to beat a tom-tom. Then he began a weird, nasal chant. Ar-ya-na-dum-dum-dum. Ar-num-num. It nauseated Chisholm. He looked wildly about him. Then his gaze fell upon Hodgins, only a yard or so away, tied to another polished pillar, and still unconscious. Hodgins' head hung limply to his side. His bare body, for he was stripped to the waist, covered with mud and blood. After a time, an eternity it seemed to Chisholm, Hodgins stirred and opened his eyes, but for a moment he acted as dazed as Chisholm had acted. Finally he seemed to recognize Chisholm. He gave a sickly grin. "The real thing this time," he muttered hoarsely. "And no chance of escape," Chisholm added gloomily. The old devil in the corner had ceased thumping his drum as they commenced talking, and now he rose and crept from the room. Outside, they heard again the weird leopard cry, but now they understood. "Old Two Fangs giving the signal," Hodgins said grimly. There was a confused, suppressed murmur at the door, as from a gathering mob. Then the great leopard skin was lifted, and a long line of the most terrifying creatures they had ever beheld entered in single file. Their black bodies were naked except for a massive leopard skin fastened across the chest and over the right shoulder. Over their heads and foreheads, too, were fastened the upper portion of leopards' heads, the ears standing stiffly erect, the bushy eyebrows hanging heavy over their gleaming bloodshot eyes. On their hands, fastened in an ingenious manner, were leopards' claws, dripping with blood as if fresh from an orgy. Old Two Fangs stood at the door, monotonously thumping his drum as they filed in, silent as ghosts. There were more than 50 of them. The room seemed overflowing as they all squatted in a semicircle around their two victims. The room was stiflingly hot and reeked of perspiration, a peculiar incense, and, but perhaps this was only fancy, warm blood. After they were all seated, the tallest leopard, who had entered first and was evidently their leader, stepped out in front of the two white men. He raised his hand and the tom-tom ceased. The room was deathly still. 100 yellow French, dark, savage eyes glared at the two victims. Old Two Fang moved silently forward with a large Yoruba stool plated with gold. He placed this in front of the leader. Next, he brought forward a great golden goblet and placed it upon the stool. Then with a low salam, he backed away to the door. If a real leopard had suddenly opened his mouth and spoken, neither Chisholm nor Hodgins could have been more surprised than when, the next moment, the great savage before them began in flawless English. "Gentlemen, I suppose you are wondering why you were thus honored." Neither of them attempted to answer, but both were conscious of a sickly feeling, such as a fly must experience as it watches a spider creep nearer and nearer, playfully sidestepping as it comes. He laughed, then went on lightly. "You are about to participate in the noblest, the most wonderful rite the world has ever known. You are to be highly honored. Your blood is to be mingled with that of many martyrs who have been chosen to lay the foundation for the great new African empire. You are now in the hands of the noble leopard society, which is gradually reaching out its tentacles over the whole world. Wherever the despised black man has been ground under the tyrannical heel of the white, there we are. We are the worshippers of blood. We live by blood. Why? Because blood is life, brains, power. On blood has every empire of the world been built. France, Russia, England, America, and now, last and greatest of all, Africa, which will soon dominate the world. The white man shows us the way. We have profited by his mistakes. Our lands, our slaves were wrested from us in blood. Now we claim them back. And for every inch of soil taken, for every drop of blood shed, every blow, every insult, every sneer, we take payment in blood. You forget, Chisholm said quietly, what is the policy of the British government? For every white man's life ruthlessly taken, England demands the lives of a whole village. The native clenched his fist then and lost his smooth manner. Turning toward his satellites, he broke out into what seemed a torrent of abuse toward the prisoners. A low, ominous growl answered his remarks, and they moved as if eager to spring up. But in a moment the leader had cooled down again and turned, smiling. Do not trouble, my friends. England cannot punish what she does not know. Two lonely men go off into the bush hunting or, what was it, prospecting for tin. They disappear where? There are a million swamps, rushing rivers, quicksands which they may have inadvertently fallen into. They may perchance have fallen prey to the wild beasts of the forest, leopards for instance. Anyhow, they are gone. England will send out a scout or two, but she has no time to search the great bush. They are gone, alas. The government will wire home condolences, then will forget. His marking words were only too true, as both men realized. They did not attempt to answer. Do not grieve, my dear sirs, he went on. You came to seek gold. Instead, you are chosen to be a sacrifice to the leopard god, the god by whose power the new and emancipated nation of Africa shall arise. What greater honor could you wish than to join the noble army of martyrs you sing about? Ah yes, my friends, you see, I know your estimable Christian hymns. Do not I sing them every Sunday in the mission church? But why choose us? Argent put in thickly. Why? My friend, you were chosen because you were foolish enough to offend the great high priest of the leopard society. While friend here was in reality the chosen victim. He persisted in coming on to us, although warned by the way. Then we knew that indeed our God must desire his blood. As for you, well, if you consort with fools, you must share their fate, and a double sacrifice is always acceptable. You lie, Chisholm said heartily. I never harmed anyone in your damp society. But a grotesque, wrinkled old brown figure had suddenly arisen from the ground, and now came forward, pointing a long, skinny finger toward them accusingly. No, he jeered. You did not know that I was a high priest of the leopard society. I was simply Paul Owen Mikaduada the trader, ha! And you paid me £500 to bring you to your punishment. You never wronged me, eh? His voice, trembling with rage, now rose shrilly. No, you don't remember Mikaduada perhaps, but do you remember Isadmo, the German spy whom you captured here in 1916 and had shot when you and your damned troops marched in here? Well, he was my son, and since then I have been waiting. Chisholm stared incredulously. He remembered distinctly Isadmo, one of the trickiest of spies who had served the Allies and Huns in turn, and whose death had been good riddance to all. Yes, your blood will taste sweet to me, the old man went on gloatingly. Clever white man who goes as monkey than bushman. Now we shall see what your blood and brains look like if they are any different from ours after all. He was clawing now in front of them with his sharp old talons as if to rip their eyes out. But at a word from their leader, he quieted down. The leader then, from the inside of his leopard skin, drew out, to the amazement of the captives, a surgeon's scalpel. A look of satisfaction crossed his face as he saw their amazement. Yes, he said, answering their unspoken question and giving a hideous grin. It is a surgeon's scalpel, very latest design, from New York. You see, we work scientifically as our lords the white men have taught us. Do not fear I shall be clumsy or bungling in the operation. I was supposed to be a fairly clever surgeon, the best of my year in London University College. You may even have heard of me, Dr. Joseph Brown, one-time house surgeon assistant at St. Bot's, London, at present assistant surgeon of the Douala Government Hospital, otherwise Olawole Doti, chief of the Leopard Society. They watched him with horror-filled eyes as he stepped nearer. In a most professional manner, he took a piece of charcoal from his secret pocket and marked a long, straight line across the lower chest of each of the prisoners. "This is the spot," he said casually, "the pancreas. We really do not ask much, do we?" He lifted up the golden goblin. Chisholm saw him approach, saw the glitter of the scalpel, but it was his ear he touched. He was conscious of a sharp pain like the prick of a needle. He could hear the drip, drip of blood falling into the goblet. He saw the chief move off towards Hudgens. He was feeling faint. He closed his eyes. When he opened them a minute later, the leopard was standing holding the goblet high above his head and was calling out what seemed to be a battle cry. Then he drained the cup dry. In an instant the mob was on its feet, clawing, pushing, roaring, savage, intoxicated with the lust for blood. Old Tufing at the door beat his tom-tom violently. The room was in an uproar. Dancing, swaying, chanting, they swept round and round, growing madder and madder every minute, till the leader suddenly called a halt. They lined up in order then, and swaying, undulating, they passed out through the door. The chief was last, and as he went, he bowed low. "One hour, gentlemen, to confess true sins and send any messages home to England, which of course will not be sent." A wave of fresh air had swept in under the door skin as it was lifted, reviving them somewhat. Chisholm and Hodgins looked at each other. Both were ghastly pale and both with dripping earlobes. They did not attempt to speak, for both felt the hopelessness of the situation. Outside the door, old Tufing continued his monotonous drumming. It seemed to be hammering against their brains. Farther off, now louder, now fainter, came the weird, passionate chant of the leopards, evidently working themselves up into a frenzy for the culminating sacrifice. Chisholm was gazing critically now at Hodgins' bindings. Suddenly, he began straining wildly, frantically at his own. He felt something give a little around his ankles and redoubled his efforts. But he was weak from the blow and loss of blood, and after a time he had to desist. Hodgins had been watching the struggle eagerly. "Try again, Chisholm," he said. "You've loosened your ankles a little." Chisholm strained at his legs again, and this time he found he could move his feet freely. But try as he would, the rope became no looser. "No use," he muttered. "It won't come any looser." He let his head sink upon his chest and stared moodily down at his heavy marching boots. He was trying to realize that death was near, but only silly, trivial thoughts would come. Little fragments of happy days, a bit of the Strand, a lunch at Simpson's, those boots the day he had bought them in Bond Street. £9 he had paid for them, and when he had to mirror the clerk, a funny dapper little man had said, "They will last your lifetimes, eh?" And now, the shrieks and wails of the leopards were rising higher still. Chisholm gave a sickly grin over at his companion, but Hodgins was staring as if mesmerized at something on the floor. Chisholm's eyes followed. A dark, woolly head was slowly, painfully pushing through an incredibly narrow aperture between the skins and the floor. Then came the long, paint-smeared body, absolutely devoid of covering, stopping, listening every moment, bloodshot eyes fixed fearfully on the door as if expecting every moment to see someone rush in. The two victims watched, half fearfully, half hopefully. Then both gave a gasp of astonishment as finally, fully in, the native shot to his feet and darted toward them. "Naya," Hutchins said feebly, for in spite of the grotesque disguise, he at once recognized the boy who had served him so long. But the boy did not pause or even look at them. He seized the bloody scalpel which still lay on the stool and began deftly, quickly slashing at their bindings. It was only when the two men both stood free that he spoke. "I saved you, missa. I be leopard, but I no harm you. I tell you it no be good to come for here. I send Mr. Chisholm here a note all way up country to tell him no come for here, but—" He ceased abruptly and looked around in terror. Outside, the frenzied wails had suddenly ceased, and an ominous silence descended. "They come, missa, one time," Naya whispered frantically, and even as he spoke, the great leopard skin moved slightly. As quick as lightning, the boy leaped across and took up a position alongside the door. The next moment, old Tufing crept silently in. As he glanced over at the pillars and saw the two victims standing free, he let his tom-tom fall to the ground and opened his mouth to yell. The next moment, a blow from behind sent him reeling to the floor. Then Naya bent, lifted a corner of the great skin, and peeped out. "No good, Mansa," he called out excitedly. "They come one time." His bloodshot eyes roamed wildly around the room, up at the great domed ceiling, down at the tiny aperture through which he had crawled, then over at the tiny fireplace. Outside, a solemn, weird chanting had begun, accompanied by slow, measured beats on the tom-tom, coming closer and closer each moment. Hutchins and Chisholm looked at each other. Fate was surely playing strange tricks to bring release but not escape. Benaiah was frantically tearing the great skins down from the wall. Then he turned and threw them toward the white men, and at once they understood his plan. In a moment, they were decked up quite as fantastically as any leopard, the dirt and blood effectually carrying out the disguise of their faces. Then Naya ran to the fireplace, pulled out a handful of dried grass from the roof, and set it alight. In an instant, the whole place was a blinding, suffocating mass of smoke. That was the last they ever saw of the boy. Chisholm felt Hutchins grasp his hand, and together they made a dash for the door. A lurid red flame shot up, accompanied by a terrified wail and a savage roar from the frenzied crowd outside. Then a group of them burst in to save the gold and ivory, but in the general confusion it was easy enough for the two white men to dash out. The air outside was dense with smoke. The old dried timbers of the temple were shooting off like rockets. The crowd of leopards was rocking, swaying, wailing like madmen, the glare from the flames making them appear more diabolical than ever. But Hutchins and Chisholm were not waiting to see spectacular sights. Hand in hand they fled like two hunted animals till they reached the kindly bush, nor did they stop till they could no longer see the red glare on the trees, nor hear the blood-curdling wails of the leopards. For the rest of the night they wandered on, waiting wearily for daylight. Then, just as the first faint gray light began to steal down through the trees, they stumbled upon a fresh horror. They found themselves at a large circular clearing walled in by a solid rampart of great ivory tusks. In the center was an altar, also built of tusks, and on this lay the mangled, bloody form of a native. Masses of blood-stained yellow fur lay all around. Shuddering, they stumbled out and crept back into the bush again. Then suddenly they found themselves at the river's edge. Chisholm pushed through the mangroves and looked downstream to see if there was any chance of escape. But he turned quickly and crouched low. "Hide, Haji, hide. Here they come," he whispered, and Hutchins ducked down beside him. The next moment a long line of canoes glided swiftly by. They were manned by dull, naked canoemen and a crowd of natives, some wearing English clothes. In one, immaculately dressed and looking decidedly handsome and respectable, was Dr. Joseph Brown. Beside him, suave and dapper as ever, was Mika Dewada. They appeared to be having an interesting conversation. Long after the leopards had passed, the two white men still crouched low in the bushes, fearful lest other leopards might still be prowling about. Then suddenly came the most welcome sound of their lives, the chug, chug, chug of a motorboat, the government survey launch. Hutchins called out gladly, and they rose to their feet. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, old Mika Dewada was standing behind his counter, smooth and smiling as usual, when the door opened and Chisholm and Hutchins in immaculate white stepped in, followed by the commissioner of police. The old man clutched at the counter while his eyes bulged as if he were seeing ghosts. "It's all right, Mika," Hutchins grinned. "We're not ghosts, and we're all here, except the tips of our ears." But the old man did not answer. Only as the police let him out, he was heard to mutter something to himself about the will of Allah. Note: the Leopard Society of the west coast of Africa is not of fictitious origin. Within the last 10 years, a series of murders so startling and gruesome, even in a country where gruesome abounds, roused the British government to action. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the murders were committed by a powerful secret organization known as the Leopard Society. Its power extended down the whole coast, but concentrated especially in Sierra Leone. The victims, usually natives, but in 1 or 2 cases white men, were always found in a terribly mauled condition, as if by a monster leopard. Bits of leopard fur always littered the killing ground. The most puzzling feature of the case was that in every instance the abdomen had been ripped open, the pancreas removed, and the body drained of blood. In 1915, the government succeeded in capturing a number of the members. Among them were several highly educated, English-speaking, influential natives. Some had even held civil appointments. These all paid the full penalty of the law in 1916. The records of the trial may be seen in the crime annals of Sierra Leone. Owing to the difficulty of getting either the prisoners or witnesses to testify, however, little real information was gained concerning the society itself, beyond the fact that the leopards disguised themselves in skins. mauled their victims with leopard claws, and actually drank the blood. Some hold the theory that it is a Black Hand society used for the purpose of revenge. The more popular and logical conclusion, however, is that it is a fanatical religious sect which has existed from primeval days and which practices cannibalism as a religious rite. Whichever theory is correct, it is a known fact in the heart of the West African bush the society still flourishes and remains the most sinister mystery of that still mysterious country. End of section 11. A white man sat on the shaded side and longed for something to relieve the dull monotony of the journey. He had tried everything, from learning Spanish to shooting at sleeping alligators, and yet every day became more unendurable. There seemed to be no end to the river, and each day's mileage was small, unappreciable, compared with what was yet to come. That day was hot. The flies worse than usual. Nothing interested him. He was bored with life. Then he saw the bottle glinting in the sunlight. He sent for his rifle and was on the point of shooting it when something made him stop, think, and ask one of the deckhands to jump over and get it for a silver coin. 5 minutes later, he was trying to get the cork out. His inability to do so at once irritated him so that he smashed the bottle with the hammer. Inside he found a number of rolls of paper, leaves from a little notebook, and every page was numbered. The writing was fine but legible. Smithson, the celebrated anthropologist, on his way to the unknown, read with interest the following: "I started this after my capture, and I'm ending it on the day of my death. It will not make any difference to me personally whether it is ever found, but it may be of great interest to the world. I can think of 1,000 things that will prevent a bottle from reaching civilization, and only one thing that will bring it through, and that is God's desire. My name is Johnson Jeremiah Jenkins, Special Oil Investigator for the Empire Oil Production Company. Headquarters London. They have the names of my nearest relatives, also all of my personal belongings. I trust they will properly provide for my mother and see that she is cared for in her later years. As this company knows, I was on a special investigation to locate new sources of oil on the Upper Amazon. They have my last reports. After I wrote to them, I had trouble with my guides. They did not want to go on with the trip, but finally I bribed them to go with me 1 week's journey up the river. We would paddle in the early morning and late evening, and rest in the heat of the day. While they rested, I would walk around the jungle hunting for oil indications. On the 5th day of this week, I came upon a series of tracks in the soft earth. They looked a little like those made by a human foot, but 10 times larger, and their depth into the earth showed a considerable pressure, possible only by a tremendous weight. I called the head porter and showed him the tracks. He refused to explain them. At least he said he could not tell about them. But that night, after I refused to go with them, the entire party of natives took French leave while I was asleep, and left me alone, some thousands of miles from nowhere. They did leave me a canoe, and I was not frightened, not then, for I figured that a white man who acted peacefully was as safe there as he would be on Piccadilly in London. I have always thought been armed except against wild animals. Unfortunately, the natives had taken the boat in which I had my firearms. All I had was a canoe with some food and bedding in it. I had promised myself to go on for 1 week, and I still had 2 days to go. The fact that I had to go alone made no difference, so on I went. The first day and night, nothing happened. The second day, nothing happened. So I felt rather cheered up as I made camp, ate a little supper, and started to sleep. While falling asleep, I made plans for my return to civilization, starting the next morning. Sometime during the night, I was awakened by a sense of pressure and suffocation. Something had picked me up, wrapped as I was in my blankets, and was carrying me away. My struggle seemed useless, so I ceased to kick. It seemed futile to cry. Nothing to be done but wait and see what happened. I was carried on through the night and finally put down on the ground. As soon as I could, I unwrapped myself from the twisted folds of my blanket and tried to find out where I was. I felt the walls of a hut, which were woven out of reeds. The top was just high enough to touch with my head. In the darkness, I thought it felt like a large beehive, such as I had seen so often at home, made out of rope. There being nothing else to do, I spread my blanket on the ground and tried to sleep. I was sure that morning would show me I had fallen into the hands of a tribe of savages. Morning came at last, and I could see streaks of sunlight through the cracks of the hut. I heard a voice sing, "It's a long way to Tipperary," and I knew then that I had found a friend. Later, the door of my hut was untied, and the same Irish voice asked me to come out. It was a new and peculiar world I found myself in. There was a collection of little huts such as I had spent the night in. Around these huts was a cleared space, and around that a circular fence made of tree trunks bound together with thick ropes. It was a fence such as I had often seen in France, but this fence was 50 feet high, and on the top was a crown of tangled cactus. As a prison it seemed perfect. I saw the huts, I saw the fence, and then I saw the men. Later on I found there were 18 of them, and I was one more. They were of all nationalities and all colors, and they seemed to be trying the best they could to keep from showing that they were very unhappy. My Irish friend was singing, and some of the Frenchmen were dancing the tango. Everything was nice and spotless, and the men all seemed clean and well fed. Several had on rather elaborate suits of skins, and others very ornate headdresses of multicolored feathers. They saw me and at once ran to where the Irishman and I were standing. Dozen questions were asked me in almost as many different languages. Who was I? Where did I come from? Who really had won the war? I tried to talk, but they made so much noise for a few minutes that they could not hear me. Finally they became quiet, and I told them all about myself, that I thought worthwhile, and gave them the latest news of the world. Then I asked them what it all meant. At that they looked worried and said I would find out soon enough. When I urged them, for decency's sake, not to keep me waiting, they talked the matter over and delegated one of their number to do the talking for them. He was an Englishman, Sir Rollo Rowland, of the Dorchestershire Rowlands, and seemed to be rather an expert on birds. At least that is what had brought him into the upper Amazon Valley. This is going to be rather hard to tell you, Jenkins, old chappie, but the fact is that we were all the captives of a valley lot of women. They have a hobby of collecting men, just as I used to do with birds, and keeping them in these dinky little huts. Each man belongs to one woman. Rather a clever arrangement. What? They wash him and dress him, and give him little gimmicks to eat, and make little clothes for him. And every woman wants her man to look a little bit snappier than the other men. So long as the man behaves himself, the woman is devilishly nice to him, and shows him a bally good time. But when she gets on the outs with him, she puts him under the sod and hunts around for another man. Part of the time they have to be content with niggers, but what they really like most is white men, and the snappier the men are, the longer they last. The woman that caught you has had a Portuguese. He is in his hut now, in a blue funk, and small wonder, my lad, small wonder. It is goodbye to him, and how do you do to you. You understand that we are their husbands. How does that seem? Some fine ending for an Oxford man, what? I have lasted longer than most of them on account of my education, and then I learned to speak their language. That made me the official interpreter and had a lot to do with keeping me alive. There are just 18 of these women, that is, just that many old enough to have husbands. There are a lot of girls and no boys and no men, except us. I guess they kill the boy babies. Perhaps they only have girls born to them. This woman who was married to the Portuguese was not very pleased with him. I guess he was rather surly when alone with her. And one has to please them, my lad, one has to please them. So he gets killed, and you have his place. His wife was away for some days hunting for a man, and I guess he will suit her. Young, English, good-looking. There's not much use of telling you more. You will find out about it in time. Just a word of caution, forget the world and do not try to escape. Death is not so bad, but it is unpleasant to be hung up on those cacti and just left there to die. If you look closely, you will see some bones up there. I was here when the last man was put up there. That was about all he would say just then. All day we were left alone. Night came, and I went to my hut and tried to sleep. The next morning the Irishman called me to come out and have breakfast with them. As we were eating, a shrill cry rang through the air, and every man went and sat down, rather docile-like, in front of his hut. The Portuguese, shaking with fright, crawled inside his hut. When I first saw it come over the fence, I thought it was some odd of a snake, light brown, and then I saw that it was an arm, and the fingers reached down to the front of the Portuguese's hut, and not finding him there, pushed the hut over, picked him up, screaming as he was with fright, and carried him over the fence. All the men kept very still, and I noticed that they looked at me in a rather peculiar manner. I did not know what it all meant, but I knew enough to keep quiet. Then the arm came over again, and the fingers picked me up. There was not much use of protesting, just as I shut my eyes, only I had a sick feeling in the bottom of my stomach like seasickness. In just a few minutes I felt that I was on the ground again, and slowly opened my eyes and looked around. The women were evidently having some kind of a meeting. If they had been smaller, they would not have been so bad looking. But any woman 70 feet high looks rather peculiar. They were all sitting in a circle, a ring of gigantic figures squatting on the ground. Alongside of me was the Portuguese, and he was not very happy. We were right between the legs of one of the women. I tried not to look at her face, but I just couldn't help it. And she saw that I was looking at her, and smiled. I smiled back and waved my hand to her, sort of jolly-like, though I did not feel that way at all. The woman seemed pleased with me, because she started to laugh and even clapped her hands. It sounded like thunder. She even reached down and patted me with one of her fingers. Then they had some kind of ceremony with singing. Their song was harmonious enough, but the sound was like exploding cannon, and I held my hands over my ears. I wished I had kept my eyes shut too, for after the singing the woman who seemed to own us took a sharp stick shaped like a lead pencil, only it was about 50 feet long, and right there in front of us, she scraped a hole in the ground. And then she took the Portuguese and squeezed him between her thumb and finger, just as you would squeeze a bug. He gave one yell and that was the end of him, so she threw him into the hole and covered him up with loose dirt. And then with a wild yell that echoed through the jungles, she jumped up and stamped on his grave with her feet till it was all nice and smooth. Reaching over, she picked me up and started to rub me against her face and mouth. Her lips were soft enough, but it was a devilish, unpleasant sensation. Months passed after that. I was well treated, had lots to eat, and no mother could have kept her baby cleaner than the woman who was my wife kept me. She used to go on long trips through the jungle, carrying me in a little fur bag on her back. She tried to talk to me and wanted to teach her English. It seems that some of her husbands had been Americans, and she had picked up some of the language. I was well enough treated, but the life was hard in a way. It took a philosopher to stand it, a regular stoic. Lots of the men they caught couldn't stick in at all, tried to escape or committed suicide in some other way. I saw that it was helpless and hopeless, nothing to do till they caught some chap with firearms and dynamite or poison. 2 years later, things were no better. I am heartsick and homesick. The woman had a child, but it was a boy, and without saying a word to me they killed it, like as if it were a dog. She tried to cheer me up, but I was too heartbroken to respond. She said she hoped the next one would be a girl, and tried to speak softly to me, but her voice at best is like distant thunder. Hoped the next one would be a girl. 1 year later, have lost track of the time, but think I have been here 4 years. Things change a lot. Only the three of us, the Englishman, the Irishman, and I, are left of those who were here when I came. The rest are all new, most of them a surly lot. It is harder for the women to get new men, and the men they do get are not gentlemen, and make poor companions to the rest of us. I have the fever a lot, and I'm losing weight. I'm going to try to put these papers in a bottle and watch my chances to drop it in the next time the woman takes me out. The fever keeps up. I have been sick 3 weeks. Part of the time I was out of my head. The Englishman told me that when the woman picked me up, I cursed her. Does she know enough to understand? Later on, the women have been out and gathered up a group of American explorers, all college men and young fellows. I believe that my woman got one of the men. Yesterday, one of the old crowd and one of the new men married to his widow. Next day, another marriage took place today. Later, all the new men are married but one. I believe he belongs to my woman. She has just told me that I am sick too much of the time and that she wants somebody that is younger. She said that if I wanted her to, she would let me escape. Took her offer. Next morning, too weak to escape. Had a hard chill and am burning with fever. Had talked with the man who is going to take my place and asked him to dispose of this bottle the first time he had a chance. Told him I had no hard feeling. The Americans are arranging to escape, but I know they will fail. Goodbye. I hear them singing. Johnson Jeremiah Jenkins. Poor Jenkins was killed this morning, and I am the new husband of his widow. I am glad to be able to say that he was so sick from the fever that he was unconscious at the time of his death. I am going to drop his message in the river as soon as I can. I have read it and talked to Sir Rollo Roland, and the thing looks rather dark, but we hope that our Native American wit will find a way of escape. This is a rather serious business for grown-up men to be in. James Jones, Professor of Biology, Reswick University, USA. End of section 15. Read by April 6090. Storm. The streets were a mass of slime and slush. A beastly wind was blowing, and till I left the club it nearly took me off my feet. It was with considerable satisfaction, therefore, that I found a cherry log fire awaiting me in the library of my home. "A bad night, sir," commented my servant, as he helped me remove my soaking clothes and get into some dry ones. "It certainly is, George. Just listen to that wind howl. Seems as though 1,000 devils were aboard, doesn't it?" "It does that, sir." The wind shrieked around the cornice of the house. It died out with a long, low wail, only to rise again with a greater fury than before. A hot toddy at my elbow, I dismissed my man for the night and settled down before the fire to enjoy an hour or so of reading before retiring. And now there came to my ears another sound. At first I thought it was only the wind, but as I heard it a second time, I felt certain that it was a human voice calling. Laying aside the book I had been reading, I leaned forward in an effort to catch the sound again. Then suddenly, above the screech of the wind, I heard my name called. "Madden, Madden, for God's sake, open the door." With a shriek of terror, the voice trailed off in a high-pitched wail that mingled with the howling wind. Snatching my automatic from the mantel above the fireplace, I rushed to the hall door and flung it open. Involuntarily, I drew back as a mud-covered figure rushed past me into the hall. "Close that door, for the love of God, Madden, quick, before it's too late." Gasping for breath, eyes bulging with the terror, the figure crouched against the wall like a hunted animal. Closing and bolting the door, I turned and hastily scrutinized the man's face. Through the mud that covered his features, I recognized Hapesworth Chadwick, collector of animals for the Wild Park Zoological Gardens. "My God, Chadwick, what has happened? Are you sure no one or anything can get in through that door?" he anxiously inquired, ignoring my question. "Dynamite is about the only thing that will open that door from the outside," I assured him. Seeming more at ease, he lifted a shaking hand and drew it across his face, wiping off some of the mud that stuck there. It was not until then that I noticed his attire. Clad in a suit of pajamas that was soaked with rain and mud, his teeth chattering from the cold, he was a sorry-looking object. Glancing down, I noticed that his feet were bare. I was almost tempted to laugh at his predicament, but a look of horror shone in his eyes and twisted his dirt-covered face into a horrible grimace. Suppressing the numerous questions that I wanted to ask, I exclaimed, "Lord, Chadwick, you must be almost frozen. Come into the library and sit by the fire until I can hunt you up something to wear that will be more comfortable than what you have on now." A hot bath, warm clothes, a hot whiskey, and a good cigar helped dispel some of the fear that haunted him. It seemed almost beyond reason that he, Hapesworth Chadwick, who had faced death times without number while hunting animals in the wildest parts of the African jungles, could be the same man sitting in front of me, who at every sound of the raging storm gave a nervous start and glance over his shoulder. The slithering swish of the rain crept into the stillness of the room, rattling with ghostly fingers against the windows. A convulsive shudder took my companion. "Now, Chadwick, tell me, what is it all about?" I asked, trying to suppress the agitation in my voice. As the sound of my voice broke the sudden stillness of the room, my friend gave a violent start and almost rose up out of his chair. "God, Madden, when I think of the horrible thing that I saw there back in my room, my flesh crawls." Lifting a trembling hand, he drew it across his forehead, letting it rest a moment over his eyes as if to shut out some vision of horror. There was a moment of silence. I could hear the wind as it went wailing through the trees. With a tremendous effort, my friend pulled himself together and began to talk. "You remember that last trip I made to Africa? It was about 2 years ago, I guess. Well, as you know, I went after gorillas. The lot I had brought back the year before contracted some kind of disease and died. It was therefore up to me to get another supply of the beasts. On the 6th day, we plunged into a thick swamp. The odor of decay and mold was sickening. As our progress led us deeper into that hellhole, the air grew heavier. It smelt dead. Suddenly, one of the bush beaters up ahead of me gave a yell. There was a crashing of brush, and an old she-gorilla carrying a young one at its breast bore down upon us. Froth dripped from its mouth. On the instant, I raised my rifle and fired. With a scream, the beast slumped to the ground, the young one tightly clutched to its breast. As 2 of the native boys were trying to get the young one out of the grip of the mother's powerful arms, I made the discovery that my bullet had only grazed the side of the brute's head, and instead of it being dead, it was only senseless. At last we managed to get the little one free, and by rare good fortune, we also succeeded in getting the mother back to camp before she regained consciousness. In the days that followed, we obtained quite a collection of the smaller animals. The old one by this time had recovered from the wound on the side of her head, where my bullet had creased her. As the wound healed, it left a long scar that ran from the side of the mouth straight back above the left ear. I had kept the little one away from its mother, and we became quite chummy. One day, I took it into my hut and let it out of the cage to see what it would do. As I stood watching its foolish antics, I heard excited shouts coming from the native guides outside. Forgetting about the little one, I rushed out, leaving the door open. When I came back, the young gorilla was gone. Glancing through the door, I saw it running toward the cage that held its mother. With a bound, I was up after it. I caught it just as it came up to the cage. As I clutched the little fellow, the mother let out a roar of rage and began tearing at the bars of her cage in a wild frenzy to reach me. As the howls of its mother increased in volume, it started to scratch and bite like a little devil in an effort to get away. Intending to choke it into insensibility, I grasped it by the throat. I must have held it in my grip too long, for when I dropped it to the ground, it was dead. The mother seemed to sense what I had done. She stopped her attempt to break loose. Settling back on her haunches, she uttered a screech that made my blood run cold. As I looked at her there in her cage, her eyes seemed to burn into mine. I could almost feel the hatred that smoldered in them. Low guttural sounds of agony issued from the thick hairy throat. Froth, thick and stringy, dripped from the mouth onto the broad breast. Turning on my heel, I strode back to my hut. All that night I had terrible dreams that always had the same end. I was struggling in the arms of a bestial gorilla that was ever trying to tear my throat open with its yellow tusks. The next morning, her cage was open and she was gone. How the cage had been opened I do not know, nor was I ever able to find out, but the old gorilla had vanished and had taken her dead with her. The man sat there, gaping into the flames. I listened to the rain tapping like skeleton fingers on the window pane. My friend looked up. I then dismissed the whole thing from my mind. I would never have given it another thought but for what happened yesterday, when I chanced to drop into the menagerie tent of a circus. You can believe me or not, Madden, but when I came out of the tent, I was trembling with fear. A wild impulse to run gripped me as a long-drawn, eerie cry floated out to me on the wind. In one of the cages in that tent was the same animal that had escaped from me in the jungles of Africa. A high-pitched scream that seemed apart yet independent of the wind caused my friend's face to turn an ashen gray. "What was that, Madden? Did you hear? Good God!" Trembling, he sank deeper into his chair, as though to hide from the invisible terror that haunted him. "It was only the wind," I told him in an assuring tone, although in my own heart I was not sure whether it was or not. "You were saying—" "Oh, yes, let's see. Where was I?" Like a man in a trance, he seemed searching his mind to gather together the loose ends of a shattered thought. "Oh, yes, now I remember. After leaving the circus tent, I went direct to my rooms. I had a feeling of impending doom. Try as I would, I could not shake it off. That cry I had heard was still ringing in my ears when I climbed into my bath. I felt considerably better after the plunge, so, picking up a book, I threw myself on the bed and began to read. It was still daylight when I lay down, therefore I had no need of lights. I must have fallen asleep, for with a start I found myself sitting up in bed. The darkness seemed so thick that you could cut it with a knife. Once more that feeling of doom possessed me. Cold beads of perspiration covered my forehead. I brushed a hand across my face. It was wet and clammy. Death seemed reaching out its bony hands to clutch me by the throat. The next instant, my blood froze with terror, for out of the night there came to me, lying there in the inky blackness of my room, a long-drawn animal-like cry. Springing from bed, I switched on the lights. As I stood there listening, I could hear my heart beating a tattoo against my ribs. I slept no more that night. At the slightest sound, a cold sweat would break out over my entire body. How I passed the night without losing my mind, God only knows. The speaker paused. His face was chalky. He buried his face in his hands, shuddering, while I rose and threw another log on the fire. Outside, the wind still howled, monotonously, eerily. Then came my friend's voice again, dead, cold. With the first faint streak of dawn, I was dressed. As I walked out of the house, I felt like a craven coward, afraid of the shadows that still lurked in the fence corners. By walking, I thought I could throw off the feeling that still had hold of me. All day I walked, never stopping once to get a bite to eat, for my one impulse was to get away from the haunting fear that possessed me. When at last, towards evening, I stopped to get my bearings, I found by some trick of fate I was standing within a stone's throw of the tent that held the thing I feared. What made me go to take another look at the hideous brute, I do not know, but I bought a ticket and went in. As I came within sight of its cage, I could feel the blood drain from my face. I shook from head to foot. The cage was empty. With a voice that shook, I asked one of the attendants what had become of the beast that had occupied the cage the day before. He informed me that it had escaped that night. Glancing back at the cage, I noticed the iron bars had been twisted and bent like so much lead wire. Then it dawned on me that it had made its escape the same night that I had been awakened by the cry that had almost driven me mad. Numb with terror, I left the tent. It was just getting dark when I let myself into my rooms. Switching on the lights, I pulled down the blinds, and after locking the door, I felt in a small way secure. Tired, weary, and footsore from my day of aimless wandering, I disrobed and lay on the bed, too fatigued to pull down the covers and crawl beneath them. I did not switch off the lights, for I was afraid I would go mad if I could not see everything in the room. I soon fell into a fitful sleep. How long I slept I do not know. A crash as of breaking glass awoke me. On the instant I was out of bed and on my feet in the middle of the room. My eyes were blinded for an instant by the sudden flare of the lights that I had left burning. As I stood there blinking, I was conscious of a peculiar scraping sound. As my eyes grew accustomed to the light, my gaze wandered to the window. Framed in the broken window was the huge hairy head of a gorilla. One hand was stretched out toward me as if to grasp me by the throat. The lips curled back over the yellow teeth with a throaty snarl. Thick foam dripped from the mouth, covering the beast's breast. With a sudden lunge, the thing lurched forward, dragging its shoulders through the opening. The light shining on the side of the brute's head revealed a long scar running from the corner of its mouth straight back over the left ear. My blood surged through my veins like fire. Something in my brain snapped. With a scream, I turned and tore open the door, fled down the stairs, and out into the night. The vest, Madden, you know as well as I do. What possessed me to come here, God only knows. I only know I ran. God, how I ran. My only thought was to get away from the horrible thing back in my room, and Madden, I'm afraid. My companion shuddered. The firelight shone on his face, which seemed grown suddenly old and haggard. I reached for the bottle of brandy that stood on the table. A peculiar prickling sensation ran along the roots of my hair. Pouring out a stiff bracer, I handed it to him, saying, "Here, drink this and brace up. It may not be as bad as it looks." My attempt at cheerfulness fell short, for the story my friend had just told, combined with the swish of the rain, was getting on my nerves. He drank the brandy with a gulp. Taking a stiff nip myself, I turned to him and said, "Now look here, Chadwick. What you need is a good night's rest. I'll put you up in the spare room, for it must be pretty late. Come on, and I'll show you where the room is." As I finished speaking, the clock in the hall struck 2. With a lurch, Chadwick rose to his feet. "All right, Madden. I hope you are right, but somehow I feel like the Oriental who said, 'Who can escape his fate?' Forget it. Nothing can harm you here. It would take a half-dozen gorillas to get into the room I am going to put you into," I replied. Staggering like a man intoxicated, he followed me to his room, which was situated back of the library, my own being on the floor above, directly above his. I had brought the automatic with me from the library. Switching on the lights, I laid it on the chiffonier, remarking as I did so, "There, Chadwick, that's more than a match for a dozen animals, no matter what they are." Giving him the key to the door, so that he could lock himself in if he wished, I bade him good night. As I mounted the stairs to my own room, I heard his key grate in the lock. It was not long from the time I entered my room until I was in bed and asleep. How long I had slept I cannot say. I was brought to my waking senses by what I thought was the report of a gun. Thinking that I had probably been dreaming, I sat up in bed and listened. Outside, the wind still howled and shrieked, driving the rain against the window in torrents. The inky blackness was punctured now and then by the flashing of lightning. Silence so deep greeted me that my eardrums hummed. Deciding that I had been dreaming, I was about to lay down when a scream echoed and re-echoed through the house and brought me out of bed with a bound. Following the scream, there rang out 2 gunshots. Rushing out into the hall, I dashed down the stairs. The sound of violent struggling reached my ears as I missed the last 2 steps at the bottom of the stairs and went sprawling to the floor in the dark. Quickly regaining my feet, I rushed towards my friend's room, whence the sound of the struggling came. As I reached the door, a shriek of mortal agony rang out that seemed to freeze the blood in my veins. With a rush, I sprang against the door in an effort to force it open. Failing in the first attempt, I drew back for another rush, just as another shot rang out. Terror-stricken, I flew at the door, beating upon the stout oaken panels with my bare fists, shouting, "Chadwick! Chad! For God's sake, open the door! Chad!" For a moment, I listened. The streak of yellow that filtered through the crack beneath the door told me that his light was still burning. A peculiar scraping sound greeted my straining ears, followed by the impact of a falling body. On the instant, the hall where I stood was flooded with light. Whirling, I confronted my servant standing back of me in his nightclothes. His teeth were chattering and his face was chalky white. What is the matter, sir?" he asked. "I don't know yet. Help me open this door," I quickly answered. Using our combined weights, we succeeded, after what seemed an eternity, in breaking open the door. Involuntarily, I drew back from the horrible sight that met my gaze. Sprawled on the floor lay the body of my friend. Tightly clutched in his right hand was the automatic I had laid on the chiffonier. His head lay in a dark pool of blood that still trickled from a jagged, torn hole in the throat. "My God, sir, look!" my servant gasped, pointing with shaking finger towards the window. Jerking my eyes from the gruesome sight at my feet, I looked towards the window. A repulsive horror gripped at my vitals as I gazed at the thing that lay on the floor beneath the window. With the blood trickling from its mouth lay the body of a huge gorilla. As the light shone on the misshapen head, it revealed a long scar that ran from the corner of the mouth straight back over the left ear. End of section 13. The Gorilla by Horatio Vernon Ellis. Those torturing days we spent in the nightmare jungle near the Jalan River. Placer gold we obtained, to be sure, but there were other things that left their indelible imprints upon the memory. Chief among these was the fiend Rodriguez and the manner in which he was known as La Fiera, the Beast. As a trail man and master of camp, Rodriguez probably never had an equal, but the thorough knowledge of pack and the superhuman understanding of a mule is not everything. A half-breed of Mexican peonage and Yaqui Indian was Rodriguez. Never shaven, his fat, swarthy countenance was indicative of the blood that flowed in his veins. His neck was short and powerful, like a gorilla's. Jet black, greasy hair grew far down on his forehead to a slight space above the cruel, pig-like eyes. Everything about Rodriguez, every move, every attitude of his body, was that of a vicious animal. He was commonly known as a killer. Some proclaimed that he was possessed by a devil, others that he was mad. But not until we had obtained from our guide, the mozo, the cause of his scorpion-like hatred of Rodriguez, did we learn for ourselves, Bill and I, the reason why he was feared and dreaded among the natives. The incident had occurred several years before, when the half-breed made camp near the casa where Alamondo lived with his wife. There was no reason for the native to mistrust the man, never having heard of La Fiera before, but one day his wife complained of advances Rodriguez had made toward her. The mozo demanded an explanation, but the half-breed merely laughed in his beastly way and said nothing. That night, when Alamondo returned to his casa, he found his wife dead, a stiletto in her breast. La Fiera had attacked her, and she, in her distress, had thrust a dagger into her heart. Alamondo swore vengeance. Then came the moment of reckoning, a curse, the flash of steel. But the little mozo lost his nerve. When he recovered, there was an ear missing. After that, Alamondo never could summon sufficient courage to repeat the attack. He lived in fear of the beast. And so it was when we emerged from the jungle into a small clearing where stood that devil's cabin. It was late in the evening, and I proposed that we bunk for the night in the deserted log adobe hut. But the mozo instantly fell upon his knees at my feet, seemingly terror-stricken at the suggestion. "Ay diablo, señor," he warned. "Si, gran diablo." Not knowing the significance of his fright, I laughed and said to Bill, my partner, jocularly, "Do you hear? Gran diablo, says the mozo. A big devil. Eh, Alamondo, a big devil." But the next instant I stood speechless. On the still, hot air of the approaching night came the shrill scream of Felice Discolor, the black leopard. "And I heard that too," spoke up Bill, reaching for his Winchester. "I'm no coward, but I be doggone if I'm going to sleep in any ramshackle cabin, even a native one go near. Maybe there's a devil in it, maybe there isn't, but I'm not going to bung in it to find out. No, siree, my hammock in the open is good enough for me." Bill always was an obstinate cuss, so I paid no heed to what he said. I began questioning the mozo as to what he thought was lurking in the lonely hut. It seemed that the cabin had not been inhabited for many years, perhaps hundreds. Quien sabe? Alamondo did not know. Stray natives and travelers who had slept within its walls, seeking shelter from the poisonous jungle air, had invariably been all but murdered by some invisible devil. Several had been found terribly mutilated, and one native, whom the mozo knew personally, had died from wounds that would not heal. No one ever had possessed courage sufficient to enter the hut and discover what the evil thing might be. Thus, in the uncertainty as to just what the thing was, everyone, light-footed and alert, swerved past the cabin at a respectable distance, crossing themselves and muttering, "Ay diablo." "Well, Bill, old-timer," I said after turning the guide's story over in my mind, "here's where I tucker it out alone. Might as well die by the hand of the devil as the fever from sleeping in the open. Here goes." Bill stood looking in the direction of the cabin, rather chagrined. It was a bitter pill for him to swallow. He was no coward, this partner of mine. Back in the mining days of Klondike, on a bed, he had gone into a cage with a mountain lion and bled the cat with a butcher knife. However, this was physical bravery. Bill was not so certain of himself mentally, so he kept peace with his soul and had nothing further to say, save that it was poor judgment to seek risks that even a native declined. This slur upon my judgment sealed the question right then and there. I was going to sleep in that haunted cabin, devil or no devil, or know the reason why. I got up from the campfire and examined my Colt, a special .38 caliber on a .44 frame, slipping an extra belt of cartridges about my waist. I stood for a moment observing the hunkered form of Rodriguez hovered near the fire, where he was roasting the meat of a monkey he had slain for his meal. He had had nothing to say pertaining to the devil's cabin, exhibiting not the slightest interest in our conversation. As I watched him more than ever, in the crouched position, he resembled the aspects of a beast, and in the flicker of the light I thought I caught the faint traces of a cruel, crafty smile on his dark face as he sniffed at the odor of the roasting meat. For a moment I stood studying the manatee's tusk. He had been left severely alone. None of the natives would have anything to do with him. He had moved back upon his haunches, like a dog, and sat tearing and gnawing at the steaming meat with his strong yellow teeth, the beast that he was. As I stood there observing the grim scene before me, from somewhere back in the jungle came the weird cries of a howler, seemingly booming with wrath at the death of kith and kin. In the stillness that followed, I heard the rustling of creeping things, the faint chirpings of metallic throats, the whir of fluttering wings, and the purr and hissing of slinking creatures, evidences of 1,000 living things, unseen but seeing, the ever-moving, sticky, hot jungle at night time. And as I stood there, scanning the darkness about us, 2 tiny diamonds caught my eye, twinkling in their yellow and green brilliancy. Further back, in the black void, another set of living germs flashed their fire. I stared at them for the moment, fascinated, not certain at first of just what I saw. They seemed to creep toward me with no perceptible motion, as a scene on the screen is focused closer by a moving lens. Suddenly, they vanished as quickly as they had appeared. Then came a scream that brought my spine stiffly erect, the most terrifying cry I had ever heard. And 2 slender shadows, noiseless as a feather, cleaved the crescent of light from the campfire and vanished into the brush opposite. Then another, and another, and another of these nightmare screeches, the blood-curdling voice of the jaguar. In the palm of my hand, I held the handle of my revolver, but the lightning bodies of the lithe creatures disappeared so quickly, there was no time for a shot. Rodriguez scarcely looked up from where he sat crouched, gnawing the steaming meat of the monkey. The native carriers moved in nearer the fire, and Bill sat peering into the brush where the cats had disappeared. But the mozo, terror had seized the man. He fell upon his knees before me in frenzy, muttering a prayer and begging of me to tie a little red sack he held in his hand about my neck. He said it would keep the devil away. Piqued at such superstition, but rather than offend him, I did as he asked, declining the trouble of ascertaining just what the little red sack contained, save that a pungent odor came from its contents. The poor fellow was so evidently pleased with the acceptance of his devil killer that all fears for my safety seemed instantly to leave him, and as though it had in some mysterious way instilled a spark of bravery in the native himself, he deliberately walked over and entered into conversation with La Fiera. The move was so abrupt and foreign to his nature that I marveled at the confidence he held in his belief and faith in the powers of the little red sack. But it was growing late and I was tired and sleepy, so I did not take the pains to investigate the subject of their conversation. Thus, equipped with my trusty revolver and the odoriferous voodoo sack, I took up my blanket and sauntered into the black void of the night. I spent considerable time in locating the makeshift door, which was really no door at all, but several logs stood on end and lashed together by tough vines and jungle grass. After much exertion, I managed to pry the logs apart sufficiently to worm my way into the interior of the hut. For a moment I stood listening and peering about in the dense darkness of the close, musty-smelling room. Assuring myself finally that I was alone, I relaxed my vigilance, lit a candle, and began to investigate. My attention was first attracted to the floor. It was constructed of a series of split logs, laid across sleepers, a foot or more above the ground. The logs creaked and rocked as I moved over them, exhibiting in several places holes large enough for a man's body to slip through, all of which was an unusual floor in this country. They almost always consist of plain earth, trembled to the solidity of concrete. In the wall near the camp, I discovered an opening which in all probability was once meant for a window. It was really a large chink between the logs which had been plastered up with mud. I finally succeeded in tearing away the mud for purposes of dissipating the foul air that had accumulated in the long pent-up room. Beneath the window, my eyes rested upon an old bunk securely fastened to the logs at the height of my knees. It was made of branches of trees, cut and lashed together with strips of split vines, a crude and rough affair. However, here was my resting place for the night. It was at any rate solid and firm, no sliding and shifting in an elusive hammock for me, turning turtle and fetching up with the earth, face foremost. As I stood there, thrilling to the thought that I had chanced upon this piece of luck in finding a fairy couch where I might stretch and ease the muscles of my tired body, something caught and held my interest for a considerable time. On the bunk, and along the side of the wall, were several dark brown stains, some more red and fresh than others. I bent forward to the muddy logs of the wall, then down to the muttered work of the bank, with a lighted candle before me, so that I might examine more closely and minutely these stains, and, to my horror, I discovered that they were splotches of blood. There is always something in the sight of blood that forces one to sniff, to become alert, and in the movements of the body to direct them more swiftly. I wheeled about, taking in at a sweep every lurking shadow. The sputtering light of the candle fitted into the far corners of the room. There was nothing to be seen, nothing to be heard, except the humming of a few insects that had come in through the window. I released my grasp upon the handle of the revolver, then looked about. Cautiously, I raised and lowered the candle, moved over the loose logs, got down upon my knees to scrutinize the flooring more carefully. Here I found more splotches of blood, a considerable amount in one place, which had soaked into the log, thick and dark, blood that had not been spilled so very long. I arose and stood near the window, looking out toward the campfire thoughtfully. Except for the space it illumined in the dense wilderness, everywhere there was total darkness. It was the dark of the moon. Alamando and Rodriguez were still in conversation. The little native stood very near the powerful slouching form of La Fiera. There was not the least sign of fear in his attitude toward the half-breed. They were excitedly arguing some question which seemed to be of intense interest to both. All the while, the mozo prodded the campfire, which he had kindled into a bonfire. He was wildly gesticulating and waving his hand toward the cabin wherein I stood. Now and then his hand wandered to the step of the severed ear, as though it pained him, and once, when the beast stooped and lighted his cigarro with a burning brand, I saw Alamando quickly place something in the pocket of the half-breed's cotton jacket. The rest of the party could be seen in their hammocks swung in the trees nearby. They looked rather snug and comfortable beneath their nettings. For a long time I stood observing the mozo and La Fiera in their talk, marveling at the mysterious change that had suddenly come over the native, and wondering what he could have placed so stealthily in his enemy's pocket. But no explanation could I conjure to solve the enigma, so I turned my attention to the crackling sound in the near brush. A noise, like an animal crunching brittle bones. Peccaries, I thought, the rooting, grunting, scavengers of the jungle. Then it occurred to me for the first time. Perhaps Bill was right, and, after all, I was wrong. But there was no bucking down now. I had chosen my course. Man, devil, or beast could not force me to sleep elsewhere. Thus, without further thought on the subject, I blew out the candle, wrapped my blanket about me, and, coat in hand, was soon lost to the world. I do not know how long I slept, but it must have been after midnight when I awakened. Not suddenly, as one is usually aroused in moments of danger, but gradually, a degree at a time. So natural was my awakening that for several moments I lay listening to the muffled ticking of the timepiece in the pocket of my trousers. There is something soothing, mesmeric about the ticking of the delicate works of a watch in the dead hours of night. And often, in the wilderness, have I returned to conscious life under the hypnotic metallic voice of man's most timely friend. So it did not occur to me that my awakening was unusual, or that everything was not as it should be. But as I lay there, restful, perfectly at peace with the world, dozing, lingering in a semi-conscious state, it suddenly dawned upon me that I was not alone. I sensed inwardly, rather than felt outwardly, that there was some living thing in the room besides myself. Instantly I was awake and in perfect control of my senses, tense and alert. A velvety, soft, with now and then a grating sound came to me from out the Egyptian darkness, like the scaly body of a huge snake crawling through dry grass. A tense moment passed, then a strong, acrid odor assailed me, equally as revolting as that of the voodoo sack about my neck. Cautiously, I came to a semi-sitting posture, revolver in hand and finger crooked for action. I was not to be taken by surprise. Breathlessly, I awaited the intruder's attack. In the dense darkness I could see nothing, save now and then the phosphorescent glimmer of a vagrant lightning beetle that had flown into the hut. I peered about the room, seeking to discern what living thing, man, beast, or devil confronted me. I stared until my eyeballs ached, but no object could I make out. Then my attention was suddenly attracted to the floor, where something was lightly rocking the loose logs. For some time I listened to this cradling of the planking, exerting my wits to fathom the cause of so peculiar a phenomenon. At first, the thought had occurred to me that it might be someone of our party who had worked his way into the place to test my nerve, but I immediately dismissed this from my mind. The risk would be too great for a sane man to take. But then, what was it? There was only one answer. I would have to find out. I rose to my feet and gingerly stepped into the center of the room, listening for the faintest sound. But nothing was audible save the stifled gasps of my breathing. The noise had suddenly ceased. A flood of thoughts went skittering through my mind. Then it suddenly dawned upon me. This thing had deliberately moved away. As I approached it, it had passed along the planking as quickly and noiselessly as a gliding reptile. I felt certain that it was neither human nor animal, but what could it be? However, it did not matter. There was but one remedy. I leveled my revolver in the direction of the thing that must be somewhere before me. But before I had completed the movement, I was conscious that it had vanished, seemingly, into space. For the first time in my life, I felt a sense of terror tugging at my throat. Here was an enemy that had me helpless at its mercy. There was no way of determining to where the thing had vanished. It might at that very second be crouched directly behind me, preparing to spring. A cold sweat crept over me. I instantly wheeled about, tense for the attack. In the black void before me, I sensed that something moved. Now over here, now over there, behind me, in front of me. Then I caught the heavy breath of the thing directly above my head. I gasped and looked up. Two red eyes, piercing as balls of fire, stared into my face. The warmth of its breath was upon my cheek, and its odor was revolting. Without thought, I sprang back and began discharging my revolver at this devil that was closing in on me from all sides. A series of blood-curdling screams, human in their fierceness, filled the quietness of the room, as if 1,000 infuriated demons had sprung into the place, dancing to the staccato of my revolver. There was a rush, a mad scramble. Something dashed over my head and out through the window with a swish of a monster bat. The rickety cabin shook as if in a tempest. Huge forms lurched about me and against the walls, tearing and rocking the logs of the floor in frantic desperation to escape the zipping fire of hot lead. From outside came the reverberating roar of the living thing, and I knew something was leaving a trail of blood. I sprang to the window to see if I could discern what I had hit, but in the blackness I could see nothing except Bill, rifle in hand, revealed in the glare of the campfire, running towards me. The mozo, with a lighted peach pine knot, was following closely at his heels. Rodriguez was nowhere to be seen. With the aid of the flaring torch, I saw a huge form lying near the foot of the bank. I had stooped to examine the thing more closely when the mozo caught me by the arm. "Ay, ay," he shrieked, "come away, come away. Halingo, halingo." I looked at the native sharply. There wasn't the tone of his voice or the evidence of extreme fright, but in the man's face I was not so easily deceived. There was a crafty, cunning expression in every feature. But before I could express the thought that occurred to me, he crossed himself and stepped back into the darker portion of the room. In the meantime, with the barrel of his Winchester, Bill had turned the thing over that lay in a hairy mass at our feet. We had never seen such a monster before. It stood about 4 feet high, resembling a gibbon ape more than anything else I could recall. It was of a brownish color except for its face, which was white. Among the natives it is known as the kalingo, a thing to be dreaded when encountered in the jungle. The male possesses a long white beard, not unlike the great wanderoo, and walks erect most of the time. The female fondles and nurses the young in her arms. They are seldom seen in the daytime, but roam the forest at night and are very ferocious in combat. The mystery of the log adobe was solved. There was no devil in the cabin after all. I had moved back to examine the halingo more carefully when I felt something soft under my stockinged foot, like the body of a snake. I quickly looked down and found that I had stepped upon the arm of a man. The upper portion was red and bloody. The fingers were crooked and distorted in the convulsive grip that clutched several tufts of coarse hair. There was nothing else inside as I glanced about for the body. Bill and I looked at each other in horror. "I'll say there was a devil in here, all right," he gasped. Then suddenly, "Look out, pard. What's that behind you?" I wheeled about instantly. "Where?" I gulped, a sickening sensation quivering within me. "There," he said, pointing at a large rent in the floor. "Wait, I'll turn these log over." As he did so, the crouching form of a huge male kalingo was revealed beneath the flooring. I prodded with the rifle, convinced us that he was quite dead. "Turn it over if you can," I suggested, leaning closer. "Well, look," suddenly exclaimed Bill, drawing back. "The greaser, the beast, great God!" I peered eagerly into the dark cavity beneath the flooring. The sight that met my eyes recalled scenes I had witnessed in the bloody trenches of France. I never want to see such a sight again. Before me lay La Fiera and one of the halingos, both devils that they were, locked in the grim embrace of death's struggle. The long yellow fangs of the fierce ape had bitten clear through the neck of the half-breed and all but severed the head from the body. Through the just of which a bullet from my revolver had put an end to the struggle. I shuddered in horror at the thought of what might have happened to me and turned away. "How do you suppose Rodriguez came to be in here?" I finally asked, wiping the moisture from my face. "I didn't see him in the room." "Don't ask me," replied my partner. "I'm no detective. The last I saw the greaser, he and the mozo were talking near the campfire. I heard the native accuse the peon of being a coward and daring to enter the cabin and give you a scare. They were still arguing when I fell asleep. How about it, Alamondo?" We both turned to the mozo for an explanation. The little fellow stepped forward as straight as an Indian and as steady nigh nerve. There was not the slightest indication of fear in the man. "Alamondo is avenged." He spoke in the vernacular, hissing the words through clenched teeth. "La Fiera was big and strong, while Alamondo is little and not so strong as the beast. But I kill him, carry on in the mud beneath my feet, kill him with my mind." "How do you mean, Alamondo?" I asked, greatly interested. "Si, senor, I kill him with my mind. Alamondo knows much of the ways of the jungle. Halingo does not like the smell of roasted monkey meat. Halingo becomes a devil, Gran Diablo, goes mad and tears the flesh of those who eat it. See, senores, the scar of Alamondo's arm, shoulder, neck, caramba. Alamondo knows from experience. Ay, ay. When La Fiera ate the monkey meat, Alamondo all the time smiled to himself. And, senores, once when the beast did not see, Alamondo filled his pocket with the odor of roasted monkey. Aha, see, all the time Alamondo knew the Halingo devils haunted the jackal. And, de veras, si, senores, he grated. glaring at the gruesome sight that lay before us. He who lives as a beast shall die like a beast. Sabe, señores, sangre de Cristo, la fiera is dead. Alamondo is avenged, the beast is dead. Bueno, bueno, approved Bill, who was never known to be serious long. Clever you are, Alamondo, but I'm thinking it's mighty queer those Jalingo devils didn't make it hot for this fat-headed part of mine. How about that? Ah, nombre de Dios, muttered the mozo, crossing himself and bending to his knees at my feet. Si, señor, Dios, Dios. He continued, indicating that the Jalingo could not harm me so long as I wore the little red sack he had placed about my neck. Alamondo knows much in his brain. Si, señores, I will show you. So saying, he took from his neck a little red sack similar to the one he had given me. He tore it open, exposing its contents, a light yellow powder made from the leaves of some jungle plant. Si, Cayamuela, smell. Ah, Jalingo fears the odor. Cayamuela makes his teeth fall out when he eats it, and he will die. Si, señores, Alamondo knows much, perfectamente. Bill and I stood staring at each other, marveling at the strategy of the tropical mind in wreaking its vengeance. The score between La Fiera the Beast and Alamondo the Mozo was settled. End of section 14. The glass. Never mind the medicine, fill up the glass. It'll burn the fever out of me, thanks. Now give me a shot of your cocaine. Don't look so shocked, Doc. The natives learned me to chew coca leaves. I never made it to the coast without them. You're a doctor and you understand. Nuga, the devil doctor, understood, and he understood other things, many other things. But give me the cocaine, Doc, and I'll tell you the story. Ah, that sinks deep. I can see you better now, and can talk better too. Tell me, Doc, is this the way a man's supposed to feel when he's dying? But never mind, I promise to tell you the story. I'll tell you while you're tying up that stump of a leg. Say, Doc, bury that foot, won't you? I'd like to think about it. I can still feel the saw buzzing, or maybe it's in my head. Burned, wasn't it? That foot, I mean, burned all over, ain't I, Doc? Well, acid did that. An ant sprayed it on me. The ant was about 50 feet away, too, and I was running, or I'd never even made it back to Nuga's hut. Didn't you know that ants sprayed acid? Just a tiny drop of formic acid, eh? Well, maybe you're right. But I'll tell you. Did you ever read Alice in Wonderland? The part where Alice bit into a mushroom, became so little she wasn't more than an inch high. Sure, I thought you had. Well, I found that mushroom, or rather the devil doctor found it. So I guess really I wasn't more than 3 or 4 inches from the ant when he sprayed me. But the ant wasn't the worst part. There were little things in the mud, and bigger things, butterflies and moths bigger than airplanes, and all covered with feathers. Then there were centipedes and spiders and hairy jungle things all bigger than houses. No, I'm not out of my head, Doc. I'm just trying to tell you. Nuga told me and I laughed just as you were laughing. And if you still want to laugh when I am done, you can go into the jungle and eat of Nuga's stinking powder. It makes the powder by carefully drying the small purple toadstool that grows at the root of the banyan tree. But you will want the story at the beginning. Who am I and how do I happen to be in the Solomons? I have told you that. I was the second mate of the blackbirder Jaletta. Wrecked on the beach at Ringman, crawled into the swamps and fought my way through the bush. I had a pistol and by putting a bullet through the brain of Sagana was adopted by Nuga, the high devil who hated Sagana. Nuga knew white men and had a taste for gin, but with the natives I was a kind of god. I still have my pistol, you know. I lived with Nuga in his thatch hut, which was taboo to the rest of the natives. The devil took a fancy to me because, as I said, I had killed the rival devil doctor, and because I was white and knew many things that he did not know. I lived on breadfruit, raw eels from the swamps, dried corn and other good things. My taboo was dead pig. I could not eat that. Nuga showed me many strange things, for he was very wise and very old. He told me how heads were cured, and what herbs to gather for the smoke, and he told me of many medicines. Among the things he told me of a drug that he could prepare, a drug that would bring us sleep, and then shrink a man, bones and body, to the size of the little finger of a child. I laughed and said the Nuga was one of 2 things, a madman or a fool. A native will only smile when you mock his gods, But when you hint that he is a liar, he will study a way to kill you, if he is a liar. Nuga wasn't a liar. He would prove it, he said, and then I could laugh. Ever heard of Gulliver, Nuga? Nuga had not heard of Gulliver, and when I told him the tale of his voyage to some place or other where he found himself no match for a mouse, he nodded sagely. It is the truth, he said. Gulliver fell ate of the powder of the little devil plant, which I will show you. And have you tried it yourself? I asked him. Why should I try? I, who know of it, have seen it, tried upon my father's father as a torture for breaking a taboo. He became as small as the hoof of a pig and died squealing as a pig when he was eaten by a snake, no longer than that. And Nuga placed his dark hands 6 inches apart. That's black magic, I smiled. White man knows better than black magic. He believes only what he has seen for himself. And would you care to see, O foolish white man from the stars? Ren Nuga. I told him that I would taste his stuff, only to show him what I thought of his magic. The toadstool he showed me did not look to be a poisonous kind, and I knew something of tropical fungi. I told him that he might grind his powder. I would try it, and if it was poisonous and sickened me, I would show him some white man's magic with my pistol. So the next morning Nuga gathered some of the evil-smelling things, and after drying them in the sun, he ground them to a powder, added a small quantity of another herb, and let the mixture dry again. Finally he told me that the powder was ready for me. But you must not eat it here, he grinned. There are things that the black children must not see, things that only devil doctors should know, and white men who laugh at black men's magic. He walked into the jungle and halted near the banks of the swamps that bordered the river. Nuga picked a spot nearly bare of grass, and we seated ourselves under a breadfruit tree. There is another herb, unbeliever, he said, unfolding his skin filled with a greenish pulp that undoes the work of the little devil plant. And when you are through laughing, he laid the skin upon the ground and rose. But I must go to the devil house, he added, and finish the head I am chewing in the smoke. Perhaps, O child who doth not believe, we shall meet again. With these words he disappeared in the direction of the village, and I sang out a mocking goodbye. Of course, I really did not intend to try the filthy stuff he had prepared. It stank of the swamps, it was not pleasant to think about. But he had been so serious, he had believed in it so much. I wondered if it might not contain some curious drug, and I have a weakness for finding things out for myself. I had tried coca, as I told you, and wondered if Nuga was not showing me something like that. You know, Doc, I had a thirst for dope in my veins. Well, I tried it, just to taste it first, and then, because the stuff wasn't so terrible after all, I took quite a dose of it. It was stingy, like coca leaves, only it didn't freeze my tongue like that always does. You know Bronson, the first mate of the Gelada? Well, I guess you don't, Doc. But anyway, he told of eating hashish in Indochina, and I figured that maybe this was it. For after walking about for a few minutes, waiting to see what would happen, I began to get sleepy. Not just ordinary sleepy, Doc, but dope sleepy. I got so I couldn't hold my eyes open, and my legs got heavier and heavier, and finally they sagged under me, and I went under, feeling half sick, and swearing at Nuga as I felt myself slipping. In 5 minutes I was completely gone. Everything went black. When I came to myself, and I woke up just as I would from a natural sleep, I couldn't seem to grasp where I was. Things seemed changed, and instead of being under the breadfruit tree, I was under a great green stalk that shielded me from the sun. I didn't see the breadfruit tree at all, and I didn't remember for a long time what happened. I felt queer all over and looked down to see if there was any change in me. I didn't see any. Nuga was crazy after all, for if his witchcraft had worked, I'd have shrunk clear out of my clothes, don't you see? Drugs don't work on clothes, and my boots were tight as ever. So Nuga had lied, you see, and had played me for the fool. I got to my feet and looked around. Things looked funny, Doc, but then I felt funny too. I felt about like I did a while ago when I was coming out of that chloroform you gave me. My head was light and I was so dizzy I could hardly stand. Well, as I said, things looked mighty queer when I stood up and looked around. I thought Nuga had played a trick on me and had me carried away somewhere, for I'd never seen such scenery. The ground was covered with pebbles as big as your hat, and there were great plants and flowers growing everywhere, higher than trees. As I looked, listen, Doc, I heard a roar. It sounded like an airplane, and when I saw the thing I ducked. Doc, it was a butterfly, a red and yellow one, and had a wing spread of 15 feet. It won't do to call me a liar, Doc, because you remember I called Nuga a liar. It was real, and I wasn't dreaming. Its wings were beating through the leaves of one of those fearful plants, and the thing perched for a minute and then was gone with a roar. I began to shake all over, and as soon as I could find control of my feet, I began running as best I could through the 50-foot grass. I didn't know yet what had happened. All I knew was that I had seen something impossible, and I was nearly screaming when I saw another horror. Doc, something worse than the butterfly. I fell over it. It was a caterpillar, a great hairy one, and bloated up bigger around than my waist. It must have been 10 feet long, maybe more. It writhed away from me on its hideous-looking feet, and I ran. I knew I was screaming then, Doc. I was fear-crazy and ran blindly, falling down over rocks and bumping into those huge plants. After a while, when I had run myself out, I came to a rocky ledge and rested, cursing Nuga and the stuff that had crazed me. I hadn't been there but a little while when I heard a soft scraping noise behind me. It sounded like something crawling across silk, and I turned and saw it. It was a spider. A spider with a body twice as big as mine and with legs like the biggest devilfish you ever saw, Doc, only worse. And the legs were bent ready for a spring. I could see the spider watching me with eyes like great polished black beads. Did you ever see a spider's eyes, Doc? Well, I did then, and it was all I could do to move. I was scared so stiff you couldn't have pried me off that rock if I hadn't seen the spider's legs bend still lower. He was ready to jump, and that brought me to my senses. I jumped instead, but I made up my mind to die when I saw that thing had me cornered. Another jump or two and it could have got me, for the rock was a natural trap, and the only way I could have got off was by the way I came, and the spider held that. Below me was a drop of 80 or 100 feet. But the spider forgot all about me. I guess he wasn't sure how I'd taste anyway, and would rather eat something more familiar. Anyway, when a fly flew down and perched between us on the rock, the spider backed up and crouched low. I said a fly, and I guess it was a fly that saved my life. It was a jungle fly and bigger than an eagle, and sat there watching me and polishing his head with his front feet. It didn't see the spider, but I could see the awful thing moving along a few feet at a time, then waiting until I could have screamed. I was afraid I would scream and frighten away the fly, and I knew it was my life or the fly's. I held my breath and watched. The spider crept up closer, stopped, crept closer, stopped, and still the fly perched and polished and rubbed his legs against his wings. Then there was a leap, and as the spider jumped into the air, I could see the sickening yellowish color of his belly. Got the fly, too. There was a buzzing that nearly deafened me. The spider had him tight about the body with his front pair of legs or arms, and had the hooks into him. The spider was patient and didn't rush things. The fly just struggled and buzzed his wings, and the spider held on. Finally, the spider seemed to have played long enough and sank his fangs with a rasping noise into the fly's middle. The buzzing grew louder and then stopped, and I crawled within a few inches of the horrible meal and made my way with safety back over the rock into the jungle. I went slower this time, which didn't mean that I wasn't almost mad with fear, but I was afraid of running into something else, and worse. I couldn't tell you all the things I saw. You wouldn't believe me if I did. But at times I couldn't go ahead for the bugs. Yes, bugs. Some of them small, and others, well, some of them were bigger than I was. I saw bugs with hard, shiny shells like turtles, only larger than turtles. All colors there were, and gnats too, some striped and some grayish. One flew into my chest and nearly bowled me over. The scenery was different now. The big pebbles had given way to mud and moss trees, and plant things 20 feet above my head. At times I had to fight my way through a greenish slime that covered the mud nearly as high as my knees. By this time I was beginning to think, or at least I tried to think. The grass wasn't 50 feet high. Those gnats weren't as big as pigeons. It was me that had changed, and I was not more than an inch high. Oh, go ahead and laugh, Doc. I swear that it's the truth. It was magic. Nuga's magic. Nuga, the very old and very wise devil doctor. So don't laugh, Doc. Remember that I laughed once. It all seems hazy now when I think about it. Oh yes, there was the lizard. I saw him on the edge of a stone, snapping flies like a toad. He was so long I couldn't see the end of his tail, and was brown with green and yellow, covered with scales. His feet gripped the rock like the hands of a monkey, and he snapped flies and blinked. I don't remember what happened then. I believe I ran the other way, for I don't remember of seeing the lizard anymore. I could see that I was getting near to a river or some pool of water, so I turned in the way I'd come, remembering what I had forgotten. The antidote the Nuga had tossed on the ground, that little skin of herbs. Oh, I believed in Black Man's magic now, Doc. That was my only hope, to find that packet of Nuga's medicine. So I stopped and tried to get my bearings. All looked different, of course, but I could see the grove of breadfruit trees by climbing upon a rise in the ground. They seemed to tower as high as the sky itself, and looked so far away that I almost gave up hope. But I managed to reach the rock, where I had such a narrow squeak from the spider. He was still there, gorging himself on the fly, and I detoured a quarter of a mile around him, really only a yard or so, of course, Doc, and lost my way again. Deep in the thicket of giant plants I could see nothing, not even the sun. I heard a rustling through the grass and ran without waiting to see the cause, for I was nearly mad already with what I had seen. I beat my way out into the sunlight and thought I had outdistanced it, whatever it was, but as I rested for a moment I heard it again, and then saw it. It was a centipede and running at me like a blue racer. I didn't have a chance to outrun the thing, and I knew it. I jumped upward and caught the overhanging branch of the plant that was over me, praying to all of Nuga's gods that it would bear my weight. It did, or I wouldn't be here now, Doc, and the centipede flashed under me and back again. It was a fearful thing. Yes, I know you've seen those tropical centipedes, and you remember how little I was. So you see it was nearly 100 feet long, and stood on its legs, about 2 feet from the ground. Brownish yellow it was, Doc, with whitish joints and a pair of legs to the joint. Legs bigger around than mine. I could feel the leaf, for that's all I had hold of, sagging under my weight, and I could see the centipede chasing his tail around in big circles looking for me. But he didn't find me, and I supposed he thought I was some kind of winged insect, for he gave up pretty soon and darted back into the forest of grass. I could see the tops of the plants move as he passed and waited until he was out of sight before I got ready to drop off. Now fill up that whiskey glass, Doc. Here comes a part that's hard to believe, but it's true. I swear that it's true. Thanks, Doc. Well, when I was ready to drop to the ground again, I found that I couldn't drop. And when I saw what it was that had me, I screamed, for this struck more terror into me than any of the other things. You've seen the Venus flytrap plant, haven't you, and the other plants of that family? They're common enough in the tropics, and I've seen all kinds and never thought anything about them. That's what had me. The leaf, or whatever it was, had folded around my arm and held me like so much steel. At the same time, I felt the bottom of the leaf curl toward my face, and I knew that I was going to be rolled up in the plant, smothered and then digested like an insect. The leaf moved slowly, but the accursed thing had my arm up to the shoulder. With my free hand, I tried to keep my face from being covered with the awful thing. And then one leg was caught, and I was carried bodily to the cavity where the leaf joins the stem. Here I fought desperately and felt my arm becoming numb and dead with the terrible pressure. Head first, I was going into the heart of the plant. Then those awful green leaves would curl around me, tight, tight. I fought, but the thing was like leather. I couldn't tear myself loose. The cavity in the stem opened like two monstrous lips, and inside I could see the half-digested remains of a giant fly. Slowly, a few inches at a time, I was pushed forward until I could smell the sickening stench of the thing. I gave up then, for I was paralyzed with fear, and relaxed my muscles. What a horrible, hideous way for a man to die. That was what saved my life. When I relaxed and went limp, the tightening leaf of the plant relaxed too. That's part of nature's work. When the fly is smothered, it ceases to fight against it, and the plant eases its grip and digests it at its leisure. When I felt the leaf loosen its hold on me, I tore loose with a tremendous effort and dropped to the ground. For a minute or two I lay there sick and little wonder. Then I crawled away from the ghastly plant that hovered over me and managed to get out into the open again. The thing for me to do now, I reasoned, was to find an elevation and try to find where I was, for I could not hope to escape many more horrors. To find Nuga's herbs now, that was all I could do to save myself. Ahead of me and not so far away, I saw what seemed to be a hill. It was free from vegetation, and as I neared it I could see that its surface was baked hard. I decided to climb it and take the chance of finding a familiar landmark. It was a hard climb to the top of the hill, and when I did reach it I found what seemed to be a crater. It looked like a dead volcano, for a hole some 10 feet across formed the very peak of it. To the right I saw what appeared to be a slimy, stagnant lake, and on the left I was overjoyed to see familiar things. I could see the towering breadfruit tree, underneath which must be Nuga's herbs, so I started downward. Then I realized where I was. The volcano was nothing more or less than a gigantic ant hill. From the hole at the top an ant was racing toward me, and I had no time to escape. It was only about the size of a small dog, but you probably have an idea how strong and fierce ants are. Well, it had me before I could get started, for the footing was dangerous and I could make only poor time. As I said, it had me. It was a red ant with a covering like armor plate, for although I kicked it, it leaped at my legs and bore me down. Maybe you don't know what a terrible thing an ant is, Doc. If you don't, go and look at one through your microscope sometime. It had pincers for legs, and as we rolled over together, it tore my leg to ribbons. I guess you could see that, for you sawed it the rest of the way off a few minutes ago, Doc. It was mangled, wasn't it? I tried to fight the thing, but you don't know how strong an ant is. It picked me up bodily and rasped me again with those hellish pincers before I could mash its head in with a stone. I killed it, and by this time the ants were swarming over the edge of the hill, and there I was with a mashed leg. My only chance was to make for the pool I had seen on the other side of the mound. I barely made it, and when I did reach it, I was nearly snapped up by something, God only knows what it was, that surged up out of the mud. I thought I had given the ants the slip, and after waiting in the slime for some minutes, I stole out again and made for the breadfruit tree. I made it just in time, for I was at the point of fainting from pain and loss of blood. There was the packet of herbs just as Nuga had left it. I didn't lose a second in getting some of the stuff down either, but before I had time to tell whether or not it was an antidote for the powder I had eaten before, I was attacked by another ant. It had followed me from the pool, and I was too sick to fight. I was feeling queer again and terribly dizzy. I remember of keeping it off with stones, and it kept circling. Then I think it must have sprayed acid on me. Those tropical ants can do that, you know. Anyhow, I felt like I was being burned, and the last I remember things were spinning about me. Then all grew black again. How I got here I'm not sure. Crawled, I think, for miles and miles. It was slow crawling too, Doc, for I had to step on every spider and ant I saw along the way. There's a spider now, Doc, above the bed. Kill it. Now, I suppose you think I've been lying or have the DTs or the horrors, but if you do, you know what you can do. Nuga will show you. Nuga the devil doctor, who believes in black man's magic. End of section 15. Asp, our canoe was instantly broadside in the rapids, but Zangari immediately brought the heavily laden craft head-on, his skill once more saving our slender expedition from the disaster that had trailed us so persistently since leaving the large steamer at Itokoa Tiara. A faint shout from the second canoe sounded through the din of racing water. Evidently Van Ducy and Hardy had observed our mishap. I waved a hand in reply. Then I bent over Erickson, who lay with his eyes rolling. Instead of sunstroke, as I had assumed, he had been wounded. A thin stream of blood ran from his temple. Zangari whirled the canoe to a small islet we were just passing, but we were too late. Erickson was dead. The shock of our fellow voyageur's death was still on me as, amid the amazing splendor of that tropical scene, we made preparations to dispose of the body. Much later in the night, when all were sleeping, I felt a tug at my mosquito netting, and in the dim starlight I made out Hardy's pioneer head, with its square-jawed face peering at me. He motioned me to follow him quietly. Wonderingly, I made my way after the soldier of fortune who, by the sheerest good luck, we had picked up in the Brazilian capital. Presently he stopped. "Do you wish to continue your journey?" he asked. Despite Erickson's death, I could not think otherwise. Already we had come 4,000 miles, of which the last 1,500 had brought us into the very interior of the South American continent. Too much capital and energy had been expended for us lightly to abandon our project, and I said so. "You misunderstand," he returned quickly. "It is not Erickson's finish that made me ask, but the manner of it." The thin edge of doubt as to Hardy's fortitude perhaps began to insert itself into my mind. He observed it. "Damn it, man," he exclaimed. "I am game, but you're to know that from now on we'll have to buck not only the elements, but that toad-faced Da Silva as well." At mention of the Spaniard who had tricked and nearly outmaneuvered us at Rio de Janeiro with the officials, something like a chill came over me. "What brings him into this?" I demanded. Hardy's answer was dramatic enough. "Only this," he said. "It is a little thing, but it killed Erickson." I gazed at the slender blowpipe arrow in Hardy's hand. It had done for our archaeologist. "That type of arrow is unknown hereabouts," went on Hardy. "It is poisoned and is used by the Amajuca Indians 600 miles back on the Amazon. It means that we are being followed." The campfire was dying out when Hardy and I returned from our talk, both of us determined to make the additional 400 miles that we estimated lay between us and the point we planned to reach, and to gain it by land if the water route on the gradually diminishing stream was to afford our enemies too easy an opportunity to decimate us. I stood there surveying the sleepy figures of my comrades. Van Ducy, the true scientist, whose interest in his beloved Hemiptera seemed to render him impervious to the sting of insect pests and the pains and dangers of our journey. Young Anderson, son of the president of our institute. Zangari, sleeping in his giant strength like a child. And Erickson. A lump came into my throat at the thought of the gallant fellow who had so suddenly come to an end. Had I known then what was in store for the surviving members of our little band, surely I would have cried aloud, for all told, counting the mighty Zangari, the half-breeds and the Indians, we numbered only 10 men. By the time the morning sun was flooding the ravine with light, we were all astir. Caching much of our supplies, we ferried to the right-hand bank of the stream farther down. Here, with no sign of the enemy, we secreted our canoes in the bushes, and distributing among ourselves ammunition, food, a light silk tent, blankets, and scientific impedimenta, we shouldered our packs and started on the long hike inland. For 2 days we made slow progress because of the luxuriance of the undergrowth, but in time this gave way to vast primeval woods. Never shall I forget the solemn mystery of it. Trees rivaling in the size the gigantic redwoods of California raised themselves to enormous height, where their tremendous columns spread out in Gothic curves which interlaced to form a great matted roof of green, architecture of the greatest of all architects. As we walked noiselessly but hurriedly under the lash of Hardy's impatience, amid the thick carpet of decaying vegetation, we were hushed in spite of ourselves. Vivid orchids and marvelously colored lichens smoldered upon the swirly tree trunks. Climbing plants, monstrous and riotous in verdure, fought their way upward, seeking futilely at once to throttle tree life and to reach the sunlight. Of animal life there was little movement amid the majestic vaulted aisles which stretched from us as we pursued our way, but the slight though constant agitation far above us told of that multitudinous world of snake and monkey, bird and sloth, which lived in the sunshine and regarded with wonder our puny stumbling figures in the depths below. At dawn the howler monkeys and parakeets filled the air with shrill chatter, and in the hot hours came the drone of insects. As yet there had been no indication that anyone was following us. Indeed, we seemed to be untold miles from civilization, and I was commenting to young Anderson on the likelihood of our escape from the pursuit of Da Silva when I caught a look in Hardy's eyes. "How pshaw!" I exclaimed later, slightly nettled. "You're pessimistic, Hardy. Had Da Silva been after us, we should surely have heard from him before this." "No, that isn't so," retorted Hardy. "Our leaving the river has deceived him. I'm satisfied that he planned an ambush farther along the stream. In a short time he'll discover we have given him the slip, then he'll be after us." "And just why, Hardy," I demanded, "is this insane Spaniard following us?" Hardy's expression was quizzical. "I have a sort of hunch, that's all," he returned non-committally. The next day one of our Indians was missing. He had been sent back over the trail a mile or so to recover a small rifle that had been lost. Hardy himself and young Anderson made the tiresome hike to the rear to learn if possible the whereabouts of the Indian. Later, when the two rejoined us without the Indian, Hardy did not have anything to say. Anderson told me afterwards that they had found the Indian curled up at the foot of a tree. He was dead without a mark on him. Depressing as was this development, our little party found scant time to discuss it. The way had grown much more difficult, for our road persistently ascended. Huge trees now gave place to palms with thick underbrush growing between. We traveled entirely by compass, but Mr. Erickson, who had been a navigator and had from time to time shot the sun to verify our position. On the 5th day we encountered a tremendous wilderness of bamboo, which grew so thickly that we could only penetrate it by cutting a pathway with the machetes and billhooks of the Indians. It took us a long day, with only 2 pauses of a half-hour each, to get clear of this yellow-walled obstacle. Once free of it, we were glad to throw ourselves down for the first real rest which Hardy was willing that we should take. But it proved to be of short duration, because Anderson, eternally on the move, discovered less than half a mile away that another path recently had been cut through the bamboo, nearly paralleling ours. That night we slept behind some slight attempt at a barricade. This protection, consisting of a circle of thorn brush piled 3 feet high, at least sufficed to keep out a few wailing animals that filled the air with weird noises, and most of us rested the night through without fear. Next morning I discovered the presence of a soil that was like sand. This was consistent with the dryness of the air, but was disconcerting as I knew that the terrain and climate of the spot whither we were bound was of no such character as that which surrounded us. It was about this time that young Anderson made a second startling discovery, and one fraught with momentous consequences for our expedition. Our compass was out of order. This defection was serious in the extreme. It meant that we were lost, for there was no knowing how long the instrument had been untrue. The day went badly. The farther we progressed, the more sandy it became. We seemed about to enter upon a great desert, and to make matters worse, our Indians showed signs of discontent. Our supply of water was low. Still, we knew that only a day's march behind us, we had passed a stream of clear water. Study of the maps that night failed to account for any considerable expanse of desert, and it was decided to push boldly across on the chance of later picking up our route. We waited 2 days while Zangari and the half-breeds made the trip back for additional water. Then we started. If our suffering in the past had been great, it now increased 100-fold. The heat, instead of having that suffocating quality peculiar to humidity, was burning in its intensity, and, to add to our discomfort, Hardy kept us going at top speed. In this, the rest of us felt he was justified, as there could be no doubt that De Silva, with a larger party than ours, was in the general neighborhood and looking for us. Hour after hour, until 4 days dragged by, we trudged on late into the night, with the aid of an erratic compass through that Sahara-like sea of rippling sand. By the severest rationing of our supply, it was estimated that we had less than 1 day's water. Our situation was serious. To go back was as deadly as to go on, and it was at this point that our spirits were sent to low ebb by Zangari's astounding discovery that we had doubled in our tracks in the night, and for 2 days had been traveling in a circle. 2. I think even young Anderson, for the time being, lost heart at sight of that bit of inanimate evidence, a trifle of cardboard that had been tossed aside, which drove home the knowledge that we were hopelessly lost. But not for long was that restless youth depressed, and while Hardy and the rest of us sat in solemn council that evening, he wandered off by himself. Perhaps he had been gone half an hour when we heard him shout, "Water!" We ran toward him, and presently came to what might be called a minute oasis. Quickly a spade was brought and work was started at the damp spot located in the center. In the meantime I studied the environs. A few scrubby bushes grew about, while at one side stood a low triangular column of stones. I discovered that each stone had cut in it a series of cuneiform inscriptions, which even the untold years of contact with the eroding sand had failed to eradicate. Quite idly I'd laid my arm on the top when a curious thing happened. Half of the upper stone, under the slight weight of my elbow, swung down silently, as if on a ballast hinge. Then I stared into the interior of the column, which I had supposed solid, and saw to my amazement that a narrow stairway led down. It was the work of only a moment for me to crawl in, and presently in pitch darkness I was following the steep stairway. My fingers told me that the sides were firm and well bricked. I came shortly to what seemed to be a tunnel, and in this I spent some 15 minutes, finding the air good and congratulating myself on my successful descent and discovery of the unique underground passage. I was about to start up again to tell my companions of my strange discovery when there was an explosion. It lifted the helmet from my head and was followed by the rattle of stones and debris that deluged and buffeted and pounded me until I sank under the weight of the impact. When I regained consciousness, I lay in the open air. Anderson was bending over me solicitously. "Ah," he exclaimed, "here you are, all sound except for a cracked arm." "What happened?" I asked. He grinned at me. "Why, we were all helping at the water hole when Van Dusen missed you. He remembered that you'd been standing by the stone column 1 minute, the next you were gone, absolutely vanished, just as if the earth had opened up and swallowed you." "Which, in fact, it had," I said grimly. "But wasn't the top open?" "Open?" shouted Anderson. "I should say not. Hardy and I hammered that pile of stone and we couldn't make a dent in it. We never thought of trying the top. Finally, Hardy slipped a little dynamite under the column and we followed you down the stairway. By degrees, I got my strength back." "Ready for some big news?" Anderson said presently. I nodded. "All right then, hang on now. We came to South America to get scientific data, didn't we?" "Yes," I said. "Well, that's all gone by the board now," went on the young man. We're going to explore the caverns of the Atarupi. The caverns of the Atarupi meant precisely nothing to me. Listen to me, he explained. The Atarupi are a lost race of people. Hardy picked up the dope during the time he hung around Rio. He says the archives of the Brazilian government are full of old maps purporting to give the location of the treasure. Some of these maps were made in the 15th century and actually purport to show where El Dorado may be found. It is said that in earlier days expedition after expedition was spitted out and dispatched to find the Gilded King, a chap whose people had such quantities of gold that they built their houses of the solid metal. But the best story of all is that of the caverns of the Atarupi, a race that lived more than 1,000 years ago and came from Asia. They were wonderful goldsmiths possessing untold quantities of gems and all the precious metals. The legend is that the Atarupi used to come in large numbers down the rivers to the coast to trade, scattering among the natives quantities of gold pieces of exquisite design such as had never before been seen. But that, after a certain date, no one ever saw them again, nor has anyone ever been able to locate the particular part of the country where they resided. As the young man ran on, a light began to dawn in my mind. "And Da Silva?" I interjected. "Sure, you struck it," was Anderson's swift response. "Hardy says the officials long have felt that the Atarupi came from hereabouts, and Hardy claims the Spaniard representing some of them suspects our expedition of searching for the treasure." "Were the cuneiform inscriptions on the stone column examined?" "Certainly," said Anderson. "Hardy got all that. I never saw him so interested before. He swears we have struck it rich." Suddenly I realized that my throat was burning with thirst. How about some water?" I asked. In a moment a brimming cup of the precious fluid was at my lips. I drank greedily, and, I fear, with little thought as to the source of supply. While we were yet discussing the altered aspect of our situation, a voice hailed us, and we turned to discover Hardy just emerging from the hole that gaped where the triangular stone column had stood. Following him came Van Ducy and the rest of the party. When all were safely out, Hardy touched a match to the long fuse he had laid from a mine placed under the obstruction in the tunnel, which had prevented further progress. There came a dull boom, a whirl of air, and then all was still. "Now, sir," announced Hardy, "in the morning we shall see what we shall see." There was little sleep for any of us that night, and before dawn we were ready for the descent. My crippled arm made the way arduous for me, but it would have been doubly hard had not the young Anderson lavished on me so splendidly his surplus strength. Eagerly our party trailed along that tunnel, led by Hardy and Van Ducy. The dynamite had done its work well, as the passageway, which ever continued to descend, was entirely cleared. After journeying as near as we could judge about 3/4 of a mile, we came to a turn which appeared to be carrying us slowly upward, and almost back in the direction from which we came. I noted that our candles were burning brightly and that the air remained surprisingly fresh. There was little conversation. Once Hardy spoke abruptly to the half-breed Gomez, who pressed forward a trifle precipitately. The way grew suddenly light, and I had about decided that the other end of the mysterious tunnel would terminate at the surface, when there came a cry from ahead. "At last!" shouted Van Ducy. We hurried forward, breathless with interest, and found ourselves confronted by a high but very narrow stile, consisting of 6 steps of some 24 inches each, and glaring down with jaws wide open and huge paws outstretched. Immediately over the apex was a towering sculptured monster with brilliant green eyes. The sight of that crouching beast, obviously placed there as a guard, was one to appall the stoutest heart. In turn we passed under the stupendous overhanging paws, all save Gomez, making way with a display of confidence that we were far from feeling. In a moment our blinking eyes beheld that for which we came. A gigantic cavern, nearly light as day. I think the wonder of that moment, as I became accustomed to the peculiar radiance of the light and my eyes took in the many evidences of an extinct, yet highly cultivated life, will never leave me. Row on row of seats in the form of a huge amphitheater lay in cathedral silence before our fascinated gaze. At the sides there extended beautifully cut galleries, hewn out of the solid crystal rock and giving mute testimony of a civilization at least as ancient as that of the Greeks. Here and there the fresco work was interrupted to give place to heroic-sized figures in pure white marble, as marvelously sculptured as anything that ever left a mallet of Praxiteles. There were scores of them. High above I was interested to note that the ceiling was of the same rock formation that had crystal clearness, which accounted for the plenitude of light, as I was certain we were not more than 100 feet below the surface. Slowly we began a circuit of that wonder home of the lost people. To the right lay a vaulted passage, and we came presently to that. It was darker here, and young Anderson and I, detaching ourselves from the rest of the party, made our way along it. We came soon to a circular series of highly ornamented chambers. Anderson was slightly in advance of me, and as he peered into the central and larger one of these, I heard him draw in his breath sharply. "Look at that!" he exclaimed, awestruck. My eyes followed his into the beautifully tapestried room, and there, seated in a high-backed canopied throne-like chair, extravagantly adorned with glistening jewels, was the figure of a man. He was apparently in the full vigor of existence. The cast of his face was Mongolian, and he was smiling. It was too lifelike. We drew back. Then the certainty that he could not be living forced itself home, and we entered that sacrosanct interior. Scores of highly colored tapestries were suspended from the walls, the exposed portions of which showed mural decorations finer than any I had ever seen before, and which, intent and conception, were essentially oriental. Closer view of the man who smiled at us showed a skin texture which even the most wonderful embalming could not conceal as that of death. Our sense of having profaned the regal place presently wore off, and Anderson, as much, I fancied, from a nervous reaction as anything, moved nearer to the figure, and lightly tapped it with the bamboo stick he carried. "How are you, old top?" he asked. An instant later the man, chair, and canopy absolutely dissolved before our eyes, and lay on the raised dais in a small pile of dust through which the numerous diamonds and opals gleamed at us like evil spirits. "Let's get out of here," I muttered. 3. The extent of the underground system seemed endless, as long, high-arched corridors opened up in vistas before our astonished gaze. From another point I could hear the excitable Van Ducy, enraptured over some newfound curio or work of art. Making careful note of our course, Anderson and I pressed on, coming shortly to a rough, unfinished cavern that glowed with sunlight, as if exposed to the open sky. There came a shout in my ear. It was from Anderson. "See!" he exclaimed. And well might he cry out, for in the center of the chamber lay piles of delicately contrived golden goblets, mixed with hideous-jawed dragons, flying birds, pedestals of intricate pattern, all in gold. But most astounding of all were the replicas of human figures in gleaming yellow metal, some of them quite life-size, others in miniature, that tilted here and there among the shining mass, all of the most exquisite workmanship, though many pieces were dented and broken. Apparently the mass had been allowed to accumulate by the addition from time to time of defective pieces. However, one piece, the reproduction of a slender female figure just budding into womanhood, about 18 inches in height, lay quite near us, as if unwittingly it had been dropped. Young Anderson picked it up. The figure was heavy but quite perfect. In silent amaze we studied that exhibit of a handicraft that surely would have brought a shout of appreciation from Benvenuto Cellini, a great Italian goldsmith. I was about to stroll over to the pile of gold when I heard the sound of someone running. Then a man burst into the chamber. His entrance was unseemly, and I turned to chide him. With difficulty I recognized the half-breed Gomez. His eyes were dilated, his features transformed, as, mouthing unintelligible noises, he ran toward that heap of yellow gold. If his appearance was terrifying, the shriek that now left his lips came as a thing yet more awful, for before our gaze, while he was still a good 30 feet from the gold, there was a spurt of smoke from the running man, and he stumbled, curled up in a blaze of fire, and actually burned to death. In my weakened condition my senses reeled at the sight, and I caught at Anderson for support. Hardy and Van Ducy were soon with us, and again our worthy leader demonstrated his quick perception and resourcefulness. "Don't move," he commanded. "The place is full of death points." A glimmering of his reasoning came to me, and I raised my eyes to what constituted the ceiling of that extraordinary cavern. The answer flashed to me that the artificers of the Atarupe must have fashioned portions of that wonderfully clear crystal formation overhead into gigantic burning glasses which, in that land of eternal sunshine, daily projected down into the cavern focal points of condensed sun's rays that were terrific in their heat units. But Hardy was demonstrating, and we watched him. With a long bamboo, the ingenious chap belt out the deadly heat points, each of which in turn discovered itself by sending a spurt of flame from the end of the pole. Altogether, there were nearly 15 of the deadly contrivances in that cavern, none of which, with the exception of the most powerful one that had killed Gomez, being visible to the human eye. The reason for this was that the focal point invariably centered about 5 feet 10 inches from the basaltic floor, the precise point where the head of the ordinary man would be while walking. But if the discoveries made by Anderson and me were remarkable, those of the rest of the party were equally so. Zangari had stumbled into a chamber evidently reserved for the woman of that lost people. Here mounted gems of unrivaled quality and size abounded, most of them proving that the Atarupia's jewelers were equally at home in precious stones and gold. The apparel of the men in our party was filled to overflowing with the scintillant fragments. Zangari, in pure Afric joy, tossed a handful into the air, and in the unusual light of the cavern they sparkled like fireworks as they fell. From the walls, lustrous opals splashed at us their iridescent rays. There were gems underfoot, cleverly laid in fantastic mosaics, such as the mind of modern man never had conceived. It was all too overwhelming, and we were a sobered party indeed, when again we assembled for the very necessary purpose of outlining our future plans. Of course, each one of us was rich beyond the dreams of avarice, and it seemed the end or beginning of everything. I think for the time being there was not a single one of us lounging there in the pit of that ghostly amphitheater who gave a thought to the long hard way we had come, or to the thousands of miles of jungle and river that lay between us and the consummation of our desires. Night came on apace, and soon we found ourselves enveloped in a darkness that was only saved from completeness by the trifling fire Hardy had built. Van Duzy presently sprawled down at my side and pulled at his pipe, talked calmly as I had never heard him talk before. For once the entomologist was gone. The thing, our experience, had swept him off his feet. His pet subject was forgotten. He had gained new orientation. Such artists, he breathed prayerfully. Those sculptured women, that exquisite miniature of Bobby's. And all for what? To what end? Of what avail? Ah, the futility of it. And again he murmured half to himself, to think that 1,000, yea, 2,000 years ago, these wonderful people lived, breathed, and had their being in this very place. What were their thoughts, their pleasures, and what in heaven's name became of the last of them? I told him of our experience with the figure which at Anderson's touch had disintegrated so swiftly that the incident seemed like black magic, and for the first time it occurred to me that, aside from the man I had just described, none of us had seen a single skeleton or other evidence of the human occupants. Van Duzy laughed shortly when I put my query. "We found their burying place all right," he said. "Where?" I asked. "Thousands of them," his voice went on, and in the darkness it seemed that I must be dreaming. "Rows on rows of them up in those interminable galleries, each body, or what was left of it, in a handsomely woven basket with gold trimming. Hardy and I passed along, touching an occasional one for the striking effect of seeing it crumble into nothingness as your king did. Ah, the pity of it that poor Erickson did not live to see this." Van Duzy's voice droned on, and I fell asleep. I suppose I must have lain there for several hours, getting only such rest as is granted to a man with a recently broken arm, when I awoke with a start. It was just dawn. Hardy was on his knees, his rifle poised, and his keen eyes fixed on the spot where the massive green-eyed dragon kept guard over the stile. He signed to me not to disturb the others who still slept. In a moment I detected some moving object as it came down our side of that guardian monster. It was a man. I glanced swiftly at those of our group. They were all accounted for. This meant either that our trail had been discovered from above, or that there were surviving Atarupi, which last was incredible. Even as my mind grappled with the problem, another figure followed stealthily. Then Hardy's gun spoke. The noise of the explosion seemed out of all proportion. The first man ran a little, then suddenly bent over as if hurt in the side. He was sliding to the ground when his follower ran to his assistance. Hardy and I by this time were nearing the two strangers. The second man was struggling furiously to get his companion up the steep stairway beneath the dragon. Just as we came up, he succeeded with a final heave in landing the wounded man on the top step of the stile. Hardy raised his gun. I shouted, "Don't shoot!" Then a dreadful thing happened. The apex stone of the stairs seemed suddenly to sink beneath the combined weight of the two men. An instant later, with the swiftness of thought, the gigantic paws of that stone monster descended. They struck and crushed to death the two puny men who lay beneath. One of the bodies disappeared over the other side. And as Hardy and I stared at this additional example of diabolical ingenuity, the apex stone reappeared, and the paws, as if alive, slowly began to elevate themselves to their original position, by some odd quirk of fate surely not contemplated by the builder, carrying with them the body of the slain man that had remained. 4. No more was necessary to advise us that De Silva had stumbled onto our blundering trail. The dead man caught in that ghastly embrace was a white whom Hardy readily recognized as an associate of the evil Spaniard in Rio de Janeiro. Though we had been but 24 hours in the caverns of Atarupi, we had observed no other sign of egress than the one that led to the water hole. Nor in fact was there any reason to assume that the original occupants found it necessary to go abroad very frequently. And while it was likely there were other exits, yet in the vast system of that underground world, with but a limited supply of food, it would be folly for us to attempt to locate them. So it was that all of us felt we should at once attempt to make our escape the way we had entered, even allowing for the probable attack planned by De Silva. First, therefore, we gave attention to that not unimportant matter as to how much treasure we should take with us. It went without saying that we planned a return with better transportation facilities, but that was in the future and much beclouded by the uncertain course of the divers persons in our band once we were separated. Curious indeed was the effect on the individual members of our party of the struggle between cupidity and the instinct to survive the long journey home. Like drunken men, the half-breed Castro and the Indians wandered around hopelessly mulling over the golden treasure there in such quantities for them to take, and which oddly enough seemed to attract the Indians so much more than the gems. Anderson and I stowed our pockets with diamonds and rubies and opals, but the youth also clung to the miniature he'd acquired on the first day. The artist in Banduzi, so long latent in this man of science, now blazed forth with the fierce light of a falling star. Above all else, he yearned for the party to carry to New York one of the surpassingly beautiful, heroic-sized female figures. For an hour he seriously expostulated with Hardy, but received, I fear, slight sympathy from any of us, as one of the statues alone must have weighed many hundreds of pounds. Our lack of interest in his project left Banduzi in a pet, and he vowed finally that he would not remove a single article from the caverns. Hardy, always in character, asserted that he intended to have both eyes of the dragon guarding the apex of the stile, and in fact actually did ascend to the top step, from which, by a daring feat of climbing, he swung himself to the lower jaw and coolly proceeded to chisel the magnificent emerald eyes from their ancient sockets. All this within 5 feet of the ghastly trophy as yet in the paws of the stone animal. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon we met for the last time in front of the gigantic stone brute, his empty eye sockets seeming to give him an expression of increased ferocity as they bore down on us. Banduzi, in a condition bordering on nervous breakdown, was begging for just a little more time that he might get with his camera some final views of the godlike stone images. So far as I know, the entomologist actually made good his word, for when we left the caverns of the Atarupi he did not have with him a single gem or bit of precious metal, merely the camera with its recorded impressions. Presently Hardy took the lead over the fearsome stile. It had been discovered that there was no danger from the massive paws, so long as the top stone did not receive more than what was equal to the weight of a normal man. This Hardy had tested. Surely that contrivance was an example of remarkable hydraulics. With Zangari he cautiously moved along the 5-foot golden statue that it had been decided to take to the surface, and by dint of much easing and shifting of the heavy object, the two men succeeded in getting it safely past the trapstone. As sick man of the expedition, and what expeditions do not have their sick man, I brought up the rear with Anderson. Busied with my own thoughts, I failed to note that one of the Indians had dropped out. Keeping my eyes on Anderson's back just a step below me, I slid my scant 150-odd pounds, and thanked God for my light weight, on the apex stone, which was about 4 feet square and too broad to avoid entirely. As I worked my way along, for I was sitting, I was horrified to note a sinking sensation. The block of the stone was descending. Then the air was filled with 2 shrieks, mine as I flung myself from that place of death, and the cry of a man behind me. The terrific paws, cutting the air like rapiers, literally beheaded the Indian who had stolen back in his greed for more gold, and then, in following me too closely, had entrusted his weight to the trap with mine. The gruesome tragedy depressed all of us, and I am certain we were relieved when the immediate turn in the tunnel shut off from our view the stone monster. Then, in the very act of elevating his two dreadful paws and leering at us, I could swear with a living malignancy for the desecration of his features. We had not proceeded far along the passageway when it became evident that our enemies were waiting for us. The first indication was the different character of the air. It seemed closer and not to have any movement. The thought at once leaped into our minds that very likely the entrance by the waterhole had been blocked. As time passed and we worked our way up the rather steep incline, there could be no doubt about the situation. The thought was a terrifying one, and we pressed on, eager to know the worst. When finally we stood at the end of the tunnel, there was not a ray of light from above. Wedged midway of the stair reposed two of the cuneiform stones that first attracted my attention. Apparently quantities of sand had been shoveled into the hole, for much of the fine stuff had trickled on down the steps almost to our feet. Use of dynamite in that narrow way was of course out of the question. Imprisoned in the tunnel, we could not possibly live through the blast. Hardy therefore set to work promptly to dislodge the stone. This was dangerous for the reason that it was literally suspended over him as he labored, and if suddenly released it meant an avalanche that would be certain to destroy him who stood beneath. The problem was cleverly solved by Hardy, who ascertained the location of the key strain. He proceeded by inserting immediately above this spot 1 foot of the golden statue we had lugged with us. Surely it was sacrilege to use that triumph of the goldsmith's art as a crowbar. But the statue nevertheless was effective as an instrument, as Hardy attached a rope around the bust which projected to within 10 feet of the tunnel, and from this point of comparative safety the men put their full weight on the rope. There followed a moment of intense strain. The golden figure, of none too stiff an alloy, appeared to bend, and then it came, a perfect welter of flying sand and debris that left us gasping. In a few minutes this cleared, and we could see Hardy grinning at us through the blessed daylight that poured down the stairway once more. "Who'll be the first to greet De Silva?" he demanded. I recalled heretofore setting forth a number of reasons why we decided to attempt our escape via the waterhole tunnel. It is my belief, on more mature reflection, that with all my care I have failed to state the most important one, that of the sheer desire of the majority of our party, a desire that had been fed by the continued hounding De Silva had given us, to meet him and fight it out. At any rate, the manner in which Hardy answered his own question by leaping up the stairway afforded every evidence of how he felt about it. We followed closely, but nothing in the line ahead of me seemed to occur, and to our astonishment, on gaining the surface there was no one to meet us. Soon we found the explanation, for not far distant lay the bodies of a white man and an Indian. They were locked together in death, while a rod farther on was the body of another Indian. He had been shot in the back. Scattered about in the sand, evidently where the running man had dropped them when hit, were numbers of brilliant gems. They were the gems of the Atarupi. In frank wonder we gazed upon that indisputable proof that at least some of the members of the De Silva party, unbeknown to us, had got past the fatal stile and explored a portion of the caverns. But where was De Silva, and what had become of the rest of his crowd? Our interest in this matter soon gave way to that far more important problem as to the direction in which we were to move. In the apparel of the dead Spaniard Zengari discovered a compass, and while this seemed almost heaven-sent, yet it did not tell us the way we had come. A final effort was made to dislodge from the debris the beautiful statue which we had used as a lever, but it was solidly buried, and we soon gave over the attempt. Then, with little further discussion, we shoved off, following the trail of the many feet that led to the east from where we had found the gems in the sand. We had not gone far when it became evident that those ahead of us were struggling with the transportation of heavy objects, which it was thought might prove to be golden statues. The correctness of this surmise was later borne out in a dreadful manner, for about 4 o'clock in the afternoon we came upon one of the beautiful objects. It lay in the sand, and only a few yards away were 3 more dead men. Again, 2 of them were Indians and the third a white, the features of all 3 being horribly slashed with the knives that had been used in the fighting. Night overtook us, still on the trail of the De Silva party, which now, judging from the footmarks, consisted of about 6 men. We slept well, and at dawn pressed on. The unexpected happened, and it came as a glorious surprise, for by 10 in the morning we sighted signs of vegetation, and an hour later were nearing the exact point of our departure into the desert the week before. This quick return drove home forcibly that near tragedy of our 4 days wandering in a desert which, after all, was comparatively small in extent. Once enabled to shield ourselves beneath the trees from the sun's powerful rays, Hardy appeared willing to permit us to loaf a bit, and so it was that we whites had an opportunity to take stock of ourselves. Poor Van Doozy was thin to the point of emaciation, and I verily believe the man was wasting away as much from disappointment as from hardship. Anderson, brilliant-eyed and lean, was the same enthusiast, while the imperturbable Hardy seemed not to have altered a whit. He was the identical brick-red, level-eyed, well-fleshed individual that we had first encountered in a cafe in Rio de Janeiro in January. As for myself, I must have looked bad, as my arm had given me constant pain. By this time we felt that Da Silva deemed our party to have been buried alive in the caverns of the Atarupi, for he had not taken the slightest pains to conceal his trail. Thus it was that the tables in fact had turned. We were now pursuing Da Silva. No one of us voiced that thought, but that it was in the minds of each there could be no doubt. Personally, I know that I did not care to analyze my own attitude toward the cowardly Spaniard. I did not dare to. But what remained unnecessary to phrase in words was that, if Da Silva did escape with his booty to Rio de Janeiro, no one of our party would have any opportunity to visit again the wonderland of that Atarupi, and this especially to Hardy, for entirely mundane reasons, and to Van Doozy, for purely aesthetic, was unthinkable. We pushed on, encountering fresh signs of the expedition ahead of us, which evidently, owing to the heavy treasure its members carried, was making slower progress than we were. Very shortly we came through our hard-won channel in the bamboos, and from then on we kept sharp lookout for Da Silva. On our third morning in that interminable brushwood tract, while Anderson was building a breakfast fire for which Zangari and the Indians were collecting dry wood, Van Doozy, who had strolled on a bit, called back to us quietly. "In that bush over there, to the right," he said, "is a white man. He is spying on us." It was only a moment before Anderson and Hardy, guns in hand, were on their way. I shouted a warning and followed more slowly. Suddenly Hardy lowered his rifle, and when I came up, both he and young Anderson were silently regarding a bit of thick brushwood. And well might they stare, for there, glaring out at us through the foliage, was the face of Da Silva. It was livid and ghastly, and a number of vicious-looking red ants were moving jerkily around the face. Closer inspection was not needed to verify Da Silva's decease, but as the manner of it also concerned us, we did. Immediately back of the brush in which had been thrust this shocking exhibit there was evidence of a furious struggle. The Spaniard's body also had been knifed, as were the others, and this within comparatively recent hours, as the fresh appearance of the wounds testified. There was no sign of his companions, and somehow the conviction took form in our minds that Da Silva, a man who at one time we learned afterwards had been a professor of mathematics, very likely the last surviving white man in his party, had been set upon by the others and murdered. But we had little time or spirit to expend in comparison for this villain, who after all had received his just deserts, and soon we were again on our way. The Indians ahead of us may or may not have suspected our presence. At any rate, they were now making as good speed as we were, in spite of the fact that they still clung to the heavy golden statue. We reached the vast primeval wood, without apparently gaining on them. Our burning desire was to get to the river at least as soon as the Indians, so that the little matter of the possession of our canoes might be definitely settled, for without the assistance of our light craft we were, in the face of the rapidly approaching rainy season, doomed to certain death amid the maze of that alluring yet deadly tropical fairyland. We had spent one day in pushing on through the big woods when a most untoward event overtook us. That was the sudden and complete breakdown of poor Van Doozy. Day by day I had observed his failing strength, and I knew that it was on his nerve alone he had kept up with the rest of us. Poor chap! He lay now at full length amid the vaulted silences of those stupendous trees, babbling first of his beloved Hemiptera, and again of the profound art and sculpturing of the Atarupi. It was not permissible to carry him, for the man was actually dying before our eyes. The pitiful sight was too much even for the hardened Hardy, whose eyes once actually filled with tears as he regarded the form of the plucky, devoted, defeated, over-idealistic man of science. At noon that day Van Doozy closed his eyes for the last time, and we buried him as reverently but as quickly as possible. No time was there now for sentiment. The delay of 6 hours might ultimately prove to be our death warrant. All that unending night we drove on, until at times it seemed that I myself must follow Van Doozy. However, dawn came at last, and with it the definite knowledge that Hardy had led us correctly, for there in the distance lay the fringe of verdure defining the course of the river that meant for us home and safety. In that moment we needed no spur, and very soon we came abreast of the hiding place of our canoes. Zangari, bounding ahead, disappeared into the thicket. His black face reappeared almost immediately. No necessity for him to speak. His expression told. Both canoes were gone. 5. In my hypersensitive condition, a pall of black despair settled over me. Here we were, rich beyond belief in precious gems and holding the key of knowledge of fabulous, undreamed-of wealth, and yet about to die like defenseless, stricken animals. The irony of it. But it was not so with Hardy and Anderson. With great energy they searched the locality for traces of the miscreants, whom it had been hoped we had passed in the night, and finding traces of them still fresh, set off in the manner of hounds in chase. The two men had not far to go, for in less than an hour they reported back to us, procured more ammunition, and led the way. So it came about that, nearing them silently, we had our first view of the men who had killed Da Silva. There were 4 of them, all Indians, hunched together in a circle on the bank of the river. One of them was talking. To one side, tilting rakishly against a tree, stood a 3/4-size statue of exquisite proportions done in solid gold. There it was, prime art of the Atarupi, pulled, hauled, carried, and dragged thither by an infinity of patience and endurance on the part of those aborigines, who now gave no heed to the play of the sunlight on that marvelous work of the goldsmiths. Instead, they were entirely engrossed in their own affairs. Our canoes were not visible, but we believed they were launched in the water, which at this point was placid and deep. Hardy had just left us to get close to the river when something, or some one of us, moved with too little caution. For the next instant the Indians were up and, catching their treasure, ran down the bank of the stream. In full cry we followed. It has been said that the pen is mightier than the sword, and the sentiment is as pretty as it is ancient. But of one thing I am certain, and that is, even in this enlightened age, the sword, allegorical and actual, is a much swifter instrument than the pen. Much happened in the next 30 seconds. Our 2 canoes rode the water near at hand. Into one of them 2 of the Indians, with the help of a third, cast the golden statue, the first 2 following it with their bodies. In a moment they reached midstream, but the canoe began to sink. Several shots split the air. I saw the 2 remaining Indians, now seated in our other canoe, were shooting at Hardy and young Anderson. Their fire was promptly returned. It proved deadly. Both Indians were hit, and the canoe began to drift. Meanwhile, the Indians in the sinking canoe were fighting to shift the heavy weight of the statue, which must have punctured the bottom. They upended the figure precariously near the bow. The canoe listed suddenly, going nearly under water, and in that same instant there was a flash, and into the murky stream shot the figure of gold. But none of us had eyes for that, because our ears were being filled with a succession of horrid cries that came from the swimming Indians, who perished miserably. The river was alive with crocodiles. Hardy had always maintained that even had we not recovered our own canoes as we finally did that day, in time we could have located those of Da Silva's, but I have questioned it. That the Spaniards secreted his canoes without permitting the Indians to know their whereabouts, I was satisfied, and this, it seemed to me, was confirmed by the fact that the Indians had made so surely for our canoes, the location for which they must have found when Da Silva retraced his course to the point where Erickson had been killed, all of which meant to me that the other canoes were well hidden indeed. Of the long journey back to Itocoatiara, where we were to catch the steamer, there is little to tell. Hardy attempted a rough valuation of the gems and odd bits of gold that our expedition carried. On the most conservative basis, it ran into the hundreds of thousands of dollars, and there was really no telling what the wealthy collectors of unique stones would be willing to pay for some of our gems, which were of a size and clarity beyond description. Plans were discussed for a return to the caverns of the Atarupi next year, and at Itocoatiara our 2 loyal Indians left us after having been bound to secrecy by oaths as formidable and impressive as the ingenuity of Hardy could make them. That the doughty Hardy himself considered this method of questionable efficacy was evidenced by the droll expression of his eyes during the mummery. He in fact was placing entire reliance on the inability of the dull-minded fellows to find their way back even if they tried, coupled with the knowledge that the faithful Zangari, who was to leave us but a short distance farther along, would be able to account for the Indians until our plans for return were perfected. Castro, the remaining half-breed, took the steamer with us for the long ride down the Amazon River to Rio de Janeiro, and presented a much more difficult problem. There had never been a time when Hardy completely trusted the half-breed, though it was true he had not once during the entire experience, by word or deed, shown any sign of treachery. At the Brazilian capital, Anderson and I went to a hotel, leaving our companion to look after the half-breed. Hardy's plan was frankly to go to the officials and attempt an arrangement whereby the three of us, under proper guarantees, might be authorized to lead an expedition in behalf of the United States of Brazil to the caverns of Atarupi. On the second day, and while no word yet had come from Hardy, our rooms in the hotel were rifled in our absence and almost 1/3 of the gems stolen. Anderson had deposited with the hotel proprietor for safekeeping his golden replica and a goodly share of our gems. The rest we had secreted about our rooms or carried on our persons. We were totally unable to decide whether or not the thief had been inspired by knowledge of our treasures. It was true we had been regarded curiously by many of the loungers about the hotel lobby and in the streets, but no mention had been made of our experience. We were debating the advisability of reporting to the police, but were rather hoping Hardy would come to us before we took this step. The following day, a Tuesday, we were surprised to receive a visit from a pompous-looking official. In hitchy English, he informed us that as a special favor he had come to advise Los Americanos that they were about to be charged with the murder of one De Silva, and that officers with warrants were soon to be on hand. Then the gentleman grinned with surprising amiability and added, "The next email for New York, she leave in 3 hours." He still stood, hat in hand, saying nothing further. Suddenly it came over me what he wanted. He was out for himself. Frequently since that incident I have laughed at the quickness with which Anderson and I leapt at his bat-smug person. In less time than it takes to tell it, we had booted, hauled, and dragged that chap out into the hall, where Anderson finished him off with a neat black eye for good measure. The flurry attracted attention even on that 10th floor, and darting back into our rooms, young Anderson and I decided that it was time for us to get out. We packed our stuff and a few minutes later called at the hotel office for our valuables. These were handed over to us with gratifying promptness. Then we hailed a taxi and sped for the address Hardy had left with us. Though we could not see that anyone was following us, still there was much traffic in the streets, and we felt sure we were under constant observation. At Hardy's address we found a highly nervous old lady who was very deaf. With much difficulty and repeated shouting of the name Hardy, we finally made her understand. She led us to his rooms up the stairs. Hardy was not there, nor was there much of his belongings and evidence. The old lady left us and returned after a bit with a book. This she handed to me, making signs that it was from Hardy. Thumbing it quickly through, I found what we were looking for. The message, folded and inserted between the pages of the book, was dated 2 days previously. It ran as follows: "My dear comrades, Castro the half-breed double-crossed us. His cutthroat crowd, I've just learned, are now waiting for me outside, and I am writing this note in the hope that you will follow me up and find it. You must at once leave Brazil. Castro has informed certain political hangers-on of the treasure. These fellows have trumped up a charge against the three of us of having murdered De Silva. In 5 minutes I shall leave this room by the window, in an attempt to escape. I have never yet waited for a Spaniard to come and get me. I like to go to him first. If you don't hear from me before Tuesday, you may reasonably assume that I have been done in. The game is big and they'll go the limit. Do not trust anybody, not even the local American consul. He probably is all right, but in this land of honest graft, the trail leads to high places, believe me. Get that boat for New York that leaves Wednesday at 4 in the afternoon. Goodbye and good luck. Hardy." I heard a sob from Anderson as we finished reading the missive. That the indomitable Hardy had come to his end seemed incredible, and yet not only had Tuesday gone by with no word, but this was Wednesday, and less than 3 hours remained before the boat sailed, with our passage and berth arrangements still to be made. Outside, our taxi with its motor still running waited for us, and if ever mortal men were in a dilemma, Anderson and I were those individuals. Finally, Anderson strode over to me and, with a look in his eyes such as I had never before seen, he said, "I can't go and leave Hardy without making some effort to help him." I gripped his hand. What a relief. It seemed almost as if already we had rescued him. And yet there we were, 2 utter strangers in that great South American city, with a band of conscienceless rascals after us, backed by the power of the law. We started down the stairs, where we observed the old housewife. She was reading a newspaper which she now hurried to show us, and there in a comparatively prominent place was the news that Hardy had been killed in what was designated as a street brawl. Even our slight knowledge of Spanish made that short paragraph all too intelligible. Into the taxi we hurried, with Anderson pinching my arm. I regarded him in surprise. "Different driver," he said, nodding to the man on the front seat. I glanced sharply at the fellow but could not say. "Let's go on," I murmured, "and trust to luck." "You bet you," returned the young man. "But there won't be any luck about it. We'll try this." When the chauffeur turned around for instructions, he got them in forcible and understandable proportions. Anderson's revolver was within 6 inches of his back. The man went white. "A vapor, the boat," ordered Anderson. The vigor of that driver's ascent was comical. His head rocked and bobbed with eagerness. "Sí, matar de Dios," he exclaimed. Several years have passed since the occurrence of the foregoing events, and young Anderson since is married. In his nest of a home to which I am a frequent bachelor visitor in good standing, there is prominently located a certain replica of a beautiful young female just budding into womanhood. It represents the best in the art of the Atarupi, and is regarded by the lady of the house as perhaps just the least bit too naturalistic. Among artists and archaeologists, however, it has inspired more controversy than anything else in the present century. The trend of opinion is that the figure is an extravagant but exceedingly clever bit of modern work, which is being foisted on a gullible public, ever too quick to give credence to cock-and-bull stories of lost treasures such as Anderson and I relate. They asked for the camera and photographs that Van Duzy had. We say that we did not miss them until on the boat bound for New York, that they were probably stolen from our rooms at the hotel in Rio de Janeiro. They ask us for sight of some of the marvelous jewels. We show them some of the smaller ones, but they tell us these are ordinary and may have been acquired any place, and at their insistence for a view of the big gems, we are compelled to advise them that the package handed us by the clever hotel clerk was a duplicate of the one we gave him, containing the selected stones brought by us from the caverns of the Atarupi. Had we learned that it contained common pebbles some time before the port officials at Rio de Janeiro went through our effects, confiscating everything they could find and seeming particularly happy at discovering the package described so minutely in their search warrant, the one the scoundrel hotel clerk made up in imitation of Bobby's wrapping, which we had been careful to restore to its original appearance after discovering the cheat. "Yes, but how did you save this beautiful statue if they got everything else?" is the final thrust. And here Anderson lapses into silence, for the matter is a delicate one. It involved thrusting the small package into the arms of a handsome young lady who stood in the throng that curiously watched us come aboard the ship, at the last moment under the guardianship of numbers of Brazilian officials, who hovered over us with the eagerness of flies. As she caught Anderson's eye and got the idea that leaped from it, I am sure she giggled with delight at the ruse, for she was pure American. Once a year, each of us receives a communication from Rio de Janeiro that purports to come from government officials. The letters are entirely preposterous in their content. They read like the notorious Spanish legacy letters so long the vogue of confidence men, and speak urgently, earnestly, yea, almost besiegingly of untold wealth that awaits us if we will but come to Rio de Janeiro and assist in the quest for the lost caverns of Atarupi. But we feel, young Anderson and I, that constant and continuous governmental search must be going forward for the immense treasure, and we feel further that, in all fairness to the world at large, that wonderful collection of art material should be restored to humanity. But we find it difficult indeed to see just why two Americans, even conceding that their help might be of value, which is doubtful, should assist a greedy and unjust officialdom that is absolutely guilty of the death of the best guide and friend it was ever the good fortune of either of us to have encountered. End of section 16. Chill bungalow. On either side of the window, the tropical rain poured down in sheets from the purple night sky, but it was warm nevertheless in the bungalow, so warm in fact that the perspiration was running down Braithwaite's correct, imperturbable British face and making him feel decidedly uncomfortable. His white ducks and pipe-clayed sun helmet glistened super white under the glare of a brilliant carbide lamp which hung from the ceiling, swaying gently. His face looked white too. It was white, and his high white forehead was deeply furrowed with care. Braithwaite was worried. Rather, as a servant of His Majesty, Braithwaite regarded himself as a sort of underfather to those of His Majesty's subjects that happened to come within his jurisdiction. It was up to him to see that these subjects, even if they were for the most part a mongrel lot, were properly cajoled, rewarded, punished. At the present, he was thinking of punishment, the punishments that he would like to inflict upon the white man, off-cut, who could raise and was raising more rumpus than all the little brown men of India could raise together. punishments indeed. Bull Offcut, such natives as spoke English called him because of his bellowing voice and massive physique. The others had some devilish jargon which Braithwaite supposed meant the same thing. For the past 4 years, Offcut had terrorized the jungle until districts for miles about Braithwaite's humble little official village terrorized him consistently and efficiently. He had robbed, blackmailed, kidnapped, burnt, and destroyed for the mere pleasure he derived from so doing. Not that the man was not wicked, he was positively vicious. Of that, Braithwaite was absolutely certain. A half-dozen poor little farms had gone up in smoke, and Braithwaite strongly suspected that Offcut's had been the hand that supplied the torch. 2 old people and a young man had been found murdered, and since the police had been unable to find trace of any feuds or affairs of honor which would have accounted for the 3 deaths, and the police had tried hard, it seemed that these crimes also could be laid rightfully at Offcut's door, and Braithwaite was strongly disposed to lay them there, strongly disposed, but realized only too well that proof and conviction were another matter entirely. What was more, Offcut was clever. Unless the man accidentally slipped up in his plans, Braithwaite had very little chance of ever seeing him behind the bars, and he knew it. So Braithwaite sat and worried, and thought of his predecessor, who had gone home a broken man. He sighed, leaned back to examine the face of his watch, saw that it lacked an hour till midnight, and called his head boy. The boy came running, was before him so much sooner than he had expected that any other man but Braithwaite would have started violently from surprise. "Tomorrow we ride out," Braithwaite told the alert-looking young native calmly and curtly. "I go to try to get a case on a bad man. We may be gone several weeks." "Yes, Sahib." "That will be all, boy." "Yes, Sahib." The lithe brown lad left the room, his sensitive feelings hurt by the rebuff. He later told the cook that some of these Englishmen were insufferably sure of themselves and a bit snobbish. All he had wanted to know was a few more details so that he might make ample preparation. About the same time Braithwaite made his decision, the renegade Offcut was returning home through the dripping jungle. He entered his hut and threw himself down, rain-soaked clothing and all, upon the filthy pallet of jungle grasses which served him for a bed. After a minute he remembered something and got up and washed the stains from the blade of his long, razor-sharp knife, which he drew from a leather sheath inside of his shirt, regarding the blade for an instant pensively. He tested the edge first on the ball of his thumb, next on the weak old stubble which covered his vacuous face, thinking of where the keen blade had been within the hour. Bull Offcut threw himself down a second time and went to sleep as peacefully as a child. Neither morals nor conscience had he. It was the next morning, not long after sunup, that the aged Potter Bey discovered the dead body of his daughter, who had been as beautiful as a newborn, creamy rosebud, and the comforts of his age. Now Bey was both a Buddhist and a fatalist. What God had planned would come to pass, and that was sufficient. It was karma, but the calm way in which he took the death of the lovely girl, regarding it as an act of fate, did not prevent him from reasoning that the bad white man Offcut had very probably had something to do with it, nor from vowing a terrible revenge. Old Bey was sure that it was Offcut because he knew well that his daughter had refused certain demands which the renegade had had the temerity to make. She had been a good girl. His daughter, fatalist or no, Bey wept a little and vowed to bury the body in secret, telling no one of the girl's death. Bey had read or heard a tale once of a Brahmin who had been robbed of his gold and had reason to suspect a certain man whom he knew. The Brahmin cleverly told no one of the theft, not even the man he suspected. Years later, the man asked casually if his friend the Brahmin had ever recovered that money which had been stolen from him years before, and arrest and conviction had followed promptly. On a slimmer thing as this, Bey based his hopes. He picked up the slim body of the dead girl and took it indoors, laying it gently on the couch, so he should finish the work which was before him. A 10-foot statue of Buddha in repose, which he was making of the best grey river clay for young Jamal. Jamal had ordered that the Buddha be completed in time for the new Hall of Justice. He was building in the center of the diminutive hill settlement in which he and Bay lived. Jamal was young, wise, and handsome. He was tall and straight as a reed, with flashing black eyes and the whitest of teeth, and his turbans always clean and snowy. Jamal was a born leader, and as such he was recognized by the men of the village. They had practically made a king of him, and Bay was sure that his fellow hillmen would never regret their choice. So far, Jamal had dispensed justice wisely and well. Though it was true that his methods were occasionally very novel, the new Hall of Justice, which was to contain Bay's large statue of Buddha, was a novelty. Too, a utilitarian novelty. Jamal was, as has been said before, very wise. He knew that so long as he could supply new things that were both useful and novel, few of his childlike people would rise to say he was not the best leader they had ever had. Jamal, like all good kings, knew the people with whom he was dealing, and Bay the Potter knew and respected Jamal, both for this and other reasons. So Bay put from him as much as possible, for he was an old man, thought of Orthcut and the girl, and turned to the slippery grey clay which he knew so well, and the reed framework on which he was building the statue of Buddha in repose. As he worked, an occasional tear fell into the wet clay, for he was indeed an old man. Perhaps that explains the queer, fantastic, pitiful idea that entered his old, tired grey head. Perhaps it was karma. Who knows? Braithwaite and his men beat about the stinking jungle for the best part of 3 weeks without finding any trace of Orthcut, or anyone with sound enough, as Braithwaite angrily put it, to lay a formal charge against him. In a rage at his own helplessness and at the sheep-like people who preferred to suffer from the depredations of the man rather than face him in the court and risk his possible later revenge, the Englishman came finally to the hill village over which presided Jamal, the young, handsome, and wise. But 2 days before him had come Orthcut, Buddha in kerosene. He had been quite efficiently manhandled and then trussed up like a fowl by the half-dozen or so of Jamal's men, who had stormed his hut, which he had thought perfectly concealed, and which Braithwaite's men had never been able to find. Jamal had taken the man, not because he thought, with Bay, that he had killed Bay's daughter, for he knew as little about that as did Braithwaite, but simply because he thought that Orthcut had been causing too much misery among the brown people, and it deemed it time that he was brought to judgment. Jamal was also a Buddhist and a fatalist, but he held the more Occidental view of sometimes making of himself an instrument of fate. Braithwaite entered the village and proceeded immediately to the Hall of Justice, because it was the largest and cleanest building in sight, and anything clean appealed to him after the filth of the jungle. Jamal recognized him immediately, but gave no sign. "What do you wish, American?" he inquired. "I am not an American, I am an Englishman," snapped Braithwaite, stiffening in spite of his fatigue. His immaculate studs and polished riding boots had long since become a ragged and violently colourless, mere vestiges of their former selves. He continued warily, "I have been told at other villages that the renegade called Bull Orthcut might be found here. Can you give me any help?" He did not ask the concluding question at all meekly, but as an Englishman should address a heathen nigger, begard. For he was not officially appointed upholder of the law and a helper to the king, begard. Jamal grinned slowly and irritatingly. This was not like most Englishmen had known. It might prove interesting. "Yes," he said, "the man Orthcut is here, very close to you." Braithwaite started looking over his shoulder and leapt forward, a trifle too late. Two healthy sons of India, coming up silently from behind him, seized his arms and legs and had him bound before he quite realized in the usual galvanic British style what it was all about. Then, "Ho!" he roared. "So you're in it hand and glove with him, are you?" You blighter." Not waiting for an answer, he added, "You'll hear from this, ma'am. You have deliberately detained me so that you might warn an offender and keep me from bringing him to justice." How he had planned to do this, he did not make clear, seeing that he had absolutely no charge against the man that could not have kept him in jail for 5 minutes. But then, Braithwaite was a very capable man, or else he would not have received his appointment. "Quite the reverse from what you say is true," said Jamal in his too perfect English, which smacked strangely of that Oxford which Braithwaite had never graced with his presence as an undergraduate. "I intend to administer justice to Bull Orthcut promptly. I have rendered you helpless simply because, as a white man, you might be tempted to go to the aid of a fellow member of your race." Braithwaite wondered if it was possible that the blighter smiled ironically. "You might think my methods of judging a trifle obsolete," continued Jamal respectfully, "even senseless. So I have seen that you be rendered incapable of hindering me." "Senseless," spat out Braithwaite, who was very, very angry. "Probably so. About as senseless as that fat, stupid-looking thing over there." He pointed at the newly completed statue of Buddha, which sat next to the bench where Jamal later planned to sit and deliver judgment. The Buddha was pointing too. Old Bay had molded one arm so that a tampered forefinger stood out stiffly from the folded right hand and pointed straight ahead accusingly to the exact point upon which the clay eyes seemed to be focusing. Braithwaite saw and shivered a trifle. "Any man who calls Buddha senseless," remarked Jamal patiently, "is a fool. Christ, Buddha, Confucius, perhaps even Muhammad were teachers given us so that truth, which is understanding, might not perish from this plane, from this earth rather. The statue was finished for me only this morning by an aged craftsman named Bay, who is such a good friend of mine that he recently offered me the hand of his daughter in marriage, although that does not interest you, of course." "On the contrary," said Braithwaite a bit sarcastically, it must be confessed, for he was still angry, "it jolly well does. Where is the young lady now?" A vestige of a frown crept across Jamal's dark face. "The girl has been away," he said. "I have not seen her since she was about 10 years old, but Old Bay told me that she would be home soon. That was only a few days ago. When I asked after her health this morning, thinking that he might have heard from her again, he told me that she had sent a messenger to say that she would be unable to come home for at least another year. I cannot understand it." Jamal had been talking to himself, forgetting all about the Englishman. He recalled himself with a start and spoke sharper to Braithwaite. "We might as well start now, as you later, I suppose. Sit where you are and remain quiet, and you will see the justice of Jamal, king of this hill village. You need not expect aid from your servant either," he added. "He is weak because you did not allow him to bring along adequate supply stuffs, and he has been tied up at his own request anyway." It was not at all like Jamal, but the provocation was great. Jamal struck twice, a deep-noted bronze gong, and the 2 giant followers who had bound Braithwaite appeared. "Bring the prisoner," he ordered. They spun on their heels and returned presently with the cursing degenerates between them. A crowd of almost naked natives, aware of what was going on, crowded through the door after them and filled the newly erected Hall of Justice, delighted that it was to be used so soon, grinning amusedly at the 2 white men, neither of whom at present was any too white. Their jabber made a bedlam of the place until Jamal struck once more on the gong. Then all became so still that Braithwaite could hear his own breathing. "Today we dispense justice," announced Jamal, speaking slowly and distinctly, first in his native tongue, then in English. "What this man is accused of matters not. What we are interested in is that he is suspected of committing crimes that merit death. For their reward, my method of judging whether or not Bull Orthcut is guilty of these crimes and should therefore be punished with death is one which has been used often by our forefathers in ages long past. On the hand of Buddha, great friend of truth and justice, I shall place a vessel containing wine. This wine," Jamal was speaking directly to Offcut now, "has a miraculous power of being able to tell whether or not a man is innocent. If such is the case, it will not harm him, but if a man is guilty, this wine will kill him." "Wait," shouted Braithwaite. "That is not justice, ma'am. You know that he is ignorant and therefore probably superstitious. You are playing upon that superstition." "Not so," said Jamal. "You are an educated man." He smiled slightly. "If you were in the culprit's place, the wine would decide your innocence or guilt just the same. Do not presume that this is the first time I have seen this method used, American." "I'm English," roared Braithwaite. "I told you that once, damn it, and I protest, damn it. This prisoner should be tried where there is real justice in a British court of case." The words shot from Jamal's lips, the crack of a whip. "Hold your tongue." It was a command. Braithwaite dropped his eyes from the burning ones which peered into his, and his mouth, which had been hanging open, slowly closed. Jamal reached behind the Buddha and brought forth a canister of some red fluid which splashed and sparkled brilliantly in the rays of the sunlight that entered through a large hole in the roof. He placed it upon the clay hand of the Buddha. Offcut's wrists had been unbound, but his feet were restrained by loose hobbles. At Jamal's command, "Drink," he shuffled forward like one in a trance. Glancing apprehensively at the wine, he raised the canister to his lips. Once, and once only, he screamed when he saw that the extended forefinger on the hand of the Buddha was pointing directly to him. Then he fell dead to the ground, his features and limbs twitching and jerking for some minutes after life had become extinct. "My people," Jamal said, "the man was guilty. Remember what has happened in your presence to a guilty man." Braithwaite and his man left for the official bungalow in the official village as soon as their bombs were cut and a little food had been supplied them. The servant paused for a moment to whisper to Jamal knowingly, "He will not have me punished." In his report to those across the ocean, he will say that the matter of the man Offcut has been successfully taken care of. He will not bother to add any of the details. "Yes," answered Jamal, smiling, a trifle warily. "I know." Jamal smiled again that evening when he discovered an extremely poisonous little viper dead in the wine, where Old Bay had surreptitiously placed it. He smiled a bit sadly and pondered upon many ways which fate has punished the wicked. If the poison had not killed him, he told Okaka, his tiny pet monkey, his own guilty conscience would have thoughts of things. I made him think that the wine would kill him because he was guilty, and his own mind slaughtered his guilty body. But then I could have hypnotized him and made the same thing happen, and if everything else had failed, he would have eventually fallen into the hands of the English, and their laws would have punished him finally. It would not have been so painful as the way Jamal King of this hill tribe did it, however, and it would have taken months and months of what they call red tape. "Throw a key," said Oka. But by far the oddest thing about the entire case was something which only tottering Old Bay knew, for Bay had moulded the soft, fragrant body of his beautiful daughter inside the hollow statue of Buddha in repose, and inside the long clay arm of him who was a friend of truth and justice was the arm of the beautiful girl, and inside the accusing finger which had pointed straight at him was the slim, dead finger of the girl whom he had killed. Perhaps she smiled quietly and sadly too, as was the habit of Jamal Young, wise and handsome, whom some day she would have married. End of section 17. Out of slender bars of angled steel made for the purpose, he had fashioned a cage near the top of a big hardwood tree, a shelter large enough to support 2 folding cots. one on each side of the tree trunk, and furnished with a steel ladder in lieu of a stairway. When the panels of a fine screen were set in place, we had a sleeping gallery proof against all animals, insects, and birds, and high enough above the ground to be cool and airy. "Bugs may come and bugs may go," commented the doctor, "but we'll be as safe in that conning tower as $1 in the U.S. Mint. Unless," joked Mark Frisian, "some of your friends Sawalus, devils, come to visit you." "I'll take a chance on these scrubs South Pacific devil opening that Yale lock," responded the doctor. "Who's sharing your treetop nest tonight, Doc?" asked Frisian, without any showing of envy. Mace was the first applicant. Frisian turned to me. "You got the makings of a real explorer in you," he said jovially. "I'm not afraid, but I'll take my chances on a good sleep aboard the Magpie the first night. If you fellows find it so delightful here after a trial, we can set up more bird cages tomorrow." And he and Phelan, with the 2 black laborers, returned to the boat landing. Dr. Seago conceived his expedition to Cody Island to observe this odd race of Polynesian savages who occupied the place. Having been here previously himself, he knew the lay of the land and boasted a personal acquaintance with old Sawalu, chief of the colony. The uncanny resemblance between all Polynesian languages made it easy for the doctor to master the dialect of Cody, and he held a long conference with the aged chief promptly upon landing. When we 2 had ascended to our screened dwelling that night, Seago drew the steel ladder up until the bottom end was out of reach of the ground. Noting my surprise, the doctor explained. "Frisian tried to kid us about the devils on the island," he said, "but he didn't know there was more truth than poetry in his suggestion. When I last saw this place 4 years ago, there were nearly 2,500 people here. Today, old Sawalu tells me his colony numbers a scant 150. "The result was these," I suggested. "Apparently not. The people are being killed off by some agency they don't understand. And I'll have to confess that at present I don't understand it either. You've noticed that cliff we are on is roughly V-shaped. The inside of the V is all rock formation, and the people live in caves, partly natural and partly chiseled in the face of the cliff. The only approach to these caves is by the trail we came up on. You noticed, of course, that it winds back and forth from level to level, giving access to all the cave dwellings, and it is guarded every night. Yet something manages to elude the guards, get into caves far up the cliff, and inflict fatal injuries on the occupants. Lately this plague has fallen on so many of the men, especially the young men, that there's little life left in the colony. Aren't the victims able to explain what has happened?" I asked. "They are usually delirious or dead when discovered. I haven't had time to go over the case thoroughly with Sawalu, but so far it has me baffled about as completely as it has him. We'll get the whole story tomorrow and see what we can do for the old man." We smoked in silence for a few minutes, the sparse jungle around us being almost devoid of animal life, when there came a distinct vibration in our tree, as if a weight had landed against it. We strained our ears for a sound, and at last there came a furtive scratching and the faintest rustling like a rubber raincoat as the thing climbed upward toward us. The trap door through which we had entered was closed beneath our feet, and the doctor, anxious for a look at the would-be intruder, stooped to open it. At the first click of the latch, however, the thing abruptly ceased to scratch, and only the faint, sudden vibration of the tree told us that it had leaped without pausing to study the consequences. We never heard it light. A flock of sleepy birds in the nearest tree, some 50 yards away, stirred themselves and squawked plaintively, and then all was silent. This incident, with its mysterious ending, gave both of us plenty of food for shuddering reflection. There was no nearby tree to which a thing of that evident size could have leaped. Yet it hadn't dropped. Was it a huge bird? Birds do not light low on a tree and climb, especially into a strange nest with a human scent. A monkey? No monkey could have landed silently from so high a jump. My sleep was much troubled by visions of creeping monsters that came through the walls of our shelter, and I was impatient as a child to hear the savage's description of the mysterious enemy, which we got the next forenoon. "There is a tradition of my father's," said the venerable Sawalu, stroking his long white beard, "that the other part of this land, around yonder ancient volcano across the river, was once inhabited by a puny race of people not like ourselves. They neither ate nor drank nor slept as we do. They were smaller than our people, and not good fighters of spear or knife. In short, we could not enjoy any kind of companionship with these weaklings, as it was not a pleasure to continue fighting year after year with these people, and as we did not want their wives or other possessions, my father destroyed the spindling race, as we would do today in a like case. If one is to live in Cody, either he must be strong to take care of himself with club and spear, or he must be pleasing or useful. My fathers killed all these brown-skinned people because they were neither. So far all was right, but now that a scourge has come upon us, we can only say that these worthless pests have returned from the dark world as devils seeking to destroy our good race. My people can deal with snakes, with monkeys, with tigers if need be, but we know not the ways of devils, and we are helpless. Perhaps they go through the solid rock, or make themselves unseen to our sentries. We guard our trail, yet they go where they will on that same trail to do their killing. We fasten our doors with staves and thongs blessed by all the gods, and they are found open with death inside. If the wise Americans know aught of the ways of devils and can drive out this curse, we will repay them well and any such goods as we have, especially wives, of which we have now far too many for the remaining men. Chief Sawalu, said the doctor, could not these things climb to the top of your cliff and descend by ropes to your doors, there to do their work and then go either up or down on the same ropes? The cliff, said the chief, cannot be climbed by anything living except at 1 or 2 points, and these are closely guarded day and night. The broad wall that faces the sea is covered with small bush. But not my hardiest soldier will try to climb it today, although hundreds have tried in other years. The cliff is of soft rock that cracks off in great flat pieces like the scales of a fish. The little green bushes feed on the wet surface, and having no long roots, they will not support the weight of half a man. So even if one were small enough to trust his weight to these little bushes, somewhere up the bluff the rock must give way and death be the answer. That side guards itself, my friend. And there have been no ropes. There is a stream in the night. 2 minutes are gone before the nearest of us can get out to look, and nothing is to be seen. If there were ropes, someone above or below must see them in front of his door, but there is nothing. The victims rave about the vision of a devil in a long, flapping coat going out the door. Perhaps they see something. Perhaps it is only their idea of a devil, learned from white sailors. I do not know. Surely no man would wear a long cloak in Cody, or would man leave the sign of the 3 half-moons on every victim. If you doubt my belief of devils, Sir Americans, but follow me, and you shall see the latest victim, whose body is not yet given to the ground. We went with him into the vault-like cave where the body of the lost warriors lay in state. On the cheek were 3 crescent-shaped marks, each probably half an inch long, the concave sides of the crescents facing each other. The cuts had been badly infected, and in anything but a savage death might have resulted from the filth alone. The victims, Sawalu told us, had all been marked exactly alike. On some exposed part of the face or body there always appeared those 3 little crescent-shaped cuts, and the strongest victim rarely lived longer than sunrise after a night attack. Yonder old volcano, warned the chief as we were leaving him, is a place of strange things. My people have thought that these devils might dwell there, and they have tried to hunt them out, seeking in the dark save at the mountain's base. They never found anything alive, but even so they returned sickened, and some died within a day or 2. Such was all the success we had in the Black Cave. As for the old crater itself, we think it is the home of the king of all devils. The inside walls of the crater are much the same as the face of this cliff, and they cannot be scaled safely. My men dread to go near its edge for fear of spells, although the bravest have ventured there at times without learning anything. Strange cries seem to come from far down in the crater, and our goats and dogs that have prowled too near its edge at night have disappeared, not to return. My white friends must be protected by most powerful gods if they would go near the volcano at either top or bottom, or you will never return. There was a suggestion from Phelan that some of us take a turn at watchman duty upon the face of the cliff, but the doctor vetoed it. We would be just as helpless as old Sawalu is, or more so, he said. The trouble comes only on dark nights, and we might see something if we had our searchlight thrown on the cliff at the right time. The weather is clear now, and they won't be bothered tonight. Tomorrow we'll have a look at the cave that troubles our black friends so. The principal barrier that prevented Sawalu's people from exploring that fearful cave seemed to be that it was dark and they had no lights except crude fish oil lanterns or pine knots, which the draft through the cave soon blew out. Hence, when the 4 of us, Dr. Seago, Frisian, Phelan, and I, entered the place, we were armed with a storage battery and a 250-watt electric light. The bottom of the cave was virtually all rock, but at intervals there were black, moldy pools of mud emitting a vile odor. Gear says Seago is probably where our barefooted friends from across the river met their fate. Poking around here in the dark, they could easily get scratched and skinned. And if I'm not mistaken, that mud is dangerous. And he took up a sample in a little bottle. From the first, we had been conscious of a noise that seemed too loud to be caused by the wind. And after a 20-minute climb up a well-worn trail on the rock bottom, we came out upon the edge of an underground stream that roared through the rocky cavern like a freight train through a tunnel. The cave at this point opened into a large space, probably 40 or 50 feet high above the surface of the water, and although there was apparently no way of crossing the stream, there was plentiful evidence of human workmanship in the subterranean cavern. Crude scaffolds had been built up the rocky walls on each side of the stream, so that one could climb high above the water. These structures were of sticks not much larger than a broomstick, and were put together in the most crude and awkward ways. They were not strong enough to hold the weight of one grown man at any point, yet every stick was worn on the top, as if from continual climbing up the framework. Here was work beyond the intelligence of any known animal, yet not strong enough for human use. What could the answer be? Did men labor to make a climbing place for monkeys? And how did anything cross that stream to do the same work on the other side? We sought for a long time for some means of proceeding, but as none became apparent, the doctor decided to come again and bring steel material from the ship with which to construct some sort of bridge. On board the Magpie, Seago analyzed the mud from the cave. After half an hour's work, he came out on deck, where Frisian and the rest of us were planning the bridge work. "Anything in the mud?" hailed Frisian. "Plenty. Arsenic, antimony, and sulfate of mercury from the rocks. Bacteria enough to pollute the Pacific Ocean. And traces of picarotoxin from cocculus berries, which must have been carried in from the outside. Nature did her worst on that mud, and whoever finished the job certainly was thorough. 4 of us were now using the bird cages for sleeping on account of their coolness, and as we threaded our way up the path to the top of the cliff, old Sawalu came out of his royal cave dwelling, with much trouble written in his wrinkled face, inquiring if we had made any progress against the mysterious killers. "We know little as yet, friend Sawalu," replied the doctor, speaking the savage's dialect. "But I believe I can overcome the poison of these devils. In 3 days or 4, perhaps we may find their stronghold and try other means upon them. So if the weather remain cloudless, as now, your colony may not suffer another single loss." "Clear weather the gods are giving us," said Sawalu. "But your goodness has not reckoned with yonder smoke." He pointed across the river towards a small volcanic hill, beyond the one which we had explored. A thin stream of smoke drifted upward from the summit of the hill, and the slow but steady wind brought it across the land, so that the sky was somewhat darkened. "The smoke has always been with us," explained the old chief, "and we have given it no notice any more than a thunderstorm or a summer rain, for the hill does nothing but smoke. But now when the wind comes this way, it makes dark nights for the 3 moon devils to work in. That is why we dread to see the smoke coming. By the end of another watch, the moon will be hidden, and death may come among us again." Seago pondered this a long time. "Chief Sawalu, is there any one family more likely to be attacked than others?" "Yes, it has always been the way of my people for the warriors to decorate the doors of their caves with the teeth of wild animals. This is an honor to our gods, and we cannot stop it, even though it guide these demons who come to destroy us. A warrior of Kodi would rather die than forego this sign of his bravery. And it seems that the 3 moon things notice these signs, for they always strike at my best fighters. The 4 brothers Banota are good fighters and brave, hence they have the largest animal teeth and the most of them. Half a year ago the devils signaled them out for death, and now there is but one Banota, and with every dark night who knows what may happen to him. Every family of fighting men has suffered the same way. Until today I am a king of a colony of women, and almost without an army." At this, Seago lapsed into English, shutting out Sawalu from the conversation, and briefly translated for us. "Boys, you can all see as well as I the kind of intelligence that is doing this killing or directing it. How they get here, or how they escape is another story, but no animal ever read the signs on a cave door, nor cared whether it killed men or women. Whoever does this is interested in making the colony powerless, hence their preference for fighting men. I would like to know more about these spooky things, what they are and how they work, before I come to loggerheads with them. But on the contrary, there are reasons why I'd like to trap some of them tonight, if it can be done. I hate these Sawalu's people wiped off the earth without a chance to save themselves, and half a dozen of his men may be killed tonight. In the second place, it's an absolute certainty that the killers are not armed with guns or any civilized weapons, and they can't be dangerous in the least beyond the reach of their claws. We know to a certainty that they use mud out of the cave for poison, and if the worst came to the worst, I believe I could save a victim after he had been attacked." "Well, what's the idea, Doc?" asked Trician. "You proposed for one of us to go and sleep with the last of the Bonota boys." "You're a rotten humorist, Mark," commented the doctor. "No, I don't think Brother Bonota's cave is any place for safe and sound sleeping on dark nights. But I am game to fix up a net of fine cables and lay for the midnight callers, wherever Sawalu thinks they may drop in. What do you say?" "Doc," replied Frisian, "in the 18 years we followed this gentle game, I don't believe you can look back and recall a time when I balked at anything because it was dangerous. But I don't believe we're prepared to make a success of your idea tonight. It's late, and we'd have to plan our trap as well as make it, and I don't think we ought to tackle the job." "On the contrary," said Seago, "I've done most of the engineering in my head already. It's nothing but an extra strong monkey snare, and we'll have a big light in the cave to keep the thing from surprising us." In the end, of course, the indomitable Swede doctor had his way, and we scurried about as fast as possible to bring up the materials from the ship. Long before the witching hour arrived, we had fitted out 3 of the best decorated caves with nets of fine steel cable, hung so that they could be dropped quickly and so arranged that, should we capture any cat-like monstrosity, we could keep aloof from its claws and teeth. We also had lights wired to substantial batteries, which the Ioners feared only a little less than the 3 Moon Devils. The last of the Bonotas pleaded for a chance to be in at the finish. He was marked for death, he said, and it was his ambition to die fighting. Seago had no objections except the fear that the gallant Bonota might get excited and hurt someone in case of a capture. However, he finally exacted a promise from the warrior not to do anything rash, and we all assumed our appointed places. The soldiers' caves were all large, as befits prominent men, and we had ample room to stretch out and await what might happen. Dr. Seago and I, with Bonota and a black deckhand from the yacht, took up the vigil in Bonota's cave, while Frisian and Phelan made their ambush in another. A third cave had a net with an automatic trip and alarm, but no occupant. As the last fish oil lamp was put out, leaving us in the humid blackness of a tropical night, the adventure took on a decidedly creepy aspect, and I doubt very much that the most benighted savages in the colony were any worse scared than I was. Hours came and went, hours that we counted by our radium-faced watches, which otherwise might have been mistaken for centuries. 1 o'clock came and no disturbance. 2 o'clock dragged by on leaden feet. Sleep tugged at our eyes. A scratch on the rock landing in front of the cave entrance, and every nerve was on edge, a rustling sound as of a rubber raincoat. The inky blackness of the door grew denser. Slowly something moved toward the center of the cave where Bonota usually slept. I could sense the big savage stiffening in his corner for a spring at the intruder, a spring that dared death in its most terrible form. Seago's hand moved, and like a shot down came the weighted net, and a blinding flash of white light. Something blackish-gray tore and twisted helplessly inside the net, unable to escape or to reach any of us, for it was secured in the middle of the cave like a fly on a spider web. Clouds of dust, the only enemy we were not prepared for, rose and blanketed the scene. At the same time, the sudden light blinded our eyes. In the midst of the confusion, big Bonota, goaded to fury at the proximity of what he supposed to be his enemy, sprang bare-handed toward the swishing mass in the net, bent on finishing the matter hand to hand. The doctor, to save Bonota's life, loosened the wire that led toward the back of the cave and attempted to swing the thing nearer to the door until he could crowd between Bonota and the captive, for he did not want either one destroyed. But instantly everything went wrong. In the space of a second, Bonota let out a yell of pain. The doctor made a false move with the cables, and the thing we had trapped jerked itself free and went out the cave door like a black shadow, the rest of us plunging helplessly out after it. But of course it was gone. Our searchlight did not illuminate the outside, but savages with pine knots and oil torches were swarming toward the scene of action, from both up and down the trail, and none had met or seen anything. The next minute the gallant Bonota began to groan and sank down upon the rocky trail in a deathly sickness. Seago turned the bright light on the man, and there, upon one stalwart black leg, was the sign of the 3 crescents. There was no delay now. Whipping out that ever-ready first aid kit, the doctor opened and cauterized the wound and then administered a hypodermic of strychnine, followed by a stiff drink of brandy. Before we left the savage colony at dawn, we had the satisfaction of having beaten the plague on at least one ground, for Bonota showed a marked improvement, and his complete recovery in the next 3 days gave the colony much cause for rejoicing. We had failed to trap the clawing thing that was destroying Swallow's army. We had not learned whether it was beast or human, nor how it made its amazing escapes. But we had analyzed its venom and exposed its place of living, in addition to beating it out of one victim. These factors all added to our enthusiasm finishing the job of exploring in that black cave across the river, and we worked like beavers during the next 3 days, throwing a curious sort of suspension bridge across that tempestuous underground stream. Christian was a master engineer in tight places, and by nightfall of the 3rd day the steel framework rested firmly on both sides of the stream. The work of exploring the unknown portion was to proceed the next day. Uncanny as the project was, there was no restraining a single member of our party from going through the perilous cave next morning. Seago in the lead as usual, followed by 2 of our own black men from the Magpie, then Frisian and I with 2 more blacks, and the rest of our party bringing up the rear. We crossed a narrow footbridge that had been thrown up, and entered the upper end of the cave, that dwelling place of silent, terrible danger which no man could define. The passage here led steadily upward, and the footing was dry and not unpleasant. The continuous draft of air from above lessened one's inclination to feel faint, and we were as alert and full of adventure as schoolboys when we finally came upon the first signs of what we sought. Our bridging work had knocked out a considerable part of the crazy scaffolding we found in the cavern, and here on the floor of the passageway we found little piles of hardwood sticks of a size and length suitable for rebuilding the work. Whatever these murderous cavern ghouls were, they had evidently started to repair their handiwork when something interrupted them and caused them to drop the bundles of sticks in the passage. We helped ourselves to samples of these sticks and carried along 1 or 2 apiece, trying to learn how they had been cut and where, and our curiosity in this line proved valuable a few minutes later. Beyond this spot the passage suddenly opened into a wide underground space that must have covered several acres, for our searchlights did not reach its farthest limits. Daylight, somewhat subdued, came in from somewhere ahead of us, and occasionally deposits of phosphorus made a ghostly light in dim corners and crevices, but we still had to use artificial light to see our way. The spacious cavern was somewhere near level on the bottom, although uneven and strewn with rock formations of all shapes and sizes. Above was a ceiling that varied in height from 20 to 60 or 70 feet, seamed with great fissures large enough for a man to crawl in and festooned with sickly-looking cave vegetation. There was no sign of the strange inhabitants as we pressed forward toward the light space ahead, the Dr. Offician being determined to investigate the source of the light. Finally we came under a large hole in the rocky roof, and after a little calculating learned that this opened above into the bottom of the ancient crater. The bottom of the crater had an area of 1 acre or more, and this flue, by some agency or freak of chance, was walled about so that the heavy rains could not drain into it. Otherwise they would have drowned out all forms of life in the day during the wet season. The last eruption of that old volcano, which occurred before human history began, had left this subterranean space well concealed and self-guarded from above and below, a fit home for midnight prowlers. But where were the things that dwelt there? Our answer came soon enough. We paid a little attention to the rocky formation above our heads, although we kept a sharp enough lookout for the clawing things that occupied the place. When all at once there was a whirring sound behind our backs, and something like a huge vampire bat shot down from a fissure in the roof and darted at the face of the doctor, who stood a little apart from the rest of us, and not so much in the light. He was taken entirely by surprise, and had only time to swing up his hand in self-defense. The thing reached him. A black streak and a rustling sound were all that our senses perceived as the thing dashed at the doctor, dropped to the ground, and scurried away into the deeper darkness before a light could be trained on it. The doctor jerked at his first aid kit with his left hand, shaking his right vigorously. "Give me a hand, somebody," he gaffed me. "See a sign?" We gathered around, somewhat terror-stricken, as Frisian, under the doctor's directions, proceeded to cleanse and cauterize the wounds in Seago's right hand. 3 little crescents have faced each other. "Don't waste the silver nitrate," warned the doctor. "This may not be the last of the trouble." A general desire to get back toward our sturdy little suspension bridge began to manifest itself all through our party, and presently we started back toward the entrance. Phelan limbered up his automatic pistol and counted his shots ruefully. 20 little shots," he said, shaking his head. "Let's hope they don't travel in swarms." Shuddering in spite of myself at the sight we had just witnessed, I made sure that my own good revolver was accessible, and I suggested that a few of the cave dwellers' sticks might also come in handy. Following this idea, every member of the party proceeded to load his pockets with stones and select a good, knotty club. We were perhaps 20 yards from the end of the narrow passage that led down and out when the deadly attack came. With no warning except a faint swishing sound, a fleet of the black things suddenly descended from their hiding places in the fissured roof and charged us. Squealing, clawing, with rubbery wings flapping like huge bats, they sought to inflict their poison trademarks on our bodies. The light flashed in erratic circles in an effort to illuminate the scene, but owing to its funnel-shaped hood, it was of little use, and we fought in virtual darkness with the depth-dealing and inscrutable things. I forgot my revolver and seized my club in both hands. I swung it with all my strength toward a shadow that hurtled toward me. There was a gratifying contact with a bony skull and the thing dropped, still and unresisting at my feet. I struck wildly at another that landed just behind the fallen one, and the thing dodged backward with a squeal of rage. Why didn't it fly away, as it had come, I wondered. But as events took shape, in the perilous minutes that followed, the reason became clear. The things could not fly. They could only volplane downward, defying death in his pause of a few seconds. Priscian finally tore the metal funnel off the searchlight, and it threw a comforting glow in every direction. Pistols barked, and flapping, swishing things fell to the ground, helped us or scrambled away, leaving a trail of blood. And still we knew not what they were, or did we dare stop fighting for a second to learn, for more than one member of our party was already marked for death with those filthy hypodermies. We must reach the passageway before we stopped for idle questions. At last the things stopped ascending, and we guessed that they had all come down. They were still lurking in the dark corners, however, and one did not feel safe by any means. One consolation, however, was ours. On the bottom, they could move no faster than ourselves, and they were at the mercy of our clubs. There came a truce, and our 2 leaders snatched the first aid kit and called for the injured men. Of the 14 that composed the party, only 5 were uninjured by those poisonous claws. And treat as we would, there was no escaping the poisonous effects from the very first minute, even though the lives were saved in the long run. For a full minute not one of the attackers appeared, and for the first time I approached one of the prostrate things for a closer inspection. As I came within reach, however, it came to life enough to reach toward my leg with a muddy claw. In a transport of revenge, I brought my empty revolver down with a sounding crack on the head, and had the pleasure of hearing its puny skull split under the blow. Then I turned it over and looked at his face. It was human. A human back. Between its emaciated arms and its bony legs, there stretched a membrane of black skin like the wing of a bat, except different in formation, for the bat's wings are on its elongated fingers, while these stretched from arm to leg like the flaps on a so-called flying squirrel. The rubbery membrane covered 2 of the original 5 fingers, leaving 3 fingers and 3 toes on each of them available for use. It was hard to draw any distinction between the fingers and toes, for both had those wicked, horny, claw-like nails which carried the charge of poison for their victims. I stretched the body out at full length. Although it was nearly 5 feet tall, it could not have weighed more than 30 or 40 pounds at the most. The emaciated body was not much larger than the robust doctor's upper arm, while the limbs were mere pipe stems. The face was indescribable. The eyes were small and weak from a life spent in semi-darkness. The teeth were small, discolored, and sharp-pointed, and the whole head from generations of climbing and sailing was canted upward like that of a bird, which impression was heightened by the long pointed nose. The Batman's facial expression, if there could be an expression, on that wizened and wrinkled barb, was one of pure animal ferocity. In the sickening revelations of the last few minutes, I almost forgot the necessity of escaping rapidly, when Seago's sharp reminder brought us all into line. The doctor was weak and sick from the poison, but his dominant mind was not harmed, and he was fully aware of our danger. With all the wounds treated, we hastened toward the exit, keeping a sharp lookout in all directions. Evidently the things that had fought with us were in no hurry to renew the combat, for we were not pursued. Just as we were about to enter the narrow passage, a ray of light thrown across the rocky ceiling above disclosed one of the largest Batmen hiding in a great crack, hanging on by fingers and toes like an animal. Phelan, walking beside me, waited not for orders. His automatic cracked and the Batman fell to the ground, with a jagged hole in one wing. Another leaped from almost the same spot, and for the first time we had a chance to observe how they made such enormous distances. They leaned downward as far as possible, then sprang with their wiry legs, and the force of gravity thus supplemented carried them for long stretches. As the wounded pygmy struck the ground, it was stunned by the fall, and Priscian, quick to seize the opportunity, tore off his own belt and proceeded to tie the dwarf's limbs securely, after which he slung the puny thing on his back, and we proceeded unhindered down through the passageway. As we at last emerged in the daylight, the dwarf came to and began a struggle. Priscian dropped it hastily on the ground. "Be quiet, my hearty," he said, addressing the Batman, "while I manicure your nails." And, drawing the bonds tighter than ever, he proceeded to empty the thing's claws of mud, washing them out with creek water. The captive offered no further resistance as we marched in triumph back to Swallow with our story and our prize. "Doc," suddenly asked Frisian as we paused for a minute's rest on our return trip, "what do you think of the old chief's story about the origin of his devils now? Are these the people they thought they exterminated coming back to get even?" After a long pause, the doctor answered, "It's a fine, plausible tradition except for one thing. That if there's any truth to it, it's 500,000 years old. You'll all have to abide by your own guesses." The old savage chief was delighted beyond all words to learn the real truth about his enemies, and he was no slower than we were to understand now how the things had come down from the top of the cliff, done their killing, and then volplaned on downward, crossed to the little river at the foot of the cliff before landing. We could all comprehend, too, how they had climbed up the cliff on the side that guarded itself, somewhere there was a safe route for the diminutive things to climb to the top, and they were able to experiment until they found it. For what did a few falls mean to men with wings? As we were planning our departure, Seago announced his decision to take the winged dwarf back to the United States with him. "It may be involuntary servitude," he said facetiously, "to carry a human being around a strange country without his consent, but if he objects to it, I shall prefer charges of first-degree murder against him. With a blowout patch on that punctured wing, he will be able to give flying exhibitions to museums. Maybe we'll have time to go back and bring his wife, if he will identify the lady." We're sitting around Swallow's council house, a spacious cavern where many people could be entertained, enjoying the old chief's reactions at the opportunity to study his erstwhile enemy from the volcano, while the Batman, secured to a ring in the wall, sat hunched up and disconsolate amid the merriment, like a diminutive Samson at the Philistine feast. Swallow besought us to remain and destroy the whole colony of poisoned pests across the river, and shook his head sadly when we tried to explain our prejudice against wholesale murder. "That'd be as my white friends say, then," concluded the old man, "but at least give us a supply of your medicine that we may cure our injured men. We'd also beg one of your bottled lights. We have not the knowledge to make it burn, and will have to do without it, and we shall deal with the little man according to the custom of Cody." He had stepped backward as he spoke, until he was close to the captive Batman, who had seemed harmless since being deprived of his poison. But now in a sudden blind fury the pygmy leaped at Swallow's throat, clawing with his 3 available limbs like a trapped wildcat. It was but the work of a second for the old chief to seize the creature by the neck and snap his puny spine in two, although his face and arms were covered with ugly gashes when the skirmish ended. Seago, deprived of his unique exhibit, walked to the door of the cave and gazed meditatively across the river toward the old volcano, and we immediately surmised that he was planning another excursion into the cave to replace his lost prisoner. I arose and went out beside him, and even as we stood thus, there came a sickening shudder in Mother Earth, and the cliff on which we stood moved perceptibly. Another eruption was in progress, and what its results might be no one knew. There was a storm of excitement, Seago snapping out sharp orders and the savages scattering about like madmen in their fright, for the experience was all new to them. We tore down the winding trail, abandoning everything we possessed in our rush for the wharf and the safety of the Magpie's deck. The trembling was not repeated, as we gained the safety of the vessel at last and looked back toward the hill wherein dwelt the flying men. We saw the ancient crater belch forth a great solid mass of yellow smoke, a deadly gas which no living thing, even a microbe, could survive in. And as we steamed away, we knew that, while Swallow's people were probably in no danger, the race of Batman had been wiped out of existence, and Cody would see no more death crescents. End of section 18. Bob leaned back from the table at the conclusion of the last speech, and soon the air was blue with tobacco smoke. Everyone was talking with the guests of the evening, a distinguished English explorer, fresh from the interior of Borneo, and full of tales of hair-breadth escapes among the head-hunting Dyaks. He was an intelligent and close observer, aurora avis indeed, as the anthropologist said afterward, who could give an accurate answer to the most searching question. "I have been told," said the explorer, "that there are headhunters of sorts in the South American wilds who disport themselves in the same jolly way that the Dykas do, headhunting, blowguns, poisoned arrows, and all that. Can any of you gentlemen tell me whether it is true or not?" The anthropologist lit his corncob pipe with deliberation. "Yes," he answered, puffing a white cloud into the general mist. "To a certain extent, that is correct. My traveling in South America has been limited, but I have had some experience with the headhunters and the blowgun peoples too. Ran across them in several places in fact. But nothing anywhere like the Jivaros. When it comes to collecting human heads, they are the real McKay, and make no mistake, nearly got mine too. Oh, I say, old chap, spin the yarn for us, won't you? I'm a bit fed up with my own stuff, you know, pled the guest of the evening. All right then, said the anthropologist, cocking his feet up on the table. I'm game, though when I'm through, I don't expect even one of you to believe me. I had been knocking round the Talamanca Valley that extends through the mountains of southern Costa Rica for a few months, collecting specimens from the Bribri Indians and some of the other tribes of that region, and was just about heartily sick of my own company in the tropics, and ready to head for the north again, when I received a letter of instructions. I had a powerful hunch that they would be disagreeable, and I was right. The letter was an order from headquarters to pull out for Panama, across the isthmus, and take the first ship that was not in too great a hurry to stop at every little dinky port for Ecuador. There I was to proceed eastward to the province of Oriente, where I was to visit the wild Jivaros, and to stay with them long enough to make a close study of their life and customs, with special orders to learn how they prepared their famous war trophies, human heads, which they take on the hoof, so to speak, and then shrink by some secret process to less than the size of a man's fist, and yet succeed in retaining the features in recognizable form. Sansas, they call them in their own tongue. Well, I won't bother you with the details as to how I slipped out of Central America and down the coast until I reached Ecuador. Every trip along the coast of South America in a sailing ship is about the same. Anyway, I got there in due course and then made my way overland without much trouble to Oriente, where the Jivaros make their home. This province lies on the eastern or Atlantic side of the high Andean peaks, where the Amazon takes its rise, and the Jivaros live in the virgin forest of the headwaters of the rivers Pastaza, Morona, Upano Santiago, and their tributaries. They are one of the most numerous tribes, or rather a group of tribes, for there are no less than 9 separate divisions of them in all South America. They are supposed to number between 15 and 20,000 souls and are the most warlike people on the continent. Not only are they continually fighting among themselves, but they are dangerous to outsiders. Way back in 1599, they rose against the Spaniards who had settled in their territory and virtually exterminated them. And since that time, the government of Ecuador and Peru, in whose territories the Jivaros are found, have found it best to leave them pretty much alone. It didn't take me long to get in touch with the Indians. I started in by stopping for a time with one of the white traders settled near their boundaries. There, I tried to hire some of the Indians who came out to trade to take me into their interior villages. This they readily agreed to do, but good Lord, how worried the white natives were when they found out what I was up to. They begged me, in the name of the Mother of God, and at least 107 saints, not to go, saying with one voice, "Que barbaridad, señor, los Jivaros son diablos todos y por seguro le sacaron la cabeza." To which I replied piously, "As God wills, friends," and went. Of course I did not go wholly unprepared for stormy weather. I did not, it is true, take my rifle with any intention or expectation of using it on the Jivaros. As a matter of fact, up to that time I had always found that it was a great protection to any man to go among savages unarmed for defense. That, in a way, put them on their honor, and honor is a thing that they value more highly than many of us, I am afraid. However, this time I took an old pet of mine, a 4590 Winchester that I am attached to in spite of its weight, because it has the great virtue of holding true and knocking down whatever it hits. It's not such a sweet shooting gun as some of the lesser calibers, but its smashing power is tremendous, and I fancied that there might be jaguars and pumas where I was going. My only real precaution will make you smile. I had never seen any Jivaros before, but I did know other Indians, and so I shaved my scalp as bald as an onion and kept it so. You see, the northern Indians who took scalps were not interested in short-haired enemies who yielded no trophies when slain. I have personally heard old-time Sioux warriors complain about the lack of sportsmanship on the part of the Great White Father at Washington for sending out Negro troops against them. Buffalo soldiers they contemptuously called them because of their color and their woolly heads, and added that they were lila sicha, or very much no good, because their scalps were not worth taking after they, the Sioux, had gone to all the trouble of killing them. A bald-headed man would make a poor trophy for a Jivaro, thought I, but at that time I did not realize that some of the Jivaro warriors were real connoisseurs in heads, and that my shining pate was really a great temptation. Well, I made the interior villages all right, and at first got along beautifully. The Jivaros don't live in villages like other South American Indians of my acquaintance, but in great houses, occupied by several closely related families, built on the summit of a high hill, or in an easily defended bend of some river, where the inhabitants are always hidden from anyone passing along the main lines of travel. They sow the surrounding jungle with a horrid lot of man-traps, sharp stakes in the bottom of pits, and spring poles that they set in trails, where an unwary marauder may set off a bent sapling by tripping over a vine, and the sapling springs back and drives a set of long, jagged palmwood spikes through his vitals. When I was there, things seemed peaceful enough for the time being. The Jivaros were not in the least agricultural and lived by hunting, in which I often joined them. They had their long bows and arrows and also the blowguns which we were just talking about. The blowgun is usually an 8 or 10-foot hollow tube made of cane or some pithy wood which they split. The core is removed and then the tube is carefully glued together again. Through this glorified putty blower, tiny darts were propelled with force by means of the breath alone. All things considered, the distance and accuracy with which these darts could be driven was unbelievable for anyone who has never seen it done by an expert. And let me tell you, every Jivaro male from 12 years up is an expert. The wounds inflicted by the tiny arrows would be insignificant but for the fact that the Jivaros have the unpleasant custom of dipping the tips in curare, a blackish resinous extract of Sericnos tuxifera, a plant that flourishes in those parts, the juice of which is prepared by the Indians, is one of the quickest and most deadly poisons known to science. But it is deadly only when taken through the skin, as in a wound, when it paralyzes the motor nerves and kills through suffocation. It is perfectly possible to eat the flesh of, say, a monkey shot by a poisoned dart, as I well know through experience. The Jivaros say that salt taken immediately is an antidote, and when they wish to save a monkey alive, they hasten to put salt in its mouth. Otherwise the animal dies in 2 or 3 minutes. A man may last for 5. But strange as it may seem, the Jivaros absolutely refuse to use the blowgun and its poison darts for war. Maybe there is some religious taboo about it, or maybe they think it's not quite sporting. Anyway, what they really love to use in fighting is a spear with a big, ugly, keen steel head that will disembowel a man like a stroke of lightning. No Jivaro warrior feels dressed up without one, and the small, round shield of wood or taper hide that is carried to parry thrusts with. I found the natives to be a fine, handsome, clear-eyed people, and like most of the genuine warrior tribes that I have had the fortune to be thrown in with, frank and open to their friends, and affable at all times. On the other hand, they were treacherous and underhanded in their dealings with their enemies. Neither sex was overburdened with clothing except on ceremonial occasions, the ordinary business suit for a man being a breech cloth of beaten bark and a few feathers and beads, while the women covered themselves more thoroughly with a coarse woven cotton robe. This habit of going about unhampered by dress was largely responsible for the easy grace of their movements. Their limbs were beautifully proportioned. In Jivaria, as the country of the Jivaros is called, a man's social standing is determined by the size of his family, and so every girl of marriageable age, and in the tropics that time is reached very early, is greatly sought after. Of course, the old warriors with their prestige and collections of shrunken heads are the ones who are regarded as the best catches, and they manage to snap up all the young girls of the home village at least, and that would lead the younger men disconsolate, if it were not for the custom which prevails there of let him take who has the power and let him keep who can. In other words, a young lover can do better by going out and killing the husband of the girl of his choice, annexing the girl, and, incidentally, the other supernumerary wives of the dead man, and of course taking home his enemy's head for addition to his collection of souvenirs. Certainly one does not steal sheep at home, so the young aspirant always goes to some other encampment or invades the territory of some other tribe to commit his depredations. In spite of all this, or maybe because of it, The Javaros are exceedingly jealous of their wives, and I might repeat here an axiom which all of you probably know, but which cannot be too prominently borne in mind away from home. Among all native peoples all over the world, if you want to live long and eventually die in bed, leave the women alone. Well, I hung around and made notes for a good half-year. I managed to get into the confidence of the chiefs and the priests, and was hail fellow well met with the warriors. My experience with the North American tribes stood me in good stead, except that I finally forgot, in my enthusiasm, that in North America we deal with Indians of a very high mental type, barbarians as distinguished from savages. These Javaros were several steps lower in the social scale. Real savages, who when it came to a showdown didn't care much whose heads they took or how. Things went along, as I have said, with a good degree of progress until I was reasonably well informed on everything connected with Javaro life, save the very thing that I had come down to study, the mysterious preparation of those shrunken heads. There was some sort of sacred mystery connected with that process, something that our northern Indians would call medicine. Though several raids were made at the heads taken while I was in Javaria, up to date I had been politely but firmly shooed away from the secret spot of preparation by armed Javaro fighting men. One day, as I was preparing to take my regular daily dose of quinine to mitigate my regular daily dose of malarial fever, I heard a considerable commotion at the edge of the settlement, and strolling over to the spot, I was astonished to see a small cavalcade of mules, the leading one topped by a white man, enter the clearing. To make a long story short, the newcomer was no less a person than the renowned German professor Herr Dr. Ludwig von Rothfeld, curator of anthropology at the Berlin Museum, personal friend of the Kaiser. Oh yes, this was before the war, equal in social rank to a Prussian general and whatnot. He did tell me all about it, it is true, within the first 5 minutes, but I was so much more interested in the elaborate equipment he was carrying. Servants, arsenal, bathtub, but the good Lord knows what else, that I didn't pay all the attention that I should have to his pompous recital. All that got to me at the time was that the mystery of the shrunken heads was about to be solved, for the glory of the Kaiser, Germany, science, Herr Professor Dr. von Rothfeld and Gott, and I was a bit peeved. However, the burly old squarehead was not such a bad scout to those whom he considered his equals, and as he had read a little squib of mine concerning the life of the polar Eskimos, we got along famously. He was well pleased to call me his colleague, and I offered him the hospitality of my palm-thatched shack, where I lived with a couple of wild bachelor Javaros. But he much preferred to have a large hut built with state near the group of Javaro house forts. It was a mistake to build it so much bigger and better than the chief's lodge, though, and there he dwelt in some magnificence, attended by quite a retinue of servants. One of them, I remember, was a German, held some rank in the old country corresponding to a sergeant in our army, I guess, and he was supplied with all manner of luxuries, such as wine. His methods of dealing with the natives were very different from mine. Even the chief, who was a pretty sensible and a brave fellow, he regarded as a specimen or a sort of insect, and he treated all the rest like so many dogs and didn't hesitate to cuff 'em or kick 'em around when he was feeling a bit off. Of course, he treated his own servants, the Germans and all, in the same way, but then they were servants and they were paid to endure it. The Javaros were wild men and savages, it is true, but they were free, and I scented trouble. Das ist der Trouble mit you, American anthropologist, said Herr Doctor to me when I mildly suggested other means. You always go to great extremes to protect their feelings of their inferior peoples, when they are nothing but somewhat higher examples of their lower animals. Bah! Feelings such as animate their being of their uncivilized man they have not, and it is by expressing my superiority that I shall in time their secret process obtain, which you have so signally failed to get by democratic methods. While as time rocked on, it certainly did seem as if his means were at least as efficacious as mine. He bullied his way into ceremonies which it had taken me long weeks of persuasion to edge into by favor of the Indians, and he did it in a few hours. It is true that the warriors did not throng his camp of an evening as they had thronged mine, up to the time that the Herr Professor had put a damper on the cordiality of all our relations with the little red brothers, but still he seemed to be making out famously. And then he spilled the beans. Meine Freund, said Herr Professor Dr. von Rothfeld to me one evening, der Bible have said that It is not good for man to live alone, so I have taken unto myself eine wife. Naturally, I supposed that he had arranged a satisfactory union with some wealthy German lady in the old country, a duchess or something of the kind, whatever would be considered suitable for his exalted station by his superior officers at the museum in Berlin, or whoever regulated that part of his existence. I started to say something intended to be polite, but the Herr Professor stopped me with a wave of his hand. Ach nein, meine Freund, it is not as serious as you suppose. It is nothing but what the French call a mariage de convenance, eh? How do you like dot French accent? I have taken dot little Nankton. Dot is the youngest wife of der chief, yes. You will remember the pretty one, mid der large dark eyes. You could have knocked me over with a feather. How's bells, man? I managed to blurt out. I wouldn't be in your shoes for all the gold in the Andes. Start a collection of pet corral snakes if you must, but for the love of heaven let the women alone. Herr Professor Dr. von Ropthupfel laughed and said, Wenn in Rome, do as the Romans do, and let it go at that. Me, I started back for my hut, called Casimiro, and Innocente, my pet Hivaros, and began to pack up my specimens. I can manage to see through a knothole when my eye is jammed up against it. But even when I was packed up, there were insurmountable difficulties about getting away. I had to send back to the nearest trading post to get mules to transport the boxes and whatnot to meet me at the end of canoe navigation, so the upshot of it all was that several days elapsed and nothing happened. Possibly the main reason was that the chief was off on a manhunt at the time when the Herr Professor helped himself to the girl, and when it came down to brass tacks, it was the chief's business and no one else's. You will see that when he does come back, he will nothings do, said the Herr Professor to me, und moreover, if der chief so much as lifts der hand, Hans, mine orderly, has orders to shoot him on the spot, and shoot to kill. That afternoon passed without remark or happening, except that as I was returning from a tramp down the river, I saw Hivaro standing on the trail. I knew the man and was surprised because I thought he had gone on the raiding party with the chief. I wanted to talk to him about it and started toward him, but a movement in the brush caught my eye, and when I looked back, the man had vanished. Toward evening, however, just as I had finished my after-supper pipe, a shadow glided out of the jungle and stood before me. It was the warrior I had seen in the jungle that afternoon, and now he was fully equipped with war paint, shield, and lance. He stood still a minute, and then spoke to me in the curious pidgin Spanish, which is peculiar, so far as I know, to the Hivaros, who use the participial forms of the verbs and make an ordinary conversation sound like a Sunday school recitation in sing-song. He said something like this: Capitan Americano, mi jefe, indio volviendo, cabeza sacando, mujeres teniendo, aquí estando, usted deseando el ceremonio de las danzas mirando. All of which you might translate as follows: American captain, my Indian chief returning, heads taking, women having, here being, you desiring, the ceremony of the shrunken heads seeing. Which I took to be an invitation to see the rite of the head shrinking. It was the big moment which I had so long sought. Did I go? Would a duck swim? Caution went to the wind right there and then. I didn't even stop to take my rifle. As a matter of fact, it was well for me that I didn't. All that I could think of was the chagrin that the old beast of Herr Professor was going to feel when he heard that I had beaten him to it, and by the means which he had so despised. Outside my hut were lounging several particularly ferocious-looking Hivaros, armed with trade muskets, spears, and wicked-looking machetes. Yes, every darned one of these machetes was made here in Connecticut, a famous brand of elongated butcher's cleaver that everybody, red, white, or black, carries in the tropics, to hew away the lianas and bushes when traveling in the jungles. The warriors grinned sweetly at me, picked up their weapons, closed in about me, and we jogged off into the underbrush. It was quite a distance to the place where the returning war party had encamped to prepare the heads, according to custom, and though we kept up a swift dog trot for the entire distance, it was nearly dark when we entered the clearing where they had their fire burning. But you can imagine how dumbfounded and disgusted I was when I glanced about the company and saw Herr Professor Dr. von Rothafel seated with great pomp and circumstance on a large rock in the center of them all, with no less a person than the Havaro chief squatting at his feet. Evidently, Prussian force was still running neck and neck with American tact. Well, gentlemen, I won't bore you with the details of the ceremony, with its long drawn-out dances and songs of victory, nor yet with much account of the preparation of the 3 captured heads, since that has all burst out into print long since. Suffice it to say that a cut is made in each head through the scalp from the crown downward, and then the scalp and skin of the face are carefully flayed from the skull and immersed in boiling water, while the skull itself is thrown away. The skin and the flesh of the face and head which adheres to it are dipped in the juice of the huito fruit, which stains them black, and probably serves as a preservative. The shrinking is mainly accomplished by first inserting hot stones and then hot sand, after which the trophy is slowly turned with the hands until the sand has come in contact with every part of the inner surface of the head. This is a performance that is kept up for days, sometimes weeks, and is kept up by the warriors taking turns as they tire. Meantime, the features are carefully molded with the hands to retain their shape. At length, the ghastly object has been reduced in size to a bulk no greater than your fist. Then small wooden pins are passed through its lips, and cotton cords wound around them so that the lips of the slain warrior are sealed, and he may not curse his captors. Curiously enough, after the ceremonies are over, the Havaro warrior is free to dispose of the head as he will, and so many have been taken out and sold, and the demand for them among traders to sell to tourists is so great that both Ecuador and Peru have passed laws against the practice. But who is going to enforce these laws among the Havaros? Day after day we watched the ceremony of the shrinking and learned the weird ritual of songs, prayers, and mystic formulae used to pacify the ghosts of the slain. And all this time we were virtually prisoners, the Herr Professor and I, for at our sides stalked armed Havaros, who watched us as a jaguar watches a deer, so that escape or resistance were alike hopeless. But if we were guarded, we were well treated so far. Still, although the Herr Professor laughed heartily and said that the Havaros dare not enter us, and ascribed the close scrutiny of our Havaro guards to their fear that we might violate the canons of Havaro propriety by visiting the great house and talking to the people at large during the ceremony, something that the Indians themselves dared not do, I felt mighty uneasy. I couldn't forget the chief's young wife whom the Herr Professor had so callously appropriated. It was with some relief that I received the chief in my shelter one afternoon and learned that the ceremony would end that night. My hut was apart from the Herr Professor's, and though the chief frequently visited me, he apparently never dropped in on the big German. Tonight the Indian was particularly friendly and communicative, and detailed to me in his own language much about Javaro customs. "Tomorrow you are going away," he said, "and the hearts of the Havaros will be empty. I will tell you one more thing before you go, and maybe that you will not believe. We Havaros are descended from the sun, and we are a pure people. Never has our blood been defiled by admixture with that of any alien. Yet there was a prophecy that it should one day be so. Yes, a prophecy made in the days of my grandfather's grandfather, that one day a Havaro woman should disgrace her tribe by marriage with a person not an Indian. Many times have the Spanish rubber hunters stolen our women, and as many times those women killed themselves before they would be theirs, and always the man has died also, for we Havaros be men and warriors, and we do not forget. Now lately they say one of our women has allowed herself to be taken to wife by a man of a foreign people. We Havaros take wives from other men of our own blood by right of conquest. That does not pollute our blood, but this woman has defiled us, and tonight I have heard the big tundulis, the log drums that hang in our encampments, talking over the forest. They say that she is dead, but the man who took her, he has made one mistake that we Havaros do not make. He did not kill her husband, and that is well, for now no one will ever boast that he brought impurity into the race of the children of the sun." That was all that the chief has said, and though his tone was as pleasant and conversational as ever, I vaguely sensed a bitter threat. But von Rothenfels only laughed as hard as ever when I told him about it. "Ach, I have them cowed already. They dare not hurt me. Am I not a German citizen and a representative of a superior race?" It seemed to me that the Kaiser and his avenging armies were a long way off from Havaria in Oriente, but it did look as though the Herr Professor was right. Neither by sign nor word was there any hint that either von Rothupfel or I was unwelcome among the Hivaros. The ceremonies were concluded in due form that night, and before dawn the chief entered my casa ambulante, or traveling hut of leaves, to tell me that the canoes to carry me up to the Oriente trading posts were loaded with all my packets. I was surprised, of course, though not a little relieved, to find myself freed so unexpectedly, and all the drudgery accomplished for me, but I took it all as a matter of Hivaro courtesy to a departing guest, and strolled over to the Herr Professor's camp to bid him farewell. The hut was empty, but a grinning Hivaro informed me that he had risen still earlier and left before me. On a long journey going, no words leaving. Annoyed by the lack of courtesy displayed by the burly Teuton, and feeling in my heart that he was racing to the outside world to be the first to startle science with his account of the head shrinking secrets, I went to my canoes and found everything ready. The chief came down to see me off and presented me with his own spear, shield, and machete for remembrance, adding that he had once killed a woman with them, and that they were now unpleasant in his sight. Señor Capitan Americano, he addressed me, you will go to the settlement by another route, not our houses passing, deaths there occurring, people mourning for many dying. I, chief of the Hivaros, not forgetting you, in a little while a real present after you sending. 3 weeks later, I was enjoying a cup of Café del País with Señor Don Jaime Salazar in his trading camp on the border of Oriente, while I awaited the arrival of my pack mules to carry out my specimens to the nearest point on the Trans-Andean Railroad. The señor being called into his shop, for a few minutes I was gazing eastward over the darkening mountains and thinking of home, when I was startled by a touch on my arm, and turning I beheld an armed Hivaro, naked and hideous in his brilliant war paint. Señor Capitan Americano, said he in his strange Spanish, my Indian chief, his friend not forgetting, his promise keeping, a real present sending, and he placed in my hand a small object wrapped in the green leaf of a wild plantain. Before I could speak, he had slid like a shadow into the gathering darkness and left me alone on the veranda. A premonition of evil seized me, and shivering unaccountably, I shouted to Don Jaime to bring a light. Placing a lamp on the table, with trembling fingers I tore open the plantain leaf covering, and dropped the contents on the table in dismay. Hideous, shriveled, and shrunken though they were, there could be no mistake. The features were those of Herr Dr. Professor Ludwig von Rothupfel, curator of anthropology in the Berlin Museum and personal friend of William II. And with them, in his formal German script, was the manuscript of the professor's account of the secret ceremonies of the Sunsas. End of section 19. By leaving for the theaters, and others preferred the billiard room or the library. The obsequious waiters were still hurrying about, carrying coffees, black and white, liquors and cigars, and over the whole premises brooded an air of quiet serenity. There were 4 members of the Travelers' Club in the smoking room, and each had drawn up a huge armchair so that they formed a semicircle before the cheery fire. These 4 men were travelers all, and would have been introduced as Sir Henry Febert, KCMGKB EFRGS, to the right of the fire. Next him sat Sir Weldon Mainwaring, KCB KCSIKNS FRHSGS, by Joseph Wilson, BCHFR CP FRSE, but the 3rd man. In the 4th chair sat the Honorable Stanley Bilkimbus. By Joe, drawled Sir Henry Faber, do you know it is just 5 years this week since we have all met at the same time in the club? Then, however, we had a 5th. Where is he? Still shooting at lions and hitting monkeys. Old Gray always was a bad shot. I shall not forget the time when he shot a keeper in the leg. It cost £50. Yes, where is Alison Gray? Belchambers asked Wilson. He was a good sort, but he always was a murderer. Belchambers, the man appeared too, did not join in the laughter which escaped from the lips of the other three. Poor old Alison Gray has gone west, he said quietly. Immediately the faces of the others assumed a solemn look. You mean to say, said Mainwaring, I'm sorry, how did it happen? It is the first I have heard about this, said Faber. The last I heard about him was that he was sailing for Liberia. Did he die out there? Or was he? He made an eloquent gesture which spoke for itself. Alison Gray is not alive, and that is all I can tell you. He didn't die naturally, and he certainly was not killed. That, if I may say so, joined in Mainwaring, sounds like a paradox. But how do you know? Because, answered Belchambers, I was with him when his spirit left this earth. I will tell you the story. He paused, and then he sat up suddenly, and leaning over to Sir Baden Mainwaring, he said sharply, Mainwaring, do you believe in mesmerism? Before he answered, Mainwaring thought for a few seconds. If you ask me whether I really believe that one person can mesmerize another, with my experience of the Indian natives, I say emphatically yes. In my belief, the so-called wonderful Indian rope trick is nothing but a hypnotic suggestion to the audience who imagine something that never happens. You were two words, hypnotic suggestion, Mainwaring, are the two words I have been hunting for. Listen, and I will tell you of the passing of Alison Gray. The men leaned back comfortably in their chairs, and as a waiter came in answer to their ring, Wilson ordered a fresh supply of liquors. They soon arrived, and then the three of these men listened to a tale that enthralled even hardened travelers such as they. As the tale unfolded, their cigars died out, and the liquors remained untouched. It was about 18 months ago, started Belchambers, that I determined to make a trip into the interior of Liberia. As a matter of fact, my reason for making this trip was that during my previous travels in Liberia, I had heard that in a certain village not far from the Niger, in the Mandingo country, the natives had a new fetish which was causing an extraordinary amount of interest, not only to the village itself and its neighbors, but for many miles around. As the majority of villages have their own particular fetishes and their own witch doctors, it occurred to me that it must indeed be something out of the ordinary to excite such a commotion. It was said that there were pilgrimages being made every week from villages as far distant as 50 miles to see the wonderful fetish. In due course, I had all preparations completed, and having hired 20 men as porters, I made a start. Of course, it took me quite a time to get near my destination, but I noticed that the nearer I got to Windina, the name of the village at which the fetish resided, the quieter and the more secretive were the natives. Neither could my boys get any information as to what the fetish was. One day I happened to strike the Epphisi village of Kinko, and having duly presented the chief with a present, I was shown to the guest house, and here I lay down and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, I was awakened by one of my boys, who reported that one of the villagers wanted urgently to speak to me. I saw the villager and learned that Nuguni, the chief, was dying and had sent for me to save him. I went to see Nugumi and found his face screwed up in pain. "Oh, masters," he groaned when he saw me, "I am dying of sickness. Chief, save me and I will do all you ask me." I soon diagnosed his trouble and found that all he wanted was a dose of castor oil, which I always carry about with me for cases of this sort, which are frequent. This I administered and told him he would not die before dawn, and that I would see him just 1 hour after the sea cock had crowed. I kept my promise, and of course his pain had gone. Chief, he said, you have saved me with your nasty abominations. I will keep my word. Command me, and you shall have all my 7 daughters as your wives. I hastily explained that I did not wish his 7 daughters as my wives, as I did not feel inclined to marry, but he could oblige me by giving me some information concerning the new fetish of Rendina. His face fell when I asked him this, but he kept his word. "Oh, master," he began, "5 months ago I and Negasi, the witch doctor, and some of the elders of the village made a pilgrimage to Vendina to offer a prayer to the new god and take presents. O chief, I may not tell you of what I saw, for it is death to any white man to see the god. For it is said that when a white man sees the god of Vendina, then shall terrible calamity descend on the Mandigo people. Can you not tell me, Noguni, what the god is like, whether it is small or large? O master, I should die if I told you, for Mebina, the witch doctor of Vendina, would order me to die." At this I pondered to myself, for I could see that I could extract no more information from Noguni. I must unconsciously have been thinking aloud, for while I was wondering whether they would dare kill a white man for seeing the fetish, Noguni broke in on my thought. "Master, they would indeed kill any white man who saw the god, for already 1 white man is waiting death, which will come when the new moon begins. He but touched the house in which bears the new god. What say you, Noguni? How they dared set hands on a nuclear white man?" My face must have betrayed my anger, for Noguni looked frightened. "Master, that is what I have heard. Under these circumstances, it devolved upon me to rescue the white man, whoever he might be. For some days I traveled through the bush, and then, crossing through an extremely thick belt of forest, I approached Vendina. I sent one of my white boys forward with some handsome presents for the chief, and also a present for the fetish. He soon returned with the insolent message that I must not enter the village, but that Babyoni would condescend to come to meet me. Presently arrived some Vendina boys with reciprocal presents, and a message to the effect that Babyoni was on his way. He arrived a few minutes later with a retinue of warriors and wives and the elders of the villages. On seeing my party, they halted. I stepped forward, and Babyoni did the same. "Chief," I said, "wherefore am I bidden not to enter your village when I come on a peaceful errand, and have sent you presents?" "Master," he replied, "you know of the new god of Vendina, and you would set eyes on the god, but the good god has communicated to Mebana that no white man may defile its presence, and wherefore to good Mebana, the witch doctor, comes this madness, that he bids the white man begone. O Babyoni, you know the power of the white man, and if you kill one, then will come many hundreds of others with sticks of fire, which go pop pop pep, and will kill many score with a stick of lightning. Then your good god would blame Babyoni for their deaths." He was visibly impressed by my ratings of the powers of the European, and least of all did he like the mention of the blame being put on his shoulders by the good god. Seeing this, I pursued my advantage still farther. "Babyoni, the stick of fire which goes pop pop pop, has whispered into my ears that there lies in your village a white man." His eyes fell before mine, and he shifted uneasily from one foot to another. "Master, I know not of what you speak. Babyoni, That stick of fire which goes pop 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 has whispered into my ears that when the new moon begins, that white man will be sacrificed to the good God, because the white man began to lay his hands on the building of the good God. Furthermore, if that white man die, then will come many white men, and the gun will go pop pop pop, and many lives will be lost. Master, he replied in a weak voice, the gun which goes pop 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 has told you wrongly. Babyoni, already I hear the popping of the gun and see many natives dying. I see many white men seizing Babyoni, and they throw a rope over the tree, and Babyoni is hanging by the neck. Master, he shall be released. Babyoni will invite me into the village. Master, Babyoni wishes you to stay in Vindina. In due course, and with proper solemnity, I marched into the village with my 20 white boys. We were greeted with scowls, but were not molested, and I was shown to the guest house. Soon a messenger arrived asking me to meet Babyoni. I followed the messenger, and we arrived at a meeting of the villagers. Seated in a big chair was Babyoni, who was surrounded by his wives and elders of the village. At his right hand was the chief witch doctor, who I judged, and rightly, as I afterward found, to be Mbena. Squatting in a semicircle round the chair were the natives of the village. "Oh, master," cried Babyoni when he saw me approaching, "I have invited you hither in order that you might tell the gun that goes pop 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 that the white man is to be released. Fetch the white man." I was watching Mbena's face as Babyoni said this, and if ever I saw a face containing a look of cruel vindictiveness and cunning, it was then. I trembled for the white man. There was a stir as some of the natives returned with the captive. I did not recognize the dirty face and the unkempt appearance, till the prisoner gave a cheery laugh, and then I knew I was face to face with Alison Gray. The speaker paused, and there was a quietness in the smoking room. Not a sound was heard until Mainwaring found his cigar was out and struck a match to relight it. Wilson, suddenly discovering a waiter at his side, saying, "Did you ring, sir?" knew then that it was the fourth time the question had been asked, but the other 3 times it had not reached his consciousness. "No," he said irritably, and waved him away, but a voice came from behind the four. "Yes, John, Akurekoa." The four looked up, and to their surprise found several of the members had come in during the story and had drawn up to listen. "Go on, Bay Chambers. Don't mind us. We won't interrupt," said one of the newcomers, and he went on. "But you were all so absorbed that you did not notice me, and I was so interested I took the liberty of listening." "That's all right," said Bedchambers with a faraway look in his eyes. Presently he continued, "You can imagine what a surprise I had when I found that the white man I had rescued was our old friend Alison Gray. 'Hullo, old chap,' he yelled over to me in English. 'You didn't expect to find me here, did you? Say, do, who won the derby?' You all know the kind of ass Gray was, but he was no coward. I think he would have made a joke with his executioner had he ever been hung." Babyuni now spoke. "White man," he said to Gray, "you, who put hands on the sacred building of the good God, you should have died. Ah, and you would have died on the first night of the new moon as Miara the lion uttered his first hunting call, if Chief Belchambers had not told me of the gun which goes pop pop pop. Had you set eyes on the good God, nothing would have saved you, or the good God would have protected us from the pop 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 gun." All would have been well now, for Grey was free, and Babyuni in a good temper. We could have left at once, and Grey would have lived to have told this tale. But like the cheerful idiot he always was, as usual he put his foot in it. "Ah!" he cried, and snapped his fingers. "I don't care that much for your blessed old guard. It can't harm me." Pandemonium broke loose, for the natives rose up with a shrill yell, and in another moment they would have rushed us both. Neither of us would have lived another second, but Babyuni and Mbana halted them just in time. "Peace," called out Babyuni in a huge voice. "I have granted the white man his liberty." The natives sullenly squatted once more, but many went the scowls that Grey received. Then Mbana spoke. "Listen, white man," he said in quiet tones. "Listen, you who put hands on the house of the good God, and look at me." Grey looked him in the eyes, his lips and nose sneering. Mbana's glance caught and fixed his eyes to his own, and Grey stood there bound by a stronger will than his to look into Mbana's eyes, while Mbana in slow monotonous tones recited the following. "Listen, O doomed white man, listen to the Eric of Mbana, the witch doctor, the devil doctor, the right hand of Babyuni, the chosen of the Vindina, and servant of the good God. Listen to me. I say, by the trace of Babyuni, chief of the Vindina in the Mandingo country, you, who have mocked the good God, shall suffer. No native hand shall touch you, for we fear the pop gun, but you shall die. Yes, you shall choke to death. On the fourth night shall you fear much and sleep not. On the second night less fear shall you feel, and on the third be quite easy, and mock the good God once more. But on the fourth night you shall dream of being choked, and wake to find it but a dream. Then shall you rejoice. On the fifth night once more you shall dream, and once more wake still to feel the fingers choking. On the sixth night no sleep shall you get for the fear which will consume you, and on the seventh night, when the new moon rises for the first time, then shall the unseen fingers of the good God strangle you till breath ceases, and you will know the power of the good God. Chief Bedchamber shall live, for he respects the good God, and the good God is pleased with the presents which the chief sent. That says Mbana, the witch doctor, the devil doctor, the right hand of Babyuni, and the chosen of the Vindina, the servant of the good God. The chant came to an end, and Grey shivered, and I could see the sweat pouring from his forehead. Slowly he turned away, and in his eyes I saw a great fear. We left Vindina soon afterward, and made for the coast again. Poor Grey never said a word for us. The white boys also were quiet, and every now and again would give a pitying glance at Grey. Night came at last, and we camped. Grey's nerve had gone, and he could scarcely eat, and he would keep on casting frightened glances over his shoulder as if fearing an attack. The fire could not be made hot enough for him. Huddled in his blankets, he sat there moaning. I tried to buck him up, but when I spoke, he only looked at me blankly, as if he did not understand what I was saying. It was some time before I fell asleep, and he was still awake then. The next morning he was better, more like his old self, and when breakfast was over, he was laughing and joking with his old abandon. He tried to shoot a bluebell hartebeest which we saw, and with his old clumsiness hit something which squeaked quite 10 yards away from the object. He kept lively during the day, but as evening approached he became quieter. Once more we tamped, and he exhibited the same symptoms as on the previous evening, but to a lesser degree, and I had the satisfaction of seeing him fall asleep before I too joined him in the paradise of rest. I need say nothing about the next day or even the next night, for he was just as you all knew him, a jolly carefree devil, as brave as you made them, and as careless as a Yasiri hippopotamus. By this time, he was ridiculing all that had happened in Vendina and treating it all as a huge joke, just as Mbana had said he would. I must admit, however, that I, too, really did not feel any real alarm, because I did not see how a man could be strangled without the aid of a human agency, and it was only natural that the queer effect which the witch doctor's recitation had had on us should wear off with the passing of time. Therefore, on the third night, Alison Gray mocked the good God and defied it to do its worst. On the fourth day, we reached Nagoni's village again. His surprise at seeing Alison Gray still alive was only exceeded by his admiration for me for having effected the release of the white man, as it was after 3 o'clock, and we had been traveling continuously for 7 days. I decided to stop the night in the village, so we lay down on blankets in the guest house, which I will admit was kept decidedly cleaner than the majority of such places. The rest of the day we strolled round the village and talked to the villagers. When I went to bed, I had a comfortable feeling that the episode of the Vendina village was completely over. It seemed as though I had scarcely closed my eyes when I felt a rough shaking at my shoulder and sprang up to find it was Gray waking me. Not in the best of humor at this summary awakening, I asked him for the devil he wanted in a somewhat angry voice, but when I looked at his eyes, what I saw there made me soften, for there was the fear of death in them. "My God, Belchambus!" he shouted, and there was an awful ring in his voice. "Who has been in this place?" I struck a match, and by its flickering light found that with the exception of our two selves, the room was empty. "No one?" I replied, and thus questioned him in turn. "What ails you, man?" Having satisfied himself that the hut really was empty and that no one apparently had entered, he calmed down and went on to tell me that soon after he had fallen asleep, he dreamed that Mbana had entered the hut and putting his knees on his great chest had clutched him by the throat and commenced throttling him. I persuaded him that it was nothing but a dream, and at length he fell asleep again. The next day we bid Nagoni adieu, and I really believe he was sorry we were going, for he had taken a liking to me. He was not a bad sort either, and his sense of humor was undoubtedly strong, even for the natives, who are as a whole decidedly humorous, although perhaps some of their more subtle humor would not appeal to the European taste. Nogoni advised me to sleep at a village at which his sister's husband was chief, and as it was comparatively on my way, I decided to do so, and one of Nogoni's men came with us. During the march, Dre several times referred to his dream of the previous night, and in some uncanny way it depressed him, for his spirits were very low, although why a bad dream should depress a person for the following 24 hours is beyond my comprehension. Having found Nogoni's sister's husband, we slept at his village. Grace seemed a bit afraid to go to sleep, but after some persuasion, I made him realize that no one could get in without my hearing, and to appease him, I set one of my white boys on guard outside the door. Several hours afterward, I was awakened by terrible screams. Jumping up hurriedly, I lit a torch and rushed over to Gray. "Drag him off, Stanley," he yelled, "the beggar's choking me. I can't breathe. His voice sank to a husky whisper, while his hands clawed at his throat. I rubbed my eyes, but there was no one to be seen. I shook Gray by the shoulders, and his antics ceased, and sanity returned into his eyes. He grasped hold of my hand as a drowning man would grasp a straw and sob. "Stanley," he moaned, "why didn't you kill him?" "Who?" I asked. "Mbena. He was on my chest choking me." I examined him for signs of malaria, but could find no trace of fever. "My dear old Allison," I said to him gently, "no one has been in his house since we both came together." And I called the white boy, who corroborated my statement. I decided that we had been marching too much, and the heat was affecting Gray's brain, so I made up my mind to stop for 3 days at the village we were in. I forget its name at the moment. Gray seemed rather glad. The following morning he was even more depressed than the day before, and he just sat and shivered the whole day long. When night came, he begged of me not to go to sleep, and to oblige him I said I wouldn't. But my flesh or brain was stronger than my willpower, and I fell asleep. Nothing awakened me, however, but when I awoke in the morning, I found Gray had not slept a wink the whole night through, and his eyes had sunk in and his cheeks were hollow. He clung to me like a little child, and when the white boy brought some breakfast in, he scarcely had strength to lift the spoon to his mouth, and half of the food sloped over the side and messed down his trousers. In vain I tried to cheer him up and tell him we would soon reach the coast and then England. Nothing could move him, and he just clung to me and moaned and sobbed. "Don't let him come tonight, Stanley. Shoot him if he comes near. For God's sake, protect me." And that is how he kept on the whole day long. I offered him a native-made cigarette made by one of my white boys out of native tobacco, but he turned it round and round in his fingers and looked at it as if he had never before seen a cigarette. When I placed it in his mouth and lit it, he puffed at it 2 or 3 times and then threw it away. The long day dragged painfully on and on. The midday meal was brought in, and this time Gray would not touch it. As the afternoon drew on, his mind partly broke, and he took me for Mbena and seized my throat. I struggled in vain. With the strength of a madman he treated me like a baby, and had it not been for some of my boys entering at the sound of the struggle, my life would have been ended there and then. This I treated as a lesson, and so I arranged for 6 of my boys to stay up and look after him during the night. As darkness fell, he recovered his sanity and also his fears, and he cowered in a corner, covering his face with his arms. The night dragged on slowly. All the surrounding jungle was awake, and I could hear the animals uttering their different hunting cries. Instinctively, I waited for the roars of the lion. Once I heard him giving a long wailing cry as he called for his cubs and mates to follow him, and I looked sharply over to Gray, but nothing happened. Then suddenly, arising above all other sounds of the jungle, I heard the roars of His Majesty as he hunted, and it sounded like the deep reverberating roars of distant thunder. "My God, my throat! He is at my throat!" Gray yelled out, and a faint beam of the new moon shone through a crack in the door. He threw himself on the floor, rolled about in wild paroxysms, and clawed at his own throat. "Get hold of his arms," I shouted to the terrified boys. They did so, and it required all our combined strength to hold him down. There was a gurgle in his throat, and his eyes rolled fearfully. Then, as the loud roar of the lion died away, I heard the death rattle in Allison's throat. I struck a match and on the skin were two purple blotches, just as if grave as anger to it. "A jolly fine yacht, but a pure coincidence," said one of the members who had been listening. "Perhaps," answered Bechenbers slowly. End of section 20. The phone. His eyes were bulging, horror-struck. His cheeks were gray. Beads of perspiration stood out on his forehead. "God," he whispered hoarsely. "That voice. Godfrey's." He climbed to his feet and a fit of trembling seized him as he made his way across the study. The beat of his heart felt strangely feeble. It hurt. Of a sudden, things went black. His knees sagged under him. With an agonized cry, he clutched at the mantel atop the hearth and, missing, stumbled into the arms of a chair. In the light of the fire, he looked like a corpse, but his eyes were open. A voice in his brain insisted steadily, "Godfrey is dead. Godfrey is dead." Outside, a gale was blowing. The chatter of hail against the window panes came in sweeping gusts. The windows rattled in their sashes. The wind prowled and muttered along the eaves as though jealous of the flaming logs on the hearth inside. Yet Anthony Bain heard none of it. With wildly distended eyes, he stared through the fire, tense, unseeing, conscious only of a soul-racking fear. A fear of the kind that tortures and destroys. That voice on the phone had said it 9. Slowly he raised his head. His nerves were shattered. A satanic patchwork of writhing tentacles seemed to have replaced them. He leaned heavily on the table at his side and gulped some liquor from a pocket flask. He drained the flask, and his heart began to pound, and the unnatural flush stole through the ashes in his cheeks. With an effort, he dragged himself erect and started pacing back and forth before the hearth, fighting madly for control over mind and body. What was it the voice had said? "Don't leave the house, Tony. I want to see you. Alone." That had been all. No name. But he had recognized the voice of Godfrey Allen, so softly commanding and confident. And yet, he had to believe Godfrey Allen was dead. It was now 4 years, 5 almost, since he had last set eyes on Godfrey. They had been hunting big game together down in the wilds of Africa, and had pushed far up along the Zambezi into the very heart of northern Rhodesia. Here they had come upon Todd Harrington, friend, hunter, explorer, and his well-known string of gun-bearers encamped along the stream. "Boys," Todd had said in his eager manner, "my blacks have been spilling some wild tales about a tribe of fire worshippers not so many moons ahead. They refuse to go a step farther. Superstitious as hell. What say you? Shall we 3 push along and have a look-see?" Godfrey had been willing. Tony had not. "But, you 2 go," he had begged. "I'm all in. This damnable heat has got me. I'll wait for you here and rest up." Next day, Tony had helped his friends with their preparations, had even accompanied them some distance into the wilds of that little-known region ahead. Not far, to be sure, less than a half-mile upstream. There he had wished them luck, as any pal would, had left them, and returned to camp. This in spite of the heat. Both Godfrey and Todd had wondered, but had they witnessed Tony's return, their amazement would have been unbounded. Panting, disheveled and bleeding from numerous cuts, he had stumbled into camp, carrying a horrible tale of cannibalism and death. Their deaths, Godfrey's and Todd's, to the ears of the gullible blacks. Camp had been broken immediately, frantically in fact, for the blacks had been eager to put that dreaded region far behind them. 2 months later, with his tale of death carefully matured, Tony had returned to the States, seeking the presence of a certain Joan, Godfrey's Joan by betrothal. To her, in a low, sad voice, he had recounted his tale, adding many words of comfort, some of praise for Godfrey's heroism. Joan had believed, and after the first heart-rending shock had spent itself, she had pressed his hand, moved by the loyalty of this best of friends. You did all that you could to save him, Tony. I shall never forget. Tony had bowed his head. No more than any pal would, Joan, had been his answer. Godfrey was much like a brother. I'd willingly give my life to bring him back. A studied declaration that Joan had been impressed, and throughout the ensuing year, her regard for Tony had grown apace. No word had ever seeped out of Africa, yet Tony had bided his time with cunning patience. And in the end, cunning won. Joan, the desirable, had married him. But now, that voice on the phone, like a voice from beyond. Godfrey? Anthony Bain shivered, but his nerves had abated somewhat. With a sudden, furtive movement, he sprang to the table and pulled out a drawer. His fingers closed on the cold steel of an automatic. A false sense of security, drug-like in quality, pervaded his body as he transferred the weapon to a pocket in his coat. A cunning gleam entered his eyes. If Godfrey Allen lived. A gentleman to see you, sir. Anthony Bain started. Cheeves, the butler, was standing in the doorway. He would give no name, sir. A stranger, Cheeves. Yes, sir. I believe so, sir. And Cheeves had known Godfrey. The master of the house considered this for a moment, hoping against reason that Cheeves was right. His hand never left his pocket. Has Mrs. Bain returned yet, Cheeves? No, sir. She left word with Suzanne not to expect her before 1. Anthony Bain's heart was surprisingly steady now. His lips were still pale, but grim. If Godfrey Allen lived. He drew some bills from his vest pocket and handed them to Cheeves. I want you and Suzanne to take the night off. Ugly weather, but you may use the sedan. Understand? Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Bain. Shall I show this stranger up here? Anthony Bain nodded. When Cheeves had gone, he planted himself in front of the hearth with his back to the fire and waited. One hand was clenched tightly at his side. The other was still in his pocket. Both of them were cold. Sounded a muffled footstep from the corridor without, and in spite of himself, his heart gave a surge. He stiffened perceptibly as a dark form appeared in the doorway. Good evening, Tony. Anthony Bain stared, hesitated, then laughed hysterically, with the relief of a murderer who has been unjustly pardoned. He had to. His relaxing nerves commanded it. Short, thin, and uncommonly pale, the stranger framed in the doorway bore no resemblance to Godfrey Allen. His face was drawn, seamed, haggard, his eyes hollowed and ringed. He gave one the impression of having aged prematurely through some uncanny process of shrinkage. He displayed no emotion whatever over the unusual greeting accorded him, merely gazed disinterestedly, waiting. Lord, man, chuckled Anthony Bain, you gave me a start. I thought for a moment. Of Godfrey Allen? Anthony Bain's eyes grew big and round. He noticed it now. That voice, Godfrey's, low, rich, and well modulated. It possessed that same touch of confidence which had always been so fascinating in his one-time friend. Said the voice, You don't seem to know me, Tony. I am not surprised. One changes a lot in 5 years, especially when one has been through hell. Anthony Bain stared at the shrunken stranger, stared at his haggard face and into his hollowed eyes, where he caught a familiar glint of eagerness which had been characteristic of a man he had almost forgotten. Todd Harrington, he whispered, and his hand crept back to his coat pocket. Todd smiled, a cracking sort of a smile, and advanced farther into the room. At last, said he, extending his arm, it's fine to be welcomed by a friend. Come, give me your hand, Tony. Slowly, Anthony Bain raised his hand, his free one, and Todd took it in both his own. But there was no warmth in the clasp. It was merely a contact, deliberate, studied. Todd held the hand for a moment or two, pressed it mechanically, smiled again, and then let it go. This done, he turned his back on Anthony Bain and pulled a chair closer to the fire. Not any too warm in here, Tony, said he, opening his hands to the blaze. Hear that wind? Come, gather round, man, and act sociable. Want a cigarette? Anthony Bain hesitated and slid slowly into the chair opposite. He accepted a cigarette and lit it at the flaring match which Todd held out. A certain indefinable terror had gripped his heart. We thought you were dead, he finally managed. His tongue felt thick and dry. Todd blew a cloud of smoke into the fire. Some of us can stand a lot. Others can't. I belong in the first group, fortunately. Not so sure about that word. He reflected. Sometimes I think it's the man who cracks and goes under who's the fortunate one. He skips at least a part of hell. He flicked his ashes into the blazing logs and turned suddenly. His eyes bored straight into those of Anthony Bain. You know, Tony, there is such a thing as hell on earth. For a moment, only their glances met, and then Anthony Bain's glance fell. He toyed nervously with his cigarette, scarcely able to conceal the panic that shook his body. Todd Harrington saw it, and his eyes narrowed. A queer smile barely curled the corners of his mouth. Would you care to hear about that hell of ours, Godfrey's and mine? Anthony Bain murmured some reply. He scarcely knew what. His brain was beset by a number of battling demons: indecision, fright, uncertainty. One finger was still crooked around the trigger of the weapon in his pocket. After a moment of silence, he ventured a furtive glance at Todd, who had turned away and was staring thoughtfully into the fire. Finally, Todd spoke. Tony, said he without shifting his eyes, you won't like this tale of mine. It's not a thing of beauty. Hell was never meant to be. But it will make you think softly. It will help you to imagine, possibly feel, some of those awful agonies. It will, Tony, if you still have a part of your God-given soul. Anthony Bain's lips went white. He half rose in his chair, murder in his heart, but he sank back again, weak and trembling. A strange fascination filmed his eyes as he riveted them on Todd. Todd never moved. It all started with Bimini, he declared after a moment's pause. Strange how often a woman's hand unwittingly opens the gate to hell. In the very beginning there was Eve. Bimini was our Eve, Godfrey's and mine. She wasn't a beauty, not according to a white man's standard. You wouldn't have cared for her, Tony. Yet she was perfectly formed, far from repulsive, and young. Had you seen her come tearing out of the jungle like a frightened animal, you might have fallen at that. She looked like anything but a heathen native, with her big, startled eyes and bronze-colored body. It was that peculiar coloring of her skin, much like a white man's tan, that made me wary. My blacks had warned me, and I reminded Godfrey of the fact. But Godfrey always did have a heart as big as a house. When he saw the girl collapse on the edge of the jungle, nothing could restrain him. He ran across to her, and I followed at a distance. I saw her try to crawl to her feet and fall back again as though from weakness. In her side was a long, gaping wound, still fresh and dripping. It looked like the rip of a tiger's claw. Godfrey picked her up and carried her down to the river. He bathed the wound, a horrible sight it was, Tony, and applied some iodine from the sack on his back. Most people would have fainted from the pain of it. Bimini never winced. In her eyes were only wonder and fear. I prayed for some sign of pain, prayed for Godfrey's sake, but she only stared, childlike, first at Godfrey, at his deeply tanned arms, then at me, then down at her own bronzed body. I knew what it meant. She herself had noted the similarity of the coloring. I called it to Godfrey's attention. The girl had no pain, no physical sensation whatever. My Kaffirs were right. Rot, murmured Godfrey, and never paused in his task. You've absorbed some of that Kaffir superstition, Todd. She is simply scared stiff, maybe over us. We are different, you know. Far from satisfied, I studied her narrowly, and my eyes settled on her fingers. My heart almost stopped. Those fingers were black and shriveled like jointed sticks of charcoal. Godfrey had called it rot, and the words seemed horribly applicable. A sickening despair clutched my stomach. I wanted to turn and run, but I couldn't leave Godfrey. He, too, had noticed those unsightly fingers, for he gave vent to a sudden exclamation and swayed backward on his heels. I can still see that puzzled frown in his eyes. He seemed so utterly helpless, bewildered. Suddenly there came a voice from the nearby jungle. "Bimini," it called, quite clearly. The girl gave a startled cry and shrank close to Godfrey as though for protection. Instinctively, I turned toward our camp. Too late to reach the rifles. Before I could move, we were surrounded by dozens of near-naked savages. Big, silent fellows they were, all armed with spears. And they were black, the natural black of the country, except for hideous daubs of red and yellow with which they had stained their bodies. In spite of their ferocious appearance, there was a certain amount of gravity and awe in their bearing as they looked us over from head to foot. Had my automatic been in working order, there might have been a different story to tell. But it was jammed, useless. So was Godfrey's. Todd's voice went harsh. "You know all about that, Tony," he added bitterly. Anthony Bain did know. His was the hand that had jammed those guns. "But no matter," exclaimed Todd with a dismissing wave of his hand. The trick was done. We had to make the best of it. I tried to walk straight through that mob of savages, hoping to reach the rifles, but was stopped by a number of spear points in my ribs. It wasn't pleasant. I fell back again, and our captors started jabbering among themselves. Jabbering and gesticulating freely. Sounded like a wartime palaver. A number of times I caught the word "Mabwit Tiramo," and recalled having heard my Kaffirs use the phrase in their tales of the fire worshippers. Chosen of the fire god, that's what it meant. Apparently Godfrey and I were among the elect. Grimly. At this point Todd paused and lit another cigarette. He seemed to have forgotten about Anthony Bain, who had been hanging feverishly on every word, waiting for the death of Godfrey Allen, waiting for that and something more, something that his frightened brain could scarcely fathom. Todd took a puff or two on his cigarette and then continued. Things looked bad, horribly so. Godfrey realized this fact as well as I, for he whispered to me under cover of the general palaver. "Todd," said he, "it isn't easy to believe those gruesome tales, but I want you to play safe. One of us must get back to Tony. Joan must know." I understood, and something caught in my throat at the sight of Godfrey facing the unholy possibilities of the future with that big, firm heart of his. Suddenly, the largest of our captors raised his spear on high, and the palaver ended abruptly. He spat out some commands, and those near us prodded us with their weapons and pointed upstream. We started marching. It wasn't far to that accursed village of theirs, only a half-hour trudge through the bush, and it was made in silence. I watched our captors closely, struck by the absence of all hostility. They were as solemn as so many owls, and noticeably careful about keeping their distance from Bimini, Godfrey, and me. Several of them ran on ahead, and as we neared the village, we were greeted by the eerie beating of tom-toms. Our captors broke into a wild sort of chant, and I knew what it meant. This was the beginning of some devilish religious rite. In the center of the village was a long, low structure, which I knew for a Mabwidi hut, the African house of worship. They led us around to the rear of the hut, where, before a small door in the wall, two of the biggest blacks I have ever seen stood guard. The door was opened, and Bimini entered. Godfrey and me they had to jam in with the ends of their spears. Would to God I had let them kill me then and there. This was the entrance to hell itself. The door closed behind us. A nauseating stench assailed my nostrils, the putrid odor of decayed flesh. I thought of Bimini's blackened fingers and shuddered in the darkness. All about me I could feel the living presence of many beings, and as my eyes grew accustomed to the gloom, I could see them. Humans they were, some standing, motionless, some squatting on their haunches, others huddled on the ground. Ominous, brooding shadows, living corpses, all of them. What loathsome sights the light of the sun might have revealed in that unholy den of disease, I could only conjecture. But the smell of rotting flesh was pungently eloquent. Outside in the long auditorium of the hut, the sounding tom-toms maintained their steady cadence. The sing-song chant of the natives was fairly deafening. Through a tiny crack in the wall, I looked out upon the scene, and my blood almost froze at the ghastliness of it. The darkness of night had fallen, but the interior of the hut was illuminated by a huge bonfire blazing in the center, and dozens of flaring torches stuck in the ground at regular intervals down both sides of the structure. Between these torches and the walls, the shrieking savages were ranged, their bodies streaked and daubed with various colors. They looked like a troop of devils conjured from the lower regions to celebrate some diabolical rite. Around the blazing fire in the center, a number of hideously appareled Mubwiti men were dancing, twisting and distorting their bodies in the most fantastic manner. Suddenly, one of them paused and let out an ear-piercing scream. A dead silence ensued. "Mubwiti Ramo," he shrieked, and the entire assemblage took up the cry. "Mubwiti Ramo." The din was hideous. They were calling for us, the chosen ones. A narrow slit of a door leading into the interior of the hut opened. Those brooding shadows all about me started moving, stealthily. I pressed my body against the wall and raised my hands above my head. The slightest contact with one of those ghostly forms would have been disastrous. Whatever the disease, I knew it was deadly. The door closed and that terrifying movement about me ceased. I lowered my hands and for the first time discovered my body wet with sweat. As the chosen ones filed out, a weird sort of chant was set up outside. I glued my eyes to the crack in the wall, but only for a moment. That glimpse was awful, insufferable, Tony. About a dozen of those wretched creatures were moving slowly down through the center of the hut to where their fire god was sending out licking tongues of flame as though in greeting. I say they were moving, Tony, but the manner of their progress is indescribable. Only a few walked upright. Those few had great patches of scaly black on their otherwise bronze-colored bodies. The rest were crawling and sliding along the ground in the most hideous fashion, their limbs having rotted away to only short, blackened stumps. I saw the leader reach the fire. I saw the flames envelop him, and he made no outcry. Even as I turned from the loathsome sight, I could taste the burning odor of charred flesh on my tongue. The fire god was claiming his own. How long I stood there staring, horrified, into the darkness, I do not know. I was only partly conscious of that eerie chant and of that insupportable stench. Then, suddenly, I heard Godfrey's voice close to me. It was hoarse. "Todd," he whispered, "I'm going to burn this god-forsaken hole. In the confusion, you ought to make good your escape." A terrible weakness assailed me. I could scarcely frame the question that trembled on my lips. Godfrey struck a match, and I saw, with sinking heart, that which I had feared. The tips of his fingers were black. Black, Tony, black as coals. He applied the tiny flame to his knuckles, burned them, and never winced. "Tell Joan there was no suffering, Todd," he whispered. "I am going to stay. I must." Todd's voice fell away, ceased. The room was silent, except for the crackling logs on the hearth. Then, "Godfrey is dead," came a straggling whisper from Anthony Bain. Todd nodded, and something much like a sob escaped his lips. For a moment, he gazed ahead with dull, unseeing eyes, and then his head fell forward on his chest. His hands dropped limply at his sides. He was motionless. In the chair opposite, Anthony Bain sat and stared. stared with wildly dilated eyes at Todd Harrington's dangling fingers, at the glowing stub of a cigarette held fast therein. He saw that creeping point of fire singe the skin, penetrate, and eat its way into the bone. Todd Harrington never winced. A cry of mortal agony filled the room. It came from the lips of Anthony Bain. Huddled in one corner of his chair, he raised his hands and stared at the widespread fingers, a look of insane terror in his eyes. "Damn you, Todd," he whispered hoarsely. "You knew." Todd Harrington never moved. Between his black scorched fingertips the cigarette still glowed. "You knew," screamed Anthony Bain, but his voice trailed away to a moan. And then that cowardly streak of his ran true to form. Slowly he drew his gun, pressed it to his temple, and fired. Todd Harrington raised his head. His eyes were filmed, his face distorted under the self-inflicted torture he endured. With a hasty gesture, he flung the cigarette far from him and nursed his pain-racked fingers. "Thank God for the pain of it," he murmured through clenched teeth. "And then, he's on his way, Godfrey. The last laugh is yours. Go to it." End of section 21. Read by Marissa D. 6, Clearwater, Florida, January 18th, 2025. Winslow Sanatorium. See what I found in the table drawers of 112, the patient who was discharged last evening. Do you suppose this horrible story can be true? The intern took the manuscript with a blaze air. He had read so many of these ravings in paper. "This one is really unusual," said the nurse, noticing his manner. "Please read it." Mildly interested, the intern began to read. "The story of a vampire. Why am I here in this place of madness, this house of diseased minds? Because of a cat. And it is a cat that takes me away from this place, to go to my death. And maybe this cat will follow on to haunt me in some other world, as it has in this, who knows? This doom had its beginning, as far as this life is concerned, when I was a boy, a lonely boy in my grandmother's house. My grandmother had a great yellow tartar cat that she loved as only a lonely old woman can love a cat. Perhaps it was because I was jealous of the love and attention my grandmother lavished on Toiwa, a boy's natural antipathy for anything that usurps the place he thinks is his by right. Or perhaps it was the same inborn cruelty, the same impish impulse to inflict suffering on a helpless down creature which I have observed in other boys. Anyway, with or without reason, I hated this self-complacent, supercilious animal that looked at me out of Topa's eyes with a look that seemed to see through and beyond me as if I did not exist. I hated her with a hatred that could be satisfied only with her death, and I thought and brooded for hours that should have been devoted to my studies, of ways and means to bring this death about. I must be fair to myself. Toiwa hated me too. I could sense it as I sat by my grandmother's chair before the fire and looked across at Toiwa, who lay in a chair on the opposite side. At such times I would always catch her watching me out of half-closed eyes, stealthily, furtively, never off her guard. If she lay in my grandmother's lap and I leaned over to stroke her beautiful yellow fur, I could feel her actually shrink from my hand, and she would never purr. Now she always did when my grandmother stroked her. Sometimes I would hold her on my lap and pretend that I loved her, but as I stroked her, my hands would itch and twitch with a desire to clench my hand in her satiny skin, and with the other hand choke her until she died. My desire to kill would become so overpowering that my breath would become hurried, my heart would beat almost to suffocation, and my face would flush. Usually my grandmother, noticing my reddened face, would glance up over her spectacles from the book she was reading and say, "What ails you, Robert? You look flushed and feverish. Perhaps the room is too warm for you. Put Toiwa down and run out in the air for a while." I would take Toiwa then, and holding her as tightly as I dared, and with my teeth clenched to restrain myself, I would put her on her cushion and go out. My grandfather had brought Toiwa, a little yellow fluffy amber-eyed kitten, home with him in his ship from that mysterious land washed by the Yellow Sea. And with Toiwa had come a strange tale of her taking, stolen from an old Buddhist monastery garden nestling among age-old pines beside the Grand Canal of China. About her neck was a beautifully wrought collar of flexible gold, with a dragon engraved along its length, together with many Chinese characters and set with stones of topaz and jade. The collar was made so as to allow for expansion as the need arose, so that Toiwa was never without her collar from her kittenhood to adult age. In fact, the collar could not be loosened without injury to the metal. One day, I descended into the kitchen with the cat in my arms and showed Charlie, our Chinese cook, who had sailed the 7 seas with my grandfather, the collar about her neck. The old Chinaman stared until his eyes started from his head, all the time making queer little noises in his throat. He rubbed his eyes and put on his great horn spectacles and stared again, muttering to himself. "What is it, Charlie?" I asked, surprised at the old man, who was usually so stoically calm. "These very glad words," he said at last, shaking his head cryptically. "Words no good for you, words good for the very glad cat. Gland Lama cat." "But what do the words say?" I urged. He mooned over the inscription for a long time, fingering the collar lovingly, while Toiwa lay passively in my arms and looked at him. "He say what I no can say good in English," he explained at last. "He say, death no can do, no can die. See, when Gland Lamb or cat wear these collar, no can die, nor can be kill him, just change from cat to some other thing. Monkey, tiger, horse, maybe man next time," he concluded vaguely. "He say, love me, I love you. Hate me, I hate you. No can say good in English what Chinese say, see?" And with this I had to be content for the time. Now I know the characters engraved on Toiwa's collar referred to a quotation from the 7th book of Buddha, which freely translated reads as follows: "That which is alive hath known death, and that which lives can never die. Death is not. There is only a changing from shape to shape, from life to life. Mayhap the despised animal walking in the dust of the road was one time king of Ind, or the consort of Genghis Khan. Do me no harm, protect me, O man, and I will protect thee. Feed me, O man, and I will feed thee. Love me, O man, and I will love thee. Hate me, and I will hate thee. Slay me, and I will slay thee. We be brothers, O man, thou and I, from life to life, from death to death, until nirvana be one." If I had only known then and stayed my hand, I would not now be haunted by this yellow terror that peers out at me from the dark, that follows after me with softly padding feet, never nearer, never receding until Toiwa was mated with another Tartar cat of high degree and became the mother of a kitten. And such a mother, only the hard heart made cruel by fear would remain unsoftened by the great cat's untiring devotion to her kitten. Everywhere she went, she carried it in her mouth, never leaving it alone for a moment, seeming to sense its danger from me, an abnormal hated cat. However, she seemed to relent even toward me if I happened to pass her chair when she was nursing the little creature. At such times, she would lay stretching out her legs, opening and shutting her great paws in a sort of ecstasy, purring her utter content. She would look at me, maternal pride and joy glowing in her yellow eyes, soft and lustrous now, the hate and suspicion of me crowded out by mother love. "Look," she seemed to say, "look at this wonderful thing I have created out of my body. Do you not love it?" I did not love it, no. On the contrary, it intensified my hate by adding another object to it. My grandmother added fuel to the fire by sending me out to the shops to buy delicacies for Toiwa and her kitten. Liverwurst and catnip for the mother, milk and cream for the kitten. "Robert, my son," she would say to me, all unaware of my hatred, "do you know we have quite a royal family with us? These wonderful cats are descended in an unbroken line from the cats of the royal household of Genghis Khan. The records were kept in the Buddhist monastery from which Toiwa came." "How did grandfather get her?" I asked. "Do not ask me, child." The old lady smiled. "He told me only that he stole her in a spirit of bravado from the garden of his ancient Buddhist monastery when egged on to do so by his friends. They were spending an idle week exploring the ancient towns along the Grand Canal of China and were attracted by the beautiful Tartar cats in this garden. It seemed the Buddhist monks reared these cats as a sort of religious duty. Your grandfather always believed that a Buddhist curse of some sort went with Toiwa after a Chinese merchant translated the Chinese characters on her collar for him, and he often said he wished that he had not whisked her into the pocket of his big sou'wester jacket while the priests were not looking. Myself, I do not believe in these superstitious curses and omens, so I would not let him take the collar off. In fact, he could not do it. It was so cunningly riveted. He always feared some evil would come from the cat, but I have found her a great comfort and a thing to love." And she would hold out her hands to Toiwa, and the great cat would leap in her lap and rub her head lovingly against my grandmother's neck. After that I feared Toiwa more than ever. This fear was an intangible, elusive thing. I could not understand it or analyze it, but it was very real. If I wandered about the dim old passageways of my grandmother's ancient house, or explored the dusty, cobwebby rooms, there seemed always to follow after me the soft padding sound of Toiwa's paws. Following, always following after me, but never coming nearer, always just beyond where I could see. It was maddening, always to have following after me the stealthy, soft, almost inaudible sound of padded feet. I could never wind free from it within the house. In my bedroom, sitting alone before the fire with the door locked and bolted, every corner of the room previously explored, the bed looked under, I would always feel that she was sitting there behind me, watching me out of vigilant yellow eyes, eyes that were full of suspicion and hate, waiting, watching, for what? I did not know. I only feared. Out of this fear grew many unreal terrors. I came to believe that Toiwa was waiting a favorable chance to spring on me from behind or when I was asleep, and to dig her great curved claws into my throat, tearing and rending it in her hate. I became so possessed by this fear that I fashioned a leather collar for myself that fitted well up under my ears and around my neck. I wore this always when I was alone in my room and when I slept, gaining some sense of security thereby. But in the night time, no one can know what I, a lonely boy, suffered then. My eyes would no sooner close in drowsy weariness when the stealthy padding of Toiwa's footsteps would begin. I could hear them coming softly, up the stairs, stealing along the dark passageway to my room at the end. They stopped there because the door was locked and bolted, with a heavy chiffonier jammed against it as an extra precaution. I could listen intently and I fancied I could hear a faint scratching sound at the door. Then there would rush over me all the terrors of the dark. Suppose I had failed to close the transom securely. If the transom was open, Toiwa could, with one great leap, wing through and onto my bed, and then the cold sweat of fear would exude from every pore as my imagination visualized Toiwa leaping through and, with a snarl, pouncing upon my throat with tooth and claw. I would shudder and tremblingly feel about my neck to make sure my leather collar was securely fastened. At last, unable to stand the uncertainty any longer, I would leap out of the bed, turn on the light, rush to the door, frantically jerk the heavy chiffonier to one side, and throw open the door. Nothing. Then I would creep along the passageway to the head of the stairs and peer down into the dimly lighted hole. Nothing. Looking fearfully over my shoulder as I went, I would go back to my room, shut the door, lock and bolt it, push the chiffonier against it, assure myself that the transom was closed, and jump into bed, burying my head beneath the covers. Then I could sleep. Sleep only to dream that Toiwa had crept softly into the room and was sucking the breath out of my body. This was a popular superstition of the country years ago, and no doubt my dream was aided by my being half suffocated beneath the bedclothes. But the dream was nonetheless terrifying and real. Night after night, I lived this life of cowering terror, of listening for the haunting sound of stealthy, soft-padding footsteps always following, never advancing, never receding. But the day of my revenge came at last. How sweet it was then! How frightful it seemed now! 2. Toyowa's kitten, now half grown, wandered away from his mother below stairs and up to my room. Returning home from school, I found him there, lying on the rug, playing with one of my tennis balls. Joy filled my heart the sight of him. I had just seen his mother sleeping placidly on my grandmother's lap, who was also sleeping. I softly closed and locked the door. At last I would be rid of one of the pests that made my life a hell. I put on my leather collar and the heavy gloves I used for working in the garden. I took these precautions because even of this small kitten I was afraid. Unaware of its danger, the kitten romped about the rug. I drew a long breath, stooped and picked him up. He looked at me, sensed his danger, spat and tried to squirm out of my hands. "Too late, you devil," I exulted, holding him firmly. A button came to my ears, a fullness of the head, a dryness of the mouth as I choked him until his glazing yellow eyes started from their sockets and his tongue hung out. Choked him joyously, relentlessly, deriving more pleasure from the death agony of this little creature, whose mother I hated and feared, than I had ever known. After a long time, I opened my hands and looked at him closely for any signs of life. But he was quite dead. Of one of them at least I was forever rid, I thought jubilantly as I gazed at the lifeless body. And then, there came a scratching at the door, and a loving, agonized meow. It did not seem possible that any animal was capable of putting into the only sound with which it could express itself the anxious, yearning love that sound conveyed. The old fear clutched at my heart. It seems incredible that I, almost a full-grown man, a football champion, an all-round athlete, could be afraid of a cat in broad daylight, but I was. Cold sweat poured down my back, and my hands trembled so that the dead kitten fell with a soft thump on the rug. This sound aroused me from my semi-stupor of fear. Hastily, I threw up the window sash and tossed the inert little body out into the yard. I closed the window and, with a studied nonchalance, walked whistling to the door and opened it. "Come in, kitty," I said innocently. Poor kitty. Toiwa ran in and frantically circled the room, meowing piteously. She paid no attention to me, but ran here and there under the bed, under the chiffonier, seeking in every corner of the large old-fashioned room. She came at last to the rug before the fire, lowered her head and sniffed at the spot where, but a moment before, her darling had lain. She looked up at me then with great mournful eyes with no hate in them now, only unutterable sorrow. I have never seen in the eyes of any creature the sorrow I saw there. That look brought a queer lump in my throat. I was sorry now for what I had done. If I could have recouped my act, I would have done so. But it was too late. The dead kitten lay out in the yard. For a moment, Toiwa looked at me, and then the sorrow in her eyes gave way to the old look of suspicion and hate. And then, with a yowl like a wolf, she sprang out of the room. As night came on, my fear increased. I dared not go to bed. I was uneasy too, craven that I was, for fear my grandmother would suspect me. But, fortunately for me, she thought the kitten had been stolen and never dreamed I had killed it. I lingered until the last moment before starting upstairs to bed. I studiously avoided looking at Toiwa as I passed her on my way to the stairs. I raced up the stairs and down the long passage to my bedroom. Hastily undressing, throwing my clothes here and there, I plunged into the very center of the bed and buried my head beneath the covers. Then I waited in shivering terror for the sound of padding footsteps. They never came. And then, because I was tired out by the lateness of the hour, and perhaps also stupefied by the lack of fresh air in my room, I slept. Far in the night, I heard the chimes from the church across the street and opened my eyes. The moonlight was shining in from the window, and I saw two fiery eyes glaring at me from a corner. Was I in the clutches of a nightmare engendered by my fears? Or had I, in my haste to get to bed, neglected to shut and lock my door? I do not know, but suddenly there was a jar to the bed, as something leaped upon it from the floor. I sat up, shivering with terror, and Toiwa looked into my eyes and held them. In her mouth she held the bedraggled body of her kitten. She laid it softly down on the coverlet, never taking her eyes from mine. Suddenly, a soft glow, a sort of halo, shone around her, and then, as I am a living and an honorable man, Toiwa spoke to me. 3. She said, I could see her mouth move. He that hath slain shall slay again, then he that slayeth shall himself be slain. Yea, 70 times 7 shall thy days be after my cycle is broken. Then at this hour shall I return, that the thing may be accomplished after Lord Buddha's law. Then the voice ceased, the halo faded. I felt the bed rebound as she jumped to the floor, and there I heard the soft padding of her feet down the passageway. I awoke with a shriek. My forehead was damp with sweat. My teeth were chattering. I looked and saw that my door was wide open. I leapt out of bed and turned on the light. Was it a hideous dream, a fearful nightmare? I do not know, but lying there on the coverlet was the wet, muddy body of Toiwa's kitten. A live and famished man-eating tiger in the room could not have inspired me with greater terror. I dared not touch the cold dead thing. I dared not remain in the room with it. I fled down the stairs, stumbling over furniture in the lower hall, until I reached the houseman's room. Here I knocked and begged, with chattering teeth, to be allowed to remain on the couch in his room until morning, telling him I had been frightened by a dreadful dream. Early the next morning, I secretly took the dead kitten out in the garden and buried it deep, putting a pile of stones over the grave, watching carefully for any glimpse of Toiwa. As I returned to the house, I met the old housekeeper, who stood with an anxious face at the kitchen door. Master Robert, no wonder that you could not sleep the morn. Your poor grandmother passed away in the night. It must have been after midnight, for I did not leave here until the stroke of 11. My heart leaped, not for surprise or grief at my grandmother's death. That was a thing to be expected, and the cold aristocratic old lady had not loved me overmuch. Nor was it for joy that she had left me rich, the last of an old race whose forebears went down to the sea in ships, bringing home the wealth of the world. No, I thought only that Toiwa and I were on equal ground at last, and that as soon as possible I would rid myself of the dread of her by day and my terror of her by night. My inheritance would be a thing of little worth if I must spend anxious days and fear-haunted nights. Toiwa must die in order that I might know joyful days and sleep at night in peace. The joyous blood throbbed in my head and hissed in my ears as I raced up to my room, got my leather collar and gloves, and seized the great iron poker beside the fireplace. I carried these up to the attic, a small closed room, dimly lighted by a skylight. There were no openings here from which a cat could escape. Then I descended to my grandmother's room. Already the corpse candles had been lighted. I gave only a glance at the quiet, gaunt, aristocratic old face, dignified even in death. I looked about in the flickering shadows thrown by the candles for Toiwa. I did not see her. Could it be that she, sensing her danger, had fled? My heart sank. I drew my breath sharply. The cat, Toiwa, I asked the housekeeper who watched beside the dead. Where is she? Under the bed, she answered. The poor creature is that distracted she would not eat, and had to be driven from your grandmother's side in order that we might compose the body. She would not leave the room but darted under the bed there, snarling and spitting. It's afraid of her I am. I got down on my hands and knees and peered under the bed. Crouched in the farthest corner was Toiwa, and her great yellow eyes glared at me in terror and defiance. It's afraid of her I am, Master Robert, the housekeeper repeated. Please take her away. I was afraid of Toiwa too, so afraid of her that I could know no peace nor happiness if she lived. I was sure of that. It is the coward who is dangerous. Fear kills always if it can. It never temporizes, nor is it ever merciful. Beware of him who fears you. I crawled under the bed and seized her. She made no resistance, much to my surprise, but I could feel her body trembling through my gloves. As my hand closed over her, she made a little sound like a gasp. That was all. I crawled out, and in the presence of the housekeeper and the dead, I held her lovingly in my arms, calling her poor kitty, and stroking her long yellow fur, while she lay passive, tremblingly passive in my arms. I deceived the housekeeper, who thought I was venting my grief for my grandmother's death by loving and caressing the object of the old lady's affection. I did not deceive Toiwa. She lay quietly in my arms, but it was the paralysis of terror, the non-resistant stupor of great fear. Her body never ceased trembling, and her eyes were lifeless and dull. She seemed to know her fate and had accepted the inevitable. I carried her upstairs, threw her upon the floor, and locked the door. I seized the poker beside the door and turned to slay her. Toiwa lay where I had thrown her, crouched as if to spring, but she did not move. She only looked at me. I did not fear her now. On my hands were heavy gauntlets, and about my throat was the heavy leather guard I had made, broided and studded with steel and brass. Toiwa did not move. She only looked, but such a look! It appealed to the merciless devil in my heart. It burned in my soul. Kill me, the great amber eyes seemed to say. Kill me quickly and mercifully, as you killed the darling of my heart. What saith the Master? Be merciful, and thy heart shall know peace. Today is yours, tomorrow who can say? As if in a dream, I stood and looked into her eyes. Looked until those amber eyes converged into a dirty yellow pool, around the edge of which grew giant ferns and reeds taller than our forest trees, and a misty haze hung over the scene. Into the pool floated a canoe, a hollowed-out tree trunk. In the canoe was a man, a woman, and a child, all naked except for skins about their shoulders. The man pushed toward the shore with a pole, and as he made a landing, he leaped into the water and pulled the boat upon the bank. As he pulled at the boat, the reeds quivered to the right of him, and a great yellow-colored tiger leaped from the cover of the ferns and seized the child. For a moment it stood there, a man and woman paralyzed by fear and horror. Then, blood dripping from its jaws, it leaped back among the reeds and was gone. The face of the man in the boat was mine, and it was Toiwa who held my child in her dripping jaws, a great Toiwa with saber teeth and dirty yellow hide, but still Toiwa. The pole faded, and I stood there, looking into the eyes of my grandmother's daughter cat, but I knew At last I knew. 4. Explain it how you will. I knew that somewhere far back in that prehistoric time, Toiwa had snatched away my firstborn before my tortured eyes, and that his tender flesh had filled the saber-toothed tiger's maw. Now had come the day of my revenge. I clutched the poker more firmly in my hands. I stood and seized her by the collar that none of us had been able to unfasten. It came off in my hand. Wonderingly I looked at it, then cast it aside, to think no more of a curious intake until I was in haste to rid myself of this thing of hate and dread. My heart leaped. I ground my teeth in an ecstasy of joy. My cheeks burned. A feeling of well-being and power made my whole body glow. I left her there, at last, on the blood-stained floor, a broken dead thing, and went out and locked the door after me. I was free at last, free from the fear of claws and teeth in my quivering throat, free from the sound of softly padding feet. I was a new man indeed, for there sloughed from me all the old timidity and lack of aggressiveness that this fear of Toiwa had engendered in me. I went from my grandmother's house to college, a man among men. I did not return again to the house of my inheritance until I brought my bride, a shy, soft, fluff little thing, a lovely contrast to the aggressive type of modern woman. She was an old-world Western type, the daughter of a returned Chinese missionary educated in the Orient, and she had the manners and had absorbed the ideals of the soft-voiced, secluded, home-loving Chinese women among whom she had been reared. Her light brown eyes and yellow hair, her slow, undulating, graceful walk, and her quaint, old-fashioned ways attracted me, and after a short, impetuous wooing, we were wed. I was very happy, only 24, wealthy, and married to a loving and beautiful girl whom I adored. I looked forward to a long life of peace and happiness, but it was not to be. From the very day of my return to the accursed house of my grandmother, there was a change. What was it? I do not know, but I could feel it. I could sense it the very first day. A subtle something, a pall of gloom, intangible, elusive, and baffling, began slowly to settle over me, stifling and suffocating the happiness that was mine before the evil day of my return home. I had returned from the village with some trifle of household necessity. The servants had not yet arrived, and the housekeeper, old and infirm now, was busy putting the place in order. Returning, I sought my wife, and found her in my grandmother's room, standing before the life-size portrait of Toiwa, done in oil for my grandmother by a great artist, who also loved cats as she had loved them. Until that day, Toiwa had remained only a dim memory of a fear-driven boy's cruel revenge. Purposely, I had put all thought of her out of my mind. But now it all returned, a horde of hateful memories as I stood there in the open door and saw my wife standing and gazing up at the likeness of the great cat. And as she turned, startled at my entrance, what did I see? I saw, or thought I saw, a likeness, a great likeness between the two. Eyes, hair, the general expression. Why had I not noticed it before? And what else? In my wife's eyes was the old fear, the ancient hate I used to see in Toiwa's eyes when I came suddenly into my grandmother's room, this room. The look flashed out for an instant and was gone. "How you frightened me, Robert," she laughed. "And the look in your face, what has happened?" "Nothing," I answered, "nothing at all." "But why did you look at me so?" she insisted. "Surely something has gone amiss. Aren't the servants coming? If they are not, I am not entirely useless. I can even cook." And she laughed again, an embarrassed laugh, I thought. She had the manner of having been surprised by my entrance, of being detected in something secret or hidden, which she was now trying to cover up and conceal. "Why," I stammered confusedly, for this remarkable resemblance had thrown me quite off my feet. "Nothing is wrong, only I was suddenly struck, as you stood there by the portrait of my grandmother's cat, by the remarkable resemblance. Your hair, your eyes, the same color. That was all." "Why, Robert," she laughed, holding up an admonishing finger. This time I was sure of the note of confusion in her laugh, which seemed forced. My wife was not given to laughter, being a quiet, self-contained sort of person. Imagine I like a cat. Well, I said lightly, gathering her in my arms, for I too was dissembling now that I had regained my self-possession and saw that I was betraying my secret fear. Toiwa was a very beautiful and high-bred cat. Her ancestry dated back to Genghis Khan, so to resemble her would not be so bad, would it? And I kissed her. Did she swing from the caress? Did her body tremble in my arms? Or was it imagination, the stirring of old memories of Toiwa, who shrank from my lightest touch? I did not know. I do know, however, that my strange experience on that day was the beginning of the end. The end that is not yet, but is swiftly on the way, for me. 5. As the day wore on, I grew restless and uneasy, ill at ease and dissatisfied. So, after dinner, I went for a long walk along the country roads. When I returned, my wife was asleep. I lay down softly beside her, and, tired out by my long walk, was soon asleep myself. Asleep, I dreamed of Toiwa and Toiwa's kitten, and I heard again in my sleep the plaintive cry of the cat mother as she called anxiously and lovingly for her kitten that would never return. So vivid and so real was the dream that I awoke with the cry of the cat in my ears, and as I awoke I seemed to hear it again, plaintive, subdued, a half-cat, half-human cry, as if a woman had cried aloud and then quickly suppressed the cry. And my wife was gone. I sprang up hastily. The moonlight was streaming through the window. It was almost as light as day. She was nowhere in the room. I went swiftly down the hall and descended the stairs, making no noise with my bare feet. The door in my grandmother's room was open. I looked in. 2 luminous eyes with a greenish tinge glowed out at me from the semi-darkness of the far corner. For an instant, my heart stood still, and then raced palpitatingly on. I took a deep breath and went toward the unknown thing with glowing eyes that crouched in the corner. As I reached the pool of moonlight in the center of the room, I heard a gasp of fear, the sudden movement, and my wife fled past me, out of the room and up the stairs. I heard the bedroom door slam behind her, heard the key turn in the lock. As she rushed past me and up the stairs, the patter of her feet fell on my ears like the soft padding of Toiwa's footsteps that had filled my youthful years with fear. My blood chilled at this old, until now forgotten sound. What craven fear was this? I tried to pull myself together, to reason rationally. Fear of a cat long dead whose moldering bones were upstairs on the attic floor. What was there to fear? Was I going mad? The slamming of the bedroom door, the turning of the key in the lock, instantly changed my thought and roused in me an overwhelming fury. Was I to be locked out of my own bedroom, our bedroom? I rushed up the stairs. I knocked on the door. I rattled the knob. I pounded with my fists on the panels. I shouted, "Open! Open the door!" In the midst of my furious onslaught, the door suddenly opened, and a sleepy-eyed little figure stood aside to allow me to enter. "Why, Robert!" she exclaimed as I stood there, bewildered and ashamed, a furious conflict of doubt, fear, and uncertainty raging in my mind. "What's the matter? Where have you been? I was sound asleep, and you frightened me, shouting and pounding at the door." Was I deceived? Partly, but in her eyes, in her eyes was that sly, inscrutable, cat-like look that I had never seen there until that day. And now that look never leaves them. It is there, always. "What were you doing below stairs, alone, in my grandmother's room?" I stammered. She arched her brows incredulously. "I, below stairs? Why, Robert, what is wrong with you? I just this moment awoke from a sound sleep to let you in. How could I be below stairs?" "But the bedroom door was locked," I exclaimed. "You must have gone below yourself," she explained, "and shut the door after you. It has a spring lock. You surely must have had some hideous dream. Dear, come to bed now." and she went back to bed. Again I dissembled, as I had that day when I found her standing before Toiwa's portrait. I knew, beyond a reasonable doubt, that she was lying. I knew I had been fully awake and in my right senses when I had gone downstairs and found her there. Evidently, she desired to deceive me, and until I could fathom her motive, I would pretend to believe her. So, muttering something to the effect that she must be right, I got into bed also, but not to sleep. There came trooping into my hurried mind all the old youthful terrors of the dark, and I lived over all those terror-haunted days when I dwelt in fear of Toiwa or of a shadowy something I knew not what. Lying there in the dark, I resolved the morning would find me leaving that seemingly ghost-ridden place forever. My peace of mind, my happiness, to be free from fear, these things were worth all the fine old country places in the world. And with this resolution, I slept. I slept far into the day, awaking at noon to find my wife had gone out with some of our neighbors for a game of tennis and afternoon tea. So clearly I could not arrange to leave until the next day. I must await my wife's return, and in the meantime formulate some sort of reasonable excuse to explain to her my precipitate return to town, after planning a year's sojourn in the country. And then, too, it was daylight now. Sober, matter-of-fact daylight. And as was always the case with me, the terrors of the night then seemed unreal, half-forgotten nightmares. So I dismissed the subject from my mind for the time being and set out for a long walk across the fields. It was near dinner time when I returned. As I opened the door of the dining room, my wife turned from where she stood by the fireplace to greet me, and I was again struck by her resemblance to Toiwa. The arrangement of her hair heightened this effect, and when she smiled, I cannot describe it, such a sly, secret, feline smile. "Robert," she said as she came to me and put up her lips to be kissed, "do you know what day this is?" I shook my head. "Why, it's my birthday, you forgetful boy. My 21st birthday, and I have a surprise for you. The old Buddhist priest who taught me when I was a child gave me a flagon of rare old Chinese lotus wine when he parted from me, which I was to keep inviolate until my 21st birthday. I would be married then, he said, and on that day I was to unseal the old flagon and drink the wine with my husband in memory of my old teacher, who would then be in the bosom of nirvana. Look," and she turned to the serving table, on which sat a small, squat, wicker-covered flagon, and handed it to me. I looked at it curiously. It was sealed with a small brass seal, which was stamped all over with dim Chinese characters. "What are these characters?" I asked, handing her the flagon. She looked closely at the seal. "Oh, one of those wise old Buddhist sayings which the Chinese stick on everything," she smiled. "Shall I translate it? I can, you know." I nodded. "Wine maketh the heart glad or sad, good or evil. Drink, O man, to thy choice," she read. Then she pulled off the seal and poured out the wine, a thick amber liquid, so heavy that it poured like thick cream. Its bouquet filled the room with a faint, far-off odor of lotus flowers. "Shall we drink now, Robert, or shall we wait until dinner is served?" "Let us drink now," I said, curious to taste this Eastern wine with which I was not familiar. "Amen," said my wife softly. Then she spoke rapidly and softly under her breath a few Chinese words, or so I judged them to be, and we drank the wine. There was not a great deal in the flagon, and we drank it all before dinner was served. As I sat at dinner, a strange, comfortable feeling gradually came over me. Distrust, fear, and apprehension died out of my mind, and my heart was light. My wife and I laughed and talked together as we had done in the days of our courtship. I was a different man. After dinner, we went into the music room, and she sang for me. Sang in a sweet, low voice strange, weird old songs of ancient China, of the dragon banner floating in the sun, and the watchfires on the hills, of old Tartar loves and hates, of wrongs that never die, but pass on from age to age, from life to life, from death to death, unhasting, unending, until the debt be paid. I sat listening, dozing in a hazy mental languor, with a feeling foreign to me of late that all was well with the world. I was peacefully happy, and my wife's sweet voice crooned on. Bedtime, the going up to her bedroom, and what followed after is only a blurred memory. I awoke, or seemed to awake, now that I am in this madhouse I do not really know. Far into the night, I awoke with a feeling of suffocation, a sensation of impending dissolution. I could not move, I could not speak. I had a sense of something indescribably evil, loathsome, blood-curdling that was hanging over me, threatening my very life. I tried to open my eyes. The lids seemed to be weighed down. All the force of my will could only slightly open them. Through this slight opening, I saw my wife bending over me, and the eyes that looked at me were the inscrutable eyes of Toiwa. 4. Slowly, she bent down. I could sense the delicate fragrance of her hair and applied her sweet, soft lips to mine. Again I felt that I was suffocating, that the very breath of my life was being drawn from me. I concentrated all my will in the effort to struggle, and with tremendous effort I was able feebly to move an arm. My wife hastily took her lips from mine and looked at me closely, with the cruel amber eyes of the great Tartar cat whose bones lay in my garret. Once more she leaned over and applied her lips to mine. I lay there in helpless lethargy, unable to move, but with an active mind that leaped back into the past, bringing to my memory all the old nursery tales of childhood, of cats sucking the breath of sleeping children, of the folklore tales that I had heard of helpless invalids done to death by cruel cats who stole their breath from them. I began to be aroused at last. Was my breath to be sucked from me by this half-human, half-cat that was bending over me? With a final despairing effort of my wine-sodden will, I raised my arms and pushed this soft, sweet vampire from my breast and from the bed. And then, as the cold sweat of fear poured from my trembling body, I shouted for help. At last my servant came running up the stairs and pounded on the door. "What is it?" he called. "What is wrong, sir? Shall I go to the police?" "Nothing is wrong," answered my wife calmly. She had risen from where I had thrown her and was arranging her disheveled hair. "Your master has had a terrible dream, that is all." "It is a lie," I shouted. "Do not leave me alone with this vampire." I sprang from bed, and heedless of my wife's semi-nude condition, I flung open the door. She shrunk back, but I seized her by the wrist, beside myself with nervous terror. And then, there on her wrist, I saw. I looked closely to be sure. Then instantly, all was clear to me. I was in doubt no longer. I knew. "Look," I shrieked. "Here, on her wrist, Toiwa's color." I did not know why I said it, or scarcely what I did say, but I knew it to be true. "Toiwa's color," I repeated. "She can't take it off. She is changing into a cat. Look at her eyes, look at her hair. Soon she will be Toiwa again, with the color about her neck, and then I saw my wife disconcerted for the first time. I felt the arm I had seized to tremble in my frenzied grip. "Why, Robert," she stammered, I found this on the attic floor yesterday, and thinking it a curious old Chinese relic, I put it on my wrist. It's a bracelet, not a collar." "Take it off then," I shouted. "Take it off. You can't. You can't until you become Toiwa again, and then it will be about your neck. Read what it says. It is in your accursed tongue. But you shall never live to madden me again with fear, to make my life a hell of peering eyes and pouting feet, and then to suck my breath at last. I killed you once. I can do it again, and yet again, in any shape the devils in hell may send you to prey upon honest men." And I seized her by her beautiful throat. I meant to choke her until those cruel yellow eyes started from their sockets, and then laugh as I saw her gasping in the last agony of death. But I was cheated. The servants overpowered me, and I was brought here to this madhouse. I said I was perfectly sane then. I say it now, and learned alienists sitting in council have agreed with me. Tomorrow I am to be discharged into the custody of my sweet, cooing-voiced wife, who comes daily to see me. She kisses me with soft lying lips that long to suck my breath, or perhaps even rend the flesh of my throat with the little white teeth back of the cruel lips. So tomorrow I will go forth to die, to be murdered. I go to death just as surely as if the hangman waited to haul me to the gallows, or if the warden stood outside to escort me to the electric chair. I know it. I have told the learned psychologists and doctors that I know it, but they laugh. All a delusion, they exclaim. Why, your little wife loves you with all her loyal heart. Even with your fingerprints a bluish bruise about her tender throat, she loved you. That night when you awoke, frightened to find her bending over you, she was only kissing you in an effort to soothe your troubled sleep. But I know. Therefore, I am setting all this down so that when I am found dead, the learned doctors may know that I was right, and they were wrong, and so that justice may be done. And yet perhaps nothing can be done. I have ceased to struggle. I have given up. Like the Oriental, I say, who can escape his fate? For I shall die by Chinese justice, a Buddhist revenge for killing the Tartar cat Toiwa. Toiwa that I hated and feared, and have hated and feared through all the lives that the two of us have lived. Far, far back to that time when the yellow saber-toothed tiger seized my firstborn and fled with him among the reeds and ferns of the Paleozoic marshes, a dainty morsel for her kitten. And so, farewell. Such a weird tale. The nurse shuddered as the intern finished the manuscript. Let us drive over to Cheshire Manor and... Do you believe this story? Interrupted the intern, tapping the manuscript with his fingers and skeptically lifting his eyebrows and smiling. No, of course not, exclaimed the nurse, but the drive won't do us any harm, and I would like to make sure. As they stopped their car before the somber old mansion, they were struck by the strange silence of the place. Not a servant answered their ring, and after a time, since the door stood open, they entered and began to ascend the stairs. A strange, weird, lonesome sound floated down to them, the yowl of a cat. They stopped for an instant and looked at each other, and then, reassured by the sunlight, and both being matter-of-fact professional people, they pressed on. At the head of the stairs, they faced a long passage, at the end of which was an open door. Look, that is the bedroom he wrote about, whispered the nurse, grasping the intern's arm. They walked softly down the passage to the door and looked in. On the bed lay the man they sought, glassy-eyed, with fallen jaw and livid face, dead. On his breast stood a grey yellow amber-eyed cat, who faced them with an arched back and menacing snarl. Involuntarily they drew back. The cat sprang past them and down the passageway to the stairs, uttering the same wild cry. My God, gasped the nurse with pallid lips. Did you see? About that cat's neck. And it was a Tartar cat, I know the breed. About that cat's neck was the topaz and jade collar that he wrote about. End of section 22. Base, or the celebrated specialist standing at her bedside. After studying that oval face and its bobbed brown hair tousled from sleep, he turned to her mother. You say she's been this way ever since she was born, Mrs. Prentice. Have you noticed any other abnormality? No, Dr. Stein. During the daytime, Vera's all one could wish for. That's why I asked you to come early this morning. By 6 or 7 o'clock she will awake and be like any other 20-year-old girl. Then she'll have her interest and go and come, and about sundown she'll get drowsy and fall asleep, and it's just impossible to waken her till the next morning. The gray-haired nerve specialist touched the arm lying above the bedclothes. You're sure this will not arouse her? Nothing will. At first the doctors tried everything, shaking, electric treatment. She slept through it all. Her pulse is steady but slow, he remarked. Yes, all the doctors said there was nothing physically the matter. They thought she would outgrow it, so after her father's death we decided to let her grow up and see what would happen. He, poor man, worried continually. Toward the end, he was somewhat insane, I believe. He kept raving about curses and African magicians and... African, eh? The doctor pondered a moment. Well, I'll make a thorough examination after she wakes, and if you're willing, I'd like to bring a young friend of mine, a medical missionary just returned from Africa. And it might be just as well not to say we are doctors, but simply friends. Yes, indeed. Why don't you come for luncheon this noon? I'll I'll introduce you as acquaintances of Captain Prentice. Perhaps your friend knew him, for he used to make trips to Africa. He was even wrecked there 22 years ago. He lived among some coast tribes for months before he was rescued. I'm afraid Dr. Thornton didn't know him then. He wasn't through high school then. But I must be going. I'll find my friend and return about 12 o'clock. We'll eat at that hour." And so the doctor bowed himself out. Promptly at the hour set, he and another gentleman presented themselves at the door. The newcomer, whom Dr. Stein addressed as Ted, was about 30. His face was dark, and creases at eyes and nose bore evidence of his life in climates where the sun glared. He was lean, and his every action showed his nervous tension. "Miss Prentice, may I present?" Dr. Stein began. The girl's eyes widened and her face grew white, but she recovered herself. "I'm glad to meet Dr. Thornton," she said, a strange thrilled intensity in her voice. Mrs. Prentice wondered. She had not heard the visitor's name mentioned, yet momentarily she received the impression of the two young people had met before. There was not a sign of recognition on the tanned face of Dr. Thornton, however, whose expression was that of one meeting a new and altogether charming person. So Vera's mother knew that she must have missed the introduction. After a few minutes of general conversation, the meal was announced and all four entered the dining room, Mrs. Prentice on Dr. Stein's arm and the young people together. During the course of the luncheon, the conversation turned to Africa. "My father was fascinated by the continent," Vera said. "Surely you must want to go back, Dr. Thornton." "I'm not sure," he replied. "I may have to remain here because my health won't stand the climate." "But didn't you hate to leave?" The doctor laughed shortly. "Some of them hated to have me. In fact, some of them tied me up so that I couldn't." "Is this a cannibal story, Ned?" Stein interrupted. "But there aren't any cannibals in Africa now," protested Mrs. Prentice. "Yes, there are, Mother." Vera looked bewitching in her intensity. "What do you know about it, dear?" Mrs. Prentice's voice held a tone with which a forward child is reproved. "When Vera was little," she explained, "she used to have the wildest dreams about Africa till finally her father and I refused to let her read any of the captain's big library on African life and adventures." "Well, she happens to be right about cannibals," replied Dr. Thornton, coming to her defense. "Of course, feasts of that sort are forbidden by law, but there are plenty of ways of evading the law, especially where the white man isn't very powerful." "Don't yarn, Ted," Dr. Stein scoffed. "I read a British colonial report only last year saying that cannibalism in Africa was a thing of the past." "Then don't believe it. I know what I'm talking about. I was slated for one of their feasts myself." "Tell us about it," begged Mrs. Prentice. The medical missionary glanced over at Vera, whose cheeks were white. The nerve specialist, too, was studying her, but he nodded a slight assent. "I'm not a storyteller," Dr. Thornton apologized. "One of those writer chaps could trim my yarn up and make something out of it, but he'd have to give it an end. And it couldn't be the traditional one either, for I didn't marry the girl who saved me." They were all eagerness, and so, after another glance around the table, he told them the story, sketching the pictures and leaving their imaginations to fill in the outline. He described his journey from the mission station toward the coast, going by a direct route against the advice of others because he was weak and wanted to reach the seacoast to recuperate. He made them see the trail through unfrequented country, telling how sometimes he was so weak that he had to be carried in a traveling hammock supported by 4 natives. And as he told of the desertion of some of his carriers and the exciting details of a night attack by a savage tribe, Vera's eyes were dreamy, though her breath came fast. "There I was, prisoner among a lot of black savages," he wound up. "I understood their dialect only imperfectly, but I made out enough to realize that I was being fattened up to be the guest of honor at a feast. Night and day an armed warrior guarded the circular thatched hut in which I was kept prisoner. They gave me all the food I wanted. The women brought me breadfruit, some sort of potatoes fried in fat, and delicious meat, and they'd see that I ate it. If I refused, there was a warrior to jab me with his spear till my appetite came back. The people were all homely enough, except one girl as beautiful a savage as I've ever seen. She took quite a fancy to me, apparently." Vera, whose eyes had not left his face, uttered a little expression of disgust which drew all eyes to her. "Oh, if you'd seen her," went on the doctor quickly, "you wouldn't grunt. She was erect and cleaner than the rest. I might have suspected she had some white blood in her if there had been any chance for a white man to visit that tribe and live. She was very attractive. No wonder the chief of the tribe fell under her spell, although he already had a half-dozen or so wives. But she is the heroine of my tale. She saved my life." "How?" came in a chorus. "I'm certainly not telling this story well. I should have drawn it out, told of the feeling of restlessness visible in every warrior, the rumors of the coming of an enemy and all. But that's not my style. I can tell you only how it turned out. The warriors armed hastily and started off for battle. If I had been fatter, or if there had been more time, I imagine I'd have been eaten before they started. However, they said they were saving me for the victory banquet. Anyway, they moved me to a shelter right next to the king's palace overlooking a pool where the chief's pet alligators basked. And after they tied me, they said all the women of the tribe to watch that I stayed put. "Couldn't you escape?" Mrs. Prentice was drinking in his words. The men that put the grass ropes around me did their business. I couldn't stretch them and I couldn't reach the knot. And I knew that the men would be back probably that night. Finally, about noon, when the women had gone into their huts to keep a little cool, I heard the slightest of sounds. I turned my head and there stood my black beauty with a knife in her hand. It was a pair of scissors. Vera spoke as assuredly as though she had heard all the details before. "Yes, I found that out soon, but—" Gordon stopped in amazement. "I say, how did you know that?" I read it in. She gave him an appealing look like one throwing herself on his mercy, without knowing why he came to her rescue. "Oh, in my article in the World Review. Did you see it too, Mrs. Prentice?" The matron shook her head. "That's about all there was to the affair," the missionary resumed after a pause. "I thought that for some fancied slight she wanted to stab me, but she was rescuing me. She cut the ropes, gave me a package of food, and directed me to safety. I made my way as best I could to a seaport, and was so run down that they shipped me home by the first boat." "But the girl," Mrs. Prentice wanted to know, "did she escape?" "That's the part that must be left to the fiction writer. I don't go any farther." The story caused such discussion that the meal was over before they finished. Then Dr. Stein told who he was, and Vera submitted to an examination. It was about 3 o'clock when the men left the house. "I cannot make it out," Dr. Stein confessed as they strolled together into the spring afternoon. "I couldn't find a single important abnormality." "It's beyond me," Dr. Thornton agreed. "The thing that stuns me is how she knew that the girl who saved me carried a pair of scissors instead of a knife. She explained that she had read your article." "That's the trouble. I never wrote in the article. I never even told the story before." "Then why in the world? Why did I invent a magazine? That's what I don't know. She showed me she was in trouble about it. She's keeping something from her mother, and I'd like to know what it is." "I'll go back tomorrow, Ted. You should have said something about it to me while we were there today. I didn't get a chance, but you needn't bother. I'm going to the bottom of this mystery myself. I asked for permission to call tomorrow afternoon." "Smitten, are you, Ted?" Dr. Stein slapped his younger companion on the shoulder. The thin man straightened up. "I don't know," he confessed. "They call women the eternal mystery. Vera's the super mystery, and I've got to unravel it." His attempt the next afternoon brought him little success. Vera begged him not to question her, though promising to tell him everything sometime in the future. In every other subject she was entirely frank, and the young doctor found her very attractive. As his missionary board had ordered him to stay in that part of California for a few weeks, he managed to preempt a fair share of her time. Finally, the day he was compelled to leave for his lecturing trip, he proposed to her. "No, Ted, I mustn't. It isn't because I don't love you," she hastened to add, observing his gloomy expression. "Won't you tell me the reason, dear?" Vera shook her head. "You know you're the only girl I ever loved." She broke into a bewitching smile. A roguish expression came over her face. "Then you didn't love the black girl who saved your life?" He laughed out loud. "And you wouldn't be sorry to learn that the chief of that tribe took her as his 8th wife." "What do you mean, Vera?" "She married Abju, or whatever you said that chief's name was." "Look here, dear, why can't you explain? I never told you the chief's name because I could not remember it. But now that you mention it, I know that they called him that. Now where did you get your information?" "'Cause I can't explain. Trust me, Ted, I'm terribly upset. But things will be arranged soon, and when you come back, if I'm here, when I see you, I'll tell you everything." That had to satisfy him because he discovered that it was time to hurry to his train. She could not accompany him because it left shortly before 6 and she fell asleep at sunset. For nearly 2 weeks, Dr. Thornton traveled through Washington and Oregon, speaking every night. Each day he sent Vera a letter telling of his love, and at each post office he found a letter from her awaiting him. Then came one from her that was so weird that it upset every theory he had ever had. "Dearest," it began, "I've got to start letting you know about myself, and I couldn't tell you. The reason I knew all the details about the African girl is that I am she, and she I. By day I live in my white body, but at night here and day in Africa I inhabit hers. And my thoughts are just as badly mixed. I am a wife of Abju, though because he was taken sick on our wedding day I married him by proxy and have not seen him since. He has been sick for several weeks. If you despise me, do not come near me when you return this week. And I am afraid you will hate me, for how could you love half a person? Could you respect me when you know that there's another Vera in Africa? Rational thinking told him at once that the whole story was a concoction of the girl's brain. There could be no truth in it, and yet, the strange behavior at night had no normal explanation. There was a detail to scissors, too. He had studied psychology. He knew that Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde had many real-life counterparts. With Dr. Prince's experiments with Beauchamp, he was familiar. He remembered how hypnotism had taken that woman's two selves, the real one and the dissociated one, and fused them together into a single personality that inhabited the body which previously was controlled alternately by each in turn. And as he was a student of abnormal psychology, other similar cases came thronging to his memory. He was interrupted by the coming of the committee man to take him to the lecture hall. "And here's a telegram that just came, doctor," said the man. "Hope it isn't bad news." With a foreboding of evil, Dr. Thornton tore open the flimsy manila envelope and took in the contents at a glance. "Abju died last night. Come at once. I need you. Vera." "When is the next train out of here?" Dr. Thornton asked. "Tomorrow morning at 11. I've got to get away before that." "Well, I can take you down to Ebersville after the lecture if you like. There's a train out of there over the main line about midnight. I'd like to have you, and will you send a telegram to canceling my lecture tomorrow evening?" Dr. Thornton went on to the platform, still puzzling why the girl would telegraph him about the death of a minor African chief. And he had to put the idea aside and begin his missionary talk. He had given it so many times that the words came almost automatically. His mind was not on his subject, so that it was with a start that he heard himself informing them. The Indian custom of suttee, the sacrifice of a widow on the funeral pyre of her husband, has its counterpart in Africa. Some of the most powerful men decree that their wives shall be killed to accompany them into the hereafter, to be ready to wait on them. Like a flash, everything became clear. The death of the chief meant his wives would be killed. If that story had a grain of truth in it, it meant that the other Vera, the African Vera, would be one of them to die. He had read of the Siamese twins, one of whom had died and the other lasted only a few minutes. The whole enormity of the situation rushed over him. Well for him that his speech was mechanical. He cut it and slashed, finishing fully 15 minutes early. Then he fairly dragged the committee man to his car. What if he were too late? What if he reached Vera, the girl he loved, to find her dead? There was no unoccupied berth in the express train when it finally arrived, but Thornton was in no mood for sleep. He sat by the window, watching the train crawl along till the east lightened. The sun came up and rose higher. It was already starting down into the Pacific when he reached his destination. Even the automobile seemed to loiter as it carried him to Vera's home. Not till after 4 did he finally get there and see her, and then she was so changed that he scarcely recognized her. Her soft skin and delicate complexion had been wasted by fatigue and worry. "It's too late," she moaned. "Tonight I am to be killed. It will be goodbye forever." "But Vera, darling," he said in a tone he meant to be judicial, professional, "this is all a fancy of yours. It is impossible for one person to occupy 2 bodies." "I can't explain it, Ted. It may be impossible, but it is so. Many things in Africa are like that, aren't they?" Her challenge brought to his memory a demonstration he had witnessed in which a tribal magician had his ears, nose, and mouth stuffed with cotton, himself rolled in heavy blankets, and then was buried in a sand pile for 3 weeks. Afterward, his friends dug him up, said incantations over him, and unwrapped him. He got up and walked around and showed them that he had not suffered at all by his burial. "Yes," Thornton agreed. "But how could you, an American girl, and that African, be mixed up that way? My father is wrecked there. His journal's a pretty full record of what he did. Mother never saw it, and he made me promise to destroy it. But I read it first, and the natives still remember the white man who saved the chief's life and so was protected in the village. And when he refused to worship the sacred snake and laughed at the magicians, and even came into a gathering of all the tribal magicians, he made enemies of all the medicine men. He fell in love, they said, with the daughter of the chief of the magicians, and his desertion of my African mother was another cause of hate. After his rescue, the magicians gathered into a powwow that is still spoken of with awe in the tribe. The 11 tribal curses were put upon him, and as a special incantation it was decreed that if he ever married one of his own white people, his first child should be only half a child, sharing his personality with the African baby he left behind. Dr. Thornton said nothing. There was such conviction in the girl's voice, such sureness in her expression, that he was led to believe her story. and he knew by the way she trembled beneath his arm that she believed in it implicitly. At noon all his wives are to be killed to go with Abju, and now oh Ted, it's sunrise in Africa now, hold me. Don't let me slip away. If I leave, I'll never return. Frantically she clung to him. I'll protect you, sweetheart, he promised. He tightened his grip. Oh, she screamed and shuddered. I'm going. Her words trailed off. Her grasp relaxed, and if he had not had his arms round her, she would have fallen. Mrs. Prentice, hastening in at the cry, found the doctor using every effort to revive her. She was not excited, however. In the occurrence she saw only the nightly episode to which she had become accustomed. This is what I mean, doctor, she said. I'm glad you could have seen her go to sleep. But don't look so startled. She's all right. She'll awake in the morning. Nothing the doctor could say would move her. In his insistence she saw the worry which she used to have, but which she had outgrown. When he told her he must stay and watch her, she shrugged wearily and gave in finally after sending him away, while she prepared the girl for bed. He realized that nothing would occur till midnight, but he would not lie down for rest. His weariness and lack of sleep no longer troubled him. Though he could not help the faraway girl in her fight for existence, he would be on hand at the turn. So he told Mrs. Prentice that he had a theory which would compel him to remain till after midnight. She sat with him for a time, but soon got up and left him with the sleeping girl. The hours ticked away. From the street came noises of modern life, automobile horns, police whistles, and the distant rumble of streetcars. And on the bed Vera Prentice lay motionless. Her features were drawn with fatigue. Only a slight motion of her breast showed that she was alive. Finally, when the clock's hands marked 12:15, Dr. Thornton turned on all the lights, with a reading lamp spotting her face. In a few minutes he would know. At noon, she said, the sacrifice would take place, and since the tribal village was on the other side of the globe, directly opposite the place where he was, it would mean that midnight would reveal whether she was to live or to die, when the African Vera was thrown to the alligators. A clock somewhere struck 12. Still the girl did not move. 5 minutes passed. 10. He felt her pulse. The slow, steady rise and fall showed that the heart was still beating. If she lasted through the night, while he held the wrist he felt a quiver. A shriek such as he had never heard from mortal throat made his hair stand on end. The pulse slowed, almost stopped, and then quivered and raced. There was the slightest of movements in the eyelids. Then the girl on the bed blinked in the glare of the light. She opened her eyes and saw Dr. Thornton. In an instant his arms were round her. My sweetheart has returned, he said. Vera was trembling. It's all over, she whispered. The other me is dead. She was thrown to the alligators to accompany Abju into the beyond. And the Vera that is left will marry me, won't she? Her yes was not very loud, but it served its purpose. The other Vera had found happiness. End of section 23. Sun keeps faith with the underdogs of trade channels by which pearls and paradise skins flow forth. Captain McTeague preferred pearls. He was a connoisseur and could state at sight and with remarkable accuracy the natal place of a nest of pearls. On the somewhat sketchy charts of tortuous outlines of the evilly lovely Black Sphinx of the South Seas, he had painstakingly marked the location of more prolific sources of those translucent drops of tinted glory, and the finest came from a lagoon on the north coast, guarded by an unspoiled, therefore indomitable, tribe under the rule of Tuk-Mu. In ports which splashed the transient whitewash of civilization on the Papuan sea rims, it was said that Tuk-Mu's warriors had never met defeat, that, as sorcerer, Tuk-Mu devised ingenious tortures that were the envy of his rivals, that he it was who punished infidelity of women by having them devour facial features of their lovers, uncooked and sliced from the living victim, who was staked to the ground, and both were sentenced to the dreadful palm death which takes days of frightful agony within sight and sound of each other. Captain McTeague did not doubt the tales told of Tuk-Mu until he inquired for pearls from old Kwang Yik, the Chinese who got them in exchange for alarm clocks, beads, printed silks, and tin dippers, and the old trader cast the first shadow of suspicion on the hitherto gleaming hellishness of Tuk-Mu's intrepidity. Tuk-Mu no got. Long time he no got. He ver sick in his liver for why he no got. He say, heap devil have got lagoon. You make plenty magic, but no can do drive out devil. Me no savvy. Maybe go look see. When he went north to Sarong for the Gum Damar, it would not be much out of his course for Captain McTeague to investigate for himself the reason of the dearth of Tuckmoo's fine pearls. McTeague headed his schooner toward that red mark on his chart, which designated the best pearl lagoon known from the Curlews to the Solomons. Starting with a sulphur-yellow sky and dead calm from which the wind moaned as it arose and lashed the Banda Sea to fury, the storm drove him from his course and delayed his arrival. With the gray sea still pursuing in humpbacked fury, McTeague saw another craft, storm-harried as his own but making remarkable speed, in the tail of a typhoon, which had kept him on deck for 48 hours. She was slender and rakish, black as the hells she came from, with lurid storm-red flashes of light on her pugnacious brass guns. She seemed to be headed for some harbor until McTeague hove in sight, then she veered about as if on patrol. When he drove in closer, there was a burst of white smoke, a low boom, and the scream of a shot ricocheting too close for risking a second aim of her gunner. Captain McTeague promptly turned tail, cursing his own carelessness in not learning more about the devils which put fear into the heart of the dauntless and devilish Tuckmoo. That grim streak of a craft, fast swallowed by coast shadow, was manned by oily muskats, head-hunting gayaks, and God alone knew what mixture of human wolves. But any and all of them merely spineless innocents compared with their master, who had made his own name the terror of the Banda. McTeague knew as much as any other man about Po Sung. He was a Mongolian tainted by the worst of other strains of heritage. He spoke excellent English, was suave in company of Europeans, and had so huge a grasp of trade that he was a valued confidant of port merchants and diplomats for some years, while he perfected his own sovereignty in hidden realms of wealth. Po Sung was like a giant octopus with tentacles reaching to every compass point. Now that he was growing old, he had brazenly disdained the guise of decency and took his true colors, secure from vengeance in some backwater shelter where he devised and executed his schemes unmolested. Captain McTeague wished he had not run across Po Sung. He would have headed out in a way, only the storm had strained his schooner and snapped off a few spars, and he needed to seek shelter and make repairs, especially as the barometer, which rose promisingly, had suffered a relapse, presaging a flashback of storm. At sunset, luridly furious behind the crouching black spine of Papuan hills, he headed the schooner into a lagoon and dropped anchor, and was not surprised to be wakened shortly after he turned in by drums of the jungle talking in purring spurts and long tattoo rolls. His arrival was being broadcast by black men in the same manner in which their forebears had communicated news of the epical upheavals of world inundation, the sunken Lemuria and Atlantis. The night was pregnant with menacing growls of drums, and a grimmer dawn poured opalescent light over a lagoon alert, with darting canoes, slenders, arrows, heralding the arrival of the sorcerer Tuckmoo. As the sorcerer's canoe shot alongside the schooner, McTeague saw that Tuckmoo wore a necklace of pearls, large as his finger ends, strung between human incisor teeth. He was plumed and painted, covered from forehead to heel with blue lace of tattooing beaded with cicatrices. A scarlet loincloth supported a club knobbed with human knuckle bones. The 40 paddles stabbed the water as one, and McTeague was wondering, since there are but two in a set, how many incisor teeth went into that necklace, when Tuckmoo reached the deck, and planting his prehensile-toed feet, firmly demanded in fairly fluent pidgin English, strong drink. McTeague obliged with a watered brandy further weakened by grenadine syrup with a chaser of coffee. He had blundered into a lagoon usurped by Tuckmoo when he was driven from his heritage by Po Sung. He regretted the cruise, and again wished himself far away. "Oh, Chief, I must make repairs to my boat," he stated. "How come you no longer guard the Pearl Lagoon to the south?" Tuckmoo spoke wily words of wisdom. He had the advantage of acquaintance during youth and young manhood with a zealous missionary, and at the good man's death from old age had absorbed, according to his belief, wisdom of his heart, which Tuckmoo ate roasted. He related a cause for deserting his Pearl Lagoon which was difficult to translate into pidgin. Captain McTeague shortened the tale for his Swede mate, Oki, when he announced that he would go ashore with Tuckmoo. "Oki, Po Sung has got the Pearl Lagoon. He's loosed a few extra fine devils and scared the giblets out of Tuckmoo. I don't understand the details, but Po Sung has a flock of red devils on the river. They sound like man-eaters. Whether bird or beast I can't make out. The muggers speak words. The apes Chin-Chan and native lingo. The land is bewitched. I suspect a phonograph, but Tukmu has one he got from Kwang Yik and knows better. His son sailed in to lick hell out of Po Sung and turned up missing just when he was ready to marry a girl all nicely ripened in the bleaching huts. Tukmu is ready to make bigger magic by torturing this girl, only we happened along in time to fall into the mess. And I wish to God that typhoon had piled us on the curlews before we ran in here. Tukmu demands that I go and make magic that will drive out Po Sung, since his own monkey tricks have failed. There's no choice about it, Hoki. I've got to go, or they'll make potpourri and Irish stew of you and me and the crew. Get me my box of parlor tricks and Bengal lights and pack in a dozen sticks of dynamite with fuses and caps. If you hear me fire 2 shots twice in succession, be ready to grab me and run for deep water. If I don't come back, the schooner is yours, Oki. You'll bind down for to go, commented Oki. But already Captain McTeague felt the thrill of high adventure beating his blood to foam as the drums and canoes spoke to drums on shore of events going forward. The stoat-legged huts of a comparatively new village were fresh thatched and clean. Women stirred cooking pots over beach fires. Beside Captain McTeague swaggered a black boy, Tao, carrying the box of parlor magic over which he was appointed guard. It was the first time Captain McTeague had been in league with black man or broken his wisdom of neutrality in 30 years of trading. He assumed an arrogance he did not feel as he sat at the feast of roast sea turtle, scraped coconut cream, and stewed fish washed down with fermented palm juice. Strolling about the village afterward, he saw the bereaved mother of Tukmu's lost son Tawa, her body painted in white stripes, her hair matted with filth in token of mourning grief. He also saw old women guarding the bleaching hut, and caught a glimpse of the bride, who stuck out her head and gazed for a long minute at this white man who came to fight Po Sung's devils and avenge her lost lover. She was pretty as a doll, with hair like a curly feather duster, and skin bleached to creamy copper. To McTeague she called a greeting, "Hello, Atuan." Tukmu's rage was sudden. He yelped a command, and the girl's shrieks shrilled through the village with the sound of a whip. "Are you having that child beaten?" he demanded of Tukmu. "Not enough to injure her comeliness, because if she is not killed for a double feast, I will sell her to a big-bellied Chinese trader," explained Tukmu. McTeague knew the folly of interference, yet he hated the sound of the whipping, and played a bold game for a man in the power of savages, whose aspect could change from friendliness to yelps of bloodlust in the twinkling of an eye. "You are wrong to punish the woman just now," he said. "She will prove a help to our magic if she is told she will be taken with us, so that her liver, hot with love for your son Tawa, will smell out the place where he is kept prisoner." Tukmu was impressed by this reasoning, and yelped a rescinding command. The shrieks of the girl changed to quiet sobbing. The whip-wielder leaped from the hut, and the girl was flung, sobbing hysterically, to the doorway, where she looked down on McTeague with tear-streaked face and eyes like brimming golden pools. He wondered if her evident adoration of him as her deliverer might be turned to account in getting himself out of a perilous predicament. Tukmu commanded a day of feasting. By night the Lagi house held sudden harvest of drunken and overstuffed warriors, and Tukmu slept with his head on the stomach of his oldest wife. McTeague, who dined and drank sparingly, prowled through the deserted village and halted beside the bleaching hut, where a rift of moonlight splintered by palm sabers twinkled on the face of the girl at the door. Nearby drowsed the young Tao, with McTeague's box between his legs. In a long day of scheming and planning escape by the river, McTeague saw his first chance of success. Laying a finger on his lips for silence, he beckoned the girl down the notched log from the hut and touched the sleepy Tao, who started, snatched up the box, and stood ready to accompany the white sorcerer. McTeague pointed to the river and a canoe hauled on shore. It was slipped soundlessly to the water, and the three took their places with the girl in the prow. McTeague understood the awe of his magic box, which made them obey unquestioningly. Tukmu ruled by fear of his cruelties, and the white sorcerer was greater than Tukmu. In the face of that appraisal of his powers, McTeague did not dare command Tao to head for the lagoon and schooner. He was compelled to make some sort of farce of laying Po Sung's devils, for a cry from Tao would arouse the village and turn the moon-silvered peace to red slaughter. He saw regretfully that Tao headed the canoe inland on the black waterway. They had not gone a half-mile when, in the din of droning, humming, clacking insects, came a sound which made the girl gasp with fear and held Tao's paddle dripping as he paused to listen. It was like a voice speaking through a muffled, rasping megaphone. McTeague's skin was prickling as he distinguished words, disconnected and maudlin, as if a drunken sailor mouthed a booming sea chanty. Blow, Marindowd. Oh, blow, Marindowd. It was repeated and followed by obscene curses. Walk about land, Tuan, whispered the girl who crouched at McTeague's feet. A white man in the jungle, he stated with conviction. Devil, devil, came a low mutter from Tao. McTeague watched the river for a canoe, moon-silver, frail as a spider spinning, crinkled on the black flow which upheaved. The long head of a crocodile lifted, and it seemed to McTeague that from its wicked jaws came a water-smothered repetition of blow the man down. Then it sank and bubbles broke. The canoe shot forward under frenzied paddling, and in its wake the mugger again lifted his snout and gaping jaws. Gam po sung, came a hollow growl answered by a cackle of raucous laughter from the jungle which made McTeague snatch the revolver at his hip. Orangutan, he said as a tree branch released from the clutch of the mighty gray man of the woods crashed. Again came that outcry of terrible mirth, and he saw the gray shape, a lighter shadow in the gloom where the moonlight quivered through shaken palms. The joke is on you, Red Morphy, came a deep-chested growl. You hated water. It took Poisson to make you like it. Why don't you find pearls yourself? Pearls? Hell, they got us in this mess. Made a mugger o' you, with a monkey o' me. Red Murphy. McTeague knew that name. It belonged to a drunken loafer and thief who had served time for killing a chink trader in pearls. But he could not credit his senses as he heard a jungle voice attribute the personality of a river mugger to Red Murphy. The canoe leaped like an arrow down the stream, but the gray man of the woods kept pace, and the crocodile followed. A patch of shelving shore denuded of vegetation gave off a sickening stench. McTeague was thankful the walkabout ground was temporarily deserted of saurians. At his feet the girl quivered and her teeth chattered. His hair rose in contagion of fear as the moonlight entered a less dense patch of jungle vines where the big ape swung by 1 foot peering at the river. Again arose that soul-shattering human laughter ringing through the night. One more white fool, came the guttural cry. Go on, you bloody idiot. Poisson will take your brain and sell your dried head and feed your carcass to his orchids like he did to Red Morphy and me. God, like he did to us for wanted a few pearls. A scream from the girl contracted McTeague's nerve skeins. From behind the leathery throat of the saurian moaned a booming, Meat, white meat, eat, drink and be merry. Leave him alone, growled the ape. I'll have company when Poisson gets him. Don't fill your leather belly with white man. Here, have a note. There was a thud as the hairy gray arm swung and a coconut hit the mugger's jaws, which snapped shut. Then it lunged on shore, the crooked fanged jaws snapping in vain at the ape, which swung just out of reach and shrilled curses as it pelted the armor-clad mugger with coconuts. McTeague stared. He pinched his own flesh to make sure he was awake. Glancing at Tao, he saw sweat pouring down the oiled, black chest of the native, and the gleam of his eye whites as he strained every muscle to outdistance the river horror. Through the overhung river channel resounded the crash of water beaten by the powerful tail of the crocodile, its booming curses of port dive origin, the thuds of coconuts on its scaly length, the horrid shrieks of the ape's mirth as it denuded palms of their nuts. The river bobbed with them. The roar and scream of the combat was like thunder, silencing the rasp of insect clatter and hard breathing of Tao. McTeague thought he should soon awake from this incredible nightmare. He assured himself it was the ravings of delirium, but the fingernails of the girl cut his flesh as she clutched his legs in her terror. Catch him, white man chin-chin, she quivered. Make magic, Tuan. The river turned. The walls of matted lianas shut the sound of combat farther away. Then only did Tao slacken speed. Devils, he groaned. McTeague thought of the feeble frauds of parlor magic in the box shoved toward him by the girl. Simple tricks he had brought to fight such magic as he never dreamed. Dread, incomprehensible black magic. Had Po Sung trained an ape to speak, a crocodile to talk? He could think of no other explanation, yet that mockery was dissipated when he recalled the words of the ape and its reasoning. This was no parrot-like repetition of words, nor would Po Sung be likely to teach jungle beasts English curses. The terrible Mongolian had invented a new hell into which McTeague plunged, and in that hour his only resolve was to sell his life dearly but to die rather than fall into the power of that arch-fiend. The swish of branches nearby roused him. In the waning moonlight of the hour before dawn he saw a second gray shape swinging along and slowly whimpering inarticulate sounds resembling native lingo. The girl stiffened as she knelt. Her hands clutched her round breasts, and her cry aroused McTeague's pity. "Kawa," she moaned. "Kawa Chin-Chin. Tok-Taki." McTeague felt his hair prickling his scalp. The canoe drifted. His towel was frozen by fear. There was the drip-drip of the paddle held in air. "Kawa, Kawa," called the girl. The ape ceased muttering, then clutched a mat of lianas and swung closer, peering down at the face of the girl, now gray-yellow in the frame of bushy curls. There came a scream that curdled McTeague's blood. The hairy arm shot out and caught the girl's hair, and she was lifted from the canoe to twist slowly and struggle feebly until McTeague's gun cracked. Came a howl of pain as the hold was released. The girl slumped in the canoe and the ape streaked into the jungle. The canoe leaped forward. McTeague let the girl lie in merciful oblivion. His own blood congealed at the horror of this demon-haunted domain of Po Sung. Behind them came the fighting mugger and first ape, and they dared not attempt to turn back. Gray dawn sifted over moon and stars. Through densely matted lianas, McTeague saw patches of pearl-tinted sky and caught lurid gleams of scarlet flowers, which breathed a fetid scent as repulsive as the walkabout grounds of crocodiles. The shore was a mass of orchids, with black throats and quivering stamens of yellow, which climbed the branches of gray trees and dead ropes of vines. A bend in the river hid them from the ape and mugger. The canoe navigated a stretch of stream walled by the furious scarlet of orchids that seemed to announce the master hand of a gardener planting them like ruddy cliffs along the black flow of river shadow. When the sun spread gold on the upper reaches of the flower wall, McTeague observed the orchid petals quivering and folding in elongated bulb shapes of dull yellow. The river widened into a pool, smooth as a mirror bordered with fern and feathery nipa palm. There was a lurid and ominous beauty in the place, a menacing and maddening tumult of scarlet orchids of gigantic size, with petals 5 feet or more in length, their dusky black throats shading to maroon purple. The stamens stood out like knobbed wands thick as a man's thumb. The stench was breathtaking, overpowering, disgusting. Yet when he commanded Tao to land, he met vigorous protest. "Catch 'em, die," chattered Tao. He dropped the paddle to scoop water in his palms and suck at it noisily. McTeague snatched the paddle and sent the canoe shoreward. Its prow shoved aside the ferns, and he thrust a foot to test the pool rim for a landing foothold, balancing his body with arms outthrust. Instantly the nearest giant flowers lunged forward, and he was shocked to helplessness as the great petals wrapped about his bare arm with the cold sensation of serpent scales, yet repulsively flexible and soft. Paralyzed from amazement, he felt himself pulled from the canoe to flounder breast-high in the pool, the petal grip on his arm tenaciously supporting his weight. His arm pained as if constricted by a tourniquet. Tao's screech roused the girl, who first recovered her wits and snatched a knife from Tao's belt. McTeague was trying in vain to tear off the orchid petal. His senses reeled from the anesthetic stench of the orchid throat, and he was only vaguely aware that the girl slashed loose gray sections of petals, the veins of which took strength to sever. He slumped into the pool over his head and came up to clutch at the canoe stern over which he was hauled. Tearing the petal fragments from his arm, he felt the stab of pain, and blood spurted from the pores of a swelling red band. McTeague was horrified with fear of virulent poison. He jabbed his knife into the flesh and sucked vigorously, spitting into the pool as Tao sent the craft from shore. As the canoe drifted near shore, McTeague saw the orchids move forward on their stems like gorgeous beast heads, craning toward a glut of meat. The whole wall was alert and in motion, lunging out, waving giant flowers to and fro, until he could see the supporting jungle trees dead and bleached to the tops. He knew the vampire orchids of the jungle, but never before had he seen such huge ones, or animal greed so voraciously displayed. Adding to horror, the pool narrowed again to river width, arched overhead by the terrible scarlet flowers. It was like the red throat of a medieval dragon yawning for victims. McTeague turned from the sight and observed a singular phenomenon at the pool. As the sun rose and its hot light gilded the topmost flowers, their petals jerked reluctantly shut, folded into bulb-shaped buds. At his command, the paddle halted. They waited until sunlight flooded the pool and the shore was hung with leathery yellow bulbs. The shaded river yielded more slowly to the all-powerful sun. The canoe went on, and as if sentient, aware of meat nearby, the tips of petals unfolded like tigers' tongues. There was the sound of creaking and rubber stems writhing like serpents. The sun had worked one of its myriad miracles, but it did not penetrate into the scarlet funnel more than 100 yards, where McTeague faced low-hanging scarlet horrors that swayed forward, greedy for prey. Again the craft was halted, and McTeague reached for his box, then busied himself biting caps and fuses on sticks of dynamite. His right arm was swollen to twice its natural size and almost useless. His lips were hot and dry as in fever. The flower stench was terrific in making them all drowsy. Yelling to Tao to back the canoe, he tossed a stick of dynamite at each river shore, and they were drifting on the pool when a deafening roar crashed. There were tearing and slithering sounds. The river roof seemed to lift and a backwash of water rocked their craft. For some moments debris rained down, brilliant bunches of feathers that had once been paradise birds and lories, ragged tatters of orchid petals, nooses of lianas. Then the scarlet wall seemed to subside and float on the water's surface, a bridge of vegetation over which McTeague assisted Tao to shove the canoe into sun-drenched water beyond. To his incredible relief, McTeague breathed cleaner air than the stinking fetidity of the orchid pool. There was clean salt breeze from the sea, and tang of ebb tide which cleared his brain of the poison that stultified his senses. But they faced peril ahead, for as the river turned he saw the tip-tilted cornices of a dwelling built like an old temple of Cathay, and knew they approached the house of Po Sung. Much as he dreaded a meeting with that terrific personage, there was no choice. He hoped his wits and obvious blundering into the place would prove his innocence of intent to thieve pearls. He was too well known to drop out of sight without inquiry, and trouble for any man who held him prisoner. All in all, even Po Sung was a more endurable alternative than a return by the river. Yet his nerves tautened as he saw cultivated gardens, and a long pergola-like bridge spanning the river, completely covered at the far end with the scarlet orchids folded now in yellow buds. Small channels had been cut from the river, and one of these they followed to a small pool. Red lacquer bridges arched the little streams. The sea tang was stronger. There were hedges of fragrant ylang-ylang and frangipani, glimpses of orchards and growing plants and premarais, white crushed coral paths, coolies and wide hats moving about, stone steps of a landing place which caught McTeague's breath and gaze. A tall form in a robe of saffron yellow awaited them, its hands folded in green-banded sleeves. Captain McTeague looked into the grim black eyes of Po Sung. "Welcome," he spoke in suspiciously bland tones. "I do not often have visitors, Captain McTeague." His eyes darted like black quicksilver from McTeague's head down his bleeding arm to his river-wet trousers and boots. "I heard your salute. My servants came running to report a breach in my orchid wall. I did not expect you to dynamite away to my poor house, Captain McTeague. Why not have come by the sea?" "No doubt you know the reason, Po Sung. Your boat took a pot shot at my schooner yesterday. I had no idea of visiting you, but when I put in to make repairs, Tuk Moo decided to detain me. I've had a bad night trying to get away and got a caress from your loving orchids. Could I trouble you for some permanganate?" "My poor house is at your disposal, Captain McTeague." He followed Po Sung up the path with the girl close at his heels. Tao was sent to whitewashed huts of coolie workers. On the porch of the house, copper-screened and shaded, McTeague fell in a seagrass chair and snatched at the tall glass of cool liquid brought by a Dayak servant. He was exhausted, and his eyes closed. When he wakened, he was lying on a soft mattress clad in silk pajamas, and his wounded arm was wrapped with gauze. Light from a horn-rimmed ceiling lantern showed him a sleeping room with no other furnishings than his bed and a blue jar of scentless hibiscus along one wall. He was troubled by faraway moanings and yowls from the jungle, as if the great gray men of the woods howled their hate of Po Sung. Then again he slept and awoke greatly refreshed. The Dayak boy brought a tray of food, highly spiced chicken curry, fruit, and rice wine. Evidently Po Sung lived in luxury in his hidden haven. McTeague decided that the tales told of the Mongolian were too luridly flavored by superstition. A devil he might be, but he had extended gentlemanly hospitality to Captain McTeague. The Dayak boy shaved McTeague and trimmed his bronze beard. He was shown a coral-lined swimming pool where he bathed in donned pajamas of heavier silk and thick-soled sandals, returning to the porch where Po Sung sat waving a womanish fan of carved ivory and kingfisher feathers. "You slept well, Captain McTeague?" he inquired. "Splendidly, thanks to you, Po Sung." "I am honored. I feared your rest would be disturbed. The big apes were noisy, and my servants worked with torches in the garden. However, I am free today to entertain you. No doubt you came for pearls." He clapped his hands and the Dayak boy appeared with a lacquer box and placed it on McTeague's lap, then opened the lid. McTeague gazed on such magnificence of pearls as he had never seen, ran his fingers in their glory, poured them from palm to palm, then realizing that his eyes too much reflected the greed he felt of such wealth, he resolutely snapped down the lid and motioned the boy to take them away. "The sight of them makes me want them, of course, but I only trade in pearls, and so far only through Kwang Yik, who told me that Tukmu no longer held this lagoon. I came to learn why he let it go and I fell into his clutches. He took me prisoner and demanded powerful magic to fight your devils. I brought my parlor tricks and dynamite. What else could I do? Tukmu had me where he could force me to do his bidding. Then he had a big feast, and while he was drunk and asleep, I came away with Tawa the black boy and the girl who was to have been the wife of Tawa, son of Tukmu. We were pretty badly scared at the apes and muggers on the way here and drifted into the Orchid Lagoon. I blasted my way through." Po Sung caressed the silky black mustache which dripped like tar streams from his upper lip. "Tukmu's son is braver than the sorcerer. I admire such courage in youth and have made him independent of the blacks, who are stupid pigs. But it is a pity to separate two lovers, so I was pleased when you brought the girl. They shall be united." "That's mighty decent of you, Po Sung," said McTeague impulsively. Then, as he saw the basilisk gaze of those black eyes and the sneering smile of the cruel lips, his heart missed a beat. "You mean what you have just said?" he faltered. "I speak the truth, Captain McTeague. In a few days you shall see for yourself. Meanwhile, I should like to show you some of the magic I have worked here, and the growth of an orchid bulb planted on me last night. Come." McTeague followed him toward the pergola arching the river. It was still in shadow, and the scarlet orchids wide open at the jungle end. At the near approach, thick green stems thrust rosy tips from soft loose earth. Po Sung's yellow hand pointed, and McTeague saw the stems stretch higher, growing inches as he watched, putting forth buds and twisting through the bars of the trellis. "Marvelous, Po Sung. You are another Burbank." "Again, I am honored by your praise. The wild orchid devoured only insects and birds, but under my gardening it is perfected to a man-eating flower fed by blood. It is a hungry thing, Captain McTeague, and only for the foolish assaults of Tukmu's warriors, the river walls would not have flourished as they do. I planted those bulbs in human carcasses, as this one was planted last night." McTeague's body jerked. His head came up slowly until he gazed into the terrible eyes of Po Sung. "You planted a bulb in a human body last night?" Po Sung nodded. "Did I not say that I have decided to unite Tawa and his bride? Tawa is now in the jungle. I heard him chattering to you as you came up the river. I hope your shot did not maim him. Tawa's body feeds this full-grown orchid across the bridge. His brain is in the head of a gray man of the woods." "God in heaven," breathed McTeague, "you mock me with lies." Po Sung smiled, his black eyebrows arched. You shall see and believe. You are not the first man to doubt the power of Po Sung. 1 year ago, 2 thieves stole in from the sea. One of them supplied brains to a river crocodile. The other is a gray ape. They were companions in crime, but always fighting. They still fight along the river shore, a most amusing sight, as you must have found it last night. McTeague felt the tropic heat choking him, yet cold sweat rained down his face. He stumbled over the coral paths as he followed Po Sung to the house and through doorways he scarcely saw, with the smell of chloroform growing stronger, until he stood in a room with white cement walls, a skylight overhead, fitted like a hospital operating room. Under the open skylight was a huge iron-legged cot, to which the body of a she-ape was strapped, its head swathed in bandages. 2 Chinese were clearing away the evidences of surgery, and one of them spoke to Po Sung in accentless English. She is doing splendidly. The bride of Tawa, announced Po Sung, pointing to the ape. My assistant, Dr. Fin Chu. McTeague heard no more. The floor seemed to heave and bludgeon him. He had fainted. For time of which he had no means of keeping track, McTeague lay on a porch couch, weighted on hand and foot by the Dayak boy. Po Sung and Dr. Fin Chu, he learned from the assistant surgeon, were away in the yacht. Po Sung left orders to show Captain McTeague every respect and tell him the casket of pearls was a gift. It was advisable not to attempt to return to a schooner until Po Sung's arrival. The gray apes were troublesome lately. They troubled McTeague. At night he heard the raucous mirth and mournful calling of Tawa, and saw the ghoulish man-shapes in the starlight. The she-ape in the surgery was also noisy, moaning piteously and mouthing queer sounds quite different from ape chatter. It seemed to McTeague he was still in feverish delirium. He did not want to escape, had no power to attempt it. There were books, but he would not exert himself to read. Wandering about the grounds, he noticed the new orchid had attained a prodigious size and was already beginning to bloom. Mingled with his waking dreams were thoughts of 2 vampire orchids rooted in the moldering flesh of Tawa and the girl, and their brains in the heads of jungle simians. There came a day when the assistant surgeon led the she-ape to the grounds and chained her to a tree, where she squatted as inert as McTeague on the porch. He wondered at her limpness until the Chinese told him she was under opiates to keep her quiet while her head healed. Then it flashed to the mind of McTeague that, like the ape, he was being doped. No other explanation accounted for his spineless indifference to his fate. A healthy fear intruded on his half-dreams. He was being held for some sinister purpose of Po Sung, and like a fool he had supinely endured. Where is Po Sung? He asked the Chinese. You have heard of a remarkable trained ape belonging to a scientist in Java, perhaps. Po Sung hopes to bring it back and turn it into this jungle as a companion for Tawa and the other experiment on the pearl thief McMahon. I've seen pet monkeys freed among their own kind, said McTeague slowly. The wild monkeys killed them instantly. The Chinese did not answer, for the she-ape had aroused and was leaping to the length of her chains. The tree shook with her vigorous attempts to free herself. Now she shall have her lesson to avoid the house when she is at liberty, said the Chinese. He went into the house and appeared again with a whip of long thin lashes barbed with metal. Watching his chance, he swung it at the she-ape. McTeague hated the cruelty of that performance, the furious suffering beast with her blood-red eyes, the streaks of blood spurting from her flanks, and the cold-blooded Chinese lashing with all his strength. His own blood boiled, raced, lashed him to fury that combated the dope he was now certain had been fed him in the spicy curries at mealtimes. When the ape sank down quivering and exhausted, the coolies rushed forward and unshackled her, and again the lash sang through the air and lifted tufts of skin. With a bound she was up and staggering uncertainly away, to disappear over the bridge into the jungle. The Chinese coiled his whip and returned to the house. That day McTeague scraped his food into a towel and hid it under his mattress, then wandered to the gardens and ate fruit. Already he felt lighter, freer, but his nerves ached for the sedative. He realized a new peril, a craving for opium fed him, that would be worse than slavery unless he escaped at once. But he did not know how closely his movements were guarded. He returned to the porch. The assistant surgeon was talking to a coolie whom he dismissed. He asked McTeague to come with him to the surgery, where he filled a hypodermic needle, then laid yellow fingers on the white man's arm. "No, you don't," exploded McTeague. "You've doped me long enough. Po Sung won't use my carcass for his devil orchids unless he kills my brain first." His fist shot out, caught the point of the yellow jaw, and with a screech, the Chinese doubled up on the floor. McTeague heard running feet and slammed shut the metal door of the surgery, just as yellow men lunged into view. The bolt rang home. He had barricaded himself in the cement-walled room with the unconscious yellow man. For a few moments he felt a huge satisfaction, but it passed as the Chinese stirred. He hauled him to the cot and strapped him with bonds that had held the she-ape. Then he mopped his sweaty face and considered. From the open skylight he heard sounds of some alarm. The yellow men had thundered on the door, then departed. Using a small ladder he climbed to the roof opening and looked from the tiers of roofs down on the domain of Po Sung, the sunset colors on the gleaming lagoon and sea, and he saw there the rakish black yacht whose guns had fired on his schooner. Po Sung had returned. News of his return agitated the servants, who darted to and fro with flaring torches. Then McTeague saw the cause of their excitement. On the orchid-twined bridge 2 gray shapes swung, and the closed flower bulbs bobbed like elongated balloons on strings. The river water was stirred by a lashing black tail, and in the rapidly gathering night gloom sounded the booming curses of devils which Po Sung had created, roused and out of fury against the arch-fiend. A fierce unholy joy filled the breast of Captain McTeague. Below him the yellow surgeon heaved against the binding thongs of the cot. A dancing light low down on the lagoon told of Po Sung's small boat leaving the yacht. He would enter the waterway and meet the rage of his victims, and from his high perch McTeague could defy them all, Po Sung, the mugger, and the apes. No, not all, for a third wavering gray ape came over the bridge, fangs bared in a horrid grin, frightening the torchbearers back to the house as she advanced. In the smoky light McTeague could see the raw-edged scar about her head which bandages had hidden that day. Her screams were piercing and pitiful, her scrambling weak and uncertain, but she was fearless, for behind her stalked the man-apes, tremendously powerful long arms swinging to their feet, and before that terrible sight the ghoulies retreated with wild screeches, slamming doors, moving furniture against all openings. Up the river crawled a glistening black length of scaled ugliness with jaws snapping. McTeague heard the sound of ripping and tearing, the furious scream of the simians, then blood-curdling cries. He saw a glare below where the she-ape tossed torches in a heap to blaze and burn, lighting the scene of carnage. He saw human forms broken and twisted, hurled from the porch, and strips of bamboo walls tossed on the fire. Then he knew his own peril. Sooner or later the apes would slaughter every living thing, tear the house to shreds, and break into this surgery. He looked down at the bound yellow man on the cot. This was no time for petty differences. "The jungle apes are killing the servants," he cried, "and burning the house. We are trapped up here, and Po Sung is on his way by the river to meet a doom he deserves. I'll confess I'm a coward right at this minute. I prefer a shot to that death. Is there a gun within reach?" He dropped down and unfastened the bonds, then pointed to the ladder which the Chinese mounted, even climbing out on the roof to look over its edge. McTeague heard him cry out, a despairing shriek of terror. He leaped up the ladder in time to see a gray shape squatted on the roof, dangling the miserable surgeon by one arm and swinging him back and forth. Suddenly her hold broke. The Chinese twisted in the air and fell to the ground, quivered, and then lay still. McTeague looked into the gleaming red eyes of the she-ape. He had no weapon, but below were cases of surgical knives, his only defense now, his only chance of suicide to escape worse. He dropped from the skylight and his fist crashed into the glass of a case. His fingers fumbled in the darkness among queer contrivances, but none of them knives. He dashed to another case, guided by the faint luminosity of glass, and crashed through it. Then the faint starlight and fire reflection were blotted out. The skylight held the she-ape, and she had dropped inside and sat on the ladder peering at him. He could see her gleaming eyes, hear his own breath sobbing in his throat as his hands fumbled for knives and found only small probes, useless to fight that huge gray death. He was flattened against the wall beside the case, a fistful of sharp probes ready for the lunge, when he heard her muttering in piteous efforts to control the vocal mechanism of the thick throat. "Tuan," she muttered, "Tuan," and swung down from the ladder with an arm outstretched. He felt the claws touch his arm gently and stroke his flesh. Then from McTeague blackness fell. He was vaguely aware of being swung in giant arms and feeling a cool wind in his face. His eyes opened. He lay on the upper roof with the arm of the she-ape holding him firmly. Below, the fire leaped and the sounds of savage destruction went on. But there were no cries of fear now, only the guttural curses of the ape McMahon and war cries of Papuan jungle uttered by Tawa. Turning his head, McTeague saw the light on the yacht's dinghy coming down the river. "Look," he muttered, and his arm pointed. The she-ape turned. She saw and understood. In another moment, McTeague was seized bodily and swung in the air as the she-ape swiftly descended by the tiers of pointed roofs until he was dropped unhurt on the earth. Seizing him by one wrist, she ran with him toward the river, where a black gloom of trees hid them effectively. There, McTeague, still held by his captors, saw the dark swirl of water where the mugger dived. He saw the boat sweep on under the dip of oars to its doom. There was an unheaved bow lantern, cries in the night, and the lashing of the mugger's tail, the snapping of its terrible jaws, and sea oaths from its dread throat. Later, a limp, dripping figure crawled to the bank. McTeague could hear its gasping breathing, and the she-ape leaped forward. He was free. He waited until the she-ape seized that creeping victim, escaped from the mugger, and her cry summoned the man-apes, one of whom carried a brand of flaming wood. Its light shone on the yellow face of Po Sung, distorted now by terror he had so often chiseled on the faces of other men. McTeague saw the she-ape clutch the long ends of his mustache, curl them about her claws, and drag Po Sung by his mouth toward the pergola. Then he turned away at the dreadful cry that broke. The three apes were tearing Po Sung to bits and stuffing them into orchid bulbs. On the river, the dinghy floated. McTeague darted toward it, plunged in, dragged it to the shallows, and secured a floating oar. He glanced back at the river bend and saw the apes, flinging bits to the gaping jaws of the mugger. Then he scullied for life toward the lagoon. A cry from Po Sung's yacht hailed him, but he paid no heed. One man could not catch McTeague on that night of fear, and the others of the crew were staining the black river water with their lifeblood. A gleaming stretch of lagoon entrance beckoned to the sea, which was quiet, star-silvered. It was the time of ebb tide, an evil hour in Papua, but Captain McTeague was beyond feeling, beyond thinking, horror-drugged, fear-driven, possessing the strength of a maniac as he sculled the boat north. He did not remember coming to the lagoon where his schooner lay, but the mate told him later that they saw him standing in the boat, swaying from side to side like a drunken man, and through the glass they recognized Captain McTeague. There was a tremendous feast the day after his return. Tukmu and his warriors wakened the jungle echoes by their drums. Captain McTeague lay oblivious, and Oki the mate did the honors of the occasion, standing guard over the deck cot where McTeague lay prone, exhausted, weary to death and fighting nightmares. "You ban ban great man, Captain," Oki explained later. "Tukmu ban brung pearls off Po Sung. Devils ban gone now. How come?" Tukmu had raked over the wreckage of Po Sung's house and found the casket of fine pearls. It seemed a trifling reward for laying the devils of Po Sung, but Captain McTeague only shuddered and closed his eyes. "Haul up the mudhooks and crowd on canvas," he said to Oki. "When Red Murphy and McMahon and Tawa and the she-ape get a grouch on, there'll be hell popping in that jungle. I've seen it for the last time. Not for a ship's hold of pearls will I put in at any lagoon on the Banda shore. They'd nearly made a monkey of me, Oki. Honored me by fetching a trained orangutan from Java to hold my witless brains. Maybe they had my measure at that. I was fool enough to go in and idiot enough to escape. A wise man would never have come out alive." End of section 24, and end of Weird Tales presents Jungle Jitters.